almost kidnapped by Draconist for Sensuist. This happened a few years ago during my first year of university. I'm from the UK and I studied in York, which is generally considered to be a pretty safe city. I was with my friends on a night out clubbing, and as often happens on the nights out, I lost them. I was tipsy but by no means drunk, and at this point my friends weren't answering their phones and I'd had enough of it, so I decided to walk home. My house was only about 20 minutes from town and we always walked home, so I didn't think anything of walking home alone. So I was walking and this guy starts walking next to me. He was Asian and maybe around 24, so not that much older than me. I was 19 at the time. York is a pretty friendly city and tipsy students talk to each other pretty often, so I just assumed he was like me, just another alcohol infused person on his way home. He started chatting to me about the usual stuff, asking what I studied and stuff like that. We'd only been walking a couple of minutes when he started asking if I had a boyfriend. At this point, I started feeling uncomfortable. We weren't in a secluded area, but it was around 3 in the morning and there were no other cars or people around. My mind didn't instantly label him as crazy as I was worried, but just a boy trying his luck, which again is pretty common when you're a student. It wasn't really a big deal, but I didn't want to walk with anyone. We'd only been walking for about 5 minutes by this point. So now I tell him that it was nice meeting him and that I was almost at my house, so I just stopped at some stranger's house and stood there waiting for him to go away, but I think that he knew I was lying and didn't want to leave. This is when I started to feel really unnerved. He smiled at me and said, "My car is here. Do you want a lift so I can make sure you actually get home safely?" When he said this, I actually become terrified. I didn't feel like I could even speak. I just sort of shook my head and mumbled something incoherent. Next, he comes right over to me and grabs my arm, saying he just wants to help me get home. I remember feeling numb and like I wasn't a part of my body anymore. I felt as though I was watching it happen at somebody else's expense, not to me. I always thought I'd fight back or have a strong fight response, but instead, I was frozen in fear. I don't remember where the car was or how long it took to get there. I just remembered feeling kind of floppy and letting myself get tugged along. The next thing I remembered was him opening the passenger side door and getting me in. I think he asked me where I lived, but I couldn't answer at this point. He started telling me what a pretty girl I was and how that he just wanted a nice girl to take home. I just sat there though, frozen in fear, not really knowing what to do. He then put his hand on my thigh and started stroking my leg and touching other areas of me while continuing to drive with one hand. I felt disgusted and guilty, as if knowing that it was my fault that I was here. By the time I thought I deserved it for getting in his car in the first place, it had already happened. I remembered thinking I should fight it off or try and get out of the car, but I was so scared I couldn't even speak, let alone summon the energy to struggle. I had no idea where he was going to take me, but I knew we were heading away from the university area. After about 10 minutes, I seemed to unfreeze and it really hit me what was happening. I genuinely thought I was going to die in that car. I asked him if I could get out, but he just smiled at me. I'm only 5'1" and small built, so I didn't really stand much of a chance of overpowering him, and honestly, I was still too scared to do anything. Then suddenly, my phone began ringing. I don't think I've ever answered anything so fast in my life. It was one of my housemates, and it was the one that I went out with earlier, asking if I wanted to meet her in a takeaway. I didn't even look to see how the guy was responding, but the next thing I know, he was pulling over and telling me to get out. I had no idea where I was, so I walked around looking for a street name and rang a taxi. I was sobbing and I told the taxi driver what happened. He then told me I had to tell the police and offered to take me there, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I didn't want to stay in that car any longer than I had to. I got dropped home and promised that I would inform the police the next morning. I never told anybody what happened that night, and I blame myself for being stupid enough to walk home with a stranger. I pretty much willingly got into his car and let myself get assaulted. Literally, anything could have happened in that car. Who knows, I could have even ended up getting murdered. Maybe that was what he was actually planning, and it all would have been my fault. We had too many windows by Unicorn Rainbow Tears. So this is something that happened a few years ago, but I didn't consider sharing it until now. I used to work at a hotel, and I use the word loosely. It was more of an inn that was in a sleepy beach town in Southern California, but it had plans to be part of someone's chain of hotels or something. The property was very small but in a seriously idealistic location, so it was close enough to the water to be expensive, but not big enough to have more than one front desk employee working there at a time. My sister and I worked there together. We both shared the same one manager. Aside from the housekeeping people, we were always staying there pretty much the latest, and more often than not, they ended up leaving way before we did. You'd be very unfortunate to be working the front desk at night. I used to work in the mornings, which is a lot more hectic considering checkouts at this particular property were pretty tough. We also didn't have a lot of things like dishwashers, so you had to do everything by hand. My sister worked at nights and I took the mornings. The area didn't have a lot of crime. There was just something about the way the front desk area looked though. We had the front desk, and in front of it would be the breakfast area. It had tons of windows, and that meant that you could very easily see into the ocean and into the garden, as well as up the stairs that come up into the lobby. In the daytime, it was charming. By night, it was always unsettling to me, especially since if you worked through the night shift, you had to stay till like 11 PM at night, without even closing the front door. Now again, this wouldn't be a big deal, but we had no security, no cameras, not even the housekeeping there at that time. It was just you by yourself with this dark void to look out at while you counted down the hours till you got to go home. One night, I had a true night shift, covering for my sister. I didn't even have my uniform or anything. It was kind of unexpected. For whatever reason, I decided to close the lobby door, and I'm glad that I did. Now, the door wasn't locked, and that meant that any late night customers could literally just come in, but nobody did that night, and it finally hit 11. I was super relieved to get off. So I then began my end of night duties. They were just normal stuff like setting up for breakfast, etc. When I'd finished everything, I grabbed my keys and turned to the right, and just turned off all the lights before leaving when my phone rang. My head got tense for a second, only because of how loud it was, and I was surprised. We were supposed to forward the calls to our manager's phone in case somebody got locked out of their room and had to come down and needed help. Now, there's no electric plastic keys used here, so it was just old-fashioned metal keys. I quickly managed to calm myself down, however, but I was more annoyed than anything and stepped around the desk to answer the phone. I gave the "thank you for calling, this is how can I help you" line, as best I could for anybody being annoyed, that is, though. At first, there was nothing. Nobody said a word on the other end. I said hello, asking if anyone was there. I thought it was a dead call or a digital mess up or something, but I could hear the ocean on the other side. Now, it was a particularly windy night, so the waves were louder than usual. I just hung up. I then just went to leave again, and the phone rang for a second time. I picked up and gave the same line, and finally got a response. "Is there any rooms available?" He didn't sound drunk. If anything, he sounded collected. The place was next to a bar, so if it was just somebody drunk, I would have known, but he sounded calm, like unnervingly calm. "Oh sir, I'm sorry, we're closed for the night," I replied. It's not common for someone to find our hotel on like some price line type thing and then try to get us to give them a lower price over the phone. What he continued to say, however, really scares me, and I don't get scared easily. Oh, so none are available? No, we're closing. What about the one you're standing in front of? I froze immediately. See, how the lobby is set up, it's basically a door also behind the counter, and that door leads to another room that is directly behind the lobby. We're not allowed to close that one either, but I left it open in case anybody needed help. All of the rooms are like outside. It's kind of like none of it's within a contained space or anything, if that makes sense. All of the halls lead to other rooms and staircases leads outside, so anybody can just walk up and walk around the hotel without being a guest or an employee. So quite literally, anyone can just come up off the streets and be anywhere in the hotel. It's one of the reasons I left. I turned and closed the door behind me, locking it, and the front door was already closed as well. No sir, we're already booked up. If there's anything you can do, you'll have to call back in the morning. I was noticeably more scared now. I think my voice may have even cracked, but I'm not sure. I was going to hang up before he said something else. I like your tiger. In the creepiest, most slithering voice that I've ever heard. As I said before, I wasn't wearing my uniform that day. I had a grey shirt that had this rainbow paint tiger face on it. I stared out into the windows before it really hit me. The lights inside the lobby lit up, so you could see inside of it. While being from inside, you can see nothing but blackness. He was outside the lobby, probably most likely just staring through the glass. I didn't get to say anything before he asks, "Is the front door locked?" I threw the phone out of my hand and ran around the desk, locking the deadbolt on the front door. I've never been so scared in my life, and I'm pretty sure that I was having a panic attack. I was crying and just freaking out. I've never been that scared, honestly. Then, banging came from the door, really aggressively and angrily. I was too afraid to grab the phone that I'd thrown. It had been flung across towards the windows. I didn't know if he was going to break one of them or not, so I grabbed my cell phone and locked myself into the bathroom that was right next to our desk. I called my auntie who lives less than a mile away. I know I should have called the police, but I was really young at the time and I was out of my mind, and she was a black belt, so I knew she could defend herself. I called her and barely was able to tell her what was going on between my crying and freaking out. Normally, this shouldn't have scared me so bad, but I've dealt with stalkery type stuff before, and it felt exactly the same way as it did before, nightmarish. It wasn't until she called me again to tell me that she was outside of the lobby that I was able to unlock the room I was in and exit the bathroom. I knew I made a mistake by not calling the police because he wasn't there anymore by the time she got to the door. So I have no idea what he looks like, and our policy of never keeping the doors closed didn't change, even after I reported it to the owners. I've had some issues with safety after that, but none ever as scary as this one. If it was someone drunk, that would have been fine, but he sounded like he was fully aware of what he was going to do and knew exactly what he was planning. After that experience, I never worked the night shifts again. The Pipe-Wielding Cab Driver from Hell by Cloud Crafter. One night, a friend and I took a trip to the US. We are both Irish guys, and we're in our early 20s with little money, taking Greyhounds and Amtrak from city to city. Since I was the more organised of the two, I looked after the tickets and reservations, and when it come to hitting Chicago, I'd thought that I'd struck gold by finding a room at the Hilton at a ridiculously affordable price. It seemed like a major upgrade on the lovable dumps that we had been staying in, But as soon as we got off the 20-hour train journey from New Orleans, I realized that I made a terrible mistake. The hotel was in Addison, Illinois, not the Chicago neighborhood of Addison, where we'd been planning to stay. It was a blimp on the map, and at the time consisted of little more than a road sign, a petrol station, a White Castle, and our hotel, and that was almost exclusively used by businesses. Luckily though, the hotel offered us a discounted taxi service that was for a company that was affiliated with the hotel, and then sent somebody out for us. This is when things took a turn. The guy shows up, pops the trunk, and just as we're putting our bags in, there was a roar from behind. "Hey, you can't take that cab. He has 2 out-of-town plates. That's against the law." A burly cabbie was enraged by the fact that our driver had picked us up right in front of the queue of cabs waiting for customers. I got about 2 words into my explanation when our driver lunged for this guy, screaming, "I'm gonna kill you. I have my iron pipe right here and I swear to God I'm gonna beat you to death." Looking back, this is where we should have brought things to a halt. But the truth is, we didn't have enough money for a normal cab ride to get us out of town, so being 2 awkward Irish guys, we just got in the car, gazed in the opposite direction and hoped that the matter wouldn't get any worse and would resolve itself. So, after jumping back in the car, still cursing, the driver gunned it down the wrong side of the street at rush hour. Evidently, this made up for the lost time. While venting road rage in the direction of anyone honking horns at him, it smelled like he'd been drinking, but bailing out genuinely seemed like a terrible idea. At some point later on, he gone to tell us that he should have been a race car driver and called us wussies for wearing our seatbelts. He also told us a story of how that he beat the life out of a customer because he didn't think that he tipped him enough. I had just tried to play it off as a slightly unsettling way to try and ensure that we given him a handsome bonus, but the sight of my friend nervously counting a handful of $1 bills gave me a weird feeling. While I was responsible for the reservations, he was responsible for things like cab fares. Between us, we had just enough cash to cover the fare before the trip. This is where the implications escalated from vague threats to certain danger. The driver kept offering to show us his pipe. This is the same one that he'd used to take care of the bad tipper. Despite our polite objections, he actually took the pipe out from under the seat, turning around to wave it at us with this maniacal laugh while doing so. He was also driving at the same time as this. Now, I couldn't tell what was more scarier, the feeling that we're about to crash any minute, or the looming confrontation that we would inevitably sort of have to have with him. We were going so fast that the force of the wind coming through the window took my breath away, intensifying the feeling of shock. This was definitely the most distressing journey that I'd ever been on. Miraculously though, the speeding had shaved valuable dollars off the total, leaving just enough for the fare and a small tip. We had been saved by the very excess that had terrified us. I had jumped out the moment that we stopped, searching for help just in case things kicked off. But for some reason, he seemed satisfied, giving us his card and said to call him any time. He would be glad to drink whiskey and get into some fights with us, he said too. No thanks. Once we got to the safety of our hotel, we just sat there, shaking, shell-shocked, trying to absorb what the hell had just happened. The Naked Man by Slide 87. This happened a lot of years ago, probably closer to 20 years ago actually, when my single father moved myself and 2 little sisters to a not terrible but not great suburb of Denver, Colorado. The divorce had shattered him and our home. My mother had left him for another man, and the burden of raising all three befell on him. Skip forward a couple of months. I'm 10, my sisters are 8 and 6. We had grown fairly accustomed to the neighbourhood and closely surrounding areas. My dad worked from 10 AM to 6 PM in Denver, where all the best pay is, and the responsibility of my 2 little sisters became mine. We hadn't quite meddled with other kids in the area yet, but being 3 of us, we didn't mind. We were capable of entertaining ourselves. We used to ride our bicycles everywhere, to the surrounding neighbourhoods, the hiking trails along the river that led everywhere, even along the train tracks, which could be found in numerous amounts throughout the town. One set of the tracks in particular, in fact, the closest to our home, had a long ditch-like valley along both sides of it. If I think of it now in retrospect, it had been a safety-type flood barrier to prevent the river from flooding out the neighbourhood across the street. Anyway, on one side of the tracks it was literally a sheer drop off, with heavy bushes and undergrowth preventing the ground from being easily accessible, and the other side had a path carved out. It appeared that it was used by vehicles, maybe for servicing the train tracks in prior years, but it was still extremely steep, and a bicycle was more reasonable than a vehicle in my opinion, or an ATV. This is something that we call Dead Man's Ditch, but it only becomes relevant later in my story. So as I said, we used to ride our bikes around town a lot, especially in the summer months, during the day while my dad was at work, and we could travel further than he allowed anyway. We had this one game that we could play that we really enjoyed, called Punch Buggy, combined with license plate game. If any of us saw a license plate with double or triple characters consecutively, we would hit each other. It was kind of barbaric, but we were siblings, so it wasn't really that outlandish. On this particular day, we had been riding around for a few hours, and we were past the hottest part of the day. It was then cooling down, and we were gearing up for a sunset. We had now made our way pretty close to the house, so we're just getting ready to go back home. I had been hanging back a bit, so my little sisters were in front of me, with the youngest in front. So we were continuing down the street, with myself about 6 feet behind. Now, a few minutes prior to this, a silver sedan had driven past us going the opposite way that we were. The car's plates had double numbers, so I called it first. As we were heading up the street, I heard a vehicle accelerate impatiently behind me. This set off red flags because we were riding. We actually become affected by the oncoming lanes. This vehicle was heading the same way we were, but in a completely underhearing lane. I turned to look and automatically glanced at the first license plate, and it was that same sedan. Yep, that guy was back. Now I could see him. He was in his late 40s and he was wearing a red and blue faded frame of flannel, with no undershirts underneath. He didn't say a word, he just looked at me for a second, and then sped up, veering into our lane. I watched in horror as his open driver's side window lined up with my baby sister, and he reached out and grabbed her hand and handled her bicycle. He slowed down a bit, trying to pull my sister off her bike and into his open window, but something happened in his car because all of a sudden he released my sister and put both hands back onto the steering wheel. So my sister then took a chance and started racing towards Dead Man's Ditch. My sister and I followed in suit. After a moment of what I know is tunnel vision, I heard the acceleration of the sedan again behind me, but this time we were all hysterical and I was trying desperately to see through the tears. This guy wasn't giving up. Whatever his deal was, he didn't want to let us go. I then, thinking on my feet, directed both my sisters down Dead Man's Ditch. I was thinking that he wouldn't follow us down there and destroy his vehicle attempting to follow us. My youngest sister cowered in fear at the top, whimpering, afraid of falling. The middle sister didn't need to be told twice. She flew down the hill like it was nothing, and I caught up with them. The car was right on my back tire. I said, "Just go, this guy's gonna kill us." I remembered hearing her taking a big breath and let her tire go down the hill. I held my breath until I was right behind her. All three of us made it down that hill. The guy pulled his car right up to the opening of the path and got out of his car. He was completely naked except for that thing he was wearing where he didn't have a shirt on. I stood between my sisters in this creep, and after a few minutes, I guess he decided that it wasn't worth the destruction of his car, so got back and drove away. My sisters were both in hysterics, although my 10-year-old mind had switched to the business mode, and I cleared the tears away, and my only concern now was getting home safely. We waited for about half an hour, but the car never come back. We then braved emerging from the trail and hightailed it home. We got back home and told my dad everything. He was outraged, understandably so, and took us in his car to drive around and try and find him. We didn't find him though. My dad called the police the moment we got back and filed a report. Unfortunately, with no description other than what he looked like and part of his plate, they were never able to track him down. They filled in Dead Man's Ditch a couple of months later, but not before it had saved our lives. The Men in Masks by Elite Wonder 116. This happened when I was in my teens, around 16 or 17. Here's some background. I live in the UK. At this age, I lived in a pretty average area, but you only had to walk 20 minutes out and you were in some pretty dodgy areas that were well known for their high level of crime. Myself and my friend are both of a similar age and we're both females. We were walking to a park that was about 40 minutes away to meet the rest of our friends who are all also the same age and gender. To get to this park, we had to briefly dip into one of these bad areas, almost at the edge of the worst part of the entire estate. By this time, it was about 6 PM. Now, it wasn't too late, but it was just in the build up to winter, so it wasn't truly dark, but the street lamps were on, and it was very much coming into the evening. We were walking along a pathway with my friend on the outside by the bushes, and me on the inside to the road, just following a normal two-way street. We were giggling away and almost oblivious to everything that was going on around us when, out of nowhere, this black car pulls up. It speeds towards us from behind. The sound alerted us as the tyres screeched towards us. As the car aligned with us while we're still walking, this guy is literally hanging out of the passenger side window reaching for me. He's about 1 foot away from actually touching, but as I look up to see his face, he's wearing this terrifying mask. It's one of them huge animated smiley ones, like something out of The Purge. Once I'd finished screaming and managed to process what was happening, I remember my friend grabbing my arm and bolting into the field that was to the left. This probably wasn't the best idea, but my fight or flight had already kicked in. I suddenly felt a lot darker where I was standing. There was no streetlights in the open field. We stayed close to the bush where the path was on the other side, but we were crouching behind so they wouldn't see us. They never actually stopped, they just slowed down passing us, reaching, then getting out to speed off. But we could hear them revving and accelerating in the distance. We tried to calm each other down and eventually convinced ourselves that it was just a stupid prank by a young group of lads just out there to scare people. After around 10 minutes we decided to carry on heading towards our friends. You could now walk through the field as it was actually a shortcut, so we decided to take it, but we were still not really in a safe lit area. Then, after a bit more walking, we eventually made it to our friends. But 3 had already gone home and another 2 had joined us, so there was 4 of us all together. Now the park was quite small and there wasn't many other people around, so we decided to go and get some cheesy chips from the chip shop about 5 minutes away. My friend and I were filling in our friend about the masked man and the whole event. They were super freaked out. You could not make this up, right? We were about 30 minutes away from where it initially happened, and guess what happened next? We were walking in pairs, and we again heard the screeching of tyres. We took a short look backwards, and there sure enough was the same car, whatever it was, and a group of men in the car coming right towards us. I got a good look this time. It was clear that they were not boys, they were men. They were built, tall, and the driver had a beard that was protruding out from under his mask. I shouted to my friends to run as fast as they could to get to the chip shop. I knew this was more than just a prank. We were running when the car aligned with us, and two men, one hanging out of the passenger window, the other out the back, reached with their masks on and tried to grab those nearest to the road. All the while the men in the car were screaming this ridiculous laugh. They were all psychotic, laughing at our fear. There was no bushes to hide behind this time, and we stopped to hopefully let the car pass so we could run across the road in time and go straight for the chip shop. It passed, we turned to run across, then it stopped and started reversing right towards us at high speed. It missed us by literally inches. I just remember running for my life, feeling like these men were really about to do some damage to us at this point. I didn't look back until we made it to the chip shop. Then, from here on, we all rang our parents, telling them what had happened. And all the while this black car just sat in view, revving the engine. At this point, all of them had their masks on, and were just slowly tilting their heads side to side, showing off their grins under their masks. They were waiting for us to leave the chip shop. We explained it to the guys behind the counter, and they told us to wait for our parents. Then, shortly after, our parents did arrive. Now, I don't know what they were doing, whether they were out there to scare us or actually hurt us. The revising suggests the latter. I really don't know why they chose us, and I don't know what their intentions were that night, or if they terrified any other people. I just will never forget the masks and the malicious laughing and chasing. These vile men need to go and get some medical attention. I really hope I don't ever meet them again. The Kidnappers in the 1990 Krimi by Johnny ZR33. To give you an idea of where I'm from, I grew up in a nice middle class neighbourhood in Maryland, about 15 minutes from the border to DC. We never had any serious crime in our neighbourhood. It was a cloudy, chilly Saturday in 1993, in October. I was 8 years old, my brother James was 12. We had left his friend's house after playing some street hockey on his driveway for a few hours, and we headed back home around 5:30. His house is a couple of blocks away from the elementary school, and basically across the street from the school is a pretty big sized park. Its entrance has a fence with a path that separates the fence along the street, and the fence then continues into the backyard of a house. My brother and I, on the left side, approach a four-way stop sign and noticed a white 1990 Toyota sitting there. We didn't think anything of it and walked down the sidewalk towards the school. I was talking to him about Art Monk, the Redskins, and how we could use a Beckett to write to the stadium and hope to get an autograph. And we did get an autograph in the end. I realised that James was oddly quiet during my idea about writing to the Redskins. I asked him if he was listening, and he said, "Keep talking, act cool and normal, don't look back, okay?" Confused and nervous, I responded, "Okay, but what's going on?" During my talk, my brother was paying attention to the Toyota that was very slowly driving behind us. We played it cool, walked our normal pace, just about to pass the school. I continued my talk while we were approaching a big field that sits directly across the entrance of the park. My brother puts his hand on my chest, which made me stop immediately. He turned back and glanced at the driver. Now, I wasn't sure if it was to see how the car would act, if he would try and make a move across the street into the park, or if it was to try and find out the license plates. However, the car did stop and I eventually managed to get a good look. The driver was a female with brunette hair that went down to her shoulders. She almost looked like she had been drugged. She never blinked, she looked straight ahead, not at us or the side, just straight ahead. The passenger though was the intimidating one. He was red-headed, long-haired, and had this angry look. His eyes watched us intensely. To be honest, he looked like the comedian Carrot Top, an evil-looking Carrot Top that is. After getting a good look and realising the situation that we're in, I started to get nervous. I was breathing very heavily, my legs felt numb. I looked at my brother and he just said keep walking. What was weird about this day though was that there weren't any other cars on the road. It felt like it was a ghost town. It was just us and them. We continued walking towards the next block when the car all of a sudden started to merge into the other lane. He was going to try and block us off and do who knows what. My brother, being older than me, was faster than me. He knew it, I knew it. And staring straight ahead and looking at our options, my brother said, on the count of 3, run, okay? Run as fast as you can and follow me. Before I even got a chance to accept the deal, he started counting. 1, 2, 3. He is off and running. I'm trying to keep up. The car slams on the accelerator. James is able to run across the street. When I try to do the same, the car literally almost cuts me off and I can actually feel the bumper against my pants. The car has now come up and accelerated straight back towards us. My brother made the move across to the right hand side of the street and I followed as fast as I could. I realised he was making a run for our friend's house. He gets there and is ringing on the doorbell, banging like crazy. The car then catches up and the passenger gets out of the car. As soon as he gets out though, my friend's dad opens the door. James then rushes inside and the guy then gets back into his car and I dive through the open door. My friend's dad rushes out towards the speeding car, yelling something because he tries to get his license plate. I'm crying and so is my brother. My friend's dad is shaken up though. Even though we lived a block away, he had our dad come and pick us up. We called the police and wrote a report. They said they'll keep their eyes open. On Monday, we notified the elementary school about our ordeal. However, they didn't do much to let the public know. It wasn't until the next week that they sent out a flyer to the rest of the parents and the cops actually began to patrol the neighbourhood. See, during this week, 3 other cases happened with that same white car following children. One was even more terrifying than my experience, where the kids were jumping through backyards because the red-headed guy was actually chasing them through the park. After that week of disturbances, everything stopped. I never heard of an arrest or anything. I don't know if they just moved on to another city or state to try and abduct children. All I know is that terrified the whole of our neighbourhood for that year, and it took a while for things to ever get back to normal. Man chases 22-year-old girl because he doesn't know what a 4-way stop is, by Naughty Wobble. This takes place once again in the large city that I used to live in. I moved away from that place because the people there were nuts, and it was a dangerous city. It's one of the 3rd most dangerous cities in my country, in fact. I was driving to my boyfriend's place during light evening traffic. He lived about 60 plus blocks straight down a main road, so instead of taking the highway that would be very indirect, I took the main road. At one point on this route, there is a slight detour off of the main road through a neighbourhood. The detour is congested a bit and there is a 4-way stop in the middle of it. I come to stop and follow the proper 4-way stop protocol, as the person to the right has the right of way, so it's my turn. I'm heading straight and for some reason, this black car decides actually it's his turn. He's facing me and turning left, so we almost collide. I threw my hands up going, what the heck? This infuriates the older man driving the black car. He turns around and gets right behind me, and as soon as he can, he passes me super fast, then blocks me. His doors fly open, and I have no idea what he's going to do next. My first thought is he might have a gun and start shooting. Not being one for confrontation, I throw my car in reverse, nearly hitting the person behind me, and I do a 2-point turn and head back the way I come from. I then took the first right hand I could and proceeded to go through the neighborhood deeper. But now he's following me. Every intersection that I come to, he's there, being aggressive and trying to run me off the road. He knows this neighborhood very well, it seems, so every attempt to lose him failed. He knew where he was going before I did. Okay, now I'm petrified. This guy is a lunatic. I did the only thing I could, and I decided to dial 911. When I did so, the only problem was I didn't want to stop like the dispatcher suggested, because let's be real, this man is chasing me, trying to ram me off the road. He did actually hit me once though. It just swerved me slightly in an attempt to try and wreck my car, but it's still crazy. So I was not going to stop to wait for the police to arrive. Who knows what this guy is going to do to me if he catches up. So I kept driving with 911 on the phone, reading off street signs that I blew past in my first 20 turns, attempting to shake this guy. Finally realizing that I'm back onto the main road that I'd originally turned off, I remembered that there was almost always a cop speed trap just a few blocks ahead. I sped towards the area where they usually sit, praying that there would be somebody there. To my luck, there was. I peeled into the parking lot with the man still in pursuit. The cop saw his erratic driving as he followed me right up to him. Still shaking and crying, I told the cop, "This man's chasing me, please help." The ordeal was finally over. I felt safe. The man got off with a warning though. I was so angry and asked to press charges, but the cop said he never hit me, so there was no real need to press charges. This man did endanger my life on numerous occasions, and also the lives of everybody else in the area that he chased me through, and all he got was a warning. I asked the cop why he was chasing me, and apparently he thought that he had the right of way, and he was sick of taking the detour through his normally quiet neighborhood. So no wonder he knew the area so well, so apparently that was his excuse for trying to hurt me. I explained the turn in question, and the cop agreed that I indeed had the right of way, and this man was completely incorrect about the traffic laws of a four-way stop. So I was glad that nobody got hurt, but this guy definitely got off way too easily. A double homicide perp just shot himself in my yard. I was almost number 3. By I snort Cheeto dust. I live in a cabin on about 50 acres of fields and woods with my mum. We'd been enjoying a day of sitting around and watching television. However, I had to mow my grandma's yard this afternoon. I told my mum that I have a yard to mow today, and it went as follows. Me: "It's cooler outside. I guess it's a good time to get out." Mum: "Or you could just call and tell her you want to do it tomorrow." Me: "Nah, I'm gonna go and get my things together and go." And I proceed to grab my headphones, etc. So I headed down the driveway, topped the hill, and lo and behold, there were at least 20 MS. There were highway patrol cars in the middle of my field about 70 foot away from my truck. I just assumed that our neighbour, who has a history of cutting up, had gotten himself into huge trouble with the law over drugs or something. When I pulled out through the gate, I told one of the local cops that I'm the landowner and asked him if everything was alright. He said, "It's gonna be." Whatever that means. On the way to my grandmother's house, I called my mum and said, "I don't know any other way to put this other than that there are like 100 cops on our field." She said that she was on her way to go and check it out. I called her a few times with no answer, assuming that she's talking to the cops or something. I knew she'd be safe because of all those cops out there, so I went ahead and started mowing the grass. Jesus, he's got balls of titanium or something. I swear if that happened to me, I'm going straight back home and hiding under my bed. Plus, my grandmother is only a couple of miles down the road. When I was about almost halfway done mowing, she called me saying that the troopers had nothing to say, but one of the local cops that we knew said that it was this guy wanted in Texas for shooting 3 people, killing 2 and injuring 1. The guy drove into our field and shot himself after being confronted / surrounded by troops. When I was done mowing, I headed back to pick her up and we drove back to talk to the last trooper. I told them that I'm the property owner and asked if it was clear and if everything was safe now. They said that they had just moved the body out of the car, so it's clear. I said, wow, all the way from Texas? Well, be safe, thanks. We drove over to the site after the troops left, and right behind our old pecan tree was a bunch of tyres shredded with a giant bloody spot in the grass. We're still in a state of horror, really. Going by the press conference we just watched as I was typing this, the guy shot himself as I was going up the driveway. I didn't even hear the gunshots or sirens though, but I do remember having my radio turned up. Home Invaders by Snowboarder84. This happened a few days ago. So here's a little backstory before we begin. I work 2 jobs, one of which I am constantly on call 7 days a week, so my schedule is quite random. My wife works a full-time job as well, but her schedule is always the same, the whole 9 to 5 thing. We both have cars, and when she leaves to go to work, she always takes her car and leaves it at the Skyrail station and goes downtown to work. Anyway, back to the story. So last week I come home from my first job at around 11:30 AM and I open my garage door and see that my wife's car is in our garage, which is pretty strange because she should have parked it at the station. I thought maybe she had come home early because she was sick or had some kind of emergency, but figured that she would have at least let me know if that was the case. So I go in the house and notice that the house looks really messy and the back door leading to the yard is literally wide open and the blinds are all broken. I started freaking out as I thought something had happened to my wife, so I started calling her name and running around the house looking for her, and I couldn't find her anywhere. I then tried calling her cell phone, which she didn't answer, so I called her work and she answered, and I asked her why her car was in the garage. She said that she was confused and thought I was joking with her, but then heard the seriousness in my voice. It turns out that some people had actually stolen her car from the station and got our address from her insurance papers and just literally drove to our house. Since my wife had left her garage doors in the car, they just drove up pretending to be us and walked right into our house. Turns out I came only a few minutes after they actually robbed the house and they were still in it. When they heard me opening the garage door, they quickly ran out the back. My neighbours saw them as they jumped over my fence. They didn't steal my MacBook or my Xbox One or PS4. They were, however, able to steal our iPod and my iPad. The scary thing is, if that I had have come home a few minutes before them, I could have been in the house when they come in, or what if they decided to hide in the house and jump me? It could have got real bad. I'm just thankful that I did actually come in during the time that I did and they got scared and ran off. The thing was, they already outnumbered me. Who knows what could have happened. Hiding from the Man Outside by Cast So Cool. This isn't my story but my cousin's. So Back in the early 90s, my cousin and her family lived on several acres of land in Texas Hill Country. Back in those days, it wasn't as touristy popular as it is now, and getting from one place to another meant an average drive of 45 minutes to an hour just to get to another town or to go to get some groceries, which meant that they were all used to driving very far and not seeing that many people. There were also not that many people around, so they didn't have many neighbours. My cousin at the time worked in town, and my uncle, aunt and two other cousins had jobs, and they're either at work or in school on this particular day. My cousin, Sandy, was very tall and attractive, with your typical lifeguard body. On this particular day, she got off work early and headed home alone. They lived in two trailer homes on the property, with the main one having a huge bay window in the kitchen that had windows open for a breeze, since they lived up on a hill so they could keep it pretty cool that way. The second trailer home door was lined up to one of those doors on the first trailer home in the back, so they were both connected to each other, if that makes any sense. With the one with the bay window being in front and the second smaller home connected at the back, there was also this huge porch that was connected to the front door and one window. My uncle also got the fantastic idea to tint the window, since there was no curtain or blind next to the door. In other words, you could see outside but nobody could see in. So Sandy gets home and is walking around doing stuff when somebody knocks on the door. She didn't hear a car pull up and wasn't sure who it could be, but she was alone, and so she peeked out the tinted window and saw a man standing there by himself. She had seen him before though on the walk home, and figured that it was just one of the neighbours somewhere further out, and didn't think too much of it at the time. He keeps knocking and she remains silent. Then he says something that chills my bones. "I know you're there. I saw you come home." She grabs a cordless phone and hides in the hallway. At the time that she does this, she can then hear him leaving the porch and starting to walk round to the other trailer homes. She could then hear him saying, "I know you're in there, just open the door," from the open bay window, and she hears him moving around the homes and continuously knocking on different parts of the house. She goes into her parents' closet and calls the cops and hides in there. Mind you, they are miles away from town, nobody's around, my cousin is completely alone, and these are the days before cell phones. I don't know how she managed to not have a panic attack or faint hiding in the little closet, because that's what I would have done. Eventually, the cops did show up there, and they were able to get the guy. He apparently lived in some area in some ghetto, and he lived in a shack according to my cousin. When they busted him, they also found some drugs on him. As this is happening, my biker uncle gets back home from work and the officers inform him about what actually went on. They then put the guy on the porch, and my cousin identified him as the guy that was knocking through the tinted window. As the cops put him in the car, they leave the door open and tell my uncle to go ahead and say whatever he needs to say to him. I think everybody knows that the guy probably wanted to do something to my cousin. The cops turned their backs, and I don't know if my uncle hit the guy or threatened him or what, but all I know is that he never come back. My long-term stalker in college by Billow 2112.
A couple of years back, when I was in college, I was the victim of a long-term stalker. This is a pretty long story, and really builds on itself. I have cut it down to be a bit more coherent, but I have not changed any facts. Also, quick note in the texting sessions, the things I say are always prefaced with me. The other stuff in quotes is the stalker. Also, I'm a male and was 20 at the time. It started out fairly innocuous. On Valentine's Day, I started to receive secret admirer type text messages from an unknown number. I assumed it was a friend of mine playing a joke, as I was in a room with a handful of tech-savvy people at the time. I tried to gauge their reactions, and asked if anyone was messing with me. They all denied it, and I believed them. They're pretty bad liars. It was further confirmed that it was none of them when I got a phone call from the number. A voice on the other end said,
"Is this?"
my name. I replied, "Yeah, who's this?" hoping I could identify the voice. At that point, they hung up and resumed texting. At the time, a lot of my friends lived together, and the people who didn't live there and enjoyed pranks weren't really committed or knowledgeable enough to sign up for a fake number texting service. Things started to get weird when the person began asking pretty personal questions, including repeatedly asking,
"Are you doing something tonight?"
to which I replied, "Yes, I was working." But they kept insisting we should meet up. On top of all this, I was getting various images sent to me from a separate email, username at textnow.me. This confirmed it wasn't a real number, and I now had a username to connect to the person. I don't know if it was their intention, but I actually enjoy trying to figure out shit like this, and took it upon myself to expose this person without giving away anything about myself. So I kept it up. I texted them back for a while and dug more and more information out the person, compiling it into a profile and eliminating possibilities. Unfortunately, this just encouraged them, as they insisted I send pictures,
"Take pics. Pics add to the convo,"
etc. Then they sent a weird one. A white lacy dress hanging in their closet, with the accompanying text,
"My wedding dress for when I marry you."
various heart and love emojis.
"Pic of your reaction."
Me, no.
"Why not, please? Pics of your surroundings, please. Your room, your face, anything more."
Me, you gotta tell me who you are, otherwise I'm definitely not sending you any pictures.
"I'm not telling you who I am until I feel comfortable."
You've gotta be fucking kidding me. You're the one who's uncomfortable. They continued to pry about where I was going to be that evening, and I still refused to give details. They then dropped where they were going to be, a party on campus that night. I couldn't go regardless, I was working. I should also mention that the texting conversation was all over the place. It was like 3 different people were all trying to talk to me about different things all at once. Again, I was bombarded with personal questions about past relationships and what kind of girl do you find yourself most attracted to. There was a little bit of back and forth, nothing too interesting. Then I got another bombshell. They asked if I lived in apartment 68, which I did. I lied. Me, close but not quite.
"Oh, could have sworn. Where do you live? Are you involved with anyone at the moment?"
I recognised the style of apartment they were in, based on a picture from earlier, so I decided to throw a curveball. You live in this complex, right?
"What? How do you know?"
Me, I recognise your door. All the shitty apartments had the same colour door frame, which was visible in the edge of a picture they sent me. The conversation kind of fizzled out here. I didn't go to that party, and I didn't get any more texts. Among the pictures they sent me were some screenshots of my Facebook, photos of their bed, a pipe, some posters, pretty boring stuff. So that was February. Fast forward to October, the following school year. I was a senior and busy as fuck. One evening I got a text from an unknown number.
"This is..."
My full name. I played dumb, pretending like I wasn't freaking out. After many months, this person was contacting me again, and I still hadn't figured out who it was. These questions were instantly more personal, and really weirded me out.
"Don't ruin the fun. Not knowing who I am is part of the mystery. I won't tell you who I am. Not now. Too much to lose. I don't want you to know. Not because I'm being cruel. It's just better if you don't know."
Me. That doesn't make sense.
"Trust me. You don't want to know. You're better off not knowing. Trust me."
Me. Okay, whatever. Why are you texting me again?
"Are you mad at me? I just have no one to talk to. Does my personhood really matter? Can we talk about something else?
Me. Like what? At this point I'm pretty tired of this shit, and trying to work, but I do want to see if I can pick out any more details, so I'm doing the bare minimum to keep this going.
Do you celebrate Halloween? I guess I'm boring you. I have a better question. Have you ever been in love?
Me. No.
How do you know it if you've never experienced it? For a response so extreme, you would think you've experienced it before, but I guess it's a matter of perspective. You must be a godly man then.
These texts are coming as fast as I can keep up.
Was that too harsh?
Me.
What a response, bye.
Explosions and violin emojis. The next day, around the same time, I got another text. Keep in mind the person is referring to their friend, but I honestly believe this friend is made up.
I was talking to my friend about you today.
Me. Who's your friend?
Don't you want to know what we talked about?
Me. Yeah, sure. Then like 3 hours later they replied.
We just talked about how you seem like the type of person to fall in love quickly. You're a sap. Not in a negative way, just an observation. You're like wishing for the one.
Me. Lol.
All you care about is finding my identity. That would be the most awkward thing ever. Why so eager? Wouldn't you be weirded out?
Me. No, probably not. This was a lie.
We've been in class before.
Me. What year?
Maybe if you got to know me you'd figure it out.
Me. Okay, tell me about yourself.
Hey, why didn't you comment about the observation my friend and I made? Say how you feel.
Me. What does that even mean?
Say how you feel. This makes me uncomfortable. You never asked me any questions.
I started messing with them, asking really random questions. This made them really mad. Me. Do you like cats? Do you like long walks on the beach?
I live by the beach.
Me. Which one?
A famous one. A lot of people have sex on the beach under a blanket at night.
Me. Near a city.
How do you like...
State of the town I'm from. Me. How do you know I'm from there?
The internet is my best friend. Are you nervous? You're just a boy. You're boyish. Let's admit it, nothing bad. It's cute. How old are you?
Me. You haven't figured that out already?
When's your birthday? The month and day please. Tell me now. I just want to know your sign.
Me. Virgo.
Oh my god, I like Virgos. You're obedient, submissive, like a puppy dog. Isn't that funny? I just laughed. Now I ask you a question. Have you been in a relationship before? Why did your relationship fail?
Me. I'm not telling you about this. This is annoying. Then they sent a ton of different photos from Google.
My friend asked me to ask you something, but I don't think I will.
Me. What?
Can we change subjects now? How was your day? Mine was bad, but I don't want to relive it again. It was something I did wrong, so I have myself to blame. She wanted to ask something intimate, but I'm not going to share, since you don't like talking about that. It's extreme, you're probably not going to answer. I feel sick asking it. You don't have me. I'm just the messenger. I'm embarrassed. You're not going to answer.
Me. I could.
Okay, so... we really want to know if you're a virgin or not. Scratch the virgin part. Ever had intercourse is a better phrase. I knew you wouldn't answer.
I didn't answer, and they didn't write anything else. This was all October. This is December, the end of semester.
Hey,
Me. Who is this?
it's me. I can tell you who I am when I leave campus. I'm never going to see you again, but I can tell you who I am.
Me. Alright, tell me.
When I leave campus, I'm never going to see you again. I'm going to be gone. You're so serious. Hello? I'm leaving next week, so you're ruining it though. Now I just want to punch you. Sorry, I didn't mean to send that. I'm sorry. Oops.
Then they proceeded to call me multiple times. I denied every call, but they kept coming. I think there were 14 calls that night. Then a text from a new fake number. Oh my god. Sent from textnow.com. Me. Please, can you stop texting me? Then there were more calls, so I turned off my phone. The following week I was in the class ITAD. Students were presenting their final work on the projector, and I had queued multiple tabs on the projection computer. 2 different students had work on Google Drive. When the second student logged into their account, they didn't open a private window, so it logged on to their first student. Hope that makes sense. I saw this happen, but the first student wasn't in the room, so when she came back, I asked her to re-log in. We were both standing in the projection booth. She was on one end of the computer, and I was messing with the sound system and the other side. She was at one end on the computer, and I was messing with the sound system on the other side, but happened to turn and look at the projector screen when she was logging into Google. This hit me like a ton of bricks. The username she logged in with was the same username as the TextNow account that had been sending me photos. I quickly turned away and pretended to be busy with something until she finished opening her work. I thanked her and she left the booth without realizing her mistake. I tried to play it cool, but inside I was going crazy for the rest of class. After almost a year, I knew who it was. She finally slipped up, and honestly, I was more scared now than I ever had been. This person had a history of being pretty creepy around my friends, and although she had never personally interacted with me outside of class, all my friends had strange experiences. Side note, here are 2 abbreviated ones to fully illustrate the craziness. My friend Michael was working endlessly on his thesis in the building. He was about 50 hours into a no-sleep work binge, and it's like 7 AM. She walks in and starts working on a computer in the lab. Another guy, Dave, comes in and remarks about Michael. "You're still here." Michael said, "I've been working for days, starting to see things out the corner of my eye. Sometimes I see a tall man in a suit." She immediately turns around and says, "You see him too?" Michael has no idea what to say, and Dave makes a joke about it being a ghost of the building. Michael has no idea what to say, and Dave just makes a joke about it being the ghost of the building. She doesn't say anything and goes back to work. Another friend, Isaac, also worked late in the building, and sometimes would find her waiting outside the door around 3 AM, and she would follow him home. Occasionally she showed up outside his door at night, and demanded to be let in. One time, while I was actually at his place, she came to the back door with a peephole and knocked for upwards of 20 minutes. We pretended to not be at home and shut all the blinds on the front of the house and went upstairs. There's plenty more to tell about their interactions, including one where she attacked him at a party, but that's delving way into another story. So the point being, she kind of had a reputation in our friend group, and we generally tried to keep our distance. I had always assumed I was immune. Sorry to say, there's really no conclusion to the story. Someone advised me to file a complaint with the school and try and get a restraining order or something. I figured if we all talked to someone and explained our experiences, we could at least keep her from showing up at our front door. I had a meeting with a counsellor who seemed to really care and offered to look into it. A couple of weeks later, emailed me saying, "This student is going to be abroad next semester, so we're not going to do anything." I insisted that at least something temporary be put in place, and that although I was graduating at the end of the year, Isaac would be returning for 1 more year. Michael had graduated the year before me. They didn't do anything, but what did I expect? This school is pretty notorious for not giving a shit. I didn't run into her again, she hasn't texted me, and Isaac ended up taking a year off. So for the time being, this is where the story ends. I do have screenshots and all the photos, but I'm hesitant to share them in the interest of anonymity.
No Good Deed Goes Unpunished by Scrambled Debutant. This all happened in the fall of 1993 when I was 20 years old. In the interest of context, this was before I started going college, and I was working in the material prep department of plastics on the night shift. I was the only woman in the department, and my male co-workers were initially skeptical that I could even handle this job. I proved myself and earned their respect. I was working hard, but on the plus side, it also put me into the best shape of my life. On the plus side, I had also just dumped my abusive boyfriend. He was verbally, emotionally, and physically abusive. He was also an alcoholic. This fact, more than anything, is probably why I got myself into this situation. So I'd just gotten off work. It was about 1:30 AM. My car was running on fumes, so I then stopped at my local gas station to fill it up. While I was pumping gas, a woman about my age approached me looking scared and nervous. She said that she had been at her boyfriend's house and they had a pretty bad fight. She had then walked all the way to the gas station to use the payphone to get her friend to pick her up. On her way to the station, a car pulled up as she was walking and the guys inside started harassing her and catcalling. With a slight movement of her head, she indicated that a car was parked off to the side by the gas station dumpster. It was a large light green car, like a Caddy or Lincoln, with at least 2 or 3 shady guys inside. She said that they had threatened her and she was too scared to go and call her friend and just had to wait. Now the woman was neat and well dressed. She didn't look like she was drunk or high or anything like that. She just seemed really nervous and freaked out. So I didn't even hesitate. I finished pumping my gas and told her to get into my car because I would take her home. At the time, on a weeknight, there's very little traffic, so I booked it right out of the gas station and asked her where she lived. She kept twisting around in the seat to see if there was a car behind us, and when I asked her to put on her seatbelt, she ignored me and kept on looking for the car. I just assumed that she was scared. A few blocks down the road, I had then noticed that she was looking around the car and she started asking me for money. "Where's your purse? Where's your bag? I need money. Give me some money." My heart sank then. I have this woman in my car and now she's gonna rob me? But then when I think about it, robbery just didn't make much sense. I was driving a 1985 Chevy and was wearing my work clothes, so it was a ratty t-shirt, jeans and camo boots. So I didn't look like a person with a lot of cash, primarily because I wasn't. She twisted around in the seat again and started yelling, "There they are, there they are." She didn't sound so scared anymore. I checked in the rear view and sure enough, the light green car is right behind me. She started cackling and bouncing up and down in the seat. "My boys are gonna mess you up. You don't know what they're gonna do to you." And she started laughing like she was crazy. She then opened up the glove box and started looking around for stuff, and she was still acting really weird, telling me about how that her guys are planning to mess me up. Now, if I had have been smart, I would have just driven to the police station. Actually, if I had been very smart, I would have just called the cops from the gas station and waited with her until they arrived. That would have been the intelligent thing to do. Unfortunately, none of this crossed my mind until later. In the moment, I got really angry. I realised 3 things all at once. There was an intersection up ahead with cars on either side waiting to cross and the light had just turned yellow. I had a spare box cutter that I kept for my work in my driver's side door apartment, and this crazy girl hadn't put her seatbelt on still. I didn't think. I floored it and passed under the yellow light just as it turned red. I glanced back to see if the green car was still behind me, but the cross traffic at the intersection had started to move and they hadn't caught up yet. The whole time this crazy girl was still yelling at me. I then slammed on the brakes and she hit the dash and windshield with a solid and viciously satisfying crack. When she then rebounded to the passenger side seat, I got the box cutter up to her face and was screaming some pretty crazy stuff at her. I don't remember exactly what I was saying, but it was along the lines of, "Get out now, get out before I'm gonna cut your face in half, I'm gonna make you eat it." Turns out that Acting crazy and using the box cutter was enough to make her want to get out. She then blindly reached for the door handle and tried to pop the door open. I started shoving and punching her until she actually tumbled out of the door to the curb. I then slammed onto the gas and tried to get out there as quick as possible. I had a few more turns before I got to where I wanted to go, and I was very afraid that the green car might actually catch up to me. After a little while though, I had to stop to try and close the passenger door. I then cut across town and got onto the highway to go home. I was on the highway for about 5 minutes before the shake started. I pulled off to the shoulder to calm down and get my stuff together. I then drove home. I told my sister about what had happened, and I mean literally everything. She then wrapped me in a tight bear hug while simultaneously yelling at me for how stupid I was for not going to the police. I have never been so glad to be yelled at in my life. My mum used to clean houses. She quit after this, by Walt Disney. In the mid-80s, my mum was a cleaner in Australia. She would go and clean houses in suburban areas and would sometimes do houses in rural/wine regions. We lived near both at the time. She would leave business cards at local shops and get most of her business that way, and also got some through referrals and word of mouth. So one day my mum gets a call from this lady who sounded like she was around 60, asking my mum to clean her farmhouse. She made a lot of odd demands, and my mum would usually meet clients before taking on new business. In this case, the lady didn't want to meet my mum, and she said that she would leave the keys under the front doormats. My mum agreed, mainly because the lady was quite obviously wealthy and offering to pay my mum substantially more if she would reasonably accept her offer. So my mum went to the house on a Monday morning, and she already felt unnerved by the long driveway. The house was essentially in the middle of a very large and very empty property. She found the keys and started cleaning it though. About an hour into the clean, she hears the back door shut. My mum was told that nobody would be in the house, so she immediately felt unsafe. She stood frozen in the kitchen for what felt like 3 or 4 minutes, although it could have been much longer apparently. There was no other cars on the property. She wanted to leave immediately but had 2 more rooms left to do. Both were only bedrooms. So after a while of waiting, she didn't hear anything else, so she decided that perhaps it was just nothing, or perhaps something had fallen and it wasn't actually the door after all. So she then walked up the hallway and stepped into the bedroom. All over the bed were black and white photos. As my mum got closer, she realised that every picture was one of her. Some were taken at our family home, and many were taken at other people's houses that my mum would clean. Some were through windows or over fences. She used the house phone to call the police and immediately driven to the end of the driveway for her own protection. The lady ended up being investigated, but she continued to claim that it was a break-in. After some time, the police decided to stop investigating, and we ended up moving to a new town about 4 months later. Get Ready to Die, Little Kid by Salty Popcorn 2. This happened just under 2 years ago, in June/July during 2015. Bored, with nothing else to do, my friends and I decided to go on one of those pop-up fairs. They come up about once every year for about a week. It was really small, with only a couple of rides that we actually wanted to go on. One of which was a ride where you stand up, get strapped in and hold on to the metal bars at either side of you. It then spins in a circle. Now, I had never been on one of those rides before, so I really wanted the opportunity to go on it, so I paid my money and waited at the ramp for one of my friends, we'll just call her Lucy, to go and pay and come with me. However, as she got to the front of the queue, she suddenly stepped to the side and shouted to me, "Hey, I've got a really weird feeling. I'm going on the waters." Confused, I obligated and nodded okay, and go and head up onto the ride by myself. Sure, I was confused, but definitely not fazed. So I then go and stand to where the ride assistant tells me to, and I wait. It then starts to fill up, and 3 boys around 6 or 7 years older than me, I was 12 at the time, stand next to me, with 2 at one side and 1 on another. Weird, I thought. There were multiple places where they could have gone and stood together. The boys then start messing around with their seatbelts. Eventually, one of them manages to take it off. He nudges me. "See that, kid? It's off." And then proceeds to do a really creepy laugh like you'd see in the movies. Truly creeped out, I just stood there, not reacting to his gesture, and trying not to think about his potential intentions. He then starts fiddling with my seatbelt. I lean away from him, idiotically thinking that this would bring the seatbelt out of his reach. Of course, it stayed exactly where it is. He then looks up at me, smiles and says, as if to say, "Keep still." Again, I didn't react, I just stood there, until I actually felt my seatbelt sliding against my skin. He had managed to take it off. In a mad scramble, putting toggles and pushing fabric against fabric, I locked my seatbelt back in place again. It really isn't a strong seatbelt, it could easily break. These thoughts rushed through my head. I was distracted by the seatbelt remover person. You know, there really won't be enough time for you to put your seatbelt back on when you're spinning round, right? Possibly falling into the motors. He laughed again. "Get ready to die, little kid." At the same time as saying the last sentence, he began unbuckling my seatbelt once again. I presumed, as most of you read in this will, he was having some weird joke. That was until I stared up at him, his lanky body towering over mine, his vacant eyes staring at my chubby, stocky physique. I then helped him on his mission to unclick my belt. Click. I run to the exit of the ride, intending to reenact a scene of the Olympic hurdles. Of course, it's much harder than it looks to hurdle, so I do the ever classic, one leg over and the other leg on the other side roll over the gate. I was free. I caught up with my friends on the water car and hopped onto it with them before it started spinning. It wasn't until I told them what happened when I realised what could have actually happened if my seatbelt was taken off. The ride I had seen from watching in the queue and from the fair wasn't really going fast enough to provide the force you need to keep her at the edge. If I had fallen down towards the centre of the ride, I would have almost definitely been thrown into the mechanics. The protective fence that they had was only waist high, so there was no way that I would have been able to not flip over that fence. I truly believe that had he have unbuckled my seatbelt and I continued to ride, he would have almost definitely killed me. He really seemed insane. Oh mate, my new mic sound just come and I'm proper hyped up for this story now. It's so much better than my last one. Our Family Stalker by Lil Mouse Fufu. On October 2016, a longtime family friend began harassing my family. So I've known this guy since I was around 5. He worked at my dad's friend's car dealership. He was basically the guy who maintains the exteriors of the cars. My parents became fond of him because he looked so sweet, but they rather rapidly felt pity for him because he had such horrible hygiene habits. They'd often buy food for him, gift him clothes and things of that sort. Anyway, around 2015, this man gets a job right around the street from my mum's job. He saw my mum one morning and they just waved at each other. This man then starts calling my mum frequently. Now, my mum is extremely nice. Too nice. So instead of just not picking up, she would always talk to him. This guy then becomes obsessed with my mum to the point that she has to tell him to stop contacting her. And this goes well. Surprisingly, he actually stopped contacting my mum. So months later, he began to watch my mum. I mean literally, he will park his car in front of my mum's job and watch her. She even notices him, but she never saw it as a huge threat, so she never actually said anything. That's where things escalate. My mum was walking out of work with a co-worker one day. It was just a normal worker relationship. My mum catches a ride with the co-worker to a mandatory work event. So then she wouldn't have to drive home too late, as these events usually end pretty late. Meanwhile, this guy is watching them walk to his car. He suddenly thinks that my mum is having an affair with this guy and decides to follow them. So eventually they did arrive at this place, and my mum decides to stay in her car while the co-worker goes inside to check if it's the right location. The stalker then walks up to the car, opens the door, slaps my mum, grabs a knife from his car and slashes all of the tyres. Now, my mum's in complete shock. She immediately calls her co-worker to come outside. So after he comes outside, there's no sight of the guy. For some reason, her co-worker didn't decide to press any charges against him. He could have easily done so, and there were cameras outside this location. Now, my mum mentions none of this to my dad because he is really explosive, to the point that, realistically, he's probably going to get in trouble over this guy. So, everything is okay for a couple of days. But then, this guy starts calling my mum non-stop and leaving her threatening voicemails. The voicemails... The voicemail said something along the lines of, "If you don't meet up at a hotel on Wednesday at 1 PM, I'm gonna tell your husband that you're cheating on him." Now, this does in fact scare my mum a lot because my dad has a past with domestic violence, so she's scared my dad will believe him and beat her. So anyway, eventually Wednesday rolls around, and my mum gets out of her car and goes to work. As she does so, he's waiting outside. He literally waits there the whole day and watches her. She then calls my grandpa, who is an ex-military and ex-judoka, and not really a guy to play with. They immediately drive to my mum's job, but this guy starts harassing my grandparents, and he won't leave my mum's job. 1 PM comes around and my mum decides to call the cops. The dude then hauls across the streets and hides. He leaves his car at my mum's job, so the police then went to search for him and he's nowhere to be found. The phone calls continue and things only escalate. This man decides to vandalize my mum's car. He throws tar all over my mum's car while the car is parked outside. The car is basically destroyed at this point, and my parents have to pay a lot of money to try and fix it. Now at this point, my dad knows of the whole ordeal, and he's set on killing this guy. We tried to get my dad to calm down because my mum was just about to take out a restraining order. He then continues calling and stands outside my mum's job every day. This man starts driving to my house every day and begins to see me as a target. He leaves my mum threatening voicemails all the time, saying how he's going to vandalize my car. So at this point, I'm even more terrified. At this point in the story, my mum has had to call the cops on several occasions, but the cops say that they can't do anything because he's not physically attacked her. My mum decides then that she's going to finally petition for the restraining order, with the police reports and voicemails as evidence. So they set up a court date and give my mum a temporary restraining order until the court date is due, so approximately 2 weeks. However, this guy does not stop calling my mum. So my mum calls a detective in charge of her case, and this guy hasn't been served with the restraining order just yet. He was notified with the court date though, so he tells my mum that he has proof that she won't stop being called by him now. He then starts threatening the rest of us. I wake up one Saturday morning and my car has letters drawn all over the windows in nail polish. Luckily, we were able to gently scrape it off, but by now I am a nervous wreck. I start doing bad in my classes and I hadn't slept for about a month. He then begins to harass my dad with voicemails and phone calls, but luckily my dad didn't have any of this. So anyway, eventually the court date does roll around. This man shows up with his stepson, and his stepson starts talking crap about my mum, because of course he only knows this man's side of the story. The judge then does finally call him in and does the usual questioning, talking about the police reports, etc. The judge then asks him if he has anything to say or show, and he says, "Yes, I had the phone bill that shows that she called me more than 200 times this month." The judge says, "Alright, show me." Guess what? He didn't bring anything. There's no such thing. The judge nods her head and says, "Okay, I reached a verdict." He was found guilty and my mum was awarded a restraining order for life. We finally have peace in our family once again. Crazy Lady Hates Teenagers. Ma'am, I'm 20, by Nan the Cow Dog. I live in a small town and work in Avering Town. I get off of work last night at around 10:30, and at the time I was feeling pretty okay because I didn't have to work Easter. I was planning to go to Walmart, but I wanted to get gas from a closer gas station because I had their rewards card. Now, living in a small town, there's not much to do around here, especially if you're aged between 15 and 20, so going back at the last 3 generations, teens in this town, which I always call my hometown, spend their Friday and Saturday nights driving from AutoZone down 3/3 about 5 blocks, turning onto the South Main, driving 2 blocks, turning round in the pawn shop and driving back the very same way. I know that's boring, but there really isn't much to do that isn't illegal. So I went in and paid for my gas and noticed that there was a woman standing in the corner glaring out from the front of the gas station. I didn't think much about it, so I just headed back outside. The night was so nice, so the drag was filled with a few cars, and the AutoZone across the street was still filled with parked cars of people who were about my age. There was also a pickup full of high school boys across from me who were all minding their own business, getting gas and snacks. Suddenly, my mood is interrupted by the same angry woman who was in the store. She literally starts screaming in my face. I'm sure that she actually got some spit on me. "Get your ass home. I'm tired of all of you kids driving round at night. Get out of here," she screams, loud enough for the rowdy guys in the pickup next to me to go quiet. She then also said that I needed to stop having sex. I am a virgin. She keeps on yelling at me about how disrespectful that us teenagers are, and since I'd just gotten off work, I was still kind of brain dead and just blanked out until I heard my gas pump ticking off. And the lady was still screaming in my face, $13 of gas later in fact. She had worked herself into a sweat, she was breathing heavily, and as a somewhat overweight person myself, I could tell that she was having a very hard time, as it was thanks to her size. My mouth was just still there wide open. I pulled the pump out of my tank. I mustered up the only reason I could think of. Ma'am, I'm 20. I am just getting off work and I'm getting gas. Somehow, this crazy woman gets angrier and tries to step forward, and she's already too close when the boys in the pickup started laughing. "Hey lady, I'm 17, the driver yells. All of the other boys in the pickup then get out and start yelling about their age too. Crazy lady, now having multiple targets who are younger than me, goes to chase them. The boys are screaming and laughing as this 60-year-old lady chases them around the truck. I thought, screw this, and climbed back into my own. The driver of the truck, the only one who was still in the truck, looks at me as if to say, now what? So I mentioned to him that he should move on. He honks and yells for his friends to jump in the bed. 3 of them made it in, except for the one bigger kid, who I think said that he was 16, while the other guys just told her to go away. She then started to claw his arm with one hand, trying to push him to the ground with the other. Out of all the times for the cops not to be driving around, this was one of them. I then climbed out of my truck, mumbling to myself, no, thinking that I was gonna have to save a kid who wasn't exactly much younger than me from being killed by this crazy woman. Thank God the people from across the street saw, because they noticed and started laughing and screaming at this crazy woman. She then lets go of the 16-year-old and starts hobbling to the curb. The 16-year-old started to scramble, and I, already being tall, built and fitted with adrenaline, checked him quickly before throwing him into the cab with the drivers and telling him to leave now in my best mum voice. The driver nods and the other boys are still scrambling about the crazy woman, with the 16-year-old just nodding and holding back tears. He then peels off and is gone. I climbed into my pickup truck because I see the crazy lady is coming back, and I start it and drive up around her, telling her to go away. I decided to go on the drag, mostly because I didn't want to see this woman again. I drove off and went on to the drag 2 more times and seen the crazy lady still on the corner at the gas station with her arms crossed, flipping off every teenager who went by. I go past a 3rd time and she's gone. I'm wondering if she went home or worse. I went to one of the parking lots where the people parked to harass some more people. It was the latter. There she was in the AutoZone parking lot screaming at some girl before a guy got in between them. I stopped and watched. I was happy to see that they seemed to be able to handle it. I mean, they were just harassing her back, but there was a guy who had a repurposed scooter cart and he kept driving in circles around her. I drove off, and when it was getting late and time for the curfew, I pulled over and talked to the group and the guy on the scooter. Apparently, she had enough and just went off into the darkness behind the gas station. I pointed out that the houses behind the store are well known for meth heads, and she was more than likely on something. I ended up hanging out with them for the rest of the night. They were pretty chill. The scooter guy was hilarious. Now, I've never seen those guys in the truck again or heard from them. I just went home that night, and I hope that 16-year-old wasn't too scared. Stranger Under the Bed by Myra. I am a 22-year-old, and this incident happened 1.5 years ago. I had just moved into my first apartment and was in the process of moving in. The door that led into my apartment locks itself automatically when closed. So I was going to the entrance of the apartment complex to get my mail while on the phone to my boyfriend. I returned to the apartment and sat on my bed while opening the mail, using my phone simultaneously. I dropped the phone on the floor and it landed under the bed, so I had to lie on the floor to look for it. I then saw something that caught my eye. There was someone under the bed. My eyes widened. I choked the urge to scream. The person under the bed was actually facing away from me, so I could see his back, with his chest facing the opposite way. I couldn't see his face, and he didn't see me. Trying to be rational while so many thoughts rushed through my head, I picked up the phone and said, "Sorry, I dropped my phone. I'm gonna have a shower and call you right back." I then hung up. The bathroom is right by my bed, so I hesitantly walked in, quietly locking the door, turning on the shower, then jumping out of my window and calling the cops. They told me to wait nearby, but to wait across the building so that I was in a position where I could see if anybody comes out to the door of the apartment complex. This was during summer and it was still light out. I placed myself across the street, hiding behind a car while hatching my bathroom window open to the entry door. I called my boyfriend and he came to get me just before the police arrived. I gave them my keys and they went inside. Only moments later, 2 cops come out holding a thin and tired looking man. He was looking really crazy, like really off. He didn't try and escape. The police that had stood beside me and confronted me while the police were searching through my house told me that the man stood outside my bathroom door with one of my kitchen knives waiting for me to return. This man had somehow crept in through my entry door while I was getting the mail and then hid under my bed. The man was trying to hurt me. It turned out that he was actually homeless but was then placed into a mental hospital. My boyfriend moved in with me the very next day. The Ice Cream Man by Trek's Pizza Party. Growing up, I lived in a decent sized middle class apartment complex. Now all of this took place during 1988 to 1990. This means that I was about 4 or 5 during these events. Since there was only one driveway in and out of my complex, my mum pretty much let me roam around by myself from a very young age. My court or block was the first one that you passed after entering the apartment complex. I wasn't supposed to leave this without letting my mum know exactly where I was going to. Now, I was a very curious and social child. My mum actually called me the mayor because I knew so many people in the complex. I had overall a few run-ins with creeps and weirdos and definite pedos over the 2 years that I was living there, but nothing had ever escalated into any sort of worrisome incident. My parents were both pretty tough growing up and educated on really street smart stuff and self-defense, so it was only natural that I also learnt this, and that it's also okay to talk to strangers in certain situations because not everybody's bad, and they also told me how to tell when somebody might be a danger. At one point, we did have this particularly ugly, creepy ice cream man. He had a Billy Ray Cyrus type mullet, he wore spiky tank tops and had really bad acne. He was also really weird and had bad teeth and a weird nose. At this time I considered him in his 40s, but looking back on it, he was probably only in his late teens or early 20s. He loved talking to the other kids about wrestling. I went to his truck once, along with friends, and he was parked outside the pool. I didn't have enough money for something, so I said, "Oh, never mind," but he still gave it to me anyway for whatever money I did have. I didn't like the way he was too friendly and smiled at me too much, so if I heard the ice cream man, I'd peek out of the window to see where the guy was, and I always didn't get ice cream if I knew it was him. I didn't know how much time had passed between my first encounter with him and the last, but in between there were a few occasions where I was coming home or going to a different court for whatever reason, and as if I happened to be walking down the main drive, he would almost always pull up next to me like he was going to do ice cream on the sidewalk, and I'd just pretend that he wasn't there and cut through a court and hide. He would then holler things like, "Why are you scared of me? I'm nice, you're making me feel bad." Anyway, one day my mum said that I couldn't leave the court for whatever reason. My friend lived in the corner apartment of the court after mine, so I sat on my court nearest to hers and she sat on the corner. We were talking about tossing toys to each other and across a parking lot and whatnot. I had then heard the ice cream man mid-conversation. Even though I was at the other end of my block, he saw me when he pulled in. He then started driving towards me and I just ran and hid in my court till he moved further into the complex. I waited for what felt like an eternity until I didn't hear the music anymore. So I got up and walked back around the corner to my friend, but she had already gone inside. I picked up whatever toy I'd left behind as I turned to start going home. I then noticed that he's just sitting in the parking lot of the court across the main drive in his truck with the music off. I dropped what I was holding and go to pick it back up, and he's already directly across the street from me at this point, and he stopped. "Hi, what's your name? Can we be friends? I feel really bad that I scared you. I'm a really nice guy." He had on some tank top, and his hair was really greasy and his acne was really flared up. I remember just being so repulsed by him. My legs locked up because I was so scared, and mentally, I was trying to decide if I'd have a better chance escaping through the woods or take a chance down the main drive. "I can't have friends," my mum said, so... "Well, let me give you free ice cream. I feel bad." "My mum says I can't have ice cream." "Okay, you can have a candy or soda or snap bracelet." "Sorry, I can't cross the street, it's okay." "That's okay, I'll come over to you. You can ride in the truck and play the music if you want." I then realised that this back and forth was a losing battle for me, so I decided that the best thing I could do now was just to play along. "Okay, if you turn the truck around, I don't have to cross the street so my mum won't get mad." He'd then have to leave and immediately re-enter the complex to do that, and it would buy me about 20 or 30 seconds. He got way too excited that I seemed willing and he started driving, and I immediately took off running. I got home and my mum was on the phone with my dad, who was out of the state for that day. I told her exactly what happened and she made me tell my dad, and they said how proud they were of me and how I'd made really grown-up decisions. After that, unless I was out of town, I avoided all ice cream men at all costs. I still think about it to this day though, and I always tell this story to my kids that I babysit. I just hope that I was the one kid that he tried to bait, and there's no one else that had to experience what I did, because he's probably done a lot worse. The Maintenance Man by Lord Pumpkin. Tensions were high around our apartment complex when I was around 10. In a month's time, we had a man that committed suicide in the unit. We had a partial fire in the building that actually led to reconstruction, and there was a child that had been hit by a car who later survived. Even at such a young age, I still remembered having a pretty good grasp on what was actually going on. It had to be around the spring of 1997. My mother was single and raising my little sister, who was about 5 years older than I. She managed a different complex and would pick up us from school and drop us off at our apartment while she returned to work for a couple more hours. I also had 3 older siblings, but all of them had moved out, and at some point during their lives, they had to keep an eye on the 2 younger siblings. There was no money for a sitter, so the oldest just had to assume the role, and that was me at the time. For the most part, we were really quiet kids in our 2nd or 3rd story unit. We played with our toys, watched a little television, and sometimes played Saga or Nintendo. On this particular afternoon, I recall playing with a Dash Randa figure from Star Wars, while that my sister was doing whatever in the same living room. Suddenly, the doorknob started to shake violently. Now my heart dropped and I remembered that it was the first time I ever felt true terror. I rushed to the phone and paid my mum, and she dialed 911 to let the operator know that somebody was breaking in. I then got passed to the 911 operator and they assured me that help was on the way. The door handle was still being messed around with, but I was still nervous that if I had deadbolted the door it still wouldn't be enough. I was waiting there anxiously, and then There was some really loud bangs going on. It was almost as if somebody was ramming themselves against the door with their shoulder. Then it all stopped. The cops arrived shortly before my mum, only to find a note from the maintenance guy saying something like, "Air filter, check." Now, the maintenance guy claimed that he had announced himself verbally, but I knew that it was a lie. And of course, the cops did nothing, and my mum's complaint to the officers didn't yield much in this man being fired. Unfortunately, this wouldn't be the most unnerving part of my story. My mum said that the guy would just stare her down in the parking lot just to smile at her. The whole situation creeped all of us out and we wanted to move, but we just couldn't afford the expenses. One night, a couple of weeks later, I was awoken by a loud thud coming from the roof. Being so easily rattled from the previous event, I ran to my mum's room to wake her up. She checked around to make sure that everything was in place and reassured me that it was probably just a rodent. So I just assumed that it was nothing and decided to go to sleep. We went to school the next morning and we got dropped off at home like usual in the afternoon. My mum did a quick sweep of the place even before the attempted break-in, but this time something seemed very off. It was just very uneasy when we entered the apartment, and just as we walked in, my sister and I were ordered to stay downstairs by the front door while she went upstairs to investigate. We both waited there patiently, scared, and eventually my mother's screams confirmed our suspicions. She came barreling down the stairs and ushered us out of the door. We went to a neighbour's and phoned the police. She was going crazy, screaming that there's somebody in our apartment. The police responded pretty quickly and I was finally able to understand the situation. There was a walk-in closet that had a hatch that actually led straight up to the attic, and that was connected to the entire building's aircon/heat system. The shelves were pretty high, uplining the walls, and my mother walked in to find a dirty pair of men's tighty whities laying in the floor. This was enough to send her running for the phone to get the police. However, the investigation revealed something even more disturbing. The attic hatch had actually been disturbed. Just to add, the police had found full handprints on the shelves in the closet. The noises I heard the previous night were more than likely this man hoisting himself up and down into the crawl space using the shelves to climb. Shortly after, the guy got taken in for sentencing. I'm not sure exactly what he ended up getting. It just terrifies me to think that this guy was actually living there and he could have done anything to us. I Think I Saved the Girl Last Night by Zombies Lerp. Yesterday I had a crappy day and was required to work a lot of extra hours. We had just changed our time zone 1 hour, so it was already dark when I left my workplace. I was pretty stressed and was just driving home like usual. I then noticed that there was this girl on a dark street just texting. I think that she was waiting for the light to change. I was thinking that this is a pretty bad place to be just sitting there texting in the dark. That's when I turned and noticed that there was a guy like 50 feet away from her. He was just staring. I was about to go on my usual way, but I then noticed that he was just eating her with his eyes. It then suddenly hit me that this was a really bad situation. Oh crap. I go and park my car right next to the street where she was before. Just as I turn the corner, I notice that she's pushing him and forcing him away while screaming. I sprint as fast as I can and scream, "Hey, leave her alone." The guy turned and saw me. He then pushed her aside and ran like crazy. I then started to chase him and noticed that he's dropped a knife in the street while running. I then turned back to ask the girl if she was okay, and she was, and calmed down a bit. She told me that her phone got stolen, and she told me that it was just a value and it didn't matter that much. She was waiting for her boyfriend, so when he arrived I explained the situation. I shook hands with him and left. Night Vision by Whitney Cat. It was the summer before my senior year in college. My little brother always had interest in military stuff. He had actually gotten himself a pair of night vision goggles for his birthday, and he had then left them at my apartment. One night, I was bored and decided to go and try out the goggles at a wooded hiking area / nature reserve nearby. In retrospect, this seems like a really stupid idea since I was all by myself and I'm a female, but I was young and stupid and I got myself all excited at the possibility of seeing deer and other woodland creatures in their natural habitats during night time. I was familiar with these woods. My best friend and I had hiked there at night before and we'd never run into anybody else. For the most part, it's just rural and pretty safe, so I didn't anticipate any trouble. I parked in the little sparsely lit car park, ignored the sign that said park closes at 10 and entered the woods. I had my night vision goggles in hand. It was a half moon that night, and that was the only light that filtered down through the canopy of the trees. It was pretty dark, and I didn't want to put on my goggles until I'd found a place to sit down, so I lit my way with the mini mag light on my keychain. I had a couple of times that I thought that I heard a slight rustling in the woods in the distance, but it was nothing out of the ordinary, so I put it down to just animal activity, hoping that maybe it was a deer and I'd actually be able to see one. After I'd hiked in a fair distance, I found a fallen log that I could just sit on to try the goggles out. I don't know if you've ever used them before, but the effect is impressive to say the least. They can turn near pitch black darkness into bright as day scenery. Everything appears in shades of green, but they're still quite bright and clear. For a while, I really had a blast looking around from my fallen log vantage point. Some chipmunks played around in the leaves nearby, and there was a big owl that was illuminated by its eyes from a tree branch. Still no deers though, and I started to think that maybe I wouldn't be likely to see them anywhere. I sat right out there in an open log waiting, so I eventually decided that I should maybe look for a place that was a little more hidden. I made my way a little deeper into the woods then, finally finding a huge tree that was perfect for climbing. Now, I've always loved climbing trees, so it was nothing for me to hoist myself up a few branches and settle in and wait for deer. I really didn't see any though. What I did see though, lit up in bright green night vision tint after about 10 minutes of waiting, was this. There was a guy who was dressed in all black. He was literally in all black from head to toe. He was making his way stealthily through the woods. He was literally going in the same direction that I'd come from, and was clearly trying to stay hidden, moving from tree to tree and glancing around carefully before making his move. It looked very much like he was looking for someone. Now, it took me a few moments to notice that he was carrying something, and when I saw what it was, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. This guy had a big knife on him, a real big one. He was gripping it as if he expected to use it in the very near future. It wasn't deer hunting season either, and this is a nature preserve where hunting of any kind is completely prohibited. Now, at any rate, the guy was alone and not dressed like a hunter, and there were no deers in sight. Very few hunters kill their prey with their knives. I was suddenly in a very horrible situation. I was a young woman who was alone, weaponless, in the middle of the woods at night. Now, this was also the 90s, so there was no cell phones. Even if I had one, I wouldn't have felt safe using it, least to draw any attention to me. Now, I didn't know how he was able to see so well in the dark. I guess that his eyes had just adjusted. I was terrified that he was going to look up and spot me, so I sat there, afraid to move, afraid to breathe. I then continued to watch as he carried out his stealthy process of scanning the forest for who or whatever the hell he was stalking. I scanned around but literally couldn't see anyone, even from my high vantage points, and the sickening thought struck me that I might be his target. I then thought further back and realised that maybe the rustling sound that I heard initially was actually him. Then I thought back even further and realised that there was actually a white car that had followed too close behind me for most of my drive to the nature preserve. Now at the time I just thought, oh, this is annoying, but eventually I turned into the nature reserve car park and he didn't follow me any further and the white car just passed on its way, and I never thought anything of it. Why would I? Now, I was horrified though. If this was the car of that driver, he'd literally circled back and seen my car parked in the lot alone. It was obvious that if this was the case, then it would mean that he had come in after me. I sat there, paralysed with fear, and watched for what felt like an eternity. It was probably even half an hour or so. There was a heart-stopping moment when he paused right underneath my tree, and I'm sure he was going to look up and find me, but he didn't. After a while, he seemed to give up for whatever reason, and I heard him say screw it. He then started heading back in the direction he'd come from. That's the direction of the parking area. I stayed in that tree, wet with sweat and crying, until eventually the sun came up a few hours later. Then I climbed down and I was still terrified, ripping the little can of pepper spray on my keychain. I made my way to the parking lot as fast as I possibly could. When I got there, the guy had been there. My windshield had been smashed with a rock, and somebody had scraped all down the sides of the car with something sharp. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that obviously he had done it with his knife. I just thank God that that knife didn't end up sticking into me. I thank God for the night vision goggles that let me see him before he could see me, and I also thank God for the big trees with the sturdy branches. The most scary part is, had he actually found me at any point, I would have been helpless and he could have done whatever he wanted with people not around for literally miles. I would be completely helpless had anything happened, purely at his mercy. That Creepy Neighbour Kid by Catastrophic Headache. This takes place several years ago during the summer when my kid was 4 or 5 years old. We own a condo in what can only be described as the White Ghetto. Most of the houses here are multi-family units, and they were built as an effort to gentrify and clean up the area. Anyway, the people here are not that bad. There is a lot of heroin use going on here, lots of house fires, but for the most part it's relatively quiet. The unit that I live in houses 5 other families. My son and I spent most of the summer out in the backyard, and I never, ever left him unattended. I have always been careful and aware as I was sexually abused by a neighbour growing up. I trust no one. So anyway, one day, a boy showed up in our backyard. He was with one of the older neighbour kids called Brandon. His name was Max. Max was probably 11 or 12 years old, and instead of just sticking with Brandon and the older kids, he would always take up with the toddlers. That didn't ring alarm bells with me. When I was 11, my best friend was 5, but that was only because there were no other kids my age in the area, so I didn't think it was odd. But being the vigilant mother that I was, I decided that I was going to keep an eye out on Max, who seemed to take a liking to my son. They played together every day for several weeks. I would talk to Max, who was really down on himself. He told me, "My mum says I won't amount to much." I felt bad for the kid and told him that if he ever worked hard and kept out of trouble and got a good education, he could do things he dreamed of. He was a really charming kid, but it just always seemed to me that he was trying too hard to butter me up. He would constantly offer to watch over my son. "If you're going to take a nap, or anything, if you have things to do, I can watch on him for you." I always declined. Max would also offer to walk my son over to the ice cream truck when it come round the corner and ask for me to let him take my son over for a walk anyway. He would always act like he was dejected and try to make me feel bad for not trusting him. No. I never left my son alone with Max, and then one day, as suddenly as he appeared, he disappeared. One day, as summer began to fade into fall, I sat outside with Brandon's mother. "So did you hear about Max?" Of course she didn't. It turns out that Max took his 2-year-old cousin out into the woods for a walk. When they were found, the 2-year-old was no longer wearing his diaper and was clearly engaged in inappropriate behaviours. I'm so glad I never fell for Max's antics and didn't let him guilt me into time with my son. I don't know what I would have done if my son had ever got harmed. Creepy Weird Face Guy by Not-A-Troll87. A few years ago, in November-ish of 2013, I was assigned to Fort Jackson. Now, as a New Englander, I was pretty thrilled with the slower pace of life off post in South California, and I met super friendly people practically everywhere that I went. I missed my motorcycle back home, so I snagged one down there off Craigslist with the intent of shipping it back up north at the end of my temporary duty, and then trading it in for something bigger and better that I could use for longer rides than my little guy back home. That's a 1975 Honda 125cc. Anyway, I didn't know that I had to take some silly military motorcycle course, and this was back during the government shutdown when Jackson cancelled all of theirs, so my instructor demanded that I find a post offering the course and take it on a military installation. Fortunately, I found another installation that offered the course at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, which isn't too far away, maybe like 2 or 3 hours. I only had a little sedan, but my buddy swapped cars with me for a few days, and he then helped me load the bike onto his Toyota pickup truck, and that wasn't too hard because it was just a little Honda 250. Not wanting to be late, I left for Bragg at some ungodly hour at like maybe 3 AM. My GPS took me through back roads along open fields. The drive was peaceful and the roads were quiet. I was so excited because just a year before I had been searching for jobs back home with my crappy little economy car and no money. After joining the army, I was able to buy a nice car, get a little motorcycle, and go to parts of the country that I'd never been. If a year before that, you ever told me that I would be in Carolina driving a pickup truck with my motorcycle around at 3 AM, it would have been a huge shock to me. Anyway, I felt a great deal of pride and excitement and was a little high on life, corny as that is. Being in this new nice pickup truck, it was easy to want to barrel through these nice long straight desolate roads, but I kept it slow and steady so to not get pulled over. Eventually, I came up behind this beat up little American car. Maybe it was like a Ford Fiesta thing, I don't know. It was purple and had one person in the vehicle, just a driver. He was going really slowly, maybe 30 miles per hour, which was painful, but I stayed a safe distance away from him. So I was in no hurry and had plenty of time, so it was a nice drive and it was slow for a while though. Then, the guy suddenly goes to like 70 maybe, and that seemed a little too quick for these roads. Stupidly, I thought that maybe this guy was an old pro who knew that there were cops here, so I stayed with him, slowing down and speeding up like he did, but I stayed way back not to elevate any suspicion of him, and everybody hates it when trucks go really close behind you. So yeah, I know that seemed really creepy, and I was stuck with this guy at like 4 in the morning in the middle of nowhere, but I guess I didn't think about it. Besides, at the time I was 26, a girl with longish dirty blonde hair who wore makeup and looked completely harmless. Who in their right mind would ever be afraid of me? Eventually this guy pulled off to the side of the road, and that's when things started getting weird. It was largely my fault for assuming that everybody in the south was friendly and a heartbeat away from offering me some sweet tea. Like someone. Maybe he had car trouble and I wanted to check on him to see if he was okay. I rolled down the window, leaned over to the passenger side so he could see how non-threatening I am, and I said something like, "Good morning, sir. Are you okay? I wanted to check on you and that you're not just leaving here if you're having car trouble. I have a phone and if you need an AAA." At this point, it was very clear that I'm just a youngish, blondish female and was probably harmless, and the weirdo goes, "I was doing just fine myself until I saw you following me." You know, in some slow southern drawl. White guy, maybe 50, heavy, unshaven but not bearded. He looked unkempt in general. He was ugly and, in some odd hills of eyes sort of thing, he was lumpy / asymmetrical. Anyway, I felt bad that I had given him such a fright, so I tried to explain that I thought he knew that the cops were here, and that's why it seemed like I was following him and that I was sorry. Then I asked him for directions to brag because my GPS wasn't working, and I really wasn't sure where I was. At this point, I wasn't scared because I was in some huge truck, and he was just off at the side of the road. The guy basically started screaming at me, calling me every bad name under the sun, and something totally strange, and I didn't get what he was going on about. I was completely startled, so I said, "Oh, crap," and for some reason rolled up the window before shifting into drive, and he screamed, "I ain't letting no goddamn woman swear in front of me. I'ma put the fear of God into ya." I couldn't hear the rest. The window was shutting right at the same time he said God. It was literally like some huge what the hell moment. It was so weird. Before I can put the truck into drive, he tries to jump out and literally grabs my passenger side door. As I'm shifting into drive, he is pounding on the window with his terrifying looking face. It took me an extra second because I wasn't used to where the shift was on this new truck. That kinda scared me a bit, and for a second I had to pause stupidly, and I then looked at his face because I almost couldn't believe it. I'll never forget it. He had these crazy beady eyes and this wild look in his face. He looked really mental. He was literally screaming and spitting all over the window. It was like he had suddenly slipped into some crazy, frenzied rage. It was the scariest, angriest face I've ever seen. I literally just floored it out of there and completely freaked out. Sometimes I still dream about that guy. I really don't ever want to see him again. "4 AM Car Cleaning" by AJ Redinaculis. I felt I had to share this encounter because honestly, I never thought that I would ever experience anything like this myself. So here's some quick background information leading up to the night in question. I am graduating from university tomorrow, so I was determined to get an early night. I had gone round to my friends for a wee spiff, but I didn't do any wrong. I'm not a pothead, it was more of a celebration. Anyway, I remembered that I had to take my mum to hospital. Nothing serious, but she had to be taken and picked up. Then I remembered we'd rolled the joint in the car. Disaster, she'd smell it everywhere, so I made a mental note to stop and vacuum the car. We have a 24-hour petrol station really close to us. This is kind of off on its own though, if that makes sense. There's no houses or buildings surrounding it. I then pull in and look over the shop. They use a hatch after 12 and don't allow you inside, but I don't need anything. It had just ticked over 4 AM and I had to be up at 10, so I just wanted to get this done and get out of here. The vacuum machine was behind the coal shed, but it was very well lit. I cranked on some music on my phone and got to work. It was £1 for 4 minutes of vacuuming, so not that bad I thought. There was nobody else there in the lot other than me and one white van, but the guy inside was yelling wildly into his phone. Not loudly, I guess, just making a lot of gestures. I felt for him though, probably because this guy had been driving all night, but hey, I crack on with the work at hand. I then look over and I caught his eye. He looked away and I laughed. Love at first sight, I said to myself. I was in an amazing mood. Then things started to get weird. The summer sun was already starting to rise and the streetlights went out, including those illuminating the petrol station. It wasn't that dark, but it was noticeably creepier and I was keen to really get a move on. I then stared over towards a van, but it was noticeably creepier and I was keen to really get my move on. I stared over at him and the guy was watching me. He was still talking on his phone, but then something really weird happened. This began to make me really freak out. I saw somebody lean forward from the other seat and peek around the guy, then immediately slam themselves back against the seat. That's when I then realised that the guy on the phone was in the passenger seat and wasn't actually driving. I hadn't noticed it when I drove in, but I just shrugged it off and set the vacuum cleaner back, ready to leave. I threw all of my stuff back into my car and went to unlock the door when a voice said, "Excuse me." I swear I nearly had a heart attack. My heart was absolutely pounding, but I did recognise the voice. The petrol station was a Spar, the small chain of stores that I work in, and the guy who'd spoken was my old supervisor. He had moved to a 24-hour store not that long ago. He began to shout at me for using the vacuum so late at night, and the two guys in the van just sat there watching us, waiting for him to go away. Then he said something that made the whole situation get a lot more real. "I'm gonna have to ask you to come inside." We weren't allowed to let customers in past 11, even in the stores open until 12. This is a big no-no, especially as I knew I wasn't doing anything wrong. I then allowed him to lead me into the store, and he took me inside and put down all of the shutters instantly. He told me that he'd been watching the guys in the van. They'd been sitting there for nearly 3 hours. Little did I know, my old supervisor saw somebody get out of the back of the van, as he described it, then put a bit of masking tape across a few zeros on their number plate, effectively creating a new one. I began to panic. Looking outside, I then noticed that the van was gone. After checking the CCTV, it was shown that they sped away the minute I was taken inside the store. We then called the police pretty much immediately after, and they examined what little footage there was immediately. They took the tape and thanked us for bringing it to their attention. Now at one point on the CCTV, the guy who got out of the back of the van turned back into it, but as he's doing so, you can see that he has a knife in his hand. I realise this sounds a bit dramatic, but God knows what would have happened to me if my old supervisor hadn't been looking out for me. Always Trust My Gut by Manda8605. I went to a college in a town with a big university which I attend, a second school with about 5,000 students, and a technical college. So there's a lot of young people around me all the time. For context, I am a 5'11", slightly overweight female with broad shoulders, so people don't usually mess with me, but I do get the occasional creeper that says, "I'm a tall, cool glass of water," or "dem legs," and other body parts, etc. I live only a few blocks away from campus, so it was not uncommon for me to walk to and from classes. However, one night I had met with a group for a class project after class, and we were later than I thought we would be, so I had to walk alone at around 10 PM in the dark. I was fine on campus, and about a block after leaving campus I got a gut feeling that something was wrong. I knew that somebody was following me, and the most part of the town was already shut down. There was a pizza place that was open, but I just went past it. I look ahead and there were two girls walking ahead with pizza, carrying it back to their apartment or whatever. I decided better be embarrassed rather than be a victim. I yelled, "Hey friends, wait up." Now these girls were total strangers, and they turned around expecting to find a friend, or instead, there was just me, running and flagging them down, and behind her, a guy in a hoodie who stopped walking. They both got gut feelings that something wasn't right and decided to play along. "Hey girl, on our way to Brandon's party, you wanna come with us?" I caught up with them and pretended I needed to get something out of my bag, and we stepped to the side, and they were both giving me this freaked out look. At that moment, the hooded guy then passes us with this look of pure hatred and evil. His eyes burned into mine and he continued to walk. I ended up going to the party with my new friends. Later that night, we got a campus alert message that a student had been attacked a few blocks off campus, and the description actually matched the guy that was following me. We contacted the police and eventually the guy got caught. I still talk to those girls today, although we live in different parts of the country now. I'm sure glad that I never had to meet that man alone. My Paranoia Saved My Life by J. Bry. So this all happened a while back while I was in my early 20s and I was working at a little retail store in my town's mall. It was coming up to the end of the half day and I don't know how I noticed it, but there was an older man, probably 50, I'm not sure. He had walked past my store maybe 3 or 4 times now. Not consecutively either. It was just every now and then. Now, I worked in one of those little costume jewelry stores, so it was kind of odd for an older guy to be walking past it so many times, but I kinda didn't think anything of it. I don't even know how I picked up on it in the first place. It came to closing time and I had left to catch my bus about 6:30. I remembered it was transitioning into winter because it was dark out by then, and I'm a very paranoid person. I still live by the stranger danger rules, so even now, when I leave work I make sure that I change to an outfit less fashionable. I really don't like to draw any attention to myself in any way possible. I really cover up as much as I possibly can to look average. Anyway, I was waiting at the bus stop for my bus home, sitting by myself at the Two Towns Centre terminal. And guess who walks past? The older guy. At this point I felt kind of uneasy, but in my head I tried to make as rational reasons as I could, and it was obvious that people have to get buses all the time. Of course they do. My bus showed up eventually, and well, we can all guess who got on after me. I remember sitting in the seats facing inwards, the ones for wheelchairs and prams, and he sat at the first seat above the steps. I remembered staring forward and I could literally feel his eyes burning holes into me. I kept on trying to use my peripheral vision to see if he was staring at me, but I didn't want him to notice what I was doing. The whole bus ride I had waited to see if he got off before my stop, thinking that I was just being over paranoid and anxious the whole time. Until I pressed my button for my stop, that is. I literally waited until the last possible second to press it. As I stood up, he did too. I went to walk to the front of the bus, and he exited the rear at that moment. I then waited for the second he stepped off and sat back down again. I have no idea where the bus went after my stop, honestly, I didn't care. Now, I will honestly never forget the look on his face for as long as I live as the bus drove off. I have never seen such hatred and anger in somebody's face before than I did at that moment through that window. His face burnt into my memory like a photograph. It still absolutely terrifies me to this day. I have no idea what would have happened to me to this day if I got off the bus stop at my stop that night. But I'm sure glad that my paranoia was so intense that I didn't. The Reason I Never Forget My Gun Anymore by Graboid101. Before I type out my encounter, I'm going to describe myself to you so that way you can put yourself in my shoes and imagine just how helpless I would have been in this situation. I'm a 22-year-old female weighing in at 110 pounds. I stand 5'3". I'm fairly petite. My father is a retired police officer, so I grew up around guns. I've loved them since the first time that I shot one, and I was at a very young age. I remember I went out to get my CHL and some other stuff. I always carry my gun with me, but on this particular day, of course I'd forgotten it. It was around 11 AM on a Wednesday morning when I decided to head off to Walmart to pick up a few things for dinner later that night. I knew I wouldn't be there long. I only had a few things I had to get. At first, nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but I suddenly had the urge to speed up my shopping and get home. It was strange. It was an unfamiliar feeling of dread and nervousness, mixed with that uncomfortable feeling you get that somebody's staring at you. Although the feeling of being watched wasn't something new to me, this time, it was different. I felt threatened. All of my senses went into overdrive as I scanned my surroundings for danger. I found myself wishing that I hadn't left the gun at home. After looking around, I however didn't see anything suspicious. I then continued browsing through the aisles trying to remember what I was looking for. I'm not sure how much time had passed because that's what happens in Walmart, but at some point everything felt fine again. I was beginning to pick up a box of yogurt when I then heard a man's voice from behind me. "Ma'am?" I felt my face get hot and my heart jumped. I turned around and found myself looking at a police officer and a Walmart employee. Confused, I was thinking that I was about to get accused of shoplifting. I simply replied with a soft, "Yes." I was asked them to follow them. Now, I'm not sure every Walmart has this, but at the entrance or exit of the store, there is a room with a window and a small glass door. They're all covered by blinds. On the door is a big sticker of the city's police badge. This is a room that they led me to. Still confused, I walked in and sat on the chair the officer pointed at. There were 2 younger officers inside too, as well as another Walmart employee, a manager. I literally couldn't even begin to process what these men would eventually tell me. I can't remember what was said word for word, but I'll try and summarize. Basically, when I was shopping, one of the guys working noticed that there was a really sketchy guy following me. At first, he thought maybe the guy was with me, but as he continued walking, he noticed that the guy kind of had a drawback, or he would quickly go and look at some random products on the shelf every time that I turned my head in his direction. The employee knew for sure that this guy was a weirdo when he then pulled out his phone and started to aim it at me and taking pictures. The employee finally decided to alert a manager, told him to see for himself, and they decided to tell the police working there. They asked the guy to go with them, and I don't know how they ended up getting this out of him because they didn't go into too much detail about that, but they ended up looking through the pictures on his phone, at his text, and his call logs. He had been sending pictures of me and text, describing me to another person. He texted something like 5'2" to 5'5", 100 plus pounds, long black hair, fair skin, and also an estimate of my bra size, etc. Not only that, he had apparently had his eye on me from the moment I got there because he had also sent texts describing my truck and where I'd parked. The man he was sending these pictures to and things was responding by saying, "Looks good, waiting by the truck. Give me a heads up." They then asked me if I wanted to see the pictures and texts. I declined. I couldn't bring myself to. already feeling sick to my stomach and really angry. The cops did then offer to look over my house for the night, but I declined. Honestly, I just wanted to get home and leave everything away from me. Though my story is only brief, it's nonetheless terrifying, or at least to me it is. So I was in a Walmart late one night, and I bumped into a guy. He looked kind of off and almost like something was wrong with him. His forehead was really sweaty and he made me feel instantly scared. I said sorry and he said it back and just wandered off. I continued on with the rest of the shopping that I needed, but I suddenly heard sirens. As I stepped outside, it turned out that that guy had literally just stabbed 3 people. Emergency service response units were just arriving on site. They didn't know where the guy had ran off to. One More Reason Not to Go Walmart by Cricket the Rat Queen. So this took place only a few months ago, sometime in early July. My friend was over to mine and we had to make a run to Walmart. It was about 9 PM. It wasn't too late, but this was a time that my mother wouldn't normally let me out and about. But given that I was graduated, my mum decided to let us go. We had a quick plan to go and get some garbage bags, something that should have taken 5 minutes tops. It ended up taking half an hour in reality. We got in there, got the garbage bags and started to walk around for a bit. We kind of just fooled around, browsing and talking, whatever. During this time I noticed that my friend was acting kind of weird, but I brushed it off. We were standing in line ready to check out, and my friend then leaned in close to me and said, "Do you see that guy?" I glanced up, but I didn't know what she was talking about. I still feel really guilty about this, for being too dumb to notice. We started walking away after checking out, buying only garbage bags so it didn't take a long time. As we were leaving, she started to explain it to me. There was some dude that said hi to her, and being polite she said hello back. She did get a really weird vibe from him, and she saw him again at the checkout. Both of us, however, just brushed it off as her being paranoid. We then got back in the car, and just as we did, we saw him again in the parking lot. Again, no big deal. Deciding to play it safe, we decided to wait until he left. Turns out, he did have a couple of guys with him. They pulled over on our left, leering at us through the car windows. It was nearby dead silence in that car, but I could swear you could hear our hearts frantically beating. Even when writing this, I start to panic. The car of guys quickly sped over, parking next to us. My friend immediately floored the car, putting it in reverse and speeding out of the parking lot. They then followed us. We honestly thought that we were going to die, whether it be from going 80 miles per hour or by the group of weirdos. We quickly got out of there, making a turn onto some random road. We thought that maybe we had lost them, but it actually turned out they were behind us the whole time, going just as fast as we were. At one point, they ended up passing us and waving before pulling into a church parking lot ahead and then turning around to be behind us once again. At this point, we were going 80 in a 35, getting closer to my house. Neither of us wanted to lead the guys to our homes though, so we thought fast. Nearby my house, there's a little store where you can buy cigarettes, alcohol and candy, pretty much a gas station without any gas pumps. We then got to the back of the store and quickly parked up and moved towards the back. One of the workers outside then approached us. We were still in a really panicky, worried state, and we explained everything to him. Luckily, the guy understood exactly what was happening and started to go up front. We peeked around the corner, and lo and behold, the group of guys were standing there around the front. My friend and I proceeded to sneak in through the back. Now once in there is a deli station on the left side, and to the right is where the alcohol is. My friend ducked into the deli station and I hid out on the right side. There was a female worker in the deli and my friend made a signal for her to be quiet. The worker pretended that we weren't there at all. A couple of minutes then passed of us anxiously waiting, and we then hear the front door open. I peek around the corner. It's one of the guys. I then dart out and hide in the back. My heart's racing, hoping that he doesn't come back here. After waiting a few minutes, the guy worker from before comes in through the back and tells us that the guys are gone. He chewed them out. Oddly enough, they flat out admitted that they were following us. When the guy worker pretended to be family, they quickly backed off, claiming that they were only going to get beer. It just scares me thinking of how long they could have actually been stalking us for, and what they could have actually been planning. Followed home by the femme question. My boyfriend is in a band, and my sister and I always go to the gigs. He lived in a small city outside a larger city that he always plays in, and we were heading to his house afterwards. My sister and I decided it would be funny to buy him a card and scratch out half of it to make it fit for the first gig of the year. We decide to go to Walmart. As soon as we get inside, we are followed by two men, both in their mid to late 20s. At the time, my sister and I are only 18 and 20 respectively. I've been followed in places before, and it's always an uncomfortable experience, so we try and lose them. Eventually, we do. To do so, we had to fast walk through some aisles before going back. We then buy the card and some snacks and head back out to the car. We then sit in the parking lot for a bit as we scratch out what we wanted on the card. We then start to head over to my boyfriend's house. But the guys were watching us from across the parking lot. They then peel across and start following us. At this point, I notice I'm really freaking out. My boyfriend's house is not on a busy road, so we know they're not just happening to go the same way. I call my boyfriend about halfway to his house, and the two guys follow us very closely. I explain to him what's happening, so he comes outside and waits for us on the porch. We then pull into his driveway and stay in the car for a minute. The guys then drive by really slowly and then speed up down the street. My sister and I go inside, really shaken up. We notice for the next half an hour or so, they drive by several times extremely slowly. We lock the doors and windows and put the blinds up. That night, we all slept in the living room. I haven't seen them since. We Have a Security Issue by J. Rogers 42. This happened to my mother about 10 years ago in the Midwest. My mum is a very beautiful and genuinely sweet person, so she tends to attract the wrong people sometimes. But we could never wrap our heads around this situation. My mum had been shopping at our local Walmart for about an hour, and after she was done paying, she activated a security alarm at the door. It turns out that she had brought something that hadn't been deactivated at the register, so no harm was done, and she heads out to the parking lot. As my mum is loading her groceries into the car, a Walmart employee walks up to her. He then proceeds to tell her that they have a security issue regarding her and that she needs to come back inside immediately. My mum assumed that it was something to do with the alarm going off and then follows the guy back inside. She was then taken to the security office and they asked her if she was shopping alone, which she was. They then showed her the surveillance footage. From the moment that my mum walked in, there was a man following her with a video camera filming her. You can see from the parking lot footage that he literally followed her from even outside. He then followed her into the store and out again and watched as she got into her car and continued to film her. The moment that the Walmart employee walked up to my mum, he immediately drove off. The police were then called, but they were luckily able to find the registration plate on the car. It turns out it was from a rental company in a town about 2 hours away. Now I'm not sure why, but they weren't able to find that guy. I hate to think to this day what he was planning to do to my mum. Just thinking about this situation scares me. What They Don't Tell You About the People of Walmart by Eggy Zazila. I worked as a Walmart cashier for a little over a year. I quit in August of 2015 when I went away to college. As a cashier, you see a lot of people in a day, especially at Walmart, and after a while, you don't even see people's faces when you look at them, but there are some people that you often see that you start to recognize, sometimes even learning their names. One particular person like this was a guy. He would always come in the same green hoodie and Chicago Bulls Club baseball cap. That guy would seek me out no matter how long the queue was. He would just stare at me and rarely said a word. Whenever he did say anything to me, he would always lean across the register to get closer to my face. He really began creeping me out, so I decided to ask some of the other cashiers what they thought of him. Apparently, he had never been like that around any of them. One girl even said that he was a close family friend. After that, I dropped the issue. One night after I'd been there for about a year, I was working a 2 to 11 shift. Those shifts were always the worst because you would be there for 3, sometimes 4 hours, and you were literally in front of all the managers. The worst part was that it takes out a good chunk of your day where you can actually do anything. So I'm down on the self-checkout and it's about 10:15, so I'm counting the minutes until I can shut it down at 11. Just as I'm standing there, I see the creepy guy come round the corner. He literally does a beeline from the front doors to go over to my podium. When I see him come in, I instantly get nervous. He walks up to me and says, "Can I still buy a phone card in electronics?" I told him I only worked as a cashier, so I didn't know anything about electronics, but he could go back and check. He seemed peeved up by this answer and he walked away without even saying another word. 10 minutes after that, he comes back up to the counter with a prepaid phone. He says that there's no one at the register in electronics, so I have to activate his card for him, and he handed it to me. I told him to have a good night, but he then pushes the card back at me without even saying a word. I say, "Is something wrong?" Which he replies, "These minutes aren't on my phone yet, are they?" I was really confused by this because he had literally only just bought the card. I shook my head and he then waved the card in front of my face. "Why are you just standing there? Reactivate my phone." When he talked, he was way too close and I could smell his breath even. I was getting scared. I wanted to put in a call to CSM so that somebody would come down to help me. This is the point where I should probably mention that I'm only 5'3" and he is closer to 6'5" and very stocky. He's literally towering over me and he could have easily overpowered me, but I know I should have done something. I was taught never to yell or cuss at anybody because my dad taught me that way. I simply took the card out of his hand and slammed his phone onto the scanner. I knew that I had never put minutes on a prepaid phone before because I didn't dare tell him that in fear of what he might have done to me. I decided to read the directions. I picked up his phone, dialed the number, and as I'm putting in the card number, his phone runs out of minutes. I try calling him back and it gives an error message. I am at a loss. I meekly handed him his phone back and said, "I'm sorry, something went wrong, I don't know what's happening." As soon as I say it, he takes his phone, opens it up, tries to dial someone, and when it doesn't work, he looks back at me with furious eyes. He screams, "What did you do to my phone? Tell me now." His voice was so loud that it echoed around the store. Now the thing is, nobody was around because it wasn't close to the shifts changing over. He then opens up his phone again and tries to make another call, but while it doesn't work, he this time throws it down onto the scanner. He then says, "I don't know what you did to my phone, but you better fix it." This comes out more quietly. He's practically whispering. At this point, I'm really worried that he's gonna put his hands on me, so I decide to put in a call for a CSM from my register. I then say, "I've called someone that might be able to help, but we're at a shift change right now, so it might be faster for you to go and take it to customer service." He then picks his phone up off the podium, still mumbling under his breath that I messed up his phone, and I'm hoping that I can get out of there before he comes back, or at least have someone else down to help him other than myself. Another 15 minutes then go by and I don't see him. I then begin to pick up the items left behind by people at the registers. I'm getting ready to shut them down for the night, but just as I'm doing that, he comes back and stands by the podium. He still looks completely furious and it made my heart sink. I was so scared. He then made that finger motion that means come here without saying anything, and for some reason, that made me even more scared. When I'm standing in front of him, he leans so close to my face that I think he's about to kiss or bite me or God knows what. I tried to take a step back, but he steps forward again. A creepy grin then comes across his face as he says this: "The girl up there fixed it. Simple fix, but next time, I expect you to do the thing, understand?" I nod because I don't think I can speak properly. He gets impossibly closer before saying, "I'm sorry I raised your voice. I should never have done that, especially not to a pretty girl like you." When he says the last part, he uses his finger to slightly brush my bangs to the side. I took a step back and he says, "Let me make it up to you. Let me buy you a drink." I shook my head and said no thank you. "I'm only 19, he says, "so we'll get a couple of beers and go back to my place." Again, I shake my head. "No, really, it's okay. I'm not much of a drinker. I have an early morning tomorrow." He looks displeased with this answer. "Tell you what, I'll wait over here by that door just in case you change your mind, okay?" I smile at him weakly and tell him to have a good night. When I see him walk through the security doors, I quickly shut down the register. I then run over to find a CSM to tell them about the whole thing. The third shift CSM that I tell looks at me like I'm lying, and when I'm finished, he says, "I know that guy. He wouldn't hurt a fly. He doesn't have it in him. You're being so dramatic." She then turns to another older cashier behind and shakes her head, mumbling, "Teenagers." I then say, "Is it okay if I have somebody walk with me to my car?" But they then tell me that all the managers are in a meeting and the security guy already went home. So I just clocked out and went to the bathroom. I waited in the bathroom for about 10 minutes before finally going out and attempting to get to my car. When I walked around the corner through the security things, he wasn't sitting on the bench right there like I'd expected him to be. I relaxed a little before I realised that he was in fact just standing outside the door, far enough away to keep it from closing, smoking a cigarette. He had his back turned to the door though, luckily. I have never went out the front doors so quickly in my life. I always went straight down the corridor and out to the side door. I quietly closed the door behind me so maybe I couldn't catch his attention by doing so. I then rushed to my car, which fortunately was very close to the building. As I'm quickly walking to my car, I hear him shout out, "Hey, why are you avoiding me? Come here." At this point, I take off into a full sprint, which is not easy because of the shoes that I'm wearing. I get to my car, lock the doors, and I'm starting it, and I'm not even bothering to put on my seatbelt. By that point, he made it almost all the way to my car and was still yelling at me, telling me that he just wanted to talk. I took off as fast as I could and took the longest way home with the weirdest turns I possibly could. When I got home, I told my dad about the experience, and he was so angry that nobody had answered my calls or believed me when I told the store management what had happened. I was never contacted about this complaint I made either, but from that night on, whenever I saw the guy, I would run to the bathroom or get away if I could. I would put out my lane closed sign and turn off all of the lights where I was so he couldn't even get in my line. You always hear about people saying about the people of Walmart as being trashy, but they never tell you about the select few who are scary as hell. So late one night, I realised that I needed to get some groceries. I checked in the fridge and realised that there was practically nothing in there. No biggie, I would just have to simply head out to the local supermarket, and for me, that was Walmart, and go and pick up some things that I needed. So, that's just what I did. I got into my car and began heading towards Walmart. I parked my car and went in like normal. I did everything like I intended to, picked up all the food and stuff I wanted and went to pay at the till. Just as I got to the till, I felt somebody behind me. It almost felt like they had some kind of lurking presence, if that makes sense. Maybe it was their energy, but something just felt very off about them. I turned around and tried to ignore it, and I suddenly got a tap on my shoulder. "Hey, what's your name?" It turned out that this was an elderly gentleman. I then felt bad about my initial paranoia, and I decided to explain myself a bit. "Hey, my name's Dave." Sorry if before I even got to finish, this massive smile came across his face. "I like that name, Dave," he said, as he then wandered off into the dark. I have no idea where he was going or what his intentions were, but it scared the life out of me. I then quickly paid for my groceries and decided that I was going to hurry to my car. Now I can't lie, I have never been more paranoid coming out into a parking lot before in my entire life. I wasn't too unsettled though, because I really thought maybe he was just messing with me, or kind of crazy. I don't know, sometimes I give strangers the benefit of the doubt too much. I did get to my car and took one last look over my shoulder. I saw somebody watching me from off in the bushes. Just as I allowed my eyes to adjust to the darkness, I could see that same horrible smiley grin looking back at me. I didn't need a second to think. I turned straight to my car and went to put the key into the door. Just as I did so, I was met with a giant love heart scratched into the side of the door with my name and Mark written in the heart. There was also 2 candles that I could see on the other side of my car. I didn't need to stay around any longer. I'd driven out of there as quick as I possibly could. I got home and reported the incident to the police. Obviously, they couldn't find anything. I have been paranoid ever since that day that I'm going to meet him again. I hope that he's not still thinking of me. Walmart Guy by Tade311. This was 14 years ago. I was 19 and had literally just moved into my first real house that wasn't a dorm. I was there with roommates that I actually picked too. We decided to head out and go to Walmart to pick up some house things and whatnot, and all 6 of us decided that we were gonna head out. It is myself plus 4 female roommates and one of the roommates' boyfriend that we'll just call Daniel. So we headed to Walmart in my 89 Barocco too. We get there and started shopping in a perfectly normal fashion. I mean, We were being loud and obnoxious like young adults do, but nothing out of the ordinary. Now, for the story's sake, I need to let you know that I'm a talker. I talk to everyone. I compliment strangers, say hello if we make eye contact while walking, that sort of thing. I will not say that I do not know a stranger because I am terribly shy when I'm alone, but in a group, I'm very outgoing and friendly. That was my mistake. We were 2 hours into Walmart and we passed this guy that was probably our age, but I can never tell. As I glanced up at him, we make eye contact, so I feel obliged to say hello. I do that and we go on our merry way. Only, he went about our merry way. We are in the store for a solid 45 minutes. I haven't even gotten halfway through and he crosses our path again. He walks up to me with his head down, sticking his hands out, and then says, "Here," and then rushes away. It's his phone number. Oh man, that's super sweet. I know that I have no intention of calling him, so I actually feel a bit bad, and maybe it's just a nice gesture, or at least I thought. It has now been the better part of 2 hours, going down every aisle, discussing as adults what we do or don't need. And just as we go down the next, we cross his path again. This time, he stops in the middle of the aisle and just stares us down as we pass him. I'm a little weirded out, so Daniel grabs my hand and starts acting like my boyfriend. The guy then proceeds to follow us throughout the remainder of the journey. We then get to the checkout and there are 5 girls, each with a full cart, and we then see him 4 lanes away checking out with a soda. Daniel is getting uneasy and annoyed, so he grabs my wrist and loudly shouts, "Let's go, babe," or something like that, and we walk out. He then walks out with us. We then get to my car and begin loading things in, and this guy goes to his car. But he's just sitting there, not doing anything. He's staring at us. Daniel is now standing near the back of my car with a rubber mallet, just smacking it into his hands like he's a mobster or something. Thinking maybe this would make the guy leave us alone. It didn't. We then begin to load all of the stuff in and quickly get into my car. I then turn on my vehicle, and the dude's vehicle starts at the exact same time. We pull out and head home like we normally would until Daniel says that, "Don't go home, drive to the police station or firehouse or something. This guy has been behind us from the second we left Walmart." Now all 5 of the 19-year-old girls he is in the car with start freaking out. The guy then continues to follow us as we head towards a fire station. We sat in the parking lot there for a good 20 or 30 minutes, looking to see if he drives back by. I have a feeling that going to the fire station must have shook him, because he doesn't, and we headed home. This event is why I have not been into Walmart for 14 years. Walmart Creeper by Fallen for Him. This happened to me earlier this year. It was around midnight and I was shopping around Walmart. I casually walked to the register to pay. I was the 3rd person in line. The first person had a full cart, and after the cashier finished them up, he had to go to change the cash drawer like they do every time it's midnight. So I'm just standing there behind my cart when a man in his late 20s or early 30s gets in line behind me. He's slowly creeping closer and closer to me, so much so that his body is actually touching mine. I then get really nervous and had no idea what to do, so I just go and get gum, which meant I had to go and take a few steps out of line. I pretend to look at gum and look at my cart, and I then see that the man has his hands in my cart. I then just look at him and politely say, "Excuse me, can you move?" And he then moves back a little, but It wasn't even enough for me to get back behind my cart, so I just stand next to the cart because he was violating my personal space. He then starts to talk to me, but I ignore him and act like I don't know what he's doing or that he's speaking to me. He then taps me on the shoulder and says, "I like your hair." I awkwardly say, "Thanks." Now, the cashier, who is female, is just watching us talk while she's ringing me up, and the guy then asks me, "Do you guys like people with green eyes?" I didn't hear him, so I said, "Pardon?" And he then repeats the question, "Do you like guys with green eyes?" as he takes off his cap and winks at me. I don't reply to him. Instead, I just give him a really uneasy look as if to say, "Leave me alone." I then turned around to look at the cashier and she could see that I was feeling uneasy. The guy then talks about me and him going out, and all I could say was, "Okay, whatever." I pay for my things, and then as I'm about to leave, walking through the door, the guy yells at me, "Bye, I miss you already. Maybe I'll see you soon. Maybe at a fancy restaurant or something," shouting at me. And he then put on this really creepy face and just smiled at me. The way he looked at me just freaked me out so much. It made my heart begin to race even more, and once I got out of sight, my adrenaline took over and I started running like hell. I knew for a fact that he was going to be out soon because he only had to get 3 things. I was able to get to my car and throw my things inside my vehicle. I then hid in my car for a little bit because I didn't want him to see what car I drove. I never thought that I would run away from a random person, but this guy genuinely scared me. There was just something way off about his smile. The Red Car by Grey124. So this is something that happened to me a few weeks ago. I'm a 19-year-old female and I have EMT training. That'll be relevant in just a minute. Okay, so my friend and I were driving to Walmart. It was about 10:30 at night. We live in what used to be the meth capital of the United States. As we were driving to go into Walmart, we had to stop at the stop sign that was right next to the turn lane to go into Walmart. 2 cars then passed us at a regular speed. My friend was driving and I was on the phone with one of our other friends. As I was talking, I was then interrupted by my friend. "Hey, did that car just crash?" Intrigued, I looked up and saw the 2 cars had just passed us and accidentally crashed maybe 100 feet in front of us. I was kind of excited, which sounds awful, but I had just finished my EMT training not long before, so I told her to get into the other lane and go over to the accident so we could check it out. When we got over there, the car had been hit and 2 people were in it. There was a male crackhead and a female one. The male crackhead was really angry. The car behind them hit them from the back and made their car spin off into a grassy area. The female crackhead was screaming in the front seat about how her hip was hurting and her head and everything else. We did then ask if they wanted us to call an ambulance, but they both said no. They especially did not want us to call the cops. We weren't about to do that, so we called the police anyways. It was hard to pin our exact location, so it took them forever to get there. While we were waiting, I made sure to keep on checking on the female crackhead. Every time I asked her about where she was hurt, she would change her mind and would kind of act weird. In the other car, the one that hit them, was a super sweet 18-year-old boy. He was terrified. We were able to figure out what had happened too, roughly. The crackhead slammed on their brakes and didn't use their turn signal, so the guy didn't have time to stop. While we were waiting for the police to arrive, a black Jeep pulled up behind the crackhead's car. The male crackhead started throwing a bunch of stuff into a diaper bag that they had in the back seat before handing it off to the guy in the black Jeep. He then proceeded to drive away. The police then arrived and me and Anne started giving our statements. However, the crackhead guy overheard us telling the story about how it was pretty much their fault and how we were pretty sure the male crackhead had just given drugs to the black Jeep that came. Anyway, once the police were done with us, Anne and I left to go to Walmart. We then turned into Walmart and we realised that a red car had begun following us. I was on the phone, this time with my mum, telling her about the weird accident we witnessed. We then pulled into a parking spot, and just as we did, the red car pulled up 2 spots away from us. At the time of this, I really wasn't paying attention, but thank God Anne was there, because if she wasn't, this might have ended really badly. Anne nudged me to say, "Hey, I think the car followed us in. They're staring at us now." I shrugged her off and told her that she was being crazy, but when I looked over, there were 2 guys in the red car staring at us. When they noticed us, they whipped it out of their parking space and drove all the way round to the other side of the parking lot to where there were other cars parked across from us. From here, they kept on staring back. Anne was freaked out, so we decided we should just leave and go to a different Walmart. So we pulled out of our parking spot quickly and started driving towards the exit. The red car guy immediately hit the gas and drove all the way to our exit where he was blocking us in. It was at that moment that I realised it was the same guy who was in the black Jeep earlier. I freaked out and we put it in reverse and found a different way to get out of the parking lot. We then drove back to where the police were still at and we told them everything that had happened. The black Jeep came back while we were talking to the police and it had a different driver. They then ran the plates and found out the owner of the Jeep had assault and weapon charges. This was the most freaked out I'd ever been in my entire life. God knows what would have happened to us if Anne hadn't been so aware of her surroundings. There's no way I would have noticed them otherwise. Walmart is Scary Late at Night by Ezra Hornet. I remember a while ago, my mum and I stopped into Walmart to grab some stuff. It was late at night. I think we were getting back from dropping my sister off at the airport. My mum said I could go to get whatever food I wanted, so I headed straight to the snack aisle and grabbed myself a bag of Doritos and iced tea. I'm then walking back and this older guy starts talking to me. I realised that he must have had me confused for somebody else, but I decided to continue talking to him anyway to be polite. He then proceeds to tell me about how his cat got very ill with this really creepy smile. I don't know what it was about the way that he smiled to me, but it made me feel very uneasy. I said that I was sorry that it got sick. He then, with another smile, proceeded to tell me in detail about how he had to strangle his cat so that way it wouldn't die from suffering of the illness. There was just something about the way he was talking to me that I didn't like at all. I then politely said that I needed to leave and sprinted to my mum without ever looking back. Let's Not Be FB Friends by Dizzy McDizerson. I worked at an airport, and to get to the highest security clearance, I had to submit a passport photo. So off to Walmart I went to get a cheap passport photo in uniform and on my break. The quote photographer was a dude. He was about the same age as me and very chatty while taking my photo. He asked me where I worked, what I did, if I liked it, etc. Now, I didn't ask him anything, so the conversation was pretty one-sided. When it was time for me to pay for the photo, he started asking me questions while typing stuff into the cash register/computer. Thinking that maybe he had to ask me these questions because honestly it seems like you can't buy anything these days without giving your phone number or postcode or whatever. so I decided it'd be best just to answer them. In all, I ended up giving him my phone number, my name, and my email address. Then I paid for my photo and left. Turns out, the next day I had a friend's request on Facebook. I didn't know the name, but when I looked at the picture, it was the same guy who took my photo. He didn't send me a message like, "I hope this is okay, but I thought you were cute," or anything like that. He just sent me a friend's request. I felt violated. I gave that information to him because I thought it was required for my passport photo, not so he could add me as a friend on Facebook. I declined his request and he persisted to try it 3 or 4 more times. I still declined and avoided that Walmart for a while. After his last request, I started looking at his profile page and skipped down through his friends list. It turns out that he had multiple other accounts of himself acting as other friends. I don't know what his intentions were, but seeing this alone scared me. Jessica, by Oh What a Relief. So this happened a few months ago, right when I just got married to my husband. I know it wasn't a product of wedding stress since the people around me were freaking out just as much as I was. So at the time of this event, I was out shopping with my mother-in-law. We were stopping at our local Walmart on our way home. She had gone in to look at air conditioning units, and I then went around to browse the books. Now I had just found something that had caught my interest when I then hear somebody say Jessica. It was in one of those, "Oh, there you are," tones of voices, like it was both of pleasure and relief. Jessica isn't my name though, but I look up anyway since it was so loud and basically right next to me. Standing a few feet away, her shopping cart between her and me, was a thin woman, maybe in her late 40s with long brown hair and clothes nicer than you'd expect to see from somebody who frequently went to Walmart. Her shopping cart was empty though. She stood there, looking directly at me with a huge, maniac, teeth-filled grin. Her eyes were bright too. Because she's looking directly at me, I feel obligated to smile back to her. I wanted to talk to her just to be polite, and I decide it's best to tell her that she's just made a mistake. My name's not Jessica. "There you are, sweetie. I was so worried about you." She then pushes her cart right next to me and comes really close to me, looking overly happy. I can already smell the crazy. A few people are passing our aisle at the same time. The woman's overly exaggerated tone gets her attention. Some people snap their heads to look at us, but nobody stops. The woman is very warm. She was acting as if I was her daughter, creasing my arm. "I've been looking everywhere for you. Honey, let's go. Your dad's been waiting." I'm a person who is anxious to please other people, so I had already taken a step forward when she gently pressed my back so I could walk. Then my brain asked, "What are you doing?" And I did a little scuttle forward. "Jessica, honey, stop playing around, let's go." The woman had nearly lost her crazy smile at this point. This time, she grabbed my arm like it was a vice and started to pull really tight. I then began to panic and I pulled my arm back, making sure that I put my body into the motion to leave. I tell her I'm going to leave and that she's got to leave me alone or I'm going to go and find my husband. My husband wasn't there at the time, but she doesn't know that. The woman then freezes and her face twitches, horrible little, and begins to swear at me. She hisses and wheels off towards the end of the aisle. She's still saying profanities at me. I hear her shout over her shoulder the entire way back. Just as she gets to the end of the aisle though, she turns and says, "Okay, bye pumpkin, see you at dinner." I then wait and watch her turn the corner and disappear. I then go the opposite way. I did manage to find my mother-in-law and I tell her about what happened. Unfortunately for me, she's a little disconcerted with what I was saying and she tries to make light of the situation to make me feel better. When we're then in the checkout line, I'm scanning around nervously, trying to see if she's anywhere near me. I then spot her several checkouts down and she's spotting me again. That frantic smile comes across her face once again, and she's wandering away with her empty shopping cart. She has a hot beverage in one hand. She then spills it on the ground and keeps going. She never even stopped to glance at it. She just breezed out of the store with that horrible smile on her face. One of the employees did look at her but never said anything. I'm sure that this employee could see that she was a little crazy. I have luckily never seen her again, and hopefully I never will. Creep of Walmart by Tolstoy, 1877. When I was 10, my father, older sister and I went to Walmart. My sister and I liked to wander alone in the stores, so my father had invested in 3 walkie-talkies for us. On this particular occasion I was by myself. I was walking through the bedding section. This was because I was getting a new bedsheet. I was looking intently at one and I suddenly got the feeling that I was being watched. I looked over and couldn't see anybody initially, but I then saw down the side of an aisle a large man in overalls with dirty hair just staring at me. I decided it would be best to walk in the other direction and speed walk towards the pet section. I did try and contact my father through the walkie-talkie, but he didn't answer. I made it to the dog food and was happily next to another shopper. Then I saw that he walked by the aisle. Thinking that he didn't see me, I let out a sigh of relief. I asked my father again where he was and I had no answer once again. I felt like things were getting safe when I then turned around to see this man at the end of the aisle just standing there. I quickly walked away with the plan to head to the customer service desk to ask them to call my father. As I walked though, he followed me parallel, watching my steps and matching them. He was keeping me from reaching the front of the store. I then quickly changed directions trying to lose him, but in my 10-year-old mind, I thought running to the bathroom would be a good idea. So that's what I did. I ran in and hid in a stall. I then heard him following me inside and I knew that he was in the same room as me. I looked down and I could see his shoes at the bottom of the stall door. Then I heard an angry woman's voice say, "Hey, get out of here now." The woman knocked on the stall's door and asked me if I was okay. I opened it and ran out and hugged her and started crying. I told her everything and she walked with me, holding my hand to the customer service desk. She then waited with me until my father showed up. I then told him everything that happened to me, and even with the lady verifying it, he never believed me. I used to work during the night times. I remember that just as the sun was setting, I was the only one working on the shift at the tills. It was pretty creepy, but because of the time of day, there weren't really that many people in there. The one I worked at was pretty isolated, so I remember being on this shift and I looked up and realised that we had put up one of those cardboard cutouts of a security officer. I remembered I didn't think anything of it at the time. I just went about the rest of my shift. 2 hours later it was closing time, so I shut down everything like normal. Thing was, as I got to my car and I looked back, there was a guy staring at me. It was no cardboard cutout. Strange Encounter at Work by Fock Joe W. So this story happened at my work in the Netherlands. I'm 29 now, This story happened about 10 years ago. At the time I was jobless. I found a job as a security guard in an office building. The office building was in a forested area away from the busy streets, like secluded. The person who had the job there before me had a car accident and apparently was paralysed from the waist down. Nobody was interested in the job since you worked during the night and the office building was so big. It was just boring as hell, but hey, a job's a job. Once I started, a supervisor worked with me for the first week. He was supervising me on what to do, etc. So now, it was time for my first night at work by myself. I came to work and took the shift over from my colleague at 9 PM. He told me that there were still some people left in the building. Before I went up to the 15th floor, I closed the main entrance in such a way that you could only exit when you're inside, so no outsiders would be able to come in. After I did this, I went up to the 15th floor where people were still working. I asked them if they needed to go anywhere else in the building, and if not, if they would be able to make their way round and close off all the other doors. And that's exactly what happened. So I did all of my rounds and found nothing out of the ordinary. I went back to my front desk. This was at around 11:30 PM, and the last people who were working on the 15th floor were just starting to leave. And they told me that there was one guy who was going to be the last to leave. I eventually saw him and he wished me a good night. Once the last people had left, I went up to the 15th floor and checked all the offices were locked down. I went down to my front desk again since there were no people left. I put the alarms on, which work on motion detection, and also when you open a fire exit on every floor except for the floor that my desk was on. Within 5 minutes, I was able to put all of the alarms on every floor. Then the alarm went off on the 10th floor. There was nobody in the building. The rule is, if an alarm goes off, you first call the security company before you take action. I told them I would investigate the alarm and I would call them back once I checked it out. Otherwise, if I didn't call back, they would send a police car to check it out as a precaution. I checked the whole 10th floor and I found nothing. So I then went back to tell the security company that I didn't find anything, just thinking that it was a false alarm. Now, I kid you not, the alarm on the 10th floor went off like another 7 times in an hour. Every time that I went to check the floor, I would literally find nothing, not even a single person there. Since this was my first day working alone and the alarms went off so many times, the security company thought I was screwing up and wanted a file to complain to my boss, which could mean that I would lose my job that I had just started for a week. In retrospect, the following was the dumbest thing I could have ever done. Because the alarm went off again, since I didn't want to call the security company again and cry wolf, I went up to the 10th floor without informing the security company. That meant that all I could do was go up there with my flashlight, since security guards in the Netherlands are not allowed to carry guns. So I went up to the 10th floor, checked the floor out, and as before found nothing. The only difference now was I pretended to leave, turn off the lights and stayed on the 10th floor, listening to see if anyone was there. In about 5 minutes, I heard someone or something moving. I was relieved and anxious at the same time, relieved that I wasn't wrong and that there was something on the floor, anxious because of what was going on. I then turned on the lights and tried to sound as manly as possible, saying something along the lines of, "I know someone's here, show yourself." As you can imagine, I didn't get any response. So stupidly, I didn't go down to call for any help. I went looking to find whatever it was that I heard on the 10th floor. I walked to the office I heard the sound from, turned on the lights and found a little girl who couldn't be older than 13 with long brown hair, in white pyjamas, squatting and rocking back and forth on a desk, looking straight at me. The scary thing, there was no emotion in her face or in her eyes. I was so shook I didn't know what to do. I was terrified initially, but eventually I managed to get ahead of my nerves slightly, and I gone up to her and took her by the hand. Like, what can a small girl do? I'm actually 6'8", so I shouldn't have had too much to worry about, right? I took her down to the front desk and asked her if she wanted a Coke, but she didn't respond whatsoever. The only thing I could do was call my supervisor and tell him about what I had encountered. His response was, "Stay right there, I'm going to be right over." So then I had to hang up the phone and just wait for him to come. I just had this underlying feeling with this girl that there was something really wrong with her. Before my supervisor turned up, he called me and told me to call an asylum which was pretty close to the office building I was working at, just to make sure that nobody was missing. Why would a 13-year-old girl be in an office building with no houses nearby whatsoever? So that's just what I did. I called the asylum, asking them if there was someone missing from the asylum, and I got the scariest response that you can get. They told me, yes, as a matter of fact, there is someone missing. I gave them a description of the girl sitting next to me, and it was in fact the girl who was missing from the asylum. They told me that she was very dangerous and that I should watch my back at all costs. They immediately sent people over to come take the girl with them. A week later, my supervisor told me the story of the girl I found. Since he talked with the people from the asylum, it turns out the girl killed her mum and dad and little brother while they were sleeping. Even while in the asylum, she still wounded staff members, either by stabbing them with a pencil or in another case biting a piece of an ear off. To this day, we have no idea how she even got into the building. We checked all of the cameras and there's no evidence of her even entering the building. Things Get Creepy During the Night Shift by Bowling Commando.
Okay, so a little backstory before I begin. This is one of the crazy experiences of mine that happened during my 2-year security career, from 2013 to 2015. I am a 6'7" male in Australia. I'd like to think I'm a fairly tough and intimidating guy, but some of the shit that used to go on at the mall that I used to work the night shift for still gives me goosebumps to this day. So the mall I worked at was very large. Probably the largest in my state, I'd say, and all the way up to about 8:30 p.m., it would still be quite busy. Only around 9:30 would we manage to usher all the stragglers out, and only at about 11 p.m. would all of the business owners have left. My job was basically to patrol the mall and make sure that no one was sticking around after the doors were closed during the night. We didn't have guns or batons, only a can of mace that was very rarely used. There were multiple occasions where we would find would-be thieves hiding around, trying to break into shops after dark, but they were normally far outnumbered by the 4 to 5 of us on shift at a time, and they would usually be intimidated by me or some of the other imposing members of security. This one night though, shit started getting really weird for me on the night shift. So I'd say it was about 2 o'clock, and I was standing in the middle of an empty food court, eating a sandwich. This was the only part of the mall that had any light at nighttime, due to the skylight, so it was comfortable to eat there. While I was eating though, I heard a dull scraping noise from the hallway, leading off from the food courts into some toilets. It sounded like a piece of metal dragging across the floor. I was immediately put on edge, and I flicked on my torch, without a moment of hesitation. I can remember creeping down the hallway, flashlight in hand, illuminating a good 6 or 7 meters in front of me. As I got closer and closer to the end of the hall, the noise became louder and louder, until I was at the end of the hallway, and there was the toilet doors to the left and right of me. I could tell the sound was coming from the female toilets though. I gripped the handle and opened the door. A tiny little crack. The noise was now very clear, and had me not scared, but confused. I yelled, "Oi, who's in there?" The noise quickly stopped. I paused for a moment, listening hard through the tiny crack of the door, and I swear to fucking God I could hear breathing. Low male breathing. I shut the door, still gripping the handle tightly, and flicked on my radio. "This is 1-3. I need help in food court bathrooms. I think someone's here." No response. This was really strange, and it put me further on edge. Policy was to always answer the radio, and now I was truly becoming quite alarmed. This is 1-3. Does anyone copy? Still no response. I can remember whispering to myself, "What the actual fuck?" I again opened the door a tiny crack. "Listen, mate," I said, sounding as intimidating as possible. "If you don't fucking come out with your hands up, you're going to end up eating your teeth tonight. Do you want that?" I sat there at the door, quite honestly terrified at this point, but there was still no response. In fact, now there was no noise at all. I yelled into the bathroom, "Okay, mate, I'm coming in. If you do anything stupid, it's not my fault you'll never walk again." I tried my hardest to sound scary, but my voice was quivering at this point. This whole situation made no sense at all. Why would someone be in the female bathrooms? What was that metal noise? What the fuck is even happening? I very slowly opened the door and scanned my flashlight slowly across the room. All the cubicles were open. Weird. But other than that, the room was totally empty. I was totally shitting myself about now. I was definitely losing it. I walked into the center of the bathroom, closing the door behind me. Scared to the core, I let out a faint, "This is some horror movie shit, eh? Come out," when I heard the long, whining squeak of the door behind me. I span around, basically crying at this point, and shone my torch on a fucking massive man, at least a head taller than me, or so it seemed in my state at the time. He was Caucasian, and at least in his 40s with matte gray hair all over his forehead. He was mid-opening the door, but he stopped dead still in the middle of his action. He just looked at me, smiling this guilty fucking smile like a kid would make when he gets caught stealing biscuits or some shit like that. I'm not going to lie, I was so scared that I froze. He lifted his finger up to his mouth. "Shh," before swinging the door open all the way and sprinting out with what looked like some type of metal box in his hand. Turns out, he was just behind the toilet door when I was opening it, and I totally missed him. I was so fucking close to him, and I didn't even fucking notice him. He could have killed me if he had a knife or something, and that thought still haunts me to this day. Later that night, my radio miraculously started working again, and I got right on to telling my coworkers about my story. They collectively went pale when I told them what happened. They all had similar stories, but none that were as much of a close shave as mine. I worked the night shift for another week after that before I quit. I'm not sticking around in a job like that. I needed help, and for some reason, my radio fucked itself. Why? So weird old guy in the toilets. Let's not meet ever again.
My Work Shift This Past Saturday by McBurger. I work part-time for my university's IT department. I manage the public computer sites, fix machines when they're broken, handle scheduling of the other consultants, etc. I'm basically on my call most of the time. During the summer weekend, there's nothing to do except for get paid really. The campus library is across the hall from my office. Normally it is open, even on the weekends, but it was closed for the intersession this weekend before the semester begins, so the lights are off and the doors are locked. There's no way to get in there unless you have a swipe access card, which I do, because there's some computers kept in there. So I'm in my office passing time on the internet when I hear a bit of a racket. I peek out the door and there's this bigger man, probably about 40, tugging on the doors and trying to rip them open. He notices me and yells to come out and asks me, "When does this place open?" I pointed to the hours sign and explained that it would be open on Monday when classes begin. He then walks away and seems unsatisfied with the answer that I'd given him. More time passes and out of boredom, I decided to go check out the library. I'd been there in some occasions before when it was closed, so this was nothing out of the ordinary for me. I swipe my card and go in. It's really creepy in that place when it's closed. I wasn't supposed to be in there. If I got caught, I'd probably be in a small amount of trouble since I really didn't have permission or a reason to be in another department's area during the closing hours. When I got there, I found that all of the lights were off, except for some light that was coming through the windows. This place is huge. You can hear the ventilation fans clicking on and off. As I'm creeping through the aisles, I hear the locked door study area creak and make noises occasionally, almost as if there was somebody in there. This is often true, as students were known to hide in there after the library is closing to study in a quiet setting. But the library has been closed for almost 24 hours at this point. Nobody's going to be camping in there. It didn't make any sense. Still, as I walk alone in this place, it feels like I'm not alone, and I go to the lounge area and sit down for a bit until I feel comfortable with all the dark and silence, but it didn't work. I had to get up again soon. I then go towards the bathroom area, and as I do so, I notice somebody's in the stall. All I can see is one foot at first glance from underneath the door. One naked foot, no shoes or socks in a public restroom. One naked foot. There's a small pool of blood on the floor in the stall, and small trickles of it around the foot. I froze up for a small moment and tighten up. I was startled at first because I hadn't seen anybody in here before, but especially didn't expect to see anything like that. I didn't see any sort of socks or shoes around. Nothing normal, it just didn't make sense to me. I didn't even see a second foot, just the pale cold white large one that I could. The stall door is partially open, but not enough that I could see inside from my angle. I say with a shaken voice, "Hello?" No response. Nothing. I wonder if there's even a body attached to that foot. I wonder if there's a dead body inside. I wonder if some kid's done something terrible. I ask, What are you up to, man?" Then my toes curl up, flex and relax. I promptly turned around towards the door and walk out of the library quickly. I go back into my office as I try to make sense of what I just saw. Should I call the campus police? I just really didn't want to get involved with all the paperwork and questions with the police. I justified that I wasn't supposed to be over there anyway, and I would have to lie about the reason I was there, and I called my friend Andy instead. I just wanted to talk to somebody about what I'd just seen. I felt so uneasy. Andy and I talked for a good 40 minutes. Most of it was like, "Whoa, dude, that's messed up." Heavily considering calling the police now. I know I should have, but too much time had passed and I assumed that the person would be long gone. The bloody foot also certainly thought that he was alone, so he would have been startled by my appearance too. I decided I was going back and stayed on the phone with Andy. I knew how stupid this was. If someone is hurting themselves, they may not care to hurt me either. They're probably very unstable and they have some sort of weapon. I'm not in any mood to get into a knife fight during my shift, but I still go back to check the bathroom once again. As I walk through the library, it's worse this time because now I'm not alone and there's somebody here, possibly armed. Still, in dead silence and dark. I softly walk into the bathroom and listen outside the door for a moment. I don't hear any sound, but I get chills. Andy is on the speakerphone, but staying silent for me. I go inside. The foot is still there. This time, it has more liquid around it than before. Still cold and pale looking. The door is now shut to the stall. The only other thing that had changed in the last 40 minutes was that. I was really hoping not to see anyone in there this time. I don't want a possibly angry person coming at me. I then ask, "You alright?" No response, no motion. Just that pale foot. It makes me feel sick. I repeat, "Are you okay in there? Do you want me to call for help?" Slowly, the foot turns and points towards me. A second foot steps down alongside it. Whatever is inside the stall is now standing facing directly at me with the wall between us. I can't see the top of any head. My heart starts frantically racing, then a deep voice responds, "I'm fine." That was good enough of an answer for me to promptly turn around and leave. This time I run. I had told myself before going in that if he was in there, I'd definitely call the police. I still didn't. He said he was fine. I wanted to put this over my head and forget about it. The voice sounded like a man who was in his 30s or 50s. The size of the feet made him seem very big. Maybe not tall, it's hard to say. I locked the door to my office and do nothing for the next 30 minutes or so during my shift. When I then step out into the hallway, there are some footprints walking out of the library over to my office door. Plenty of them are outside my door. It was pacing and standing there for a while. There were small drops of blood leading away from my door and stopped after a small distance. I was horrified. I hurried to my truck. I paused for a moment and realized the amount of blood outside my office door. I can't just leave. I'll probably be asked about it anyway, so I should just call it in. I reluctantly head back. I find that all of the footprints are mostly gone. All of the footprints of blood and the drops have been wiped away. There are small smears here and there, but they're still gone. It wasn't a perfect cleaning job, but they're gone. I was only gone at my truck for maybe 5 or 10 minutes. Whatever it is still here, hanging around, watching me, cleaning up after itself too. I am very frightened. I go back to my truck. There are bloody towels in my door handle, on the ground, on the hood of my truck. This person is seriously messing with me. I hurry right over to the campus police. I'm just going to tell them the whole story, even the fact that I was also trespassing, and that I went back for a second visit instead of calling the police first, as I did. I told them all. They took pics of my car and told me that they would look into it. They returned to the library but requested that I do not accompany them back inside. I went home. This was about 2 days ago and I've not heard back anything since. The Mall Night Shift by Jorbo125.
This encounter happened to me a couple days ago. Friday night. I was so shocked by it I forgot to post it to the subreddit after it happened. It was a normal Friday night like any other. Watch some late night TV. We've all been there. But when I went to go get some snacks for my viewing, I noticed my cupboard was bare. So I decided to make a quick run to the local gas station to pick up a cheap midnight snack. It was late, and it was the only place within walking distance that was open. But when I got to the gas station, there was this man there. Disheveled hair. He looked young, but his skin was so oddly weather-beaten for someone so young-looking, and his eyeballs had these yellow spots on them. Unnerving to say the least. But he was the cashier, so I didn't have much reason to be afraid of him yet. I grabbed some stuff, lay it out on the counter, and start fishing around for my debit card. Then the cashier smiles. "You like those Gatorades?" His teeth. I'll never forget those teeth. The only way I could describe them was pure evil, almost like they didn't fit his head. I nod politely, praying silently that that'll be the end of it. He rings up my groceries and I scan my card. And then he says, "Hold on, I need to replace the printer paper." And he walks back somewhere I can't see. But I look at the card scanner. There's no printer feed on it at all. Okay, fair enough. Maybe I don't understand how receipt scanners work. Maybe I don't know where to look for the receipt to come out. But then, I see this other guy at the door. He's trying to lock it. My red flags go off like crazy. I grab my card and leave my groceries there, rushing to the door. I'm pounding on it like crazy, and the other guy is trying to stop me. I hear the cashier coming back, so I panic and push the other guy into one of the aisles, giving me the opportunity to unlock the door and rush out. I haven't been back to that gas station since. Now I know to buy my groceries ahead of time.
I was a night shift worker who always worked with this other guy, Carl. We got on very well together, and there was never a time that we would have to do anything alone. But one day this such thing happened. We were stationed at a building site that had one area that was active and the rest was being restored. We were quite a long way out in the country, so it was very rare that we would encounter any other people whatsoever. On this one night, we were both waiting at our patrol post. I was in the truck and so was Carl. We didn't have to always go inside our building, but it was a lot easier if we were just in the truck so we could quickly jump out if anything happened, get into locations very fast. We did get a radio call though. They called in for just Carl, telling him that something had come up and they needed him to go out there immediately and take the truck, while that they wanted me to stay behind and guard the entrance. Now, this didn't make any sense at the time, because why would they want one of us to go out alone, leaving the other miles away potentially without a truck? Needless to say, we didn't question this. I then jumped out of my car and immediately began to patrol the area where that I was, and I said my goodbyes to my buddy and he left. So I was there, but I had my torch in one hand and radio in other, because even though I was away from him, I wasn't going to let him out of my communication. Nothing too strange happened on my part. I decided that after a while I wanted to find what was up. I wasn't allowed to interrupt Carl initially because obviously he was busy dealing with the incident. I did see his tail lights go a very long way from me towards a forested area. I was so scared for my friend, because why on earth should he have to go out there alone? I started to get frustrated and swearing because I wasn't going to let anything happen to my friend, but he was so far away from me, there was nothing I could have done to protect my buddy. I wasn't just going to stay there and let this slip. I had to do something. I decided that I was going to radio into command and ask them what in their right minds did they think they were doing, sending out my friend up there alone. Even if there was two people, how was he meant to handle it? So I did just that. This is the response that I got. What are you talking about? We've not even sent you any radio requests for the entire day. We really need you to copy and send that over again. I then frantically explained the same thing over to them, and this time, I was just met by silence. They just told me that they were going to get into contact with Carl and to get inside as soon as possible. I asked desperately what they were on about, but I had to follow orders, so I did just that. I began screaming out for my friend. I had no idea what was going on. I had no chance of running out to get to him because it would have taken me at least 20 minutes to get there, and I would have left my post and I didn't know what was up. So I waited at the post hut for what felt like an eternity. I was so scared, and at every sound I felt like I was going to have a heart attack. Eventually, I did hear some more radio chatter, and though I wasn't meant to, I turned it up fully to try and hear what was going on. Carl was out of my radio range, so I wasn't able to hear him for the entire time. It was Command talking to him with the powerful radio, saying that backup was about to be sent immediately and that he needed to get out there as soon as possible and evacuate the site. I waited for what felt like an eternity. I was just so worried about my friend, but I was ready to kill someone for him if anything happened. I began to pray because I was so scared for my friend, and I knew I couldn't interrupt what Command were doing because it'd just distract them and take time away from Carl. Eventually, I heard what sounded like a truck, and to my relief, it was him coming back frantically. I asked him what was up, and he said, "No time, just get in the truck, we've got to get out of here." And that's just what we did. We got immediately out of the complex facility and went back to base. We weren't even allowed to hang around for the other security, but we did see a ton of cars going back there. When we eventually made it to command, they all had a pale look on their face and said the following. We decided to check the cameras up where Carl was. They saw at least 2 vans waiting behind some bushes and 6 people all hiding amongst the trees. They couldn't make out clear enough exactly who they were, just that there were figures there waiting for him. They then informed to us that the command had never given out a single order. It was just them who were trying to do God knows what to him. I did eventually find out later exactly what was going on through the police investigation findings. What they found might even be more terrifying than what I initially thought. When they got there, they found a load of mannequins and 2 cars that were barely working. It turns out that this was all set up by a crazy guy who had recently escaped out of an asylum. I just thank God that Carl is okay and that this guy can get the help that he desperately needs. This was a story that happened to me 15 years ago, but I only just decided to share it today. During one summer, I was struggling for work. I had been out of work for at least 2 months by this point. I did have some savings, but they were pretty much all gone, so I was really desperate to take any job that I could. As I was walking back from a friend's house, I did bump into this one guy. There was a very large abandoned hospital complex near where I used to live. It used to be used by the military, but it was basically sat vacant now, surrounded by fields and wilderness. Nobody had been in there for years. The place was rumoured to be haunted and very creepy. I didn't believe any of the rumours about it being haunted, I just knew that it was very scary. Anyway, as I was walking past it, this guy caught my attention. He was waving me down. I began walking past the blue gates up towards him. Hey. Hi, I was wondering, do you think you could do a night shift for me? Yeah, it's alright. A night shift? Yeah, a night shift. We're basically really low on staff and, well, between me and you, we really haven't got anybody who's willing to do this job. Will you take it? I'd been out of work so long at that point that I thought this was a blessing. To be honest, I didn't like working anything related to night shifts because, to be honest, I really don't like being alone, especially not during the night. But like I said, my savings were just about running out, so I accepted. So within a week from that point, I was already working the job. For the most part, I'd been working with another guy who'd been showing me around, and to be honest, the job was pretty alright. We just had to patrol it, but because it was during the summer, it was quite pleasant to be able to wander around at night. There was multiple buildings that we were not allowed to go in due to asbestos and other weird things that we had been warned about. Apparently there were also some very dangerous chemicals kept in some of these buildings because they were used during wartime, but I wasn't allowed to get any information about this. I had brought it up a few times because I was worried about my health, but I had just kind of put up with it and knew that as long as I didn't actually go in there, I'd be safe. So the job was going pretty well until one day I got informed by the other guy I was working with, John, that he would no longer be working the night shift anymore. He said sorry, but he said that he had to part ways and that it would be up to me now to do it alone. The first thing I thought in my head was, great, this is the last thing that I need. I have felt scared enough doing it with him, but let alone on myself. I hadn't been working here long enough to be able to run a thing like this. I was more worried about getting fired than anything because I was almost sure that I was going to have a slip up. Thing is, what could I do about it? I wouldn't have had a choice even if I wanted to make things be different. I just had to man up to the fact that this is what was happening. The thing was, at the time, I was still blessed that I'd even been given a job. It scares me even now thinking about what would have happened if no work opportunities had come up. So that was it. After the next shift, he eventually parted ways with me and I said my goodbyes to him. I really missed John because I had never stayed in contact with him. He was such a good friend to me, it just feels stupid that I didn't stay in touch, but I guess that's just how it is. So, on my first night shift alone, I was obviously terrified. But the thing was, like I said, I just had to man up to it. I knew being scared wouldn't get me anywhere, right? And it was so warm, I really enjoyed just walking around in the evenings like that. On the first day of my night shift, nothing out of the ordinary happened. I did hear some strange sounds though when I was up one end of the complex, though I'm pretty sure that was just my mind playing tricks on me. Nothing too bad. I had a pretty normal week after that. The first strange thing that happened was on the next Friday. I always remember the Fridays because it would be the longest shifts that I would have to do. I wanted to be going out, but again I didn't have any choice. I was more grateful to be having work. So I was patrolling like normal. I was actually just outside of the patrol building because I went outside to have a smoke. As I was doing so, I was looking back at the big gated entrance that we have. As I was doing so, something just felt off. I almost felt like I was being watched. Just out of the corner of my eye, I captured what looked like a shadowy figure staring at me through the gates. Now, I can't be 100% of this because by the time I put my cigarette down and looked back, it was gone, whatever it was. Now, I know that the regulation was to go up there and check out anything that was found to be suspicious or radio it in, but I had just had this feeling that something was off about it and I should stay put. I was almost certain that it was just my mind, so I just put that idea to bed and continued on with the rest of my shift. Now, I did have a few more problems later that night where there were some foxes and other animals that were disturbing the guard dogs that were on site. What would happen was they would start barking like mad and we would have to go out to try and scare away the foxes so they would be more calm. Because some guard dogs can be trained not to go after animals like that and just people, but the guard dogs that they had on site didn't do so. Eventually though, after sorting out the dogs, my shift eventually come to an end. As the following morning come, I gone and spoke to my manager who just arrived at the gates. I walked up there and let him in, and I did have a strange feeling still about what I thought I saw staring back at me. I gone and told him about what had happened, just because I couldn't shake it, and he didn't really say anything initially. He just kinda looked at me then said, "Oh yeah, don't worry, your mind just plays tricks on you, and if your night eyes haven't set in then you're gonna see things anyway." I thought he was probably right, but I know for a fact that I saw something then. And that was it. I went home, had an ordinary day, gone to sleep and woke up a few hours later ready for my shift again. The weird thing was, when I was driving back to go to work again, I began to slowly remember my dream, and I had a dream that I was sleeping in my bed and there was a small shadowy figure there staring back at me. I didn't think it was anything though because I couldn't remember my dream fully, so I just put it down to me being paranoid. I was getting a little bit annoyed at myself because I thought I shouldn't be causing myself this much stress just trying to make money. But again, money was money and times were really hard back then. So I continued on my way and eventually arrived at the site. I got there and there was nobody else present because there was a very small window where that people would be around the site but wouldn't need to be directly in it. This meant that upon entering and locking the gate behind me, I was effectively locking myself into the site with people maybe there, maybe not. I always found this unsettling. I gone to check on the dogs, make sure they're alright, and went to my post. I did have a schedule that I had to follow, which meant that I was going to have to be patrolling the longer side perimeter for at least 2 hours. I never went to this side of the perimeter normally because it was very hard to monitor and there was a lot of overgrowth, so it meant that it was very hard to track or trace anybody who was loitering or whatever. As I was in my post, pretty scared, I had looked up because I had this weird feeling that something was watching me, and as I looked up, I was met with something staring right back at me. Just beyond the gate, as a dark figure where I could barely make out facial features. It looked like a tall man now, with piercing black eyes staring back at me. I almost fell off my chair when I saw this and immediately radioed in for help. I was meant to go out and investigate, but I just lied because I wasn't armed. All I had on me was a torch, so I wanted to wait for the guys who were armed to go and check it out, while pretending that I had already done that. Now, I know that this is very bad, but I was just so scared that I couldn't go outside the door. This felt like it was something paranormal, but it didn't make sense because I was sure that this site was not haunted at all. I just thought it was very weird. I eventually got my jacket on and my hand was still shaking when I opened the door with my flashlight. I went out a couple of minutes before the other guys would arrive so they wouldn't figure out what I was doing. They eventually come to me. To my surprise, I'd already done a search and sweep round without me realising. They told me that there was nothing to worry about and it's probably just my mind playing tricks on me. They then told me that they knew that I was new to the job and that I should just be more careful next time because there's lots of false alarms, so just be sure before I call security. They kind of given me a break because of me not working there for too long, but it was reassurance nonetheless and guidance. I shook their hands and wished them a good night and went straight back to my post. As I was in my post, I realised that I was still yet to go out and check the far side of the site. I was more annoyed than scared now because I was just worrying that my mind was constantly playing tricks on me and I knew that fear would only feed this. So I got my light and followed the map and began my patrol. It was a very long walk and the only way I can describe it is almost like I was walking through a ghost town. It almost felt as if that as I was walking, the place was still fully inhabited and there were people watching from every single window at me. I was constantly checking over my shoulder and I remembered there was one point where I swear I saw a shadow move in one of the buildings. As I looked up there and shined my torch, there was nothing. I remember my torch went out for a second and I didn't know why, and I was almost certain that I saw one of them shadows in them buildings again. I hit my torch to get it on and there was nothing. I remember this was one of the very rare moments in my life where I genuinely just stopped and looked around and thought, what on earth am I doing? I'm out here completely alone. I was completely out of radio range and there was nothing I could do really if I needed help except for call out. And it was just harrowing to know that I was surrounded by all these buildings with potentially anything in them. I don't know how to describe the feeling, but you feel very small in these situations. No matter how big and tough you are, you feel like you're prey to something. It's something that you've got to experience to fully understand. As I began walking further, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was again being watched. I eventually arrived at the far end and I actually found some peace here. That entire feeling of being watched and that you're in somebody else's place you shouldn't be just vanished. It was almost as if when I got back to nature I felt most safe. As I was up here, I did my search and I didn't find anything, luckily. Now it was a very long search, but when you have nothing else to do, it's very peaceful and the time seems to go very quickly. I did hear a strange scratching sound and it gave me a heart attack for a second, but I knew that this was just a fox. My fear went away again straight away and this almost took my mind off all the other things that had been happening. As I was there, my alarm went on my watch telling me that I had to return. I looked back up at where I had to walk and it just hit me just how scary of a job I was doing. When I looked back, all I could see was empty building after empty building in pure darkness. I may not have mentioned at this point, but there was no lights whatsoever apart from that of my post. I had no fibre in my body telling me that it was a good idea to go back. I began walking and I just couldn't. I don't know what it was, but I had a strange feeling in me that was telling me that there was no good thing to come of going any further. I looked back behind me and just shook my head. Now, I stopped again for a second and thought that maybe I really am losing my mind and I've got to go and get help as quick as possible. So I just sat down on the ground. I began getting very lost and deep into my own thoughts because I was really worrying about my health because how stressed I'd been getting to this point, and I was thinking, how on earth can I keep doing this job? It can't be healthy to be under this much stress this often. I then looked down at my watch to see how much time I'd spent not going back, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. My watch was displaying 3 AM exactly, by the second, to the decimal point exactly. I thought there's no way that could possibly be a chance. Literally all I saw was 30000. How could a time have elapsed that quick? That would have meant that I'd stopped for an entire hour, but it just wasn't possible. There's no way it could have been. I thought that this was a little strange. I really didn't know what to make of it. I tried resetting my watch, but I couldn't do it at all. Just as I was looking down at it, I heard a branch snap behind me. It scared the life out of me. I jumped up but realised it's just due to some winds it had picked up. I decided it was best for me to get back in now if a storm was coming, and I hesitantly began the very slow footsteps that would eventually start leading me to the direction I needed to be going. As I was walking, the wind really began picking up and howling. The thing that didn't make sense was we had had clear weather all summer. We hadn't even had a cloud in the sky, let alone any wind, for months. And why did it suddenly come on just as I was sitting there? I looked down at my watch again and it was dead. I knew the most important thing for me to do now would be to get out of there safe. I didn't know what was up, but I didn't like it. Maybe somebody was playing a very cruel prank on me, but how could they possibly be controlling my watch? Obviously they couldn't be controlling the weather, but why was my watch malfunctioning? I still wasn't in radio range. I just put my head down and started jogging back towards where I needed to go. As I was jogging, I started slipping and I dropped my keys. As I went down to pick them up, I felt the rain on my neck. A true storm had suddenly picked up. I was only just within range of the start of the houses at this point. Now you have to believe me that what I'm saying is true. As the lightning flashed for the first time, out of the corner of my eye, I swear I saw people lying in every building. I wasn't sure what I'd just seen, and the adrenaline was still pumping, so I didn't have enough time to process it, and I just started fully sprinting back. It was an absolute downpour at this point. I was slipping and almost hurt my knee trying to get back so frantically. Now, I wasn't religious, but I began praying, asking God to please save me and sorry for any wrongdoing that I'd done in my life. I was sprinting for what felt like forever. I had to stop for a second to catch my breath. As I looked up, I wasn't where I thought I was. I looked around and I ran into a part of the complex that I'd never seen before. I was standing there not knowing what to do, trying to get my bearings. I was almost sure that I was gonna die or at least get very badly hurt. I then reached for my radio and tried to signal in for some help, but all I got was static. I couldn't seem to get the radio to switch off either, so all I had was this constant static sound. I once again asked for help, and I then heard what may have sounded like a voice within all the static, but I can't be sure. I was so scared by this that I just threw my radio to the ground. I knew that this was stupid, but I had to pick it up again and get going, no time to think. Then I heard a voice again. Ryan, Ryan. It was then followed by more static, but that was the other guys working. That was the other part of the security team. I desperately tried screaming into the radio, but it was just pure static playing back at me. I began jogging back and I eventually found my bearings to the path where I was. I then began the trek back to where my post was, as I was just about to head right through them gates the second I got there. The guard dogs were going absolutely mental at this point. I knew something was definitely off. I decided that it would be a lot more safe if I went to the guard dogs first, so I took a deep breath and made a desperate bolt towards them. When I got there, I couldn't believe what I found. They looked terrified. Now these are the most mean and scary guard dogs that you've ever seen that are absolutely fearless, and when I arrived they were whimpering and trying to hide behind me. I was trying to talk to the guard dogs, trying to calm them down, trying to get back through my radio. This time it wouldn't even turn on. My watch was on, but it was just going crazy. It was almost as if all of the electronic equipment that was in the area just wouldn't work suddenly. The thing was, I had never had a problem like this before with my watch. I decided all I could do was go to the guard post, go get the keys, unlock the gate, save the dogs and get out of there and get help immediately and call the cops. So I began walking in the direction of my post. Now this is the most scary thing that I will ever live to see, but please believe me in that every word of this is true. I wish I was lying to you. As I looked up to the top window of my post, I could see what looked like a tall dark figure staring straight back at me. I then instinctively shined my torch straight back at it, but no light was passing through it, so at this point I knew it was a person. I knew that I was going to probably have to fight now, because that was the only way that I was going to get the keys to the main gate again and sort this out once and for all. So I eventually made my way to the door, not making myself look up. The figure disappeared the second that my torch went off it, but I didn't think anything of it. I eventually got up to my post and I found that the door was locked. It didn't make any sense because I was the only one who had any keys to that place and I hadn't locked it when I left. Why would I? I couldn't get this thing open. I screamed out in rage and fear and suddenly I could get it unlocked. I didn't know what was happening. I just knew that I was petrified. The thing is, I'm not sure to this day if it is just because I was so scared that I couldn't work the door properly, but there's always something in my mind that tells me I was opening it correctly. I then take one step inside, get my keys to the gate, don't even look behind me once, go back to the dogs, open the gate, don't even lock the thing, and just sprint outside as far as I can. I keep running until there's literally no breath left in me and I have to stop. At this point, the dogs are suddenly a lot more happy. I sit down and begin stroking them when I realise that the weather's perfect. It was almost as if there was no rain or storm whatsoever. I couldn't even begin to imagine how any of that made sense. The next thing I did was call the cops and phone the police. After that, I went straight home, returned the dogs, and called my boss to hand in my resignation and said that I would never step foot back in that place again. I didn't get a follow-up by the police, but the other security guard decided to contact me because he thought it was best that I knew the following. The police did a search of the perimeter and found literally no one. They did, however, suspect that there was someone staying in the post above me because their dog would go crazy whenever he was near it, but they could not get him to go in with them, so they went in guns drawn, expecting to have some conflict. Upon entering, the place was completely trashed, as if 30 people had just went wild, doing as much damage as they possibly could, with things thrown around everywhere. The weird thing was there were some burn marks, but there was nothing that could have lighted a fire in there. Now, what they found next terrifies me. They went to search if there was any other floors where they could find people. They went up to the second level and said that there was no windows. There was a floor above it, but there was no floor or stairs leading up to it. You would just look straight up and see a window where the third floor once stood. it wouldn't have been physically possible for anyone to be standing there. I have no idea what to make sense of all of this to this day, but that one last fact is truly horrifying to me. I saw somebody staring at me through the window, but there was no floor for them to be standing on. Disturbing camping encounter by Corona isn't bad. Here's some background. I work summers as a camp chancellor in the northern parts of Ontario, Canada. On this particular date that the incident occurred, I was camping with a group of 10-year-old boys on the same lake the summer camp was based on. So like a routine camping trip, we canoe out to the site and we set up our tents. Me and my co-chancellor, Mike, take turns supervising the kids while they swim, build forts and play around, etc. We then cook food and make a campfire and sit around telling stories. We just do the typical Canadian camping things. So it gets to about around 9:30. I tell the kids that it's time for bed and they all head into their tents, which are all positioned a small walk away from the shoreline, but still in sight of from where we had the fire pit. So as the kids are wandering back, me and Mike are just sitting by the water having a cigarette, just basically hanging out before we decided to head into our own tent and call it a night. What happened next troubles me to this day and remains my go-to campfire story. We were both gazing into the pitch black night water when we saw a small light approaching us slowly and slightly above water level. We sat there for a while trying to speculate exactly what this could have possibly been for a few minutes. Then it came close enough for us to see what it was. It was a torch mounted on the front of a kayak that had somebody approaching our campsite. Now, it is important to mention that as the camp chancellor, part of our training goes over how to deal with strange encounters in an environment where that we're responsible for taking the safety of the children into our own hands. So I was getting ready to tell this guy that we're part of a recognised organisation and we would respectfully ask that they find another campsite. However, this person's appearance shook me to the bone as the light drew nearer. Paddling this kayak was a woman. She looked to be in her 60s. She had incredibly long wisps of grey hair that was trailing in the water. Her skin looked like it was very old, as if it had been out in the sun for way too long. And her dead looking eyes were tough to spot under her wrinkles. She just looked directly at me, and when she spoke I recognised that she was missing most of her teeth. "Are all your children safely in bed?" she asked me, pointing in the direction of where the tents were. Not really knowing how to respond and quietly, frankly, being petrified, I responded by telling her that they were fine and that she had to leave. "That's good." Just as expected for this time. She said this with a smile and just paddled back into the darkness. At this point, me and Mike were absolutely terrified of not only the appearance of the mystery woman who resembles a corpse, but also her inquiry on the whereabouts and safety of the kids we had brought on this trip. Not knowing what else to do, we grabbed our hunting knives and sat by the fire after checking on the kids. Half an hour later, we're sitting there and things get really creepy. Across the lake, a female chancellor was leading another trip of kids of the same age group. She sent me a text which read something along the lines of the following: "Hey Sean, stop screwing with us, this isn't funny, my kids are scared." I instantly called her and let her know what I had just seen, and that there was somebody nearby the campsite and there was just something very off about them. I explained that I was not trying to joke with her. Apparently, one of their kids had opened their tent door to go to the toilet and seen a woman with long hair standing there with arms open towards the shoreline pointing at them. Horrific Night Camping by Scheibler 1964. Let me start off by saying for reference that I was 19 years old at the time of this and I'm female. I loved camping. Anytime my friends and I came home from college, we would load up our cooler with beer, grab some gear and go screw around outside. Unfortunately, when I was actually at school, none of my sorority sisters or friends ever wanted to go out with me, so I would often suffer withdrawals from camping. One day the weather was way too nice to be wasted, so I grabbed some of my gear, hopped in my car that I borrowed from a buddy and drove to a spot that was scheduled within a safe distance of civilization that I could easily go and run to if I needed any help. Now camping does creep me out sometimes, but it's sometimes fun to be scared, right? So I make a little camp and get a fire going. I hadn't brought all of that much food to eat, but I was really enjoying myself, reading and looking around the area, that sort of thing. I then got this feeling that I was being watched and I stopped dead in my tracks. I heard a twig crunch over to my right, then see a dew bolt from 100 feet or so in front of me. I laughed at myself and went back to the camp with the armful of wood that I had just gathered. I kept freaking out though. I kept hearing sounds just outside of the ring lights caused by the fire. I always get inside my head though, so I just shrugged it off and kept whittling at the stick that I'd been messing with. So it gets to about around 1 and I eventually decide to go into my tent and turn out the lantern. Now, I'd been chugging down beers in the most unladylike fashion and smoking cheap cigars, so I passed out relatively quickly. However, at around 2, I started hearing footsteps. They sounded pretty light and sort of timid. I think to myself that it's just a deer or another animal, more likely a raccoon because I had probably left some food out. I was still on guard though. Then, after about 30 minutes of sleeping with one eye open, I hear a rubbing sound. The tent fabric is being pushed in a bit. I don't know how I wasn't paralysed, but I wasn't. I just sat there. I had desperately wanted to thrust the knife through the tent fabric, but I was still holding out on the hope that it was just some of my buddies coming to joke around with me. I didn't get a chance to get too more scared though, because as soon as it started, it stopped. Now I started feeling slightly more secure because daylight would be coming in about an hour or two, so I didn't have any need to sleep and put myself at further risk. All of a sudden at 4 o'clock, I realised I should put my boots on to make sure that if anything happened I'd be ready. After having stayed up and keeping alert a little bit longer, my friend's car alarm starts blaring. This freaks the life out of me. I get out of my tent. I go about 2 steps out before something grabs me around my mouth. I open my mouth to scream, but inside, the person puts their pinky finger between my teeth. I've heard that people can perform superhuman feats when they have huge adrenaline rises. I, on the other hand, just clamped down on his hand really hard. As a result, he began screaming and pulled his hand out. He literally then took off running down the hill I was camping on, and I took right off in the opposite direction. It must have looked ridiculous to the people whose house I ran to. There was some terrified girl who was running around in steel-toe boots. I also had some blood that oozed out of my lip, but not from biting the finger, but because I also managed to take out a pretty good chunk of my own lip at the same time. I told them what happened and they called the police, got me some real clothing, and the man at the house made a whiskey and coke. The cops did eventually arrive and they went to check it out. When they returned, it was light out again. They brought me back so I could get to my friend's car, but what I found made me even more scared than I already was. As I got there, I saw that right next to the tent was a red gas can. He could have easily put that on the tent and set it on fire, and I would have had no way of surviving. He also had tracks that led back away from the direction he had come, so he obviously returned for some reason. The thing that annoys me is that the guy never got caught, so somewhere out there he could still be lurking. I'm never going camping again, but I'd be afraid of the dark. So here's some background information. I'm 18 and living in Dagenham. It's quite a busy area, so there is normally a lot of people around. This particular night, me and my friend, I'll call him Jim, were on our way to camp out at our local park. You're never normally allowed to go in there past 10 PM, so we have to hide from the park police. The park where we were staying at was usually busy up until about 9, then it turns to a ghost field. Anyway, to the story. We had set out to the park at about 8:30, so by the time we got there wouldn't be anyone to grass us up. We arrived and had everything packed and things went according to plan. We had the tent, snacks, portable DVD player, Pokemon Go at the ready. It was perfect. 10 PM came and we heard the park police shutting the gates. They're quite loud, so it was always easy to hear the gates creak. Once we were sure the police left, we decided to whip out our phones and play some Pokemon Go. There was a Pokestop in the park and I had the lore module to use it. We had been playing for about half an hour when we heard long bangs coming from the gates, like somebody had ran into it. The thing is though, Dagenham's known for its drunks, so we didn't really think anything of it. Cut the long story short, we went back to our tent and we watched a couple of action films and went to sleep. Not even an hour into sleep, I woke up with a horrible sense of dread, almost like somebody was watching me. All my senses were heightened and something just wasn't right. I hear some crunching coming from behind the tent. I thought that maybe it was just a fox until I heard it, or should I say I heard them speak. I managed to make out what their words were, being the following: "They're gonna hear us, just keep your mouth shut." I quietly but violently shook Jim to wake him up and told him exactly what I just heard. I needed to make sure that I wasn't crazy, so I made him also listen. While listening, his face turned white. He turned to me and whispered, saying, "We need to make a run for it, just trust me." We didn't need to hesitate because both of us were quite athletic, so running wasn't going to be a problem. We slowly unzipped the tent and with one big breath made a mad dash for the gate. We heard pounding footsteps and heavy breathing behind us as a guy shouted in a horrible musky voice, "Oi, slow down, we just want to play with you." And both the guys started laughing madly, like seriously. It was so messed up. We made it to the fence and leapt over it just in time. After we got there, we did a mad dash to get to my house, which was only around the corner. We made it, slammed the door shut and ran up to my bedroom to peek out the window. We then saw both the guys sprint past my house, holding something that looked metallic. The thing was, it wasn't just one of them, they were both armed with whatever. At that moment, I turned to Jim and asked why he looked terrified back in the tent. He then turned to face me and said that he heard them say the following: "You grabbed the small guy. The large one's mine. The bigger you are, the more challenging they are." That terrified me. We went back to the tent the next morning and found that all of our stuff had got destroyed. The tent was smashed, portable DVD player was snapped in half and all our food was thrown everywhere. We never told anyone. I think we're too proud to say that we ran off. All I know is that I'm never going camping again. My Scariest Camping Experience by the MN Cloudman. So I consider myself a passionate camper. It's the only hobby I have done that I have taken any real interest in and actually get excited while doing so. More specifically, camping alone. Of course I camp with my friends every once in a while, but nothing really matches the experience of camping in the wild alone. Something about sitting by a fire you made yourself until late and going to bed with nothing but the sounds of the wild to accompany you is kind of magical. Of course, camping alone also means that I experience some pretty crazy crap. Usually it's animals, howls and cries from the woods that send chills down your spine, or animals that take an interest in your tent. I've had bears sniff and bat at my tent before, which absolutely terrifies me and usually keeps me up the rest of the night. I make sure I don't keep any food in my tent though, so no animals ever actually really want to get inside it. The scariest thing that you could ever encounter out in the wild, however, is another person. You think that animal and human footsteps sound relatively similar, but they don't. I've only had it happen twice until now. The first time it was just someone passing on the grass. They didn't do anything, but it still scares the life out of me. The second time, they stopped and waited for a while. They sounded about 20 feet from my tent. I was holding my breath until they just walked off again. However, about a month ago, I had my scariest ever camping experience. It was probably around 2 AM. I had been lying in my sleeping bag for about an hour just listening to the sounds of the wild when I heard footsteps approaching. I remember how they sounded as though they were brushing through the grass. They kept getting closer and closer, and at this point I was pretty freaked out. It sounded like they were directly approaching my tent, and they were. They stopped right in the front of my tent entrance. I was trying my hardest to keep my breathing quiet. I always take a handgun with me when I go camping, though I don't actually take it in case there's other people. I only take it in case there's animals that are lurking or anything that I can't scare off. That was the first thing to come to my mind when they stopped in front of my tent. I need that gun. I had then reached very slowly and quietly into my backpack and managed to draw it quickly. I did this as quietly as possible and held it very tightly. I was just staring at my tent door. What happened next really scared me. The person outside of my tent began to unzip my door. It was slow, like they were trying to be quiet. At this point, I was thinking, no more playing assumptions, you need to make sure that you don't get yourself murdered. So, I flipped off the safety. The person stopped unzipping my tent door after that sound. They heard the click too. I choked out the words, "Who's there? I have a gun." After that, the person ran off faster than I've ever heard anybody run. I couldn't shut my eyes after that. I was shaking. I thought for sure that I was either going to get killed or kill someone that night. My summer camp experience by Jason99. So every summer I go to this camp deep in Pennsylvania called French Creek Bible Camp. I was in the grade that covered the 11 to 12 year olds. Now there's been many stories passed around over the years about evil creatures living in these woods. One was called the Goat Man. He was described to be like the devil himself, having red eyes. Some claimed that they saw him, but I didn't believe them. There used to be 5 different sleeping areas in this camp, 2 for guys and 2 for girls, but a couple of years ago, sleep in area 5 burned to the ground one night, while people were actually camping there. No one's sure how the fire actually started because the cabins don't have electricity, and fire officials said it wasn't a forest fire that caused the unit to burn down. That was really strange enough. Now, I was in Unit 4, the furthest away from civilization. One night, our cabin door swung open and crashed against the wall as if somebody had kicked the door. But we shined a flashlight outside to investigate and we literally saw nothing. We then told some people the following morning about what had happened to us, and they didn't really think much of it. Now keep in mind that it wasn't windy at all. Was this a sign that we shouldn't be there? Now, this is where stuff got intense. It was the second to last night before we were supposed to go home. Once again, the weather was calm. It was around 2:30 AM where my entire cabin was awoken by the loud sound of our wooden door being slammed open. Moments later, we hear a loud cracking noise and notice that a large tree next to our cabin is falling towards us. I believe in the split second I looked out of the window and at the falling tree that I saw something near it. The tree then fell onto our cabin and crashed through our roof, and literally right next to where my cabin's mate's bed was. Had I have not been looking out that window, then he would have definitely been crushed to death by the weight of the tree and the ceiling that was collapsing. This was a very large tree too. It would have been really hard for somebody to push it down by themselves. Everybody in the surrounding area came to see what happened and to make sure that we were okay. When we came to investigate exactly why the tree had fallen, it looked like somebody had cut across the bottom with a chainsaw. The weird thing is that we were so close to them that it would have almost been impossible for us not to have heard them cutting it. I truly believed that something or someone was out there trying to kill us or whatever. I have never been back to that place since. Who knows who or what could have been lurking in them trees. The Potential Horrors of Camping by Abe413. My boyfriend and I are a young couple in their mid-college years. We decided that we wanted to get away from work and our studies for the weekend, so we took a trip to the nearest hiking trail that is part of the Appalachian route. We decided to leave on Friday once I got off work, and backpack up the trail in order to get to the camp for the weekend. I work in a restaurant, so that makes it very difficult for me to get time off work. I ended up leaving work at around 4, but we said that no matter what we would be going on this trip. So we finally left for the trail and we began hiking at around 5:30. My boyfriend was an Eagle Scout, so we had all of the necessary supplies for a successful camping trip. The first part of the hike was absolutely exhausting. It was up a hill and we were both carrying at least 40 pounds of our metal framed backpacks. About an hour later we finally passed by the first shelter. If not many of you are sure of what this is basically a 10 by 15 foot log cabin that only has 3 walls. It is open to the outside though. It's only really used to shelter people from the rain or used as a place to stop if people want to go to sleep. Midway through the hike it began to pour dramatically in the forest. Sooner or later we were both soaked from head to toe. Thick fog also grew quickly and it had been a hot and humid Friday anyway. The trail became very slippery and our pace slowed down tremendously. We hoped that we were getting closer to the camping site, but it turned dark very quickly. We took a rest in the dark as it poured, and we hoped that we would be able to soon find our head lanterns, which we did. After finding them, we put them on. We were still struggling to balance ourselves on top of the rocky and muddy path. I thought that by that point we would never make it to the shelter. We walked though, never giving up, although I wanted to. My socks and shoes were wet and I was tired and hungry and very cold. It was around 8:30 when we finally made it through to the second shelter and campgrounds. There was a split path though. Either you could walk straight to continue to the top of the view, or you could turn slightly right to walk to the campgrounds, or then take a 90-degree turn to the right to walk down to the shelter. At this point we were both drenched head to toe and we needed to dry off. It was still raining to beat that, so we decided that it would have been nearly impossible to set up our tent and camp, so we realised we'd just have to stay put in the shelter until the rain stopped. Once we got down to the shelter, we saw that there was a man and woman in their 60s there. We instantly thought to ourselves that they were an older married couple who wanted to get away for the weekend too. We told them that we were not bothering them for too long and we just wanted to set down our backpacks and attempt to dry off. They were very welcoming to us with a lantern and an absorbing towel to help us dry off. We both took off our shirts because we were carrying a lot of weight in water. The couple seemed to be very normal, and the man brought a very cute dog with him that I played with. We began introducing ourselves with our names and where we're from and what we were doing. They both said they were in their 60s, Their names were Joe and Maya, and that they were just messing around for the weekend in between the sentences. They were also taking large gulps of what seemed to be alcohol in a water pack. They said that they were just there having fun, having met online, but they were dropping hints that they were on there having an affair. The older woman, who said she comes from West Virginia, striked off to be very normal at first, but then on closer inspection something was off. It began with her looks, having looked very scraggly. She had shoulder-length grey hair with circular glasses resting on her face. Her teeth were very dark and nearly covered with a brown film, as if she used to be hard on drugs. She wore a pullover, hiking boots and jeans and shorts. Joe, on the other hand, was just an average white male who had grey hair and was a tad overweight. They spoke about their past employments and what they had done in their life. Maya said that she had been a writer, which I admired. Information about ourselves was also exchanged and they seemed very friendly. I was in a very bad mood though, and I felt a lot better after I smoked a bit. My boyfriend and I periodically showed each other our phones in order to communicate, as we didn't have a bit of service in the shelter. We agreed that it was okay if we started smoking, since they were becoming drunk. They said they didn't mind but wanted to join in. I thought it was absolutely insane that they wanted to smoke too at that age. The woman may have only took 2 hits, but she was even struggling to flick the lighter. The guys began their own conversation and the woman and I veered off on our own as well. The woman began asking me to tell her a story. As she inched closer and closer to me, she would then ask me to tell her a story even more aggressively. She grew more and more demanding, saying, "Tell me a story." My boyfriend and I met online, just as they did, so I was going to tell her about the story of how we met. I began with the story. "So you met him online, right?" The woman nearly cuts me off and angrily says, "What? Why would you say that?" I said to her, "You all met online, right?" She cuts me off again and more aggressively says, "Wait, why did you say that?" I said it again. "Earlier, Joe said to me that you met online, didn't you?" She then nearly shouts and growls, "Why would you say that?" I wanted to jump away from that conversation so quickly, so I asked her, "Well, you're a writer, right? So why don't you tell me about your best stories?" The woman became far more happier and giggly at this point. She then goes on to tell me that, yes, I am a writer. In my mind. I was extremely confused and creeped out at this point and didn't really know what to say. I'm the type of person to laugh it off, so that's just what I did. She enjoyed being a writer in her mind. I looked over at my boyfriend in Joe's conversation. It seemed to be as normal as it could be. There was absolutely nothing wrong about it, but Maya gave me these chills and she got my attention again, getting closer into my face, asking me what I was saying. The problem was that I wasn't saying anything. I was absolutely silent, ignoring her, and she began talking to herself. She would make very in-depth hand gestures as she spoke to herself, then would ask me what I was saying to her. I wasn't saying a single word and she would wonder why I was telling her those things. She would then cut me off abruptly again and say, "Yes, no, maybe, no way, yeah, I can't wait, huh?" as she rocked back and forth, waving her arms around. She began crossing her legs, holding her arms up in the air above her head, shouting, "Coming out, I'm calling you out, come on." She was nearly talking purely gibberish. The older man's attention was caught and he asked her if she was okay and how she was doing. She said that she was doing just fine and it was only witchcraft. It stormed loudly in the background and was pitch black all around us. A small lamp light rested on a beam above our heads in the middle of the wooden shelter. I was wet and very vulnerable. Everything slowly began to get worse that night. Maya kept slurring her words and she demanded that she get in her sleeping bag. I'm against the wall next to my boyfriend very closely as the man crawled into his sleeping bag. Maya attempted to put her legs in the sleeping bag but couldn't. She moved around for a very long time and finally curled up next to Joe on top of her sleeping bag. She was probably freezing as it was 35 degrees by 9:30. Only a few minutes passed and we heard Maya whisper. Maya said angrily, "What did you give me?" she growled again. "What did you give me?" The man finally woke up and demanded, "What?" Maya hits him on the back and yells, "What did you give me?" She jumped up immediately, facing us. Her eyes were nearly all black and her pupils were greatly dilated. She looked nearly sadistic and yelled at us, "What did he give me?" My boyfriend and I both tense up, nearly having a heart attack. She screams, "What did he give me?" even louder, as her voice screeched into my eardrums. She once again turned around to the man lying down next to him. She slowly whispers into his ear, softly growling, "What did you give to me?" It began to run through my mind that he had drugged her, or she was having a flashback or something. Joe attempted to calm her down, but she was still relentless. She stayed down for approximately 5 minutes, but Maya immediately sat up. She faced us with her legs crossed, and she stared at us without breaking eye contact for at least 5 minutes. She did this every so often, sitting up, staring at us and laying back down. She would do this over and over again, so we decided to leave immediately. We finally made our way out, and she stared at us for one last time. We pitched camp as far away as possible, but I remained sleepless that night in fear that Maya would find out where our tent was and crawl into it to do God knows what. At this point in my life, I was pretty down and lonely. I had a lot of people do me wrong, and I just wanted to get away from everything. I was tired of everyone. I just wanted to get away. So that's just what I did. I decided that I would pack some of my things and go out on a camping trip, just to be able to clear my mind and so that other people wouldn't have to disturb me and just let me get on with my own thinking. So I set out to some woods near where that I lived. I knew that I would only make the trip short, but I had enough supplies so that if I needed to stay out there for longer I could. The first part of the trip went really nice and to plan. I found it very peaceful and relaxing just to get away from everything and try and forget about my situation. So I set up my camp for the first night. I didn't have any books or anything, I just had the sounds of nature for entertainment. I really enjoyed being away from everyone. The first night was very peaceful, and I can't lie, it really helped me clear my mind. It was the thing that happened on the second night though, however, that I'm never going to forget. I decided to take a small hike away from my camp. I knew that I was miles away from everyone, so I wouldn't have any need to go back. At least not for a little while, so I could just safely set off without having to worry about my things. I found the hike again very nice and relaxing, and I started to completely turn my mood around. It was very pleasurable, and I liked looking at all of the birds and other nature that was set around me. It began getting dark though, so I decided that I would have to head back soon. As I was heading back though, I could see some lights close to where my campsite was. I was sure that maybe I'd just left the torch on or something, because it was pretty dim, and my torches were pretty bright, so maybe the battery's just about to be drained, I thought to myself. I laughed out loud and said, "Hey, don't mess around, I'm really not in the mood for people," half in a joke to myself, knowing that I was completely alone. What happened next though really scared me. The light instantly went out, and I heard some people scurry away. That's the thing, it wasn't just one person, though there was only one light source. It seemed to be at least 3 or 4 people that scurried off. I wasn't really in the mood for anything like this, so I just jogged back to my campsite. I already felt like people had done me wrong, but I wasn't ready for it to happen again. As I approached my campsite though, I found that the place just stunk of gasoline. As I got close enough, I could see that my tent was absolutely covered in this, and there was a small trail with the stuff leading away to the forest where the people had ran to. I don't know exactly what their intentions were, but it was pretty obvious that they were planning to set this alight, either before I got back or maybe gonna wait until I got back in, hoping that I wouldn't notice the gasoline. I have no idea why they did this today, and I'm pretty sure that they're still out there. My Childhood Friend's Father by Rob666 Boss. So here's some backstory before I begin. These events started when I was in 2nd or 3rd grade in 2002 or 3. They ended during the fall of 2015. I am a 21-year-old female living in Canada, and for reference, RCMP means Royal Canadian Mounted Police. When I was in elementary school, I was friends with a girl named Jessica. We had a group of 5 or 6 girls that we played with. Jessica's parents were divorced, and I often went over to her dad's house after school because they had a trampoline and a slide. Her dad was a totally normal dude. His name was Richard, and he held a job as a pilot, which definitely requires some mental stability. Jessica would also come over to my house sometimes, and her dad was always come over to pick her up after a play date, so he was familiar with where I lived. I think in the 2nd or 3rd grade, Jessica moved away to live with her mum. I didn't fully understand what was going on as a child, and I still don't know what happened, but something gone wrong with her father. We didn't hear much from Jessica, but around her birthday the following year, Richard invited our group of girls over to a surprise birthday party. We arrived at the party and we were waiting for Jessica so we could surprise her, but Jessica never showed up. We were hanging out with her dad for a while. As a child, it didn't seem as weird as it does to me now. When our parents arrived, we explained to them what had happened, and we didn't hang out again with Jessica or Richard ever. After that, some of the girls started receiving presents from Richard at their homes. I never received them, but my mum told me about it years later. The presents usually consisted of cheap jewellery and notes. I have no idea what the note said though. I'm sure that I don't want to. After this, Richard goes away, and my mum later tells me that he went to a mental institution. Years go by. I had completely forgot about the whole situation. Then, in the winter of 2013, I was out of town for a cheer competition. I was scrolling through Facebook one night when all of a sudden a new group chat popped up with 5 girls from the elementary school I went to. I had not kept in touch with any of them, so this was weird. The chat was about how they had received messages from Richard on Facebook. I checked the other folder on my Facebook messages, and sure enough, I had some too. I had a variety of messages that did not make a lot of sense, including some strange poems. Many of the messages were descriptions of dreams he had about me. Though some of them were nonsense, others were very weird, and I felt threatened by them. I didn't feel comfortable sharing some of them because they were more explicit, but here's a couple of the shorter and less scary messages. Hi girl from not that long ago. Pristine of pristeiness, I want you to know that I want you. We're gonna have planets to go to someday, provided that you don't melt them first. I'm so proud of you. Stay happy, and I haven't found a way to keep you off my mind at all. Now I can't see planets till I make you all mine, so you're just so rough, and oh you're just fine. As if I'm there, my love for you, for I share. It's indefinite, for it's all about you, that's all I care. Oh my goodness for your whipping cream containers. I clicked on Richard's Facebook profile, and his whole profile was dedicated to us 5 girls. He didn't have any friends added, so clearly nobody had seen it. Unfortunately, we didn't have very good security settings on Facebook. He saved dozens of photos of us, then reposted them with non-sensual and inappropriate captions. The captions range from essays about his love for us to a 1-sentence caption that simply said, "She's so ugly." Here are some of the shorter photo captions. Emily, hopefully you're not too soon. I'm gonna go and find out your 5188XYY, and I'm gonna show up as a man that knocks on your front doorstep and bite your bottom lip off before you can say a word. Sierra, because my initial Erophia turns into sunken depression when I realise that There's nothing I can do about you besides you, because you're inside me and I can't get you out of my mind. I just love you so much. Melissa, can I paint your picture, and I want to lift you around to see how heavy that you actually are, as well as go for a drive on the Hollywood Drive with the windows rolled up, so that way we can just get a crystal clear view. Give it up like as if I'm gonna pretend I like it, besides you're just yanking on my strings, cause time after time it gets always the same common denominator, which I noticed how, come on, you all pluck your eyebrows, but I'm gonna pretend I have favourite things, but in reality I really don't need them, and you know that I'm a good liar. I have a criminal mind like all of yours. We were all 18 at the time, so we really didn't know what to do, so my mum contacted the RCMP. They told us to block Richard on Facebook, but not to reply, as the messages could be used as evidence. He continued to send us messages every single day, and we shared the screenshots with each other in the group chat and sent them off to the police. He had several different Facebook accounts that were all variations of his name, along with some randomly named ones. One of the girls decided to get into contact with Jessica to find out if she still had contact with her father. Apparently, she only saw him on supervised visits every once in a while. She was very embarrassed and apologized a lot. She was a very nice person though, and obviously none of us were upset at her in any way because it wasn't her fault, and she was so nice. Eventually, Richard was charged with 5 counts of criminal harassment. He pled guilty and went to jail for around 5 months. When he got out, there was still a no contact order in place, meaning that he could not contact any of us girls or come within a certain radius of our homes. He was not allowed to use the internet either. I'm not sure how all of this works, but this is what the constable handling the case told me. However, not surprisingly, he started contacting us on Facebook again. He went back to jail for breaching his probation. Fast forward to the summer of 2015, he got out. I started receiving more messages. I immediately wrote on the group chat to see if any other girls had gotten any. They hadn't. It was just me. I then immediately contacted the police. It seems that they had forgotten to include my name on the no contact order. He knew not to contact any other girls, but still thought it was safe for him to try and contact me. This time, things only got worse. It had just started when I was working at my new job, and being the idiot I am, I had my workplace public on Facebook. One day, I come into work and there was this package waiting for me. Obviously, I was really confused by this because I would never have had anything ordered to my work. So I decided I was going to open it up with my managers, and there was weed inside along with a disc with encryption software on it. He had mailed it to my work and the weed. I knew immediately that this was him, and I awkwardly explained the situation to my managers, who thought it was hilarious. The security in my office tower was alerted and given a photo of him. They began walking me to my bus stop after my shifts too. It was scary knowing that he knew I worked there. At this point, I hadn't seen him in literally years, but it was clear that he was mentally unwell. I also literally had no idea what he was capable of or what his motives were. This RCMP did not seem to take this case very seriously. They did move, but very slowly, passing the case around to various officers. Meanwhile, I was terrified. I could hardly walk down my streets at night without freaking out. Every time somebody knocked on my door while I was home alone, I would drop whatever I was doing to hide under the kitchen counters. I had not moved since I was a child, so it was a very possible thing that he knew where I lived. The packages kept on coming. I received more weed in several different forms, including cookies, which appeared to be cocaine, and a key to his apartment. There were also some other miscellaneous items. I opened up all of the packages at the police station. One of the packages included a USB stick with a bunch of audio recordings on them. but I decided it was better for me not to listen to them. The return address on the package was a random post box in another city that didn't belong to Richard. Also, there were no fingerprints ever found on any of this somehow. During the whole time, the Facebook messages remained constant. Luckily, in one of the messages he informed me that he had sent me drugs and the key along with them had his home address. The confirmed packages were actually from him. They traced it back and eventually he was charged again. I received a subopener in the mail to appear as a witness in court. However, he once again pled guilty and I never got to go to court. I was actually a bit disappointed, as I thought seeing him in person would provide me some form of closure. He's still locked up somewhere as I'm writing this, but I still get scared walking at night or when somebody knocks on my door. The police provided me zero information on where he was being held or when he would be released. I feel like I'm just waiting for the day that he will contact me again. It seems as if every time I think it's over, it isn't. If I do hear from him again, I'll be sure to keep everyone updated. The situation could have been a lot worse. As far as I know, he didn't physically follow me or anything, but I don't know. The uncertainty kills me. They Just Wanted to Talk by Blue Moon. My story takes place 19 years ago. I'm a female and I was 16 at the time. I'm 5'7", I was about 130 pounds, and I like to think that I'm strong, but I couldn't take on two young men. So it begins with my mother and stepmother going away on vacation and leaving my 17-year-old sister and I alone. They did this quite often. My parents were not winning any parenting awards, to be honest. My sister and I didn't really get along either. She was a nasty piece of work. Luckily, she decided to go stay at a friend's house while my parents were away. I was nervous about being alone, so I had my boyfriend staying with me. He was kind of not nice either, but I'm glad he was there. On one night, Brett and I were at my house, and we had just started messing around when I heard the really loud knock on the door. My room was in the basement, but at the landing area between the stairs, you know, like where you have some staircases are broken up, there's a window that I could see the stairs out of that led up to the porch, and I could see two people standing there, and just as I was peeking out to see them better, one of them saw me. I remember feeling the breath being sucked out of my chest as there were two young men standing there on my porch. It was almost midnight. I had no idea who the hell they were. The guy that saw me let his friend know, and they both looked in the window and asked me to come to the door. My boyfriend had went upstairs to open the door, and I remembered freaking out because I told him not to. He was one of those guys who thought he was Mr. Tough Guy and believed that he could fight anyone. He was telling the guys to leave as I joined him at the door. Then they called me by my name and asked me to let them in. Brett told them to go away, and one guy, I think his name was Les or something, said something like, "Come outside, we just want to talk to you." So my boyfriend and I said, "No thanks, we're going to bed," and shut the door, and I was really confused and getting frightened. They stood on my doorstep for a few minutes and started knocking again. Then they explained to me through the door that he was my sister's friend and that she had told him I was alone and that they should come by. I knew my sister and I believed them. That did not, however, make me stupid, so I told them to leave. They then started kicking the door and I was shaking. I started seriously fearing that it wouldn't hold up. I was so scared that I ran into my kitchen to call the police. I assured them that they would be there very soon, and they told me to lock the door and stay on the phone. Meanwhile, Brett was yelling at them, which only served to annoy them more. I begged him to shut up, but he wouldn't listen to me. I was locking all of the windows and doors upstairs while Brett was downstairs making sure everything was locked. Down in the basement, there was a huge mud area, and it had a thick wooden door made out of 2x4 planks, kind of like an old barn door. The door had a big old lock on it, some spring-loaded turnbolt, and had a plank set across it like a barricade. One of the guys was pounding on this door, and Brett heard him tell the other guy to go to the back door. The stupid door was one of those 1960s things that had a little square window right at face level with a little curtain across it. I was at this door trying to jam a chair under it because the frisky knob didn't look like it was going to hold up, and when I looked up I saw the unnamed guy just staring at me. I screamed and the dispatcher asked me if I was okay. I barely squeaked out that one of the guys was looking at me through the window. He was older than me, probably about 20, and was tall, and he looked scary as hell. His dark eyes were drilling into me, and he wore this creepy smile on his face. I had never seen this man before, but he knew my name. He then started to tap on the window with one finger, never breaking eye contact, and said, "Becky, let me in." I couldn't breathe. The knob was rattling as he was messing around with it, and he said, "Let me in, Becky. I want to make sure you're alright. Just let me talk." He then proceeded to just continually stare at me. I was just 3 feet from him with my back pressed to the fridge when he suddenly started beating on the door and screamed, "Let me in the house. If I have to break in, I'm gonna kill both of you. So just open the door." He looked maniacal. Then there was a loud knock on the front door and the man went silent. He gave me the most hateful sneer I've ever seen. I heard shouting and he ran down the back stairs and into the woods along the back part of my yard. Brett had gone to the door and it was the cops. There were 2 female officers at the front door. One was just standing there, starting to raise her voice asking where I was and to come to the door. I was so relieved I started sobbing. I told them that they had ran away across through the woods. Luckily, the woods weren't very deep. They actually ran along a bank of a large river, and there was a bridge just up from where the woods met the road, and the officers went back round. While one stayed to get a description and take my statement, the other officer came back to then speak to Officer 2. Apparently, she saw them running across the bridge and they both left in a hurry, hopped in a cruiser and just sped off. I was still crying and shaking because I was absolutely furious at Brett for riding them up. I went to make myself some tea, thinking of all the ways I could kill my sister when she got home. I had so much anger, fear and adrenaline thumping throughout me that I could have ripped her to shreds at that moment. 20 minutes later, the cruiser came back. There were 2 guys sitting in the back seat and the officers wanted us to confirm that was the right guys. I looked through the window and saw them. They still looked terrifying to me. They were in cuffs and couldn't actually get me, but I would not want to get close. Neither would look at me. I confirmed it was them and we spoke a bit. I told the cops about my sister, suggesting that these 2 men should come see me. Officer number 2 mumbled, "Why would she do that?" I had agreed. I pressed charges for attempted forced entry, property damage, as I'd actually broke a window in the living room, trespassing, disorderly conduct and attempted assault. Initially, they both pled not guilty, but later admitted to some of the charges and they both got 18 months in jail and were forbidden to contact me or my boyfriend ever again and stay at least 500 meters away. I never heard from it again though. Men in the Woods by Nordic Nonsense. Recently, and I mean like 8 months ago, I moved to an island in the South Pacific and have gotten the hiking bug, so I tried to get out to new locations as much as I possibly can with the work eating into my precious time. This happened about 2 weeks ago. Since I live in the South Pacific region, it gets mightily hot, driving all by the most insane hikers indoors unless it's night. Of course, I am no masochist, so I'll try to do all of my hiking in the early hours of the morning or in the evening when it starts getting cool. I've never been afraid of going hiking alone by myself. I did it when I lived in Oregon and never ran into any problems with it, but my island isn't my friendly home state. I always carry pepper spray when I used to go out hiking in Montana and Wyoming, sometimes carrying a handgun to ward off anything I could, or take whatever action I needed if it was a bear or a person. But I'd always gotten off considerably lucky. I go to the trailhead at 6:30 in the evening. The trail was called 1,000 Steps, but in all honesty, it was mostly just a walk straight down the cliff and then a grueling journey back up. I didn't want to go, but my dog, Mad Moxie, needed to walk, and I had done hiking so many times I could probably do it in my sleep. The first thing I noticed when I pulled up was an old rickety, rusted out blue pickup truck with a big plastic trap over the bed to keep out the rain. These are pretty common on the islands, affectionately earning them the name of gum bombs. I don't think I liked it as much as I hooked up with Moxie and started heading down the trail, trying my best to ignore the mosquitoes that were making a meal out of my exposed neck. Heading down the trail was relatively easy, avoiding the banana spider webs. I felt the stress of the day slowly unwinding as the underbush grew darker and the night slowly approached. I made it all the way down the water's edge when I noticed that there was a man standing about 100 yards away. It was dark enough now that I could see his silhouette, so I have no idea if he was looking at me or the water, but I chose just to ignore him and instead pull on Moxie's ball from my backpack and threw it a few times so she could go and get it. After some time, the guy started walking over to me. He was now about maybe 10 feet away. Now, I'm no tiny woman. I'm 23 years old and I stand at about 5'6", and this guy was a couple of inches taller than me, but most of the locals were on the smaller side. But something just felt weird. Eventually, I had just greeted him and nodded, saying evening, and looked down at Moxie, who had just returned from finding her ball. I stopped down to pet her now sweating head and kept an eye on this guy. "Can I help you, sir?" "Pretty dog," he responded mildly. "You alone?" "I have my dog," I said tamely, trying to sound braver than I was feeling. "I'm never alone." I tried to emphasize on the fact that I had my dog with me, but the man seemed unfazed by my statement. "Alright then, you have a good night." With that, he turned around and started walking back towards the trailhead. I watched his shadow disappear into the trees and waited for about half an hour before I started walking back towards the path. My mind on high alert as Moxie pulled me through the trees and up the cliffside. The crickets then began to pierce the night as I climbed up the steps, which was illuminated by my flashlight. My hands were full with Moxie's leash and my light, but you could bet your life that I would still have been able to get out the pepper spray as quickly as I needed. Finally, my light pierced the trees at the top and I practically booked it up the hill. When I got to the top of the hill, I nearly had a heart attack. The blue rusted pickup truck was sitting in the parking lot still, but all their passenger side doors was practically touching my driver's side door. Inside the car, I could faintly see two men sitting in the cab. I could feel they were watching me. Slowly, I approached the car, walking as far over the passenger's side as I could, and I kept Moxie with me, as close as I possibly could as I opened the door and crawled over to the driver's seat. At that moment, the door of the pickup flung open and my dog started going crazy, barking at the two guys who were now outside of their car, trying to break into mine. Heart in chest, I rammed the keys into the ignition and tore out of the parking lot quickly. I nearly took my mirror off. I called my mum as soon as I got home and she begged me to call the police. Unfortunately, the police here on an island aren't as vigilant as they are on mainland, and that area is known for car thefts, muggings, and other things, as I learnt from my co-workers later that week. Earlier this month, another girl actually disappeared from that area with no trace, and it makes me wonder if the men in the blue pickup truck didn't have anything to do with it. If I didn't have my dog with me, I could have probably got mugged or something much worse. A Veteran's Road Rage by Bitchin' Donuts 127. Backstory: I was a senior in high school 2014 and I'm female. I just turned 17 3 months prior due to starting kindergarten early because of my birthday in the state that I lived in at the time. Point is, I was young. My dad just unexpectedly passed away a week before this incident. The Friday was my first day back at school, and yes, my mother made me come back to school less than a week after I found out about my dad's passing. So I totally wasn't ready for it, more like forced to act normal. I do think that this played a big part in my reaction. I went to VUTech. For those of you who don't know, I had half of the day devoted to a specific trade, cutting my actual time in high school classes in half. After lunch, all of the tech students would get on the bus and drive to tech. I was one of the only few who was actually allowed to drive to tech because I had a job that sometimes started at the end of my school day and I was allowed to leave early to go to work. Now to my story. It was a semi-normal day, even though I just went through the most traumatic event of my life a week ago. The teachers sent an email of what had happened with my dad. Fellow students ended up finding out. Everybody would ask me if I was alright and saying that I needed to go home. I was pretty much emotionless after spending a whole week crying. I just wanted to get over it and wanted to go through the day. After lunch, I get back to my car and head to tech. I enjoyed tech a lot. I was actually looking forward to it. Now tech is less than 15 minutes away from my high school, not really a long trip at all. So I was driving down the road and somebody turned and I first caught sight of a Ford. It was swerving around and I could see in the driver's window that it was an old man who was alone. He was just waving something with the music and I paid no attention. A little further down the road, someone else in front of me stops to turn. We're at a dead stop, waiting for the other lane to clear so the guy ahead can cross. I had my window open as it was a pretty nice day. I noticed a guy behind me. He was staring at me through my rear view window, pointing previous objects at me, lunging it and actually yelling out the window at me. He was saying stuff like, "I hate you, you don't know how to drive." I instantly thought like, okay, this is weird. I'm just gonna wait for this guy to turn. I don't know what gone through my head previously in situations like this, so I just rolled up my window. My school is less than 3 minutes away by this point. I'm still a little paranoid and looking in my rear view at this guy heading down the road. I then see him take the object that I still can't figure out well enough what actually was and take it across to his throat as if he's slicing it and he's pointing it at me. He's accelerating, riding close to me and backing off. My heart starts racing because I don't know if this guy is joking at this point. I then figured that once I turned into tech, he wouldn't keep on driving. It was just a case of road rage. I'm still scared though, so I pull into tech and go towards a spot. The guy then whips in and parks directly behind me. I notice some other students in their car beside me getting their books together, and I signaled them, saying like, "What the hell?" I mouth that I don't know back to them when they gestured back and I try and lock the door. The crazy old guy then comes up to my window with a knife, and he was actually waving that out the window at me the whole time. It's a huge Swiss Army knife. I have no idea how I didn't notice what it was originally. His face got so close to my window, his eyes were squinted and bloodshot. He had curly white hair with glasses. He was about 70 years old and a pretty bulky guy. He still looked scary though, and really angry. He told me to open my door and started trying opening it when I shook my head and saying no. He then takes a knife and scratches a big X on my window right where my face is at his point of view. He then pressed his hands against my window and pulled my window down a few inches. I'm freaking out now. My window was only open for about 2 or 3 inches due to my rain guard, but I was still scared. I took my seatbelt off and started backing away from the window, but I didn't want to get out of my seat, and this guy could have easily chased me around inside of my car. He then scratches the knife in the window inches from my face. I can't roll the window back up and he's screaming that he's gonna slit my throat like babies and children's and their mothers in Vietnam. How I'm just a stupid idiot who needs to know her place, and other crazy stuff like this. I was truly scared at this point, and I started backing away as far as I could in my seat, but in a way, after what I just went through, I started to not care. In my mind, he wanted a reaction, and I wasn't going to give him one. I eventually just started saying, "Do it, slit my throat." Come on, is that what you want? With the straightest, most unemotional face that I could possibly muster. At this point, he's getting confused. He's still waving the knife at me, but it's only 5 or 6 inches away from my face. He can't get his arm through my window any further. He's still shouting at me and calling me really nasty words, and saying how he's gonna kill me and make me pay. I stare at him for a while with no reaction to what he's saying. I think he realised that whatever he wanted to happen wasn't going to happen, so he took his arm out of my window, saying he'll find me, he's still going to kill me, he knows where I am, and other profanities about my mum. He then walks back into his car and speeds off, hitting a student's car in the process. It took me a few seconds to come back to reality. The girl in the car next to me looks back as if to say, what the hell? All the other students who arrived when I did stayed in their cars after realising what was happening. I get out of my car and so did everybody else. All of the other students then rushed over to me and apologised, saying they were too scared to do anything when they saw he had a knife. I don't blame them, really. That's what I wanted them to do. While this was happening, one of them phoned the tech principal to let him know what was going on. The tech guy called the police and they took my statement. The cops kept asking me if I cut this guy off, brake checked him, and if I knew him, etc. I said no. I didn't know anything about him and I'd literally never seen him before, and sadly tech had no cameras. I do realise that maybe my reaction was bad. I've had people telling me that I should have just put my Jeep into drive and ran him over, or just left the school completely. I think after what I just went through though with my dad, I didn't want to see any more death. Even though this guy actually did something to me, I didn't want him to target other students if I left. I was also not allowed to have a weapon myself being on school grounds, not even a can of mace. Tech ended up letting me go home. A few news outlets wanted to interview me, but I had enough, so they still did a run-up story without me that night. 2 days passed and it's now Sunday. The cops called me and say the guy has turned himself in because he saw the story on the news. It turns out that he was a Vietnam veteran, and when the police went to his house, he had a shrine of war and a whole war room and stuff. We had to go to court. They say that because he's a vet and he had a flashback, he was temporarily delusional. He was then made to complete an ARD program and stay 600 feet away from me at all times and pay for the scratched window. I was pretty upset by the verdict. I do respect veterans to every extent, but you can't be on the road if you're doing stuff like this. I still do see him around at the store and gas station, etc. I'm not sure if he remembers me or not. Every time he looks at me, I don't know what his intentions are, and it's normally just a glance, but I do feel bad for him. He didn't deserve what war did to him, but he also didn't deserve to do what happened to me. I hope that one day he overcomes his trauma like I have. It just made me paranoid every time that I see drivers in my rearview mirror. Caramel the Maintenance Guy by Mysterious1. Years ago, when I was still a young mum, I became friends with a couple who lived a couple of doors away, the maintenance guy C and his wife. My daughters called him Caramel because it was close to his name and seemed to amuse them. Anyway, shortly after we met, Caramel's wife left him, and somehow I became his shoulder to cry on. He would tell me how he parked in front of the house where she was living at for 4 hours just to give her roses, despite her telling him not to contact her whatsoever. No matter how much I told him he was never going to win her back by refusing to respect her request, he kept on doing this. Eventually, he gave up wooing her back, I suppose, and we remained friendly, but I didn't see as much of him. I did ask him for a lift to go see my boyfriend who was in hospital. I did not have a car and it was a hot summer day, so I didn't really want to walk the 2-mile trek each way, so he dropped me off. After my visit, I walked home as I originally planned, arriving home in time for my ex to drop off my daughters, all of these whom were kindergarten age or younger. The following day, I was out of cigarettes. My youngest two who were napping and my 5-year-old was awake. I admittedly didn't use good judgment when I walked across the way to my neighbours to bum a cigarette, even though that I was still going to be able to hear them if they started crying or anything. I was out for a good 3 or 5 minutes, and as soon as I got home, my daughter told me Caramel had called while I was gone. I called him to see what he needed. "Hey, yeah, how come you didn't call me yesterday?" he asked me. I told him I didn't need a lift home, and after a minute or two of conversation, I hung up. As I did, my daughter said, "Mum, I don't know if you want to know, but I think you want to." I then said, "What is she talking about?" When Caramel called yesterday, he said that he liked to take off his clothes and do weird stuff, and do I want to watch? Obviously, that was the end of my acquaintance with Caramel, but it was not the end of the story. I filed a report to the police, but they couldn't really take action because he still hadn't committed a crime. And I told my apartment manager, and he was fired. However, in the months that followed, my daughter started saying odd things when she woke up at night. She'd always awaken at night or go to the potty or get a drink in her semi-conscious state, and then she always settled back to sleep instantly. But now she was telling me how that Caramel talked to me at the window, and she said this on several different occasions. I always went right out though to see if anybody was there, but there never was. I did always wonder if it's just her imagination, but every time she had said it, she told me that he said he would be her friend if she let him in, and it happened every time she said he was at the window. It was scary, but I felt confident enough. After all, I was always home at night and would always do anything to look after my daughters. These things never happened before midnight though, and I was always up until later than that. The one night I hired a babysitter while I went to dance with my boyfriend. We come home at around 10:30 or so, only to find the police at my apartment. An unidentified male had tried to convince the babysitter to open the door to him. He had then yelled at her when she wouldn't actually open the door to him, and he had walked around to the patio and started wagging his tongue at her through the window, so she decided to call the police. My oldest daughter then said to me, "That's him, the Caramel man, Mum." So, even after 2 police reports, it still didn't end. The final incident was when I awakened to loud pounding at my front door. I looked through the peephole and it was a police officer. I invited her in, and she said they received a phone call about a man looking into one of the windows of my apartment, and that was my daughter's room. She said the caller had apparently startled him and then he ran, but the caller was able to get a license plate number. "Do you know a man named?" and actually said his real name. That was the last time he messed with my family, but it was not the last time I heard about him. My boyfriend ran into him at a convenience store a few months later and said Caramel acted like nothing had happened and that they were just great friends. I really hope that this can all just come to an end. Always Lock Your Doors by Rosie1124. I work on a small dairy farm in the upper Midwest. It kind of has a weird layout, but I'll try my best. Right when you walk in, there's a milk house, and then you keep going and you're right in the parlour. Once you go to the edge of the parlour, you can turn left into our calf barn or right and make your way out to the big barn where the cows are being milked. I should also mention that we do have a calf barn that is also connected to an older barn that we keep pregnant cows in. The doors are never locked because we have people coming in and out at random times throughout the day, plus it's a barn, and there are doors literally everywhere. Anyway, I'm a female who is fairly tiny. I'm about 5'5" and 120-ish pounds, but mind you, I'm still in high school. So anyway, one night, I was working the night shift. Now, this is anywhere between 8:30 and 2 AM, because you never know how long the barn might take. Every shift we worked, we would have one other person, and this happened to be with one other high schooler about my age who's a bit taller than I am. So anyway, every shift we milk the first pen, then I'll go into the calf barn and turn the lights on and start the pasteurizer so I can feed the calves. So I went and did just that, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary, and I went back to help milk the second pen. After the second pen, I wanted to feed the calves. So here's a layout of the calf barn. There's an alley down it with the weaned calves on the left and hay and grain on the right for feeding them at the end, and that's in a big room. There's a row of 7 hutches right as you walk in from left to right, and then 2 in the left corner, and then there is 6 pens and 3 on each side with a little milk house in the middle for feeding purposes. The doors to the milk house are always closed to keep it warm in there, so I go in there and start my normal feeding routine, and I don't notice anything strange. Then I open the door to the other side of the milk house to feed the far pens, and that's when I noticed the older, almost weaned calves in the right hand side of the pen acting very scared. I ignored it at first and I went about what I was doing. Then I saw him, a man, huddled in the corner of the pen, just sitting there in all black. But he just sat there, not doing anything, just looking at me, smiling. In those far 2 pens is a double door that again isn't locked, making it very easy for anybody to come in. I was holding a 5-litre bucket filled with milk and I dropped it, spilling it all over the ground. I have never booked it as fast as I did out of there. I then told my co-worker what had just happened, and we both ran out and hid in the break room for a little bit with our barn dog. Eventually, we got the courage to go back and check it out, but the man was gone and the double doors were wide open. Thinking back on it, we should have just called the cops on him for trespassing, but he never threatened us or the cows or anything. I don't know if he was just a homeless man looking for shelter out of the cold, but my barn is a tad far out of the way for that. What scares me about this though is that day I walked in there a few other times and I didn't even notice him, so I have no idea how long he'd been there watching me. I worked 2 night shifts since then and I work another one tonight. Since then, I've been sure to make sure that the barn is actually clear and to check all the doors when I'm feeding. I still don't know why he was dressed in all black either. I really just hope that I'm never gonna see him again. All because of a blanket by Bitchin' Donuts 127. This happened last July while me and my boyfriend's family were on vacation in Carolina Beach, North Carolina. Every year, my boyfriend's family rents a pretty nice beach house for a week around July and takes a vacation. This was my first year being invited and it's absolutely beautiful. It's peach colour with 4 bedrooms and it's only a block off the beach. The house also sits on what looks to be stilts, and you can park your car underneath the house. It's completely open below the house, so it's not really a garage. We parked our car down there. There was also a table for hanging out, a laundry room, and a private enclosed outdoor shower down there as well. The house had 2 upstairs porches that were just a walk up the steps from the car to get to the porches and leading into the beach house. Now directly across the beach house is a little mom and pop restaurant, to the left is a gas station, and to the right is a 24/7 laundry. The main porch is facing the restaurant. You can see all of these places from underneath the house and the porch. It's still pretty open. This is normally a pretty quiet touristy town as well, and the family has been coming here for years and never had the same issue before. So it's our next to last day on vacation, and the landlord to the house has always been good to the family. So we washed all of the bed sheets for him, including a heavy down comforter that needs to go to the laundry mat instead of our washer and dryer. My boyfriend's mum and I take the blanket over to the laundromat at around 10 PM. We then stay by the laundromat on the porch to make sure that nobody comes and steals our blankets. We're checking on the blanket and it's taken way longer than we originally thought. It needed to be washed twice on the longest setting to get clean apparently. Now by the time we put it in the dryer, it's 1 AM. So somewhere between 10 and 1, a maintenance guy shows up and he's working on a few of the machines. He's nice enough. He says, "Hi, how are you?" And he says, "Don't use these 3 machines as they've been running badly." We go back to the house and the family joins us, all sitting on the porch drinking, talking about how we were about to leave and generally having a good time. It's about 2:15 AM now, and my boyfriend's mum asked me to go check on the blanket and run it for another time if necessary. I have a bad feeling though about going back. I just blame this on the booze and asked my boyfriend's dad if he could do it. My boyfriend's dad's a pretty huge guy and he's scary as hell if you don't know him, so he says fine and goes and runs it for a bit longer. Now, my boyfriend and I are pretty heavily into marijuana. His family doesn't care, so we go to our private outdoor shower, lock the door and just smoke in there. There's a seat in there separated from the shower part, so we just chill. A few minutes later, we hear some loud banging from the laundromat, and we go out and see that the maintenance man is still there. We say whatever and go back to smoking. And at exactly 2:27, I know because I was on my phone, we hear someone scream in a panicking voice. We then step out of the shower room to investigate and see a man booking it across the street towards our house. He cuts through our yard and runs right across next to the shower. The maintenance guy then runs to his car and turns down the road away from our house, hits a parked car, continues screeching down the street and finally wrecking. We can't see the car, we just hear a loud crash. We went upstairs to everybody on the porch and we're like, "Did you see what just happened?" They did, and they then called the police. They did eventually arrive within 5 minutes though. One cop goes down the road to the accident and there's a shoe and some other stuff lying on the road. The laundromat door is still hanging wide open. The police tape off everything, and being so close, we hear them radio that there's blood everywhere and they need to call others. 2 more cops show up and now there's 4 of them in this laundromat parking lot. We give them our story. They cannot physically write most of us as witnesses as we've been drinking, and they couldn't be certain of what we had seen. They started searching for weapons where the one guy ran, which was mainly through our yard. Me and my boyfriend are freaking out because not only did we smoke a lot in there, but we were also worried because the guy literally ran right past where we were. The cops didn't update us on anything at all. We got some looks from them from the smell, but they didn't say anything. After they completed their investigation, we see a cleaning crew come out and they lock the laundromat doors and we go and get our blanket. What we see in the newspaper the next day is that a homeless man came in and stabbed the maintenance guy and was trying to rob him in the process. Then, when the maintenance guy managed to get a good swing on him, he ran out and away towards the beach. The police found out the homeless guy was staying a few blocks away. I'm guessing that the maintenance guy was trying to get to the laundromat owner's house. I'm not sure why. Also, a few blocks away in the other direction, I don't know why he got into his car. The maintenance guy got taken to hospital but was okay. The homeless man obviously got taken to prison, and I'm really glad that I asked my boyfriend's dad to go check on that blanket because I literally would have only missed a commotion by like 20 minutes. Had I have went earlier, I definitely could have got stabbed. He Had Plans for Me by Gen Legend 3. So yesterday I was at my sister's house with my mum watching my son and nephews playing in the yard. One of my nephews, Harrison, was picking bark off a tree at the time. I then remembered an odd encounter that I had as a kid. It was so weird. I was thinking aloud and my mum heard me say this. My mum then inquired what I was talking about, so I decided to tell her. When I was a kid, I was hanging out at the Pinecone Forest. This is what the neighbourhood kids called a small patch of trees behind the road that was near where we lived. I was picking bark off one of the trees and I needed to pass some time because my friend Frankie was doing his homework and was yet to come out and play. Out of nowhere suddenly, this guy come up to me. I could smell him before I saw him. He smelled like stale cigarette smoke. I was kinda scared when I looked at him. He wasn't very old, but he had a very lazy eye that was cloudy. His teeth and fingernails were stained yellow. My mum taught me to be nice to people even when they don't look it, so I faked a smile and said hello. "What are you doing?" he asked me. Now the smell of his breath was probably the worst thing about him. I'm picking bark off this tree." "You shouldn't do that. It's like picking the tree's skin. How would you like it if somebody picked your skin off?" he said while lightly pinching my arm with his yellow fingernails. "I don't know," I replied and got my arm back off him. Just then, Frankie's mum called out for me out of the door, asking me to come and wait inside. I didn't think anything of the whole thing at the time, but when I told my mum about it, she had this look of, I don't know, guilt maybe. She said that it was probably about time that I knew the whole story. Apparently she never told me about it until now because she thought that I'd forgot about the whole encounter. So first of all, you should know that the neighbourhood I grew up in was a small tight-knit community. Everybody knew everybody, and there was no reason for an outsider to come in unless they knew somebody there. So here's what happened with this guy. Frankie's mum, Sonna, noticed that there was a white van with no windows parked on the side of the road. Now she didn't recognise it, but she figured that maybe it was just a visitor for a neighbour. Sonna said, or rather told the police, the van had been there all morning and afternoon. She was keeping an eye on it. She just had this bad feeling about it. Now she had this huge front window that actually faced out onto the pine forest. The van was parked right next to it. She saw me waiting for Frankie and kept a constant eye on the van while holding the phone just in case. She then saw the man jump out to the back of the van and then walk up to me. As soon as she saw him grab my arm and pinch me, she decided to call the cops. That was when she called me into her house. The cops stopped the guy just outside of my neighbourhood. In the back of the van they found that there were binoculars, a Polaroid camera, pictures of me taped all over the walls and ceilings, me at school, at my grandparents' house, and at the bank with my mum. Just everywhere I went to. But that's not all. He had a key to a storage unit on him. Inside the unit, they found it was full of knives. I mean a lot of knives. Paring knives, a butcher knife, a thin fillet knife, a melon baller, and various knives of all shapes and sizes. There was also a few books about anatomy. There was some other surgical equipment, duct tape, and about 10 empty gallon buckets. In the middle of the unit there was an old bed that was used to restrain mental patients, so it had wrist and ankle straps, and the entire inside of the unit was covered in plastic wrap. My mum said he was in a high security mental institution for the criminally insane. That's the last I ever heard of that guy. A rest stop for the night by Operation Filth. About 3 weeks ago, my mother told me and my brother this story. Sally is a lifelong family friend. Sally would frequently visit her friends and family in Oklahoma. We live in a small town in southern Ontario, Canada. Sally would drive. She would drive about 20 hours straight, at least overnight, to get from our town to another small town. She did this simply to save money and obviously wanted to arrive ASAP. Anyway, now on to the story. About 30 years ago, she decided to head south on a visit. No big deal, she's done this a few times. So she packs up and heads out. At some point, after driving about 14 or 15 hours, she started getting really tired. Being as it was probably the 80s, it was a little safer, so she decided that she would stop at a rest stop. She was gonna sleep for a little bit and then resume her drive first thing in the AM. She then parks in a very well lit area and rests. She parks by the lights and felt at ease because there were an abundance of travellers stopping and going. She gets out for a bathroom break, comes back and then settles into her car. About then, another RV pulls up beside her and the elderly couple jump out. The man asks her about coming from Canada. They strike up a little conversation. Nothing odd. The couple talk to Sally for a bit. They tell her they are driving from the south, going north, and just that they needed to sleep for the night. They wanted to talk because they are unsure if the rest stop was okay to stay at, but seeing Sally, they are at ease. They say goodnight and have a good trip, and the couple then went back to their RV. Sally locks up her doors and went to sleep. 2 or 3 hours later, she woke up with a really unsettling feeling. She looks around, sees nothing. A few people going in the stop. Parking lights are all still on. She assumes that the reason she has this bad feeling is because a car isn't the best place to sleep in. After about 10 minutes, she said that that feeling actually gets worse, and it's just constant now. She sits back and tries to shrug it off. This apparently doesn't work. She had every red alarm and instinct telling her to go. She panics, starts her car, and speeds off. She doesn't care where, she just knew that she had to get away from there. So about 20 minutes down the road, she finds a motel and gas station to stop at. She decides to see if she could get a room from what little money she had. She then converses with the person in charge and he cuts her a deal. As he doesn't want a young woman driving alone at night, she gets a key, pops in her hotel room and sleeps for the night with no issues at all. Around 9 AM, she wakes up, showers, changes clothes and decides to relax for a few. She turns on the TV and what was on it actually gave her the worst chills of her life. There was an elderly couple that was killed in the middle of the night. The news shows the RV. That was the one that Sally was parked next to, in the exact same rest stop next to her. And she sees a fast food drink cup she dropped on an accident that rolled under the car. Sometime during the night, a man broke into their RV and killed them, then left. Presumably, right before Sally had left. The man was never caught, and since then, Sally never stopped in anywhere but a hotel for the night.
I never thought to share this story here, but a few months ago I posted about it briefly in another subreddit, and everyone suggested I share it here also. Some of you may have seen it the last time I shared it. I believe the day after the 4th of July, and my husband and I were in the middle of a cross-country road trip. We were driving through Texas, and for any of you who have driven across the entire state of Texas, you know that it is very long and very barren. Sometimes we go hours without seeing anything at all, and the towns we did pass through didn't consist of much more than a rusty old gas station and a few dusty little houses. Looking out the window, you would swear you were just driving through the same 5 miles of desert again and again. I had started to get a headache, and my husband suggested I take a quick nap to get rid of it. I remember allowing myself to doze off as I watched the beautiful colours of the desert sunset. The slowing of the car woke me up, and the first thing I noticed is how dark it was. I believe it was around 10 PM. My husband had stopped at a gas station with a small shop. He told me he was going in to grab us some food, and asked if I needed to pee. Knowing I might not have another chance for quite a while, I went into the shop and used the restroom. Both the men's and women's restrooms were down a little hall from the open area of the shop. I was groggy and tired and realised how badly I needed to pee, so I shuffled into the restroom. As I made the way the short distance from the door to the nearest 2 stalls, I made eye contact with a woman coming out of the only other stall. She didn't quite look homeless, but she was definitely messy looking. She had wild grey hair, almost shoulder length if it hadn't been sticking out of every direction from her head. It looked like it hadn't seen a brush in weeks. She was wearing ragged looking clothing, a pair of ill-fitting black workout shorts, and I remember noting her foam flip-flops. Several layers on top, one of them being a large purple and green coat. Keep in mind that this is Texas in July. The jacket was hanging on her shoulders, crooked, like she hadn't been bothered to take more than a few seconds to put it on. She was carrying something in a tied up plastic grocery bag. I gave her a quick smile as our eyes met, and she just stared at me in return. Then her face turned wild and intense looking. Her eyebrows were set as if she was angry, but her eyes had a wild, alive look. She looked at me like she was hungry, and this was when I felt the first tinge of something wrong. I tried to brush it off. She waddled over to the sink, and I took my time shutting the stall door, because something about her posture in the front of the mirror struck me as pretty odd, and I was trying to figure it out. She was standing with her body more angled towards me, but her face was turned to the mirror. Her body was tensed, legs slightly crouched, as if she was ready to act. Her hands were not up by her face, or trying to fix the mess of hair, or even being washed. They were at her sides' elbows, also slightly bent. I wasn't sure why, but I suddenly felt uncomfortable. I regretted leaving my purse and cell phone behind. I shut and locked the stall door, and took my time using the toilet. I wanted her to be gone before I left the safety of the stall. I stayed there for long after I had finished, but the woman was still there, so I waited longer. Finally, I heard the smacking of her flip-flops as she made her way to the door. I heard it open and then slam closed. The door was pretty heavy, and had slammed the same way when I had entered. I stayed for a moment and allowed the wave of relief to wash me over, before I reached for the lock. Then I paused, fingers only an inch from the lock. I stayed as silent as I possibly could, to try and confirm what I just thought. Yes, I heard breathing. The woman had only pretended to leave. At this point I was scared and confused. Why had she tried to trick me into thinking she had left to only stick around to be as quiet as possible? I knew something was very wrong, so I stayed in the stall even longer, and this time it must have been at least 20 minutes. But I had no way of knowing for how long I stayed in the stall. I could tell from the direction of her breathing was coming from the side she had positioned herself in the far corner, right next to the door, but far enough that I couldn't see her feet. Finally, I heard her leave. This time I waited a few minutes to make sure she hadn't tried her trick again. I slipped out the stall, quickly washed my hands, and rushed down the hallway to the store. It was pitch black outside, and I had no idea where she was. She couldn't be far. A large man was checking out the register, so I waited near the window display until he left the store and quietly slipped out the door behind him. Sure enough, crouched right outside the front door is the woman. She seemed surprised as she stood and turned away, walking quickly around the side of the store. My husband was waiting in the car and asked me if I was okay since I had taken so much longer than usual, and I said I would tell him all about it once we were away from the store. The Redditors who previously read about my experience had many theories, but the 2 most common ones were that she was a druggie that wanted to mug me, or that she worked with sex trafficking. I am open to any of your theories. I tried to see if there was anything in the news from around that time, but I couldn't figure out exactly where we were when this happened.
My father was chased by a killer, by marvelous ism. This is my father's story. As a child, My father was a paper boy, and he would get up very early in the morning to deliver them. My father would always end up with a few extra papers, so at the end of his route, he would offer papers to other early birds leaving for work and whatnot. On this day, my father offered a man who was sitting in a parked van. The man just stared at my dad and didn't respond, so my dad just went on about his way. As my dad was walking away, he heard a car door open and the sound of feet hitting the pavement. He turned around and saw the man running after him. My dad was very athletic in his day. He played basketball and baseball, so he just took off. The man chased him for a bit, but my dad knew the neighborhood like the back of his hand and cut through the backyards and hop fences. He eventually lost the man and got home safely. He didn't tell his parents, but figured they would make him quit if he did. A few weeks then passed by, and 2 local boys went missing. Their bodies were found at a campground. They were shot and had other horrendous things happening to them. The man who committed this awful crime was William J. Wright. When my father saw his newspapers, he recognized that as the same man who chased him. Far From Home by Dank Dan. After sitting in traffic for some 3 hours on my way home from Maine, I was feeling a bit tired, so I stopped at the side of the road to get some shut-eye. It was around 9 o'clock, and I only meant to fall asleep for about half an hour. I then abruptly woke up and checked the clock in my car. It was 1:34 a.m. I looked around and noticed that I was encased by thick forests and a bit of snow. When I got ready to continue my trip home, I saw something in the corner of my eye. I readjusted my rearview mirror, and standing next to the back passenger window was a person. His upper torso was out of sight from my point of view. He just stood there, not even moving an inch. I then just sat there, frozen in fear. I really didn't know what to do. I was just waiting for him to move. Eventually, he sluggishly walked away. Was he standing there for the whole time? I was twisted in thought the majority of the drive home, and when I got about 3/4 of the way home, my car got a bit fogged up from the heat. To my misfortune, this revealed handprints all over the windshield, the truck, all of it, all accompanied by little finger-drawn eyes. I'm just glad that I locked the doors. The Woman Singing at Night by Average Doorknob. Growing up, I always wanted to go on a bike ride at night. Something about it seemed really cool to me. It wasn't until I was 13 that my mum finally let me. She told me to wear a helmet, have my phone, take a flashlight, and she sent the parameters where I was allowed to go and not. She gave me about 4 miles, which was a lot to me. So right after the sunset, I was off. I loved it. There were no people out walking their dogs, no kids running around, and the temperature was just perfect. It was really fun. It was so fun. I actually ignored all the limits my mum had set me. You see, where I was biking was all walking paths. It was one of those grassy areas between 2 neighbourhoods. There's this long path that went at least 600 feet in a 25-degree angle. I was flying downhill, having an absolute blast, and darted right past them parameters that my mum had set me. My mum set me these limits for a reason though. Everything on the inside was close to the houses and people. The outside, more specifically, this was a place where the path that I was on led to. It was very barren. I rode along this path for 10 minutes before I could see some lights of the houses on the insides of the limits. After about 15 minutes of riding along this dirt path, I heard singing. It sounded about 30 or 40 feet in front of me. I stopped riding to hear it better. It was a woman's voice. She was singing Eleanor Rigby by the Beatles. but she wasn't singing the words, just the melody of the vocals. Her voice was strange. You know when you have the weird feeling and almost like you can't talk properly, where you're scared and your voice goes off? That was what she was singing like. I inch forward to try and see her. I get close enough to see the silhouette of her bouncing up and down like she was headbanging. I decided to get my flashlight out. I think that maybe this person is in need of help or something. I then get closer to her. Maybe she was just an insane person and the light will scare her away. I don't know. So I take the flashlight out of my pocket and point it at her and turn it on. The moment the light hit her, she stopped moving completely. She was then facing away from me. She had disgusting hair that seemed to be sticking together in clumps. Some of her hair was ripped off too. She was wearing a very oversized bright red hoodie. I was almost too scared to move. I think she was too. I conjured up as much bravery as I could and said, sorry, in a very, oops, this is the wrong room kind of way. She didn't reply. I then turned off my flashlight and put it back into my pocket. Just as I was turning my bike around, she screams. She screams in an awful, awful high-pitched voice. I nearly crapped myself as I threw myself back onto my bike. I then hear her voice getting closer to me. I book it as fast as I can. I don't bother looking behind me. I don't even stop pedaling. Her screaming is now growing quieter and quieter until it slowly dissolves into the darkness around me. My Favourite Customer by Korzor. From 2006 to 11, I worked in the electronics department at the local Walmart in the city which I lived in. For those 5 years, I had worked with plenty of weird people and customers, especially considering that the state hospital was directly across the road. This story isn't just a regular old creepy encounter, but something that would lead to me being stalked for nearly a year. It all started in 2010, on a night I was working my second shift. I was doing my end of shift rituals when a woman come in her late 40s interrupting me. She was with a little girl who was no more than 3 or 4 years old. Excuse me, I need help with my cell phone. She spoke softly and then proceeded to tell me about her problem. I need to turn my phone into a straight talk phone. The girl earlier said you could do it. Oh great, of course she did. I thought to myself, but my lips said, sure, let's see what I can do. She then handed me a 6-year-old phone from Verizon, and I knew as soon as I saw it that I wouldn't be able to do what she wanted. I explained she would have to buy a new phone from Straight Talk and transfer her old number across. Basic stuff really. Now, I always took my job seriously and held myself to the highest standard of customer service. The store would actually receive letters saying about how good I was, so I can assure you I did nothing to annoy this lady, and by God was she annoyed at me. Why the hell would I buy a new phone? I have one already. She's now beginning to scream louder and claims that I'm a corporate goon. I finally managed to defuse the situation as she left the department, and she gives me the classic, "You'll never get a job in this town again." Oh, great, I thought to myself. As I'm getting ready to leave my shift, my manager stops and tells me that I got a complaint at the customer service desk from a lady claiming that I swore at her granddaughter. I then explained what happened to my manager and he just laughed it off. He knew it was very unlikely for me to say anything like that to a customer. Now I wish my story ended here, but it doesn't. Otherwise, I wouldn't be writing this. For the next several weeks, I would get complaints about the things I've never done. Sometimes even on my off days, I would go into work and get questions from management nearly every single day. It was complaints raging about me being rude to all the customers, all the way to me doing drugs in the parking lot on break. All of these complaints were coming from two women. As it turned out, it was a cell phone lady and her adult daughter. It turns out they'd even been scoping out my work schedule and started coming in nearly every day. They would walk through the electronics department just to make sure that they could see me in there. As soon as they did, they'd go and complain. This happened for several months. It happened so much that management deemed her a crazy woman that was a threat to me. To be honest, I didn't care much. I thought it was pretty funny. I never got in trouble and everybody knew these ladies were crazy and just blew it off. I started caring though when she took it to a new level. She started to follow me around. I would see her when I was around town. She made it clear she knew where I lived and would regularly walk past by my house. I would see her standing out the front just staring at my place. I then began getting complaints to the city about my property, grass too tall, the old shed in the yard, my fire pit, basically everything. She even found out my girlfriend's name and began complaining about her work. I knew it was her. She would make it so clear that she was following me. Sometimes she would stop in and ask me questions at work and act like she was the nicest customer. And a few times she asked me things like, "How's your girlfriend?" Or my favourite, "How can you afford that big house on your little Walmart minimum wage?" For about 7 months she stalked me and slandered me. I started telling her I knew what she was doing and she had to stop. But she played it off. I couldn't report her. She never threatened me once. She was just making my life hard. By this time, everybody in my life knew about this nut job. So one night, I'm grabbing dinner with my friend from work and we're joking about it when he says, "What if you just counter-stalk her?" At first, I thought this was a terrible idea. However, he was eventually able to convince me that it would work and that they would help me. So we hatched a plan. It went as follows: find her job, find her name and address, make complaints in the same manner as her, find out all the rumours she's told about me, make it clear that we know, show her that we have numbers. Now I found out the information easily enough. Turns out she didn't live anywhere near me though. It actually turned out that I was friends with a few of her co-workers. Crazy. They would keep informing me about this crazy woman and what she said about me, and even told her to stop though. We began doing exactly what she was doing on me then. We did this for about 4 months. The more we dug into her life, the more we found out about how obsessed she was getting in over me. She claimed I assaulted her. She urged others to report me and follow me. She told the police I was a potential drug dealer. Things were just getting absolutely crazy and out of hand. However, eventually we won. She started putting together the fact that there were 6 of us digging into her life and asking questions about her. My last month at work, I didn't even get a single complaint from her, in fact. I never saw her anymore. The day after I quit though, I heard she was in the store complaining about a new person, asking why the managers let me quit. I'm honestly never going to understand why she was so hell-bent on destroying me. I just told her to buy a $20 prepaid phone.
Creep in the Bus by Joel Oscar 999. I'm a 16-year-old guy, and I wasn't expecting this to happen to me, so I just want to point out that this doesn't only happen to women. 2 days ago, I was coming back from school. For background information, the bus students go to goes to the center of the town. I take that one, and then I take another bus to get to my stop, where I have to walk maybe 200 or 300 meters away from my house. I took the bus from the school towards the center, then waited at my stop. There were other kids from other schools that waited, and the creep. He wore his hat down and was glancing at me every now and then. I ignored him by putting my earphones on. This lasted for 10 minutes, until the bus finally came. I forgot about the guy, but was still creeped out. I got on the bus and took an empty seat. I noticed the creep get on the bus too, and he was walking towards me. My red flags weren't out yet, but I still checked just in case. He took a seat behind me, and then the bus started heading to the next stop. I heard something in the background of my music. I turned the volume down, and I heard a voice from behind me. From this same fucking guy. I pressed pause, and heard him ask, "Hey, I think we live near each other. Can you just tell me at which stop we're supposed to leave?" Of course, you'd think it's stupid of me to tell him the truth, but it'd be a bit of an asshole move to tell him bullshit if he lives near me. The bus approached near a stop, that is at 5 or 6 stops from my place. I changed seats, imitating as if I needed to get off the bus. The creep moved too. God damn it. He's lying and is following me. I then waited for one of the busier stops, and God was with me, because there was a crowd of teens, probably planning to smoke and drink. As soon as the doors opened, I ran the fuck away from the bus, and crossed the roads and entered some random shop. I kept my head down and looked out the window. As soon as the students were separating, I looked for the creep, and I could see him, looking for me. I took off my hoodie and put it in my bag. I then went to the bathroom to make my hair wet. I fucked up my hair to make myself look at least a little different. I then left the shop. I walked the long way towards the next stop, making turns at every possibility. After walking around a bit, I went to a small cafe, and waited there a bit. I sent a text to my dad if he could get me. He asked me why, and I told him the whole thing. He picked me up like Usain Bolt, and then drove me home. I don't know who the hell that guy was, and what the hell he planned out. I don't think he lives near me, and I fucking hope not. But whatever the fuck it is, creep in the bus? Let's not meet.
I Never Run Alone Anymore by Lime Not Lemons. My New Year's resolution in 2012 was to get into shape again. After my first kid was born, I lost my athletic interest, but I had every intention of getting it back. I started running 4 days a week with my friend Hannah, who is a great runner and motivator. We would run after work, usually 5 or 10 kilometers, favouring the forest trail. It was a pretty good place to go jogging. You could run at any time of the year really. Once you turn onto the lights, you've got a 45-minute run to the shorter trails and the longer runs beyond that, then the lights turn off automatically. Now we had been running for about 2 months and we started seeing the same man hanging around the parking lot every time that we got there. This guy was 25 or 30 years of age. He was always dressed in sports clothes but never running. He never looked you in the eye either. We speculated that he could be homeless and camping nearby because he would constantly be there. We got used to seeing him, sitting somewhere close by, silently always on his own. We felt really sorry for him. He never seemed to talk or interact with anyone, but there was something about him that made us hesitate to talk to him or ask if he was okay. I can't pinpoint exactly what it was about him, but something didn't feel right. So Hannah couldn't make it to a run one evening and I decided to go on my own. I arrived at the parking lot, my car being the only car there. I did some stretches and turned on the lights and set off on my 5-kilometer trail. I hadn't seen the thin silent man when I started my run. Perhaps it was getting too cold for him to sit there now it was turning to autumn and dark and getting close to the freezing point. He must have been there though, just somewhere in the shadows, because when I got to the top of the first steep hill I could hear heavy breathing somewhere behind me. I look over my shoulder and then I saw him. He is running like a man obsessed, in regular shoes, not running shoes, with his arms moving in a really strange stiff manner as if he was made of metal. His hands were like arrows. He was running in a straight angle, throwing his arms upwards. almost like a robot more than a sprinter. For the first time he looked me straight in the eyes, it was apparent that he had some kind of predatory, animalistic look, and it made my heart freeze. He had never done anything to harm me, or anyone else as far as I knew, but I knew the look in his eyes alone was enough to give me the chills, so I was facing a serious threat. I started running faster, trying to create distance between us, and I could then hear his heavy breathing getting even more closer as I strained. I ran like my life depended on it, adrenaline running through my body and giving me new strength. I tore off my necklace and threw it onto the ground, thinking, I must leave a trace if he takes me. Something must be left behind. I tried screaming, hoping somebody would be close enough to hear me. I did, but I couldn't scream and my lungs were hurting. Why is he doing this? What does he want? Who is he? I thought, as I started feeling my lungs burn. I then thought about my 15-month-old daughter and ran until I could taste blood in my mouth. He was still behind me, maybe 100 meters away from me. I figured that if I tripped and fell, or ran out of energy, or even fumbled with the car keys, I'm screwed. Once I reached the sharp turn in the trail, I went off and ran straight into the dark woods. I ran only a short distance and then laid down flat on my stomach, with my hands searching for a rock to defend me. I realised that I was wearing bright running clothes with reflexes and neon colouring. I couldn't have been more visible if I tried. As I was there waiting, I could hear him getting ever closer. I then heard him turn around. Thank God, he continued running too. I then started to slowly and silently as possible move further into the darkness. My heart then sunk as I heard rapid footsteps coming in from the trail. He had realised that I must have gone off the trail once he saw that there was no sign of me ahead. He stopped and I stopped. I could imagine him listening for any sound. I then held my breath and begged God that I didn't make anything to give away my position to him. After a while, I heard him saying something in a language that I couldn't comprehend and then walk off. I didn't move. I feared that he would wait for me by my car and realised that I had to get off the trail and go onto the main road and stop someone. I couldn't go back to the parking lot. I started to make my way further into the woods, knowing that I would eventually end up on the last part of the long trail and close to the main road. The lights on the trail then suddenly shut off. That made me calmer at first, but the dark was both a comfort and protection, but it didn't always help in situations like these. A few moments later, it switched on. This could mean that another person had just started their run, and soon I would have somebody there to help me, or somebody was out there looking for me, or maybe he was looking for me. I decided against my will to find out. I then continued my way towards the main road. I fell multiple times, getting my clothes wet and damp from the vegetation, making me begin to get cold. After what felt like a lifetime, I could see the 10-kilometer trail ahead and knew it was close to the main road. I then heard traffic. Once I made it to the road, I must have looked like I'd been in a terrible accident. Blood from several small cuts from the falling, dirt on my clothes and face. I assumed I looked petrified. My bright runners soon caught the attention of some passing cars. My waving and desperate shouting made it stop. The driver, who was a 40-ish-year-old man with his 2 kids in the back seat, spent the next 10 minutes or so trying to make sense of what I was telling him between crying and sobbing. He asked me if I wanted to lift back to the parking lot, and I told him no, just to take me home instead. At home, my husband insisted on going back to the parking lot to retrieve the car and calling the police. And report what? I asked. No crime had been committed. I just knew that he was out there to get me. My husband went back for the car. The driver's seat window was smashed and my phone was gone. So was a photo of my daughter hanging from the mirror. I don't know what he was trying to do to me, but by the way he chased me, by the look in his eyes, he was obviously up to no good. Creepy Late Night Intruder by Dimlit Dark 129. At the time, I was 10 years old and my mum was 42. It was Saturday night, and I and my mum were watching some documentary about how Snickers are made. That's not important. It was about midnight though, and we then heard a knock on the door. My mum didn't dare answer the door, but she had the courage to go up and see who it was. Here's how my entrance is laid out. There are 2 doors, and in between them there was a big large glass area. We could see through our doors because of the way the 2 glasses were. We could see that there was a scruffy man who was about 5'10" and skinny, but this man was particularly creepy. It was because of the way that he let himself into the glass entry that the door was closest to us. My mum asked him what he wanted, and he said in a raspy, scraggly voice at the door, "Hey, my wife locked me out of the house. I was wondering if I could use your phone." My mum hesitated to open the door, but eventually politely said, "No thank you." The man then just stared at her for what felt like 20 minutes. In reality it was probably 5. Eventually, without saying anything, he just walked out of the door. My mum then went round to make sure that all of the doors were locked and then come back in. My mum and I both thought that this was the end of it, but then, about 5 minutes later, our neighbour who works late night pulled into their driveway. We then got a call from that same neighbour, and she said that some guy was trying to climb over the fence to our backyard. My heart felt like it jumped out of my chest. My mum went out to the backyard and said she screamed at him to get out of our property or she'd call the cops. The guy immediately sprinted back and we never saw him again. I accidentally made a 40-something-year-old man scream while running from possible abduction by a hardy guard. About a week ago, I'd met some friends at a pub to say farewell as one of them was leaving the city to attend university. I'm always pretty skint, so I didn't drink at all by the time 9:30 rolled around. My friend and I were ready to leave and I started walking home. Walking this friend home would usually only leave me about 10 to 15 minutes of walking myself on my own, so I never really had any qualms about walking the rest of the journey myself. I'm a 19-year-old female, but I'm tall and I'm able to overpower the majority of my male friends, so in my head, I'm invincible. I live in a suburb at the edge of my city and it's a pretty wooded area. For some reason this particular night, I felt a gut instinct that something bad might happen. So instead of taking my usual route that included walking through approximately 40 seconds of overgrown bushes and almost complete darkness, I changed my route last minute and walked along a well-lit road knowing that this would add another 10 minutes to my journey. So I was walking with one earphone in, watching in front of me for my shadows to join. I then noticed that there was a headlight behind me and it wasn't passing. I then turn around and see a car idling at 10 miles per hour. The car slowly passes me about a meter in front and pulls up. I'm a bit of a paranoid person, and feeling uneasy, I acknowledged that the person was just being stupid but chose to cross the road before passing the car as just a matter of precaution. That's what I did. I then take another 10 steps or so, just before the car pulls out of its parking spot and then pulls up again right in front of me on the side of the path that I was now on. If any of you have ever seen the film Limitless, it felt exactly like the high the character portrays. I stopped dead in my tracks and calmly looked at the car. The engine is still running. A single passenger is in the driver's seat and he's turned to face me. I then look at my surroundings and it was like I thought of all the possibilities of what I could have done in my head within about 3 seconds. I never reached a conclusion before I suddenly turned and bolted down an alleyway that I was hoping would lead to a pedestrian route behind the two roads that run parallel with each other. At this point in time, I honestly didn't know what was going to happen, and I didn't care about anything except getting home intact. This is a part of the story that actually makes me laugh, but it isn't detrimental to the situation at all. After I bolt out of the alley and bolt along the pedestrian path, I was gaining speed on a man in his 40s while he was listening to music walking his dog. I must have scared the life out of him, because the moment he saw me running towards him, he let out the most blood-curdling scream I've ever heard. I guess he felt pretty stupid when I just zoomed right past him. I then got to the bottom of the pedestrian path to a road that was sitting horizontally to both my route and the cars. There is visible sections of the road, but for the most part, it's still discreet and hard to see past the forested area. So sprinting through this bit, I was about to reach the subway that runs underneath the horizontal road into some housing areas. I look to my right where the bottom of the road matches up, and I can see the guy stalling at the bottom of the road because the street lamps are behind him. I could then make out him leaning over looking about. I then pick up my pace and return home about 10 minutes later or so, completely safe and fine. I'm still not 100% sure what this sinister guy was thinking of doing, and I don't think I want to know. I just really want to ask one question. Did I have a right to be afraid to leave my house alone at night after this experience?
I lived in New Mexico for several years before moving to the Midwest. My friend Amy and I, both females, would spend most days exploring the remote corners of New Mexico, discovering abandoned ghost towns and enjoying the quiet, desolate beauty of the desert. One afternoon in March 2010, we were traveling from Ruidoso to Albuquerque. Always up for exploring, we took a back road rather than travelling the more direct highway. One leg of our journey had us on the NM55. It's remote, teeny, tiny 2-lane highway. We loved those types of roads, up until that day. This part of New Mexico is flat and desolate desert. You can see for miles, and there is virtually nothing except for dirt and rocks between towns, and towns that can be miles apart. So we were on the NM55 going north. After a few minutes, we saw a white pickup truck ahead of us going the same direction. Suddenly, he stopped his truck sideways in the middle of the highway, blocking both lanes. We were about a mile away from him, and as we got closer, we began to get uneasy. We could see no reason for him to do this. We were the only other vehicle out there, and we began wondering if we should turn around rather than come up to him and have to stop. We were about half a mile away from him when he pulled over to the opposite side of the highway, but his truck was still pointed in the direction we were going to. We tried to relax a little. Surely this guy was a rancher or something. Maybe he was checking something on his land. As we passed him, we noticed a few things. 1. There was only one person in the truck, a middle-aged guy who never took his eyes off us. And 2, he was talking into a walkie-talkie. A few seconds after we passed him, he pulled back onto the highway and started following us, but he never got too close. He would get to within a few car lengths, and then drop back a little, and then speed back up again to within a few car lengths. We were getting nervous. We realised how alone we were. We had seen no other traffic on that road, and we hadn't told anyone about our great idea to take this detour. We checked our cell phones, and neither one of us had signal, typical for remote New Mexico, but scary given our present situation. Amy was driving and speeding up, while I frantically checked the map, hoping to find a road that would have more traffic. There was no other road. We had to travel this one to get to the next town. Turning around to go back the other way didn't seem like a good option. After a few minutes, we saw another pickup truck coming towards us. He was going very, very slowly, maybe 20 miles an hour, if that. This pickup was old and beat up, whereas the one behind us was newer. Amy had us up to 75 miles an hour, which wasn't typically for us on those 55 mile per hour highways, and we blew by the old pickup as we passed it. We saw that it was another middle-aged guy, and he was talking into a walkie-talkie. After that white pickup passed him, he did a U-turn and pulled in behind it. As we watched all this, we could see the white pickup truck guy talking into his walkie-talkie. No doubt these two knew each other. We were being deliberately followed, and for the first and only time in my life, I felt hunted. They stayed right behind us. We watched for obstacles in the road, but truly thought old beat up pickup guy had set up a trap in the road as our vehicle would be somehow disabled. We talked about driving into the fields. We were an SUV, but this was obviously their territory, and we were afraid of what would happen if we went off the road and got cornered, so we stayed on the highway. By now, white pickup truck guy was right on top of us. We could see him talking into the walkie-talkie, and he stayed right on our bumper, and old beat up pickup truck guy was right on top of him. The three of us sped down the highway. The white pickup inched closer. His manoeuvring and edging closer made it apparent that he was trying to bump us. I watched helplessly as he got to within inches of our back bumper. Amy floored it and we were passing 80 miles an hour and edging up to 90. The road was flat and deserted, but any little thing gone wrong could have been catastrophic. We absolutely were not going to slow down or stop if we could help it. The white pickup pulled into the opposite lane and started to gain speed. The only thing we could think of is that he wanted to pass us and get in front of us. If he had got in front of us and his buddy was behind, then we'd be boxed in and trapped. We looked frantically at the rocky desert on both sides of us. Our only option was to off-road it. Should we risk it? Could we speed through the desert and make it to safety in one piece? As we topped a small incline, we saw a sign that said Salinas Pueblo Missions National Monument, and it pointed towards a road on the left. And right at that moment, a blue pickup truck pulled out of that road and onto the highway in front of us. As we came up to the blue pickup, we saw the plate said US Park Service. We looked at each other and looked behind us. Both pickup trucks did U-turns and went the other way. We followed the blue pickup to Mountain Air and made our way to Albuquerque. I don't know exactly what those guys' intentions were, but they weren't good. There is something seriously wrong out there. I notified the state police and they said they would keep an eye on things. This area is very near Belen, NM, which is where Tara Calico was abducted. It's also about 100 miles from the Elephant Boot, which is where David Parker Ray had his little secret torture laboratory. But we didn't put all that together until later. Even though David Parker Ray had died by the time this happened to us, we do believe that there are others out there like him, and whoever had abducted Tara has never been caught. Or maybe we came into meth lab territory, but since this happened on an actual highway rather than a backcountry road, I tend to discount the meth lab theory. Whatever is going on out there, it's not good.
Military Wife Home Alone by Liz, Lon and Prosper. So my husband, Ted, is in the military. We have generally lived on base at every station, and we have been because the surrounding towns can be very crime-ridden and sketchy. With my husband gone, I appreciate the extra security. I work from home due to us moving so often, so one afternoon I was taking a break. I had made a bite to eat and was snuggling up on the couch with my dog. That's when I heard the sliding glass door open. It was so non-galactic and I thought it was Ted. I saw my cat run from the kitchen and a shadow standing near the door entering it. I thought maybe he had come back for something, so I called out for him like, "What are you doing home? Did you forget something?" I got no answer. This is when I got that eerie feeling. After I asked what he was doing, I then saw a shadow move and heard the click of the door sliding back. From there, he then walked into the laundry room and shut the door. I still received no response. So I'm sitting on the couch, scared out of my mind, and I call my husband hoping to hear his phone in the laundry room. I don't hear a ring, but he answers. I asked him why he came home early and he didn't answer me. All he says is this: "That wasn't me. Grab the dog and get into your car now." I freaked out. After getting off of the phone with my husband, I grabbed the dog and run to my car. From there, I called the military police. Waiting for them was probably the longest 20 minutes of my life. When they got back, they cleared the house and found no one. They asked me to make a statement, and they were even baffled by the fact that somebody could make it onto the base. We still live here. I'm still scared that he's gonna come back. Crazy Thanksgiving Night by Wanderer Not Lost. So I'm a male nurse at a large hospital in San Francisco. I work in the ER, and as is custom, Thanksgiving is a very busy night. Now my wife is also a nurse at the same hospital, and she works in labour and delivery. Now between babies being born left, right and centre, and people coming into ER, we hadn't had a chance to take a break together as we normally try and do every shift. So when she called me, I figured she was going to tell me that she wanted to meet up to eat in the cafeteria. When I answered though, however, I heard in the background a male voice screaming profanities, and my wife, who is fluent in Spanish, trying to calm this guy down. She told me their pager wasn't working and they needed security stat. I quickly hung up and called for security and told my fellow nurses what was going on. I then ran for labour, and worried sick about my wife, I almost ran square into this guy who was visibly angry. He wasn't huge, but definitely worked out and not at the gym. He was covered in prison tattoos and was obviously a banger. I go to the gym quite often, but this guy could really have beaten me up. He then starts running towards me with this sick grin on his face. He's shouting at me in Spanish. I don't even speak fluent Spanish, but what I could understand scared the living hell out of me. I'm backing up as fast as I can. I start buzzing the door to the ER frantically, trying to get them to let me in. This guy is now literally a foot away, and the door opens and I'm pulled in straight away by another doctor. He then starts punching the door furiously, and he looks at me and does this drag-in sign across his throat. The next thing I know, there are police rushing into the corridor, and it takes 2 security officers and 2 cops to try and subdue this guy. I then finally make it to my wife, who was thankfully shaken up but not hurt. She explained to me what happened. A young girl who was only 14 came in, high fever, vomiting, distended belly. The banger claimed he was her brother and they needed to cut her open to get the baby out. They did an ultrasound, and to their horror, they realised she wasn't pregnant, but she had bags full of drugs in her stomach. It's very common for drug mules to bring over young women from Mexico to carry drugs in this way. He then freaked out when they told him that his sister needed emergency surgery. The girl survived, thankfully, but it seems like she's probably going to get deported after she recovers from the surgery, sadly. Waitress Closing Alone at Night by Izzy Mary. When I used to work as a waitress around 2 years ago, I would close with my female manager and one dish boy. He only spoke Spanish. Anyway, one night it was dead. A group of 4 guys came in and sat at the counter looking to try and carry out something. I was just busy cleaning, getting ready to close, and after about half an hour to go, these guys started acting strange. Some were looking around while whispering to each other. They were there for a good 10 minutes. They were not even paying any attention to the menu whatsoever. I then noticed that two of the guys were at the entrance of the restaurant, and then they had two cars waiting by them which were still running. At this point, I got nervous. The one dish boy was busy cleaning the kitchen and my manager was in the office doing paperwork. So here I am, alone. I honestly thought anything could have happened to me then. I mean, really, to be honest, it could have. But then, not even 5 minutes later, two police officers came in who were regulars for dinner. As soon as they got in, all of the guys left without a hesitation. When the two officers left, they asked me if I was okay. I told them I was fine, just a little freaked out by that moment. They then told me that those guys were probably just going to rob the diner and that I was lucky that they come in so late. It was perfect timing.
I could have been an orphan. I could have been dead. When I was 2, my mother, 20 at the time, was already a single parent. My parents had split the year before. At the time, we lived with another student from the nursing program my mother was attending. The roommate, Emily, was very smart. My mom had to study hard for her grades, but Emily was one of those people who could read a passage once and remember it. One Thursday night, Emily was trying to convince my mom to go out drinking with her, but Mom had a bunch of studying to do. Still, she didn't want to spend the night alone in the house, so she decided to go spend the night with my grandparents. The next day, Emily wasn't in class. When Mom got home, Emily's car wasn't there, but Mom didn't think much of it until she found Emily's purse. When Mom found out, she knew something was wrong. She decided to call the pharmacy where Emily worked as an assistant, and they told Mom that she hadn't showed up to work, and also to tell her that she was fired. Mom decided to call her boyfriend at the time, who later became my stepfather, and he came over to take a look around. When he found a broken window in the bathroom, he told Mom to call the police. The police arrived pretty quickly, this being a farm town in the south, and searched Emily's room. They pulled back the covers on her bed. Her sheets were soaked with blood. That's when Mom realized that Emily was dead. The police found her abandoned car out on a country road. Emily's body was found in a field nearby. She'd been raped and stabbed to death. Mom was, for good reason, terrified and decided to move back in with my grandparents. Eventually, the police found the man who'd murdered Emily. As it turned out, he didn't get his intended target that night. No, he'd been watching my mom for some time. He had even posed as a potential buyer of the house Mom and Emily were renting, and toured it with a real estate agent. In court, he tried to get this crazy letter that was supposed to be for my mom admitted as evidence. Anyway, the man got life in prison and my mom is supposed to be notified whenever he's released. She no longer lives in fear. This happened in 1985. I can't help but wonder what would have happened to me if she decided to stay home. Would I still be alive? Would I have grown up without a mother? I ache when I think about the terror Emily must have experienced, but at the same time, I'm glad it wasn't us, and I feel a little guilty about that.
Trust Your Overwhelming Gut Feelings by Lolly Dot. I am a female. This incident happened when I was in college. I was 20. I lived in a big city where I went to school and I used my car more than public transport since I needed to transport a lot of materials back and forth from my apartment to campus. I was doing a sculpture major. So one weekend, I had been working late in the studio and decided to stop at a 24-hour drugstore chain on my drive home to pick up a few things. It was pretty late, probably about 2 AM, so there wasn't any other customers in the store, but there were 2 male cashiers around my age. After I'd been there about 3 minutes, a new customer entered the store. He was male, in his late 30s, kinda jittery looking. He noticed me and started following me around the store in a really obvious way. I was trying to ignore him and get my stuff and get out of there. He then come up to me and started doing this psst noise like he was trying to discreetly get my attention. I kept ignoring him, then he said, "Screw you, you stupid woman," and left the store. I just figured, whatever, you weirdo. As I paid for my stuff, I had this overwhelming gut feeling to ask the cashier if he wouldn't mind walking with me to my car since that jittery guy had really creeped me out. The cashier said it was cool and we made our way to the parking lot. So I'm feeling more and more at ease and about halfway to my car. I then turn to say thanks to the cashier for his help, and he then grabs my arm and says, "That guy is under your car." Surely enough, that guy was literally under my car. The cashier shouts, "What are you doing? I'm phoning the police." The jittery guy then starts scrambling out from under my car, and the cashier guy and me run back to the store and immediately call the cops. Now it scared me pretty good. Unfortunately, he ran away before the cops could get there. Can You Call Off Your Dogs? By Baya. The summer that I turned 7, I had a best friend, M, who lived in the middle of nowhere on a big plot of land. Her mother grew up in Germany, but moved to the US in her 20s. She bred German Shepherds. I spent quite a lot of time at their house as a child. Occasionally, M's mum would leave us at the house alone while she ran errands. The protection for us was the 3 dogs that were guarding the fenced-in yard. We would usually just watch TV or play Barbies until she got back. So one day, we were outside playing in the yard. There was a car that driven very slowly past us. It suddenly sped up after passing the house. A little while later, M's mum had gone to town to return some library books or something. She had also taken M's little sister with her, so that meant that we were left at home. I'm not sure how long we were alone before the phone rang, but I answered, even though it wasn't my house, because M was painfully shy as a child and she refused to talk to anybody but close friends and relatives on the phone. An unfamiliar man then answered and said, "Hello? I am the electrician your mum hired. I have to come inside. Can you call off your dogs please, and chain them up?" I panicked a little, because something about this man made me feel uneasy, and M's mum hadn't said anything to us about coming to work on the house. Plus, this was before cell phones. How did he know about the dogs? I guess he could have had a phone in the car, but there were no vehicles parked outside the gate, and the dogs weren't even barking or in sight. When M's mum returned, she confirmed that she did not hire anybody to come to the property. None of us have any idea who he was or even how he got the number, but he never called back. Scary Substitute, but definitely not an emu. I was in primary school, so about 10 years old. Anyway, this woman explains that our teacher is ill and that she's going to be covering for us. No big deal, it happens all the time and we just crack on with our work. So then, for the next few hours, she gets stranger and stranger. It starts off with her talking about God and how he can see us and that he starts talking to her. Then she starts babbling on about how hanging makes us purer. She then makes sure that all of us draw people being hanged. She then starts walking around gently squeezing our necks occasionally with both her hands. Some of us said that we needed the loo and went to tell the headmaster instead. He appeared a few minutes later and after trying to get her out of the classroom, actually ends up having to physically wrestle her to get her out. We were left alone for 3 hours and nobody even moved. Later I was told by my mum that that teacher had a nervous breakdown.
When I was in middle school, our school bus would always drop us off at the bottom of a hill. My sister and I would walk about 4 or 5 blocks to our house with a few neighbourhood friends. It would take about 20 minutes give or take, but on most days I was always with someone. One day it was incredibly foggy, like you couldn't even see past a row of houses. I was dropped off at my usual spot, this time alone. My sister was at an after school program and the other kids seemed to have been at theirs as well. It didn't matter to me though, since I just had a short walk. As I began walking up the hill, I heard the faint sound of an engine growing closer behind me. Suddenly the accelerator stopped, so I turned around. This was your stereotypical kidnapping van you see on TV. Tinted windows in the front and none at the back. It seemed odd to me, but I kept walking my usual route. The van accelerated slowly, then stopped. I turned around to see that it would stay a good few meters closely to me. I repeated my walk a few times, only to notice that whoever was in the van was following me. My body broke out in a cold sweat. I had 3 more blocks to go, and it seemed as if this van was going wherever I was. I remembered stranger danger in grade school and turned the corner of the block by me. Once I heard the van accelerate again, I went into a sprint and hid behind one of the houses nearby. I heard the van stop, but the engine kept running. After waiting a while, I could still hear it, waiting patiently. Terrified of being seen, I went through people's backyards until I reached my house. I still remember that moment today, and every so often it gives me chills thinking of what could have happened if I waited any longer. I felt like I was being examined and stalked, this person waiting to run out and grab me. Thankfully, I never saw that white van again, but I feel like I should have said something about it.
This is how easy it is for a crazy person to get into your house, by chimp with a limp. Back in my late teens in Dublin, Ireland, I used to head to a particular nightclub every single week and got to know most of the regulars there. It got to the point where I could literally walk to any table and I could at least know a few people there. So one night, I was introduced to a new woman that nobody really knew very well. I said hello and made very short and polite conversation with her, and then things went about normal. I was dancing and drinking. Nothing much of note happened during my time in the nightclub. At the end of the night, I left a little earlier than my friends because I lived really far away outside the city, so I had to get a really expensive taxi home and got into bed, falling into a deep sleep. I woke up the next morning, sunlight streaming into my room, and immediately knowing that something was wrong. Too much weight on the bed. I spun and looked down at the end of the room, and there sat on the end of the bed was the woman from the night before, just staring at me wide-eyed. She had this weird demented look on her. It was horrible. I had no idea what to say, so I said nothing. I was so weirded out by her expression, and the whole bizarre nature of this situation took over. I was dumbstruck. It wasn't a lustful look, it was a very spooky, obsessive, insane one. I know for a lot of guys the idea of having some random woman appear in their bedroom might be a thrill, but this was nothing like that. It was scary, plain and simple. I got up, got dressed, summoned a bit of courage and told her, "You're leaving now," and essentially marched her out of my house, telling her that the buses leave from the end of the road every half hour. She then left without saying a word. From talking to friends and family, I pieced together what happened. After I left that nightclub, she had tried to catch up with me, but instead lost me. She went back, asked around until somebody told her the rough area I lived in, and she then got a taxi. She then knocked on some random doors, waking up neighbours, and eventually one told her where I lived. She then lied to my sister, saying that I was expecting her to come in. From there, she got to my room and sat there for God knows how long, silently watching me. As it turns out, nobody from the club actually knew who she was. What really spooks me out though is that, if she really wanted to hurt me, she could have done absolutely anything to me while I was asleep. To be honest, I'm lucky that I wasn't killed that night. I really don't like thinking about this. When I was 12, a man came to the door selling candy at 10 o'clock at night. By Uncle Woody. When I was about 12, in the early 1980s, my dad once again got custody, so I went to live with him. My dad would occasionally go out at night on weekends with a hot date, etc. to leave me home alone. I really enjoyed it. No babysitter, nothing. I usually had a friend staying over or one of my brothers were there, so it wasn't that scary. One time though, I was home alone, and it got real scary. I also enjoyed being home alone on the weekend evenings because it gave me time to catch up with all of the latest R-rated movies, which my dad would otherwise not allow me to watch, of course. This particular night, I was watching Conan the Barbarian as it had just landed on HBO, so I dimmed the lights in the living room. At about 10 PM, the movie is about halfway over and there is a very loud knock on the front door. I was too short to use a peephole, so I ask who's there, and a man's voice says loudly, "You wanna buy some candy?" It was 10 o'clock at night, so I simply replied, "No thanks." 10 seconds then go by. I'm leaning with my ear on the door. He beats on the door again. This really startles me and made me jump up. "Do you wanna buy some candy? Open the door." I said no, go away. He curses repeatedly. His voice sounds like a cross between Samuel L. Jackson and Ving Rhames. He leaves, but not for long. Confused? Shocked? I just go into the hallway and start listening. The rest of the house is a fortress, and my dad was a safety conscious person, always locking the windows and doors, etc. He was very afraid of being burglarized. When I would sometimes forget my house key, I was screwed because there was literally no way to sneak in. We lived in a cookie cutter development in a very safe urban area, but during the day, it was a ghost town. I mean, I was so shaken with fear when I realised how late it was and the fact that he was selling candy. I simply couldn't go back to watching my movie. I turned on all the lights and hid behind the couch. I think he's gone. Maybe. Suddenly, the man starts ringing the doorbell repeatedly. He's probably doing this for a solid minute. I'm frozen with fear behind the couch, clutching a steak knife. There was an adult at the door, not some friends or some kids playing a prank on me. I was sitting there terrified, but suddenly the doorbell episode stopped. He never come back after that. I never told my dad about it either, nor my brothers. I don't know why. It was so messed up that I pushed it out of my mind. As the time went by, it seemed to be more and more like a bad dream. I don't know what would have happened had I actually opened that door. The Gambler by Bulldog76. I'm a blackjack dealer at a tribal casino in Oklahoma. I've been put here as a dealer for the last 13 years. In this time, I've seen some pretty scary people, but nobody stands out more than this guy. So this guy is scary, and I'm not easily intimidated, to say the least. He's about 6'2", medium built, has dirty blonde hair and big scars on his cheeks, and he reeks of Bud Light and Wilson cigars. He had a wife that always come in with him, and she always seemed to have fallen into something face first. He's a typical redneck idiot. He's not only mean to his wife, but he was hateful to everybody that he encountered. So one day, I was dealing him, and it wasn't going very well. I think I may have taken like $2,000 of his money, and that's when he started to call me things. When we encounter verbal abuse, we're allowed to have our pit boss have them removed from the tables. Now my pit boss is a woman, and he says, "I don't let no woman tell me what to do." As security is walking him off the tables, he looks me dead in the eye and says, "You better watch your back. I'll get my $2,000 back from this guy one way or another." After the altercation, he was banned for the next 30 days. Surely enough, after the 30th day, he was back on my table. I asked the boss if I can avoid the table because of our past interaction. My boss tells me he will keep an eye out on him and I'll be fine. So I get to the table and he just stares me down. I start dealing and he's winning. About 20 minutes into my 30 minutes on the table, he says to me, "Boy, am I glad you're paying me because I have a knife in my boot and I was planning on stabbing you." After my 30 minutes was up, I immediately notified my boss what he said. Security then taken him back, and sure enough, there was an 8-inch Bowie knife in his boot. This time he was given a life ban. Creepy, psychotic 90s phone calls and the police's ridiculous answer by Braju LA 123. This happened in the early 90s in Uruguay. My mum started receiving calls as soon as my dad left on a business trip to Spain. The calls usually started at around 11 PM. At first it was heavy breathing and mumbling. Eventually, a muffled voice would say her name and hang up. Things got weird when the calls started to involve my older sister, who back then was 10 or 11. They were saying that they were going to wait for her to get out of school and to beat her up. From that very day on, my mum would walk her to school daily and wait for her to go into class. When my mum got home, she received a call saying how pretty they looked today and described my sister's outfit, saying it was going to be a shame that it would end up covered in blood later. My mum called the police and they eventually found out who it was, but never revealed the name to my mum. They said they couldn't reveal the name of the stalker to avoid retaliation. They assured her that everything was under control and that this person would stop bothering us. We never found out who it was, even to this day.
One day, when I was younger, my mum and I visited my aunt's apartment. It's a giant looking house with a side driveway that leads around to the back of a small parking lot for tenants, with the house entrances being off to the side, facing away and hidden from the busy street. I do not remember how old I and my cousin, my aunt's daughter, were, but to the best of my memory, we were both somewhere around the age of 8 and 12, with her being slightly older than I. It was still midday, and we were all hungry, so my mum and my aunt decided to go shopping and were then going to pick up pizza on the way back for us all to eat. Me and my cousin were ecstatic, as we loved pizza. Our parents left, and me and my cousin stay and watch TV with the volume really low while browsing her laptop. It's probably about 25 minutes after our parents left when we start seeing the front door lock shaking. We thought our parents were back home, but then we noticed something suspicious. Instead of the locks of the door quickly turning as if our parents got back, we instead saw that the locks were very slowly turning to unlock. We suddenly both realised it wasn't our parents, and definitely an intruder. We both stare at the front door silently, freaked out and frozen. I always thought those horror movies where the actors stand frozen in fear were like idiots and it was just fake, but it was in this moment that it proved me wrong. As we both stood there, frozen in horror, we saw the top lock finally turn all the way after what felt like half a minute. Then we start to see the bottom lock slowly start to turn. The door was probably half a second from being unlocked completely, when suddenly my cousin breaks free from being frozen in fear and sprints to the door and turns both the locks to prevent the door from being opened. We dared not look out the second story window to see who was trying to get in. We were horrified and stayed quiet, waiting in the living room. We didn't say a word to each other and just sat there on the couch. It was about 15 minutes later until our parents got home, where we told them the whole ordeal and they were shocked. We didn't know what would have happened if my cousin didn't sprint to lock the door, but to this day I can remember very vividly seeing the door lock shaking rapidly and slowly turning. It was definitely very creepy.
Why I Dislike Going to the Pier by Sia Rivi. I'm nervous about posting this, as I have had a couple of creepy encounters, mostly in my late teen years. but the first one I remembered happened when I was 7. I was staying at my grandma's beach house for the summer. It wasn't unusual for me to be out, as my curfew at the time was when the streetlights came on, and it was relatively posh in Southern California where I lived, so I wasn't worried about strangers. I was a kid that had grown up pretty fast. As an only child, it was left to me to entertain myself. So this one afternoon in the late 80s, I was riding my bike up and down the sidewalk. Our beach house was a few blocks down from the pier, and there were always interesting things going on at the pier, which had a lot of shops and things to look at and just drool over. If I was lucky, some shopkeeper would normally give me a seashell or an ice cream or something fun. So I parked my bike, an old banana seat style bike with no gears or anything. So then I just simply began walking. I was walking in and out of some shops, but I then realised that I was being followed. The person following me was a really attractive young guy. He looked to be around 17, and while I was raised to respect people older than me, especially decent looking ones, it started to bother me. Now normally, I wouldn't really pay any attention, but he made my skin crawl. The way he kept looking at me, it gave me goosebumps. I then wandered into a store and went back out, hiding behind some crates and watched to see if he would follow. He did, but on his way, he tripped over some boxes. At this point, he saw me hiding and realised that I knew he was watching me, and he started to chase me. I ran into a crowd of people. He just kept on watching me, running hard after me. I heard him telling folks that I was his little sister and to move out of the way so he could take me home. He kept on shouting, people kept on looking, and I was terrified. At this time, I blurt out that I have no idea who this guy is. I ran through a group of people, losing him for a moment, and then running into a shop and hid behind a counter. I think the sales clerk knew I was scared, because the moment the bells clanged to show that somebody had come in the door, I started to shiver and shake my head no. The store clerk guy then told him that he hadn't seen his sister, and he then escorted me out the back. I then immediately went home, but I didn't tell anyone. I was afraid that I'd be in trouble for the fact that he followed me. I remember I hid for hours, eventually falling asleep. Later that night, the news came on, and my grandma would often let me stay up to watch it with him. The breaking news story was that some little girl who had blonde hair like I did, who was 8, also around my age at the time, had been kidnapped off that very pier. I then told my grandparents what had happened, and they talked with a police officer and given a description of what I'd seen. A few months later, they found her body. He Shushed Them by Mutta Mag. This didn't happen directly to me, though I was in the home when it happened. The witness to all of this is my oldest sister, Tori, around 1999. My sister and her friend Chrissy were 16, and Chrissy had just gotten her license. They'd been out joyriding in Chrissy's Davili. We lived in a newer development in a pretty rural area, so there wasn't much else to do for fun. When they got back to our neighbourhood, it was already dark. Chrissy lived about a block away, and so she was going to do a trip to drop Tori off before heading home. Now the house that we lived in had a large extended patio from the front of the house that had trees along either side blocking the view of the driveway. Chrissy stopped the car in front of the driveway, and Tori was about to get out of the car when suddenly Chrissy grabbed her arm. Tori looked back when she suddenly saw a look of fear on Chrissy's face. She turned back towards the house to see what caused this reaction and saw a figure crouched in the shadows between the parked cars. Looking back at them was this man in all black. He wore a black long sleeve shirt, black pants, and most frighteningly, a black ski mask. He was also completely barefoot. He made eye contact with the girls. He raised his finger to his lips and gestured to them to be quiet. Tori then slammed the door shut and they raced to Chrissy's house, where her father called the police and my father. Unfortunately, No trace of this man was ever found. What really frightens me about this occurrence is that my parents, myself, and my younger sister were all at home at the time. I don't know if this guy had any weapons, or if he had moved along when he realised the house was occupied. I'm just glad that my sister came to the house when she did. Oh, I'm sorry. Wrong house. By Delanera. When I was 12, my friend and I went to a church swim thing, and afterwards, I would spend the night at her house. To my surprise, her mum wasn't home when I got back. She left a note saying she went to get groceries with my grandparents. I had never been without an adult supervision in my entire life up to that point. I was very much on edge. Their apartment building had the door handle where you punch it in the right pegs, and each apartment had a patio or balcony. Her mum had mobility issues, so their apartment was on the ground floor, and their sliding glass door was right next to the main door of the building. So we're sitting there, watching Nickelodeon, and this man tries to open the sliding door. It was locked. The block of wood was in the track, so it wouldn't budge, and the vertical blinds were halfway shut. After a few seconds, he leaves. Then the inside door opens, but he gets stuck on the chain. We screamed and the man said, "Oh, sorry, wrong house," and then left. My friend relocked the door and said her mum would be home soon. So not even 5 minutes later, the same man puts his hands on the sliding door and looked at us. He made eye contact with me, smiled, and then started pulling on the handle. "Let me in, I need to talk to you." We both screamed and said that the police were called, and then he ran off. About 10 minutes later, her mum and grandparents came home and we told them about it. They were mad we hadn't actually called the police, but we didn't care. It was over. Except it wasn't. Her mum was sitting in her motorized recliner, and she was a large woman, scary as hell when mad too. We then heard a metal clicking sound, and the door was opened. He was standing there, bug-eyed at seeing my friend's big mum. She said, "What are you doing?" And he said, "Sorry, wrong house," and ran. Her mum called the police this time, and the police said he obviously knew somebody in the building since he knew the pegs and how they opened, but he also had some lockpicking stuff on him because the doorknob showed signs of tampering. The police never actually found out who he was either. Always Trust Your Dog by Burn Phoenix. I'll start by talking about my pup. Charlie is a 1-year-old English Shepherd, and since she moved out from my parents' house to live with me, she's had some very nervous tendencies. I know it's simply because we live on the first floor in an apartment complex, so there's always people outside. During the day, she's calm and fine, but as soon as it's getting dark, she gets edgy. She sits in the window and pushes the blinds aside so she can watch people milling around. She has spent so much time in this spot that she's actually chewed a hole in the blinds so she can sit more comfortably and stay on guard. Usually, I'm pretty annoyed when she gets aggressive. There's no need for her to walk around the house with her chest puffed up, and it's simply the neighbours coming home late. Tonight, however, this was different. I was hanging out on the couch with my back to the window. It's a large window, and due to our college budget, we don't have a curtain, just the aforementioned chewed blinds. Charlie was laying on the floor at my feet, intensely watching me munch on my popcorn. She suddenly stood up and started growling aggressively. I went to look at the window and noticed that there was a shadow walking outside. The neighbours were coming home as per usual. I tried to calm Chuck, rubbing her ears and reassuring her it was alright. She wasn't having it. She jumped on the back of the couch and her growling intensified. I told her to go and lie down in her kennel, and she suddenly walked off. I then stood quiet for a second, trying to listen to the sound of her nosing open the kennel door, but I didn't hear it. I leant over to try and see where she was, and I found her pacing by my front doormat. Thinking maybe she needed to pee, I stood up, and she quickly looked at me pointedly and softly growled. She then turned around and ever so quietly started sniffing the doorframe. She would sniff and suddenly snort while shaking her head. I crept over to the big window and tried to pull down the blinds so I could peer out. At my door, I saw a figure. Now it's almost midnight here, so it's dark as hell. This figure was large. I'm assuming it was a man, and they were just standing at the door. When I saw him, I flipped out. I started flicking the porch lights on and off, and the guy turned and jogged away. Needless to say, Chuck got all the treats and love that he deserved. He is now sleeping on my pillow with me tonight. I'm hoping that the creepy guy doesn't come back though. To whoever tried to break into my house tonight, by Derpy McMuffin 89. First, I need to provide a little backstory. I recently moved in with my partner and we both have a dog each. My dog is my baby and my protector. She lets me know when somebody is on my property that she doesn't know. My partner had just left the country for 2 weeks, so I was home alone. Though I was winding down from a long day of various appointments and about to sit down for a late dinner with a nice glass of wine, I'm in my nighties and getting comfy when there's a knock on my door. It's my neighbour. He seems very concerned. Him. I don't want to alarm you or anything, but I'm pretty sure I just saw somebody hop into your yard. You might just want to pop out there for a second and check on your dogs because they're not really this quiet often. It's pretty scary, to be honest. Me. Oh, okay. Thanks. I'm gonna go and check it out now. Cue me turning on the spotlight toward the backyard. I lit up the whole of it. And I don't see anyone, but my dog is very agitated and she's not responding to me calling her. I didn't actually go outside as I'm only a tiny woman and completely defenseless against an attacker, so I quickly close and lock all my doors and ring my mum in a panic. My mum then calls the police who come round very quickly to my place and investigate the backyard. No one was there, but there were signs that somebody was. They were either cutting through my backyard to get to another house, or they were waiting there scoping it out. I was very freaked out. Now all was well until the police went to leave through the side gate. The officers opened the gate and my dog, who knows not to go near it when it's open and doesn't usually run away, bolts past the officers and onto the road. She wasn't responding to my calling and she was spooked out. It was completely out of character for her. I live on a main road and the moment she ran onto the road, she got hit by a car going at around 60 kilometers per hour. Cue much panic and crying and rushing to get her to a vet. Thankfully, she's okay. But where on earth was my dog running to? What spooked her out so much?
My friend introduced me to Let's Not Meet and encouraged me to post a story. This story takes place a few years back when I was still rather new to the whole cop thing. I had recently moved into a new apartment building not too far from my place of work. The landlord was a relatively nice man. If you had a reason for not getting your rent in on time, he understood. His son, however, was a huge dickhead. He lived with his father, unemployed and lazy, and would frequently wander the building. He often hit on female tenants, cornering them and talking to them, or even trying to follow them into their apartments on some occasions. He'd get fairly upset when he was rejected, and would often stay on that particular floor for up to a month after rejection, watching her come and go and riding in the elevator with. My neighbor was once so scared that she would ask me to walk her out, but he was relatively harmless. He never raised a hand to a woman. Then the burglaries started. People started complaining of missing small things like a couple bucks, a piece of jewelry, maybe a video or two, but there was no evidence, no security camera footage, no signs of a break-in. Then certain things started going missing from the female tenants' apartments. perfume, a piece of clothing here or there. It got really messed up. Way back then, I worked nights. I would often come home from work in the wee hours of the morning and pass out in my bed. But there was always something I would do before that. I'd lock my bedroom door. After growing up with 2 older siblings who didn't much respect me at all, I started locking my door because they'd often barge in without knocking. I guess this translated into adulthood as well, and I'm glad it did. I had the night off one night and was using that night to catch up on much-needed sleep when I heard it. It was fuzzy at first, but the second go-around I heard it, it was loud and clear. Someone was trying to turn the doorknob on my bedroom door. I heard the doorknob jiggle again and heard a soft fuck before I got out of bed slowly and quietly. I own a few firearms, rifles, a shotgun, a few handguns, but they were all stored safely in a locked gun safe, except for one. My favorite revolver that I frequently used for recreational shooting and kept in the bottom drawer of my nightstand. I grab it, check the cylinder. Looks like the fucker in my apartment has a 50% chance of living if I pull the trigger. I hold my gun and listen. The doorknob has stopped jiggling, but I could still hear him out there. I listen at the door and he's definitely no longer there, but I can hear him shuffling around. I ease the door open a crack and look out. He's crouching down observing my video games. I silently creep out of my room and behind him, but far away enough so that I won't get fucked up if he happens to have a weapon. I silently creep out of my room and behind him, but far away enough so that I won't get fucked up if he happens to have a weapon. I tell him to stand up with his hands up. He freezes but does what I tell him to. There's a small pocket knife in his hand. I tell him to put it down and turn towards me with his hands up. He does. And what do you know? It's the landlord's son. He sees my gun and the look on his face is pure terror. I tell him to move away from the knife. He does. I go to pick up the phone, not looking away from him as I dial the number. You don't have to call the... I glare at him and tell him he was stupid enough to break into a cop's house, effectively telling him to shut the fuck up without saying anything. He listens and I finish calling the police. As the cops haul him out, the landlord is looking at him with such disappointment, and it honestly hurt a little. He promises a few months free rent and a few other things, but after that ends, I leave that apartment. I often think about what would have happened if I hadn't locked the door.
The Noise on the Balcony by Mock Trial with J.R. Reinhold. While we were in graduate school, my husband and I lived in student housing in a large apartment complex. It had approximately 60 units. To get into the complex, you needed a key, and you also needed a key to access the stairwell. We were up on the 3rd floor and had a balcony that we shared with our next door neighbours. Because it was a small balcony and not very practical to hang out on, we all primarily used it to store odd items such as bikes and whatnot. So one night around midnight, my husband and I heard an odd clanging noise coming from outside. We ignored this at first because hey, we live in a big apartment complex in a busy area of town. Noises happen. However, the noises continued, and eventually my husband decided he should get out of bed and check it out. He opened the door to the balcony and the noise stopped. He then stepped out and looked around, noticing nothing amiss. He then started to go back inside, and when he happened to glance down at the floor of the balcony, he noticed there were fingerprints wrapped around the lower railing. He did a double take, then peered over the edge to see that there was a guy dressed in all black, wearing a ski mask and a backpack that had a baseball bat thing sticking out of it. So apparently my husband's fight or flight instinct is a bit defective, because he immediately said to him, "Hey, what are you doing?" And apparently, Ski Mask Dude's ninja balcony climbing skills didn't transfer into coming up with a credible story. He replied with, nothing. At this point, my husband snapped back into common sense mode and started to yell for someone to call the cops. The Ski Mask Dude went all parkour style at this point, dropping from balcony to balcony, landing on the ground. He then managed to somehow throw himself over the 8-foot cinder block wall surrounding the complex with lightning speed. The police then come out, looked around, and found nothing. It wasn't until the next day that we discovered that our next door neighbour's bike had vanished the night before. Not only that, the ski mask dude managed to scale up 2 floors of the balconies. He'd actually gotten onto our balcony and gotten the bike off and tried to take it down to the ground. He didn't take it with him when he left though, but it was also there when the cops looked around that they found that he wasn't alone at night. We then got security cameras installed at the complex within the week and there were no other incidents. I just wonder what he was doing with that bat and what he would have done had my husband not seen him first. I didn't realise how scary this was until years later, by Lady Kitten Farts. In college, I lived with my mum and aunt. We had a house on a hill in the woods. You had to drive up to get to the garage and front yard sloped down to the left that exposed all floors of a pretty turret on the side of the house. To get to the front door, you had to step onto a wooden walkway that followed along the whole left side of the garage. There was about 4 feet between the bottom of the sidewalk and the ground underneath. I got home late one night and saw my aunt's light was still on. She was a night owl like I am. I pulled in, parked and walked up to the front door. It was dark, but I could see there was something wrong with the doorknob. It was hanging out of the door and the screws were mostly out. I unlocked the deadbolt, locked it again and went upstairs to ask my aunt what had happened to the doorknob. She looked at me really confused. She told me that she had just been out there smoking and it was fine. I told her it was broken and she agreed that it could have literally only have happened minutes before and she didn't even seem to notice anything out of the ordinary. So we both go downstairs and I show her the door. Her face then turned white. We realised that in the time between her shutting the door and me getting into it, somebody had tried to break in by pulling the locks out. We had many more instances after that. Somebody was stalking us, but we never found out who it was. What was really scary though was the realisation that the only place that they would have been able to hide was under the walkway that I went up to go and talk to my aunt. They were probably just waiting there under me.
Being from a third world country, you see a lot of shit happening all over the world. You never think it's going to happen to you. After all, you're careful, you know better, you mind your own business, and everything is going to be 5 by 5. My mum is one of the strongest women I know. She's one of 15 siblings, which I think toughened her up and made her a woman of strong morals and a no-nonsense attitude. She is one of the oldest of her siblings, so she has that nurturing mama bear thing down. She'll take crap from no one, and when confronted with fight or flight, she'll fight every single time. Like the one time my mum was picking up my sisters from kindergarten, and some arsehole tried to snatch her purse. She took notice of him walking towards her with no good intentions, and she told my sisters to hold on to her skirt, and when the man made his move, she pressed her thumbs up against the man's eyes and scratched him wherever she could reach him. She's gotten mellower now, in her later life, but for me, she's still the epitome of love and strength. This is a story of how I almost lost my mum to road rage. I was 10, it was a Sunday, and I had gone to the swimming pool with my friends. My dad was supposed to pick me up at around 5 PM. By 7 PM I was fuming, angry, and decided to walk back to my house. It's probably a 20-minute walk. I got home and was mad, and my sisters were scolding me because it was dark and it was dangerous for a 10-year-old to be walking home on his own, and that dad had gone to pick me up like 5 minutes ago. I didn't care, I was pissed off, and I just walked into my parents' room to give my mum a piece of my mind because I couldn't tell dad off, and I found her sobbing and in distress. I was asking her what was going on. She was angry at my dad and she didn't want to talk to him again. My anger faded and my curiosity struck instead. Turns out at around 4:30 PM, when my dad was going to pick me up, He was coming back from his farm, and some dude cut him off, and my dad, who unfortunately had some road rage, honked his horn, pulled down the window on my mum's side, and yelled at him. The dude in the other car lowered his window, pulled a gun out, and started shooting at my dad's car. My dad hit the brakes and let the other car pull further away. They stopped and got out the car to catch their breath, and that's when my mum saw a hole in the space between the passenger front door and the passenger back door. A bullet nearly missed my mum's head, and she was hysterical. They got home and my mum broke down, and my dad had to calm her down, thus he was pretty late for picking me up. It's probably not as scary as some of the other stuff people post here, but the thought that I may have lost my mum at the age of 10 scared me shitless. It's been 20 years since that day, and sometimes it randomly pops into my head, and I have to talk myself off the ledge when I wonder, what if?
Accidental Creeper by Keen Edge 422. A 6'4", 400 pounds, hulking mass of a man. Alright. I've never been one to be concerned about walking alone at night. I really can't fathom somebody trying to creep on me, and I'm not what anybody would call a prime mugging target. Because of this, I tend to not notice what would be more immediately apparent to others as a scary situation. Sometimes even when I'm making it scary. So in the winter, my work schedule means that it's dark by the time I leave to go home. I work on a college campus, and the parking deck I'm assigned to is about half a mile away from my office, and it's winter after all. So I huddle up in a hoodie and jacket, which are both black, because I'm fat and black is supposed to be slimming, as well as a pair of gloves. About halfway along the walk to my car, I sort of fall into fair distance behind a petite young woman heading in the same direction. Because I have a relatively long stride compared to hers, it doesn't take long for me to start closing the distance. Still, obviously to the picture I'm accidentally painting in her mind, I notice her looking over her shoulder a couple of times. I just give a smile and a little wave. Finally, after way too long, it occurs to me that, oh man, maybe it's weird for her to have somebody walking behind her at night. So my brilliant solution, yeah I know, was to speed up, because obviously once I pass her, she won't think I'm following her, right? Yeah, so that goes exactly how any rational person would imagine. As soon as she realises that I've sped up, she breaks into a full run down the sidewalk, across the street and right into the parking deck. The exact same parking deck where I'm parked. I feel bad that I clearly scared this girl, but I figured it's at a point, so I might as well continue to the deck and hope she's in the elevator. Unfortunately, what I didn't know was that she was also on the top floor and had opted to take the stairs, so the timing worked out so that I got out of the elevator about 15 feet behind her. She had spun around at the sound of the elevator and her face went white when I stepped out. She looked like she was about to scream. I just threw up my hands and said no wait, and clicked the button on my keyring to make my car chirp behind her. She then looked behind at my all lit up car and started laughing. She then got out her keys and the car directly in front of mine lit up as well. On the small handful of cars that were on that level, as were next to each other. I apologise for having scared her so much and we had a good laugh, but I'm pretty sure I aged her a few years in that night. She still did insist that I leave first, and I was happy to see her turn the opposite direction before leaving the deck. Nowadays, I try and remember how I look and that I might easily scare someone. I'm just thankful that she didn't have any pepper spray. Creep used to be my neighbour, by Parrot Ashley. When me and my husband first moved out on our own, we had this neighbour we would sometimes see outside and would talk to. We even went to the local pool hall and played pool with him. One day, we were hanging out at his house and we were sitting outside. The cutest little kitten then walks up in the yard. My husband and I are animal lovers, so I'm all about this kitten. My husband and neighbour then walked to the side of the house. They're gone for maybe about a minute or two, and my husband returns. Now, the look on his face was that of both horror and fury. He looks at me and says, "He killed that cat." I get up and walk around there, and my husband is holding this kitten. The neighbour had hit him in the head with a rock, but at this point, the cat's still breathing. It had knocked him out. Long story short, we took that kitten to the vet and it had to have an eye taken out. And that was our kitten. We've had it for about 10 years now, and he's one good mouse killer. We found out a few years later that this neighbour had been out of town for work and was rooming with a co-worker. He later went on to stab his roommate to death and return back to his home here. It's scary to believe somebody like this lived right beside us and had actually been in our house before. Obviously, after the kitten thing happened, we stopped talking to him after letting him know what we thought about what he had done.
Okay, so a little bit of backstory. I'm a 19-year-old male, was about 10 when this took place. I spent a large part of my childhood living in a town called Renfrew, Ontario, Canada, with my mom and her fiancé at the time. It was a pretty average-sized town, calm, peaceful, and a relatively nice place. We lived in a house on a street that I believe was called Stewart Street. Life was pretty normal for the most part. Our driveway and our neighbor's driveway were both connected, so we had to park beside each other, and both houses were pretty close to each other. I never saw much of my neighbor other than the occasional time that he wasn't in his backyard, probably tending to his garden. He was a middle-aged man, about 40 or 50, and he never said hello or acknowledged me or my family when we looked at him or even walked past him in the driveway. Everything continued as normal as ever, until one night when I headed into my room to go to bed. My room had one window, and it faced out towards the driveway. I had blinds, but they were always slightly open so that I could see through the open gaps. On this night, as I lay in bed, I could hear crunching in the gravel on the driveway. I never thought anything of it and assumed it was probably my mom's fiancé outside doing something. But no, I was very wrong. I turned over in my bed to face my window, and as my eyes slowly adjusted in the dark, I could see through the gaps of the blinds, and there was a pale face looking through my window, staring directly at me. I made eye contact and I couldn't look away. I was so horrified that I almost wet the bed. I tried to scream out for my mom, but I was too scared of him hearing me and breaking through the window. He continued to stare, but it was almost as though he was looking off into the distance towards me, like someone who was zoned out. Finally, he slowly raised his head up to the roof, and he started fucking screaming at the top of his lungs. "Shut up, you fucking birds! Shut the fuck up! Shut up, you motherfuckers!" The second he started screaming, I got chills. The creepiest part of it all was that there were no birds. No birds chirping, no noise, nothing. Other than him. His screaming was so serious and so full of rage that it felt as though he was legitimately enraged by these imaginary birds. Somehow, everyone in the house except me managed to sleep through the screaming, which went on for almost the entire night. I did not sleep a wink, and the man didn't leave my window until around 4 a.m. When morning came, I was far too scared to tell my mother about what had happened. I just went about as I usually did. The door we entered the house from was in the backyard, which meant when we left, we had to walk through the driveway. Usually, my neighbor was never outside, but one day I was walking to school. He was standing in the driveway about to get in his car. I did my best to look down and avoid him, walking as close to the wall of my house as possible. When I noticed out of my peripherals that he was standing completely still, holding his car door open, watching me walk, my eyes naturally darted toward him, and I could see his eyes watching me, full of something I can only describe as intent. His nighttime screaming continued, always telling the fucking birds to shut up, occurring about every other night. On the nights that he didn't show up, I had chronic nightmares about him opening my window, and my grades started to suffer. I was in a constant state of terror. Eventually, I realized that I had no choice but to tell my mom what was going on. I woke up after one of my nightmares and went into her room and told her about our neighbor. She attempted to assure me that I was imagining it and that I was only dreaming. The rest of the story is from what my mom told me years later when I was much older, because I was too young to hear about it. After I told my mother about what was happening, she and her fiancé decided they should closely pay attention to our neighbor. One night they were having a few drinks and playing frisbee in the backyard. My mom threw the frisbee and it landed on the grass in our neighbor's yard. Mom walked right on over into the yard. There was no fence separating us. and picked up the frisbee. It landed quite close to the neighbor's window. She bent down to pick it up, and as she stood back up, she caught a glimpse in the window into the kitchen of the house. The entire kitchen counter was covered in porn magazines. Sex toys were strewn about. My mom and her fiance started freaking out, assuming he was a pedophile or something, and they marched straight to his door and started banging on it. The door had a window and they could see the neighbor through it in the hallway, but he looked different somehow. He turned around, shocked by the loud banging, and revealed a face covered in makeup, bright red lipstick, mascara, women's clothes, etc. This man was a cross-dresser. Normally it wouldn't be such a big deal, but there was clearly something wrong with this man. Every alarm was going off, and my mom felt as though he may have someone in the basement or something. He ran away and then came back and answered the door a few minutes later, face washed and regular clothes on. My mom and her fiance flipped out on him and asking him why he was screaming at my window, what was with all the porn, etc. I was never told what he replied to all of this. My mom called the cops and they ended up coming and searching his house. Inside, they found tons of child porn. I have an idea of what that man wanted with me, but I have no idea what he was on about with the birds. Clearly, he had some sort of mental condition. All I can really say is that I am so fucking glad I don't live there anymore. I have a few more stories of that town because it was full of creeps for some reason, but those are for another day.
Just writing this down to document. A sheriff pulled me over 2 nights ago, noting that he knows my apartment complex well. Tonight he was parked there and followed me, by mind your busyness. He pulled me over for my headlight being out. I was nervous and shaking but didn't do anything wrong. I wasn't looking for trouble. When he asked, I mentioned that I was heading to a party. He seemed nice enough and gave me some advice and also made note that I lived in a Pacific apartment complex. I didn't think anything out of the ordinary. Tonight, I noticed a sheriff parked by our leasing office and I passed him as I drove round to my entrance. I have to park further away because some of the spots are filled up and he ends up driving past me on the side of the road I was parked on. As I'm carrying groceries towards my complex, he drives by again slowly. I stopped walking as I lost sight of him behind some cars and it sounded like he stopped accelerating in order to see me walk towards my apartment. Either way, he knows which building I'm in now and it was truly him following me. He also has access to all of my personal information. God knows what he wants or what he's intending to do. I just hope it doesn't get worse after tonight.
A couple of years back, when I was in college, I was the victim of a long-term stalker. This is a pretty long story, and really builds on itself. I have cut it down to be a bit more coherent, but I have not changed any facts. Also, quick note in the texting sessions, the things I say are always prefaced with me. The other stuff in quotes is the stalker. Also, I'm a male, and was 20 at the time. It started out fairly innocuous. On Valentine's Day, I started to receive secret admirer type text messages from an unknown number. I assumed it was a friend of mine playing a joke, as I was in a room with a handful of tech-savvy people at the time. I tried to gauge their reactions, and asked if anyone was messing with me. They all denied it, and I believed them. They're pretty bad liars. It was further confirmed that it was none of them, when I got a phone call from the number. A voice on the other end said,
Is this?
My name. I replied, yeah, who's this? Hoping I could identify the voice. At that point, they hung up and resumed texting. At the time, a lot of my friends lived together, and the people who didn't live there and enjoyed pranks weren't really committed or knowledgeable enough to sign up for a fake number texting service. Things started to get weird when the person began asking pretty personal questions, including repeatedly asking,
Are you doing something tonight?
To which I replied, yes, I was working. but they kept insisting we should meet up. On top of all this, I was getting various images sent to me from a separate email, username @textnow.me. This confirmed it wasn't a real number, and I now had a username to connect to the person. I don't know if it was their intention, but I actually enjoy trying to figure out shit like this, and took it upon myself to expose this person without giving away anything about myself. So I kept it up. I texted them back for a while and dug more and more information out the person, compiling it into a profile and eliminating possibilities. Unfortunately, this just encouraged them, as they insisted I send pictures,
Take pics. Pics add to the convo.
etc. Then they sent a weird one. A white lacy dress hanging in their closet, with the accompanying text,
My wedding dress for when I marry you.
various heart and love emojis.
Pic of your reaction.
Me, no.
Why not, please? Pics of your surroundings, please. Your room, your face, anything more.
Me, you gotta tell me who you are, otherwise I'm definitely not sending you any pictures.
I'm not telling you who I am until I feel comfortable.
You've gotta be fucking kidding me. You're the one who's uncomfortable. They continued to pry about where I was going to be that evening, and I still refused to give details. They then dropped where they were going to be, a party on campus at night. I couldn't go regardless, I was working. I should also mention that the texting conversation was all over the place. It was like 3 different people were all trying to talk to me about different things all at once. Again, I was bombarded with personal questions about past relationships and what kind of girl do you find yourself most attracted to. There was a little bit of back and forth, nothing too interesting. Then I got another bombshell. They asked if I lived in apartment 68, which I did. I lied. Me, close but not quite.
Oh, could have sworn. Where do you live? Are you involved with anyone at the moment?
I recognised the style of apartment they were in, based on a picture from earlier, so I decided to throw a curveball. You live in this complex, right?
What? How'd you know?
Me. I recognised your door. All the shitty apartments had the same colour door frame, which was visible in the edge of a picture they sent me. The conversation kind of fizzled out here. I didn't go to that party, and I didn't get any more texts. Among the pictures they sent me were some screenshots of my Facebook, photos of their bed, a pipe, some posters, pretty boring stuff. So that was February. Fast forward to October, the following school year. I was a senior and busy as fuck. One evening I got a text from an unknown number.
This is...
my full name. I played dumb, pretending like I wasn't freaking out. After many months, this person was contacting me again, and I still hadn't figured out who it was. These questions were instantly more personal, and really weirded me out.
Don't ruin the fun. Not knowing who I am is part of the mystery. I won't tell you who I am. Not now. Too much to lose. I don't want you to know. Not because I'm being cruel. It's just better if you don't know.
Me. That doesn't make sense.
Trust me. You don't want to know. You're better off not knowing. Trust me.
Me. Okay, whatever. Why are you texting me again?
Are you mad at me? I just have no one to talk to. Does my personhood really matter? Can we talk about something else?
Me. Like what? At this point I'm pretty tired of this shit, and trying to work, but I do want to see if I can pick out any more details, so I'm doing the bare minimum to keep this going.
Do you celebrate Halloween? I guess I'm boring you. I have a better question. Have you ever been in love?
Me. No.
How'd you know it if you've never experienced it? For a response so extreme, you would think you've experienced it before, but I guess it's a matter of perspective. You must be a godly man then.
These texts are coming as fast as I can keep up.
Was that too harsh?
Me.
What response? Bye.
Explosions and violin emojis. The next day, around the same time, I got another text. Keep in mind the person is referring to their friend, but I honestly believe this friend is made up.
I was talking to my friend about you today.
Me. Who's your friend?
Don't you want to know what we talked about?
Me. Yeah, sure. Then like 3 hours later they replied,
We just talked about how you seem like the type of person to fall in love quickly. You're a sap. Not in a negative way, just an observation. You're like wishing for the one.
me, lol.
All you care about is finding my identity. That would be the most awkward thing ever. Why so eager? Wouldn't you be weirded out?
Me. No, probably not. This was a lie.
We've been in class before.
Me. What year?
Maybe if you got to know me, you'd figure it out.
Me. Okay, tell me about yourself.
Hey, why didn't you comment about the observation my friend and I made? Say how you feel.
Me. What does that even mean?
Say how you feel. This makes me uncomfortable. You never ask me any questions.
I started messing with them, asking really random questions. This made them really mad. Me. Do you like cats? Do you like long walks on the beach?
I live by the beach.
Me. Which one?
A famous one. A lot of people have sex on the beach under a blanket at night.
Me. Near a city.
How do you like...
State of the town I'm from. Me. How do you know I'm from there?
The internet is my best friend. Are you nervous? You're just a boy. You're boyish. Let's admit it, nothing bad. It's cute. How old are you?
Me. You haven't figured that out already?
When's your birthday? The month and day, please. Tell me now. I just want to know your sign.
Me. Virgo.
Oh my god, I like Virgos. You're obedient, submissive, like a puppy dog. Isn't that funny? I just laughed. Now I ask you a question. Have you been in a relationship before? Why did your relationship fail?
Me. I'm not telling you about this. This is annoying. Then they sent a ton of different photos from Google.
My friend asked me to ask you something, but I don't think I will.
Me. What?
Can we change subjects now? How was your day? Mine was bad, but I don't want to relive it again. It was something I did wrong, so I have myself to blame. She wanted to ask something intimate, but I'm not going to share, since you don't like talking about that. It's extreme, you're probably not going to answer. I feel sick asking it. You don't have me. I'm just the messenger. I'm embarrassed. You're not going to answer.
Me. I could.
Okay, so... we really want to know if you're a virgin or not. Scratch the virgin part. Ever had intercourse is a better phrase. I knew you wouldn't answer.
I didn't answer, and they didn't write anything else. This was all October. This is December, the end of semester.
Hey,
Me. Who is this?
it's me. I can tell you who I am when I leave campus. I'm never going to see you again, but I can tell you who I am.
Me. Alright, tell me.
When I leave campus, I'm never going to see you again. I'm going to be gone. You're so serious. Hello? I'm leaving next week, so you're ruining it though. Now I just want to punch you. Sorry, I didn't mean to send that. I'm sorry. Oops.
Then they proceeded to call me multiple times. I denied every call, but they kept coming. I think there were 14 calls that night. Then a text from a new fake number. Oh my god. Sent from textnow.com. Me. Please, can you stop texting me? Then there were more calls, so I turned off my phone. The following week, I was in the class ITAD. Students were presenting their final work on the projector, and I had queued multiple tabs on the projection computer. 2 different students had work on Google Drive. When the second student logged into their account, they didn't open a private window, so it logged on to their first student. Hope that makes sense. I saw this happen, but the first student wasn't in the room, so when she came back, I asked her to re-log in. We were both standing in the projection booth. She was on one end of the computer, and I was messing with the sound system and the other side. She was at one end on the computer, and I was messing with the sound system on the other side, but happened to turn and look at the projector screen when she was logging into Google. This hit me like a ton of bricks. The username she logged in with was the same username as a TextNow account that had been sending me photos. I quickly turned away and pretended to be busy with something until she finished opening her work. I thanked her and she left the booth without realising her mistake. I tried to play it cool, but inside I was going crazy for the rest of class. After almost a year, I knew who it was. She finally slipped up, and honestly, I was more scared now than I ever had been. This person had a history of being pretty creepy around my friends, and although she had never personally interacted with me outside of class, all my friends had strange experiences. Side note, here are 2 abbreviated ones to fully illustrate the craziness. My friend Michael was working endlessly on his thesis in the building. He was about 50 hours into a no-sleep work binge, and it's like 7 AM. She walks in and starts working on a computer in the lab. Another guy, Dave, comes in and remarks about Michael. "You're still here." Michael said, "I've been working for days, starting to see things out the corner of my eye. Sometimes I see a tall man in a suit." She immediately turns around and says, "You see him too?" Michael has no idea what to say, and Dave makes a joke about it being a ghost of the building. Michael has no idea what to say, and Dave just makes a joke about it being the ghost of the building. She doesn't say anything and goes back to work. Another friend, Isaac, also worked late in the building, and sometimes would find her waiting outside the door around 3 AM, and she would follow him home. Occasionally she showed up outside his door at night, and demanded to be let in. One time, while I was actually at his place, she came to the back door with a peephole and knocked for upwards of 20 minutes. We pretended to not be at home and shut all the blinds on the front of the house and went upstairs. There's plenty more to tell about their interactions, including one where she attacked him at a party, but that's delving way into another story. So the point being, she kind of had a reputation in our friend group, and we generally tried to keep our distance. I had always assumed I was immune. Sorry to say, there's really no conclusion to the story. Someone advised me to file a complaint with the school and try and get a restraining order or something. I figured if we all talked to someone and explained our experiences, we could at least keep her from showing up at our front door. I had a meeting with a counsellor who seemed to really care and offered to look into it. A couple of weeks later, emailed me saying, "This student is going to be abroad next semester, so we're not going to do anything." I insisted that at least something temporary be put in place, and that although I was graduating at the end of the year, Isaac would be returning for 1 more year. Michael had graduated the year before me. They didn't do anything, but what did I expect? This school is pretty notorious for not giving a shit. I didn't run into her again, she hasn't texted me, and Isaac ended up taking a year off. So for the time being, this is where the story ends. I do have screenshots and all the photos, but I'm hesitant to share them in the interest of anonymity.
Don't Hitchhike Anymore Tonight by Sweet Mercy. I was a pretty brave person when I was younger, or maybe I had that sense of invincibility that comes with youth. I'd survived through some pretty bad things. I'd been sexually assaulted, 2 house fires, and I grew up in a house that I swear was haunted. Not in that Disney way either. I'm talking torture chamber in the basement and strange things going on. Anyway, looking back on it, all of what I went through made me feel like I was kind of invincible. Or maybe I just assumed that I'd gotten all of the bad stuff out of the way and nothing else was gonna go wrong. I learned to know better. So when I was 17, I didn't have a driver's license. I walked most places. Occasionally I'd catch rides with friends, and less occasionally I would hitchhike. This night in question was one of those where I'd decided that it'd be best to hitchhike. I had worked late and I was too exhausted to walk. Now, most of the time when I'd catch a ride, I wouldn't get in the car with a lone man, only a woman, or very rarely a man with his wife or girlfriend or kids in the car. This night though, cars were few and far between, and it was really cold. I was giving up on the idea of being able to get a ride. However, eventually, there was one car that pulled up. I took a good look at the guy and figured that I could easily take him if he tried anything. He was on the slender side. He had some strange frailness about him, even though he looked fairly healthy. I then got into the car after we agreed upon a destination. We exchanged names. I then warmed my fingers in front of the heating vent. He spoke quietly, asking a few questions along the lines of, was I local and how did I like living here? He said he'd only been here a couple of months, but found it beautiful and hoped that he could find happiness here. That comment struck me as a little odd, but I brushed it off. It began to snow and the roads got slippery really quick, so he slowed right down and kept his eyes straight on the windshield, driving silently. It was okay. Small talk was never really my thing. About 10 minutes later, I noticed that there was a car at the intersection we were approaching and it seemed to be sliding. I said, "Watch out." In response, he then immediately slammed onto the gas, shooting through the intersection and bursting out with, "Don't ever scream at me." Needless to say, I was taken back. I said, "Look, this is close enough, just pull over here so I can get out." He didn't seem to hear me. Did you hear me? I said pull over and let me out." I got no response. He just stared straight ahead, driving faster now, even though it began to snow more. To say I was scared doesn't seem to cover the depth of fear that began to arise in me. I didn't know if I would be able to stay quiet or speak, but I was sure that I was going to get out of there if he had one more burst. After about a mile, he began to mumble under his breath. I couldn't quite make out what he was saying though. I assumed he was speaking to me, so I said, I couldn't hear you." He began to speak quietly and rapidly, saying things like, "You're always shouting at me. I do not appreciate it. How many times do I have to tell you? What's wrong with you? Why don't you stop doing this? You don't listen. No. Well, I'm listening to you now. Do you hear that?" I was at a complete loss. I didn't know what to say in response. I was pretty scared, so I just didn't say anything at all. I contemplated jumping out of the car, but I had mixed ideas because I realised the door locks were missing. There was simply a hole where it should have been. I started crying and debating with myself whether I should cause an accident. I planned to do so by grabbing the steering wheel and hoping for the best. He then suddenly looked at me for the first time since I'd gotten into the car. He blinked several times rapidly, then slowed the car down, pulling into a gas station. I waited to see if he'd unlocked the doors, not wanting to say anything to set him off. After a minute or two, he quietly said, "I think you better get out of here," and he hit the button to open the doors. I wasn't about to hesitate. I jumped out of the car as if it were on fire. I was about to turn and walk into the gas station when he called my name. He looked so sad and devastated. He apologised. He said sorry if he had frightened me and that he would never have harmed me, and he asked if I'd be okay to get home. I said I would and closed the door. He began pulling out of the gas station, but then suddenly stopped. He just sat there for a couple of moments with his head down. I froze, wondering what in the world he was up to, and I was about to run to the gas station, but he then opened his window and yelled at me, waving something in his hand. My hat. I left it on his seat. I was pretty hesitant to go back up to him, but decided I wanted my hat back, so I very slowly approached him. He handed it to me and apologised again. I didn't know what else to say, so I just said, "Thanks." I watched as he then drove off, making sure that he was out of sight before moving on, so he didn't know which direction I was heading in. As I walked, I went to put my hat back on and out fell a piece of paper. Folded into the piece of paper was a $100 bill, saying, "I'm sorry, please take a cab and don't hitchhike anymore tonight." I didn't. In fact, it was the last time that I ever hitchhiked again. Come on, I really want to give you a ride, by MLVK. This happened a few years back. I was in my mid-20s, fit and an avid runner. I spent a good part of my summer at my dad's cottage out in the middle of nowhere. It was absolutely gorgeous for running through. So it was on one of those overcast, very hot and humid summer afternoons, and I was out for a long run. It was insanely hot, and it had a good chance of thunder or rain in the area where you don't really see people. I was dressed in tiny running shorts, a sports bra, and an almost sheer tank top to keep my hydration belt from chafing. And there was a possibility of rain, so I'd left my phone at my house and had nothing on me besides a waterproof watch. This is rare, because I always bring my phone, but I was really familiar with this area, and I'd run there so many summers without feeling threatened that I didn't feel a need to. So I was about an hour into my run on a small forest road, drenched in sweat when I heard a car approaching. I kept more to the side of the road and an old Ford pickup passed me by. It suddenly stopped. It backed up to me. The driver rolled the window down and I figured they were lost or something. The driver was an overweight, overheated guy in his late 50s or thereabouts. He didn't look especially creepy though. "Hi," he said, and nothing else. I was kinda starting to feel weird because he kept staring at me, so I asked him if I could help him with anything. Then he kinda started small talk with me, like where are you from, how old are you, etc. I was seriously starting to get creeped out, and I was in the middle of my run and started running again. He then slowly drove next to me with the window open, just commenting on everything from my body to how it seemed like it was gonna rain soon. He then offered me a ride back home because it would be a shame if I got wet. I said that I liked running in the rain. That was true, and that I was already almost home and my dad was waiting. He kept asking several more times and I started to completely panic in my head. I was this close to jumping into the forest and running as hard as I could, but then suddenly, a deer jumped across the road ahead and I took my chance. When I went off the road, he actually stopped the car, opened the door and shouted loudly, "Come on, I really want to give you a ride." I think I made a personal sprint record going down that deer path. I also got completely lost, and I ended up with a 3-hour-long jogging hike back before I got to my home. I now never go on runs without my phone, and I always have live GPS tracking on, as well as a waterproof case on my phone. Don't Give Strangers Rides, no matter how sad their story is, by Zanzibar So Live. One night at about 6:30, my friend and I went to the local grocery store downtown. We went in and got our groceries, no problem. The parking lot has limited spaces because of downtown parking issues, but we had a 30-minute limit and only used it for 20 getting the groceries, so we decided to go over to the game shop next door. A few minutes later, we headed back to my car. It was early November and freezing out. The parking lot was crowded with other cars trying to back out, so we were waiting on them and then a woman appeared at the passenger side window. That's where my friend was sitting. Now, my friend is a male to female transgender, so the hormones she takes tend to make her look 16 instead of 25. I also looked pretty young for my age. I know it's typical for downtown homeless people to pick out young looking girls to ask for money, etc. So we roll down the window and this woman is frantic. She's waving a cell phone around, asking if we can give her a ride to the bus transfer point in the south side of town. That's about a 15-minute drive away. She tells us that she missed her bus number or whatever it was and that she has to get to that transfer point now because if she doesn't, they're going to take her kids away from her. I said, "No ma'am," because first, she was looking scary enough in general, but second, it's not our responsibility to be a taxi service to every person with a sad story. She asked us again, begging really, saying, "They're gonna take my kids away, please help me." I look at my friend and she just gave me an eye roll and shook her head. Then the woman, quote, answered her phone and started talking to somebody like, "Yeah, I know, I'm trying to get a ride here, please don't take them." She was obviously lying. We could see her phone screen and it wasn't on an active call. At this point, I was done with her and apologized again and started to back out. My friend rolled up her window and we tried to back out, but the lot was so small and there was also another car that we had to wait for. The woman was following our car saying please, and then tried to open the back passenger door and started pounding on my window. I was like, hell no. No way am I gonna let this crazy woman into my car like that. Luckily it was locked and we could just drive away and book it back home. On the drive home, my friend was like, yeah, the bus she missed doesn't exist. There's not even a bus stop there. It runs a complete different route. I'm just thankful that she didn't come up with a good enough story and I wasn't in a good enough mood to let her play off my kindness that day. Encounter with an Infamous Serial Killer by That's a Padlin. In the late 70s, my uncle was studying at the University of Chicago. After a morning class, he decided that he would hitchhike back to Lincoln Park on the north side instead of paying for a taxi. A man drove up to him in a Plymouth Satellite and offered to pick up my uncle for a ride. The man looked normal and seemed friendly enough. Light-hearted even, so my uncle just gotten into the car. They then started driving towards Lake Shore Drive. However, once they got there, the man drove south on the lake instead of going north towards Lincoln Park. My uncle told the man that he was going the wrong way, and instead of turning around and heading north, the man looked at my uncle. He put his hand on his knee and said, "No, you're coming with me," and smiled at him darkly. My uncle froze in panic. A little bit later, they hit some traffic. My uncle quickly unlocked the passenger door and ran away without looking back. A year or two later, on a cold December day, my uncle was having coffee in a cafe with my future aunt when he caught something on the news that made his blood run cold. He saw the same man that had picked him up on that road that day. He had been arrested for the suspected rape and killing of over 20 young men and boys. The man on the television was John Wayne Gacy. He also removed the passenger side door handle. That was to prevent the people we picked up from escaping. Hey, You Wanna Ride? By Tactical Augra. This actually happened to my wife. When I first met my wife, she was living alone in a studio apartment near her work in Garden Grove, CA. She is a very independent person and never had a problem with any of her neighbours. Being young, single and living in OC, she didn't have a car and wouldn't take public transportation either. Now, every day on her walk to and from work, she passed by a bunch of townhomes and would sometimes near hear catcalls or rude comments in Spanish from the guys that lived there. She never really thought anything of it, and she went on about her way. That was until one day, a truck pulled up alongside her and a Hispanic guy asked if she wanted a ride. She refused, but the guy got out and tried to drag her into his truck. She was able to escape and run to work since she lived less than a block away. She reported it to the police, who informed her that the townhomes that she passed every day on the way to and from work were actually halfway houses for rapists and pedophiles. They said that that guy had probably been watching her for some time before attempting the abduction. From then on, she was able to get a ride from one of her co-workers and never walked that way again. I Accepted a Ride When I Shouldn't Have by Jay Stance. I used to do a lot of hitchhiking as a young teen. This was when I was around 13 or 16. I never had any issues. I had a few men hit on me, but they backed off when I didn't reply to what they were doing, so it was okay. When I was 16, I got into a huge argument with my sisters and decided to walk from Corvallis to Monmouth, Oregon. It's about a 45-minute drive, and this was at 4 AM. Stupid, I know. Anyway, I was walking along and a car pulled up outside of a convenience store parking lot and sped off. About half a block later, It flipped a U-turn and pulled up beside me. It was a young dude, probably mid-20s. He was smoking a cigar and listening to Guns N' Roses. He seemed really nice and trustworthy. He asked me if I needed a ride, and I asked him if he was a rapist or serial killer. I always did this as a joke before getting in. He laughed and said no. But if I were, do you think I'd really tell you? I said that's a good point and hopped in and told him where I was heading. He agreed to drive me the entire way, and I got really excited as I wasn't looking forward to the walk. He needed to go and get some gas before we left town though, so he headed towards a gas station not more than 5 minutes later. And then there were suddenly flashing lights right behind us. He said he was worried because his license was expired, so I decided just to leave. The cop then stopped to ask me my age. I lied and said I was 18 and gave my sister's name and birthday. He informed me because that the man I was riding with was a predatory sex offender who seeked underage girls and used weapons and violence to assault them. I panicked and split. A block later, the cops stopped me and asked me if I was ready to be honest with them. I was, and they called my sister to pick me up while I waited. I was handcuffed in the back of a cop car. After that night, I never hitchhiked again. I just wanted to give you a lift to the main road by Compart 23. This happened to me when I was about 10 or 11. In my country, it's normal for elementary schools to have soccer tournaments for the kids in the mostly last 2 grades of elementary. I decided I was going to support my kids by myself in my grade since I had a few good football players on the team and obviously I wanted them to win. I head over there on my bike, and as I'm heading over there, it started to rain really hard. It was basically a tropical rainstorm. We had some bad rain before, but never like this. So being the introvert that I am, I decided I was going to hang out by myself at the intersection that was near the field where the tournament was being held. So I was waiting there when, all of a sudden, a white van stops in front of me. I can see because the lights have turned red. I then see that a guy who's 30ish I think, with blonde hair and a very friendly face, looks at me and rolls down his window and calls out to me. He said to me that he wants to take me to the main intersection, which was about 200 meters away. That was because it was raining so hard and he didn't want me to get wet. This was wrong because I was already soaked. I instantly got a gut feeling about this and that something was off. I remembered feeling really torn on one side because part of me wanted to go with this guy to be nice, but the other part could tell that something just wasn't right. So I politely declined his offer, but he kept on asking me and I kept on declining, and I started to back away from his van. The light then turned green and he said okay and drove off. I thought that maybe this was the last that I was going to see of him. Then about 5 or 8 minutes later, the same white van stops in front of me again. The guy rolls down his windows and asks me if I'm sure that I don't want a lift. He was just going to drive me to the main intersection and was going to put my bike in the back of his van. I was really scared at him saying this. I then said thank you again and started heading towards the nearest gas station. That's because I knew there would be people there. Since I was scared, I waited for about 10 minutes at the gas station before I quickly jumped on my bike and then went full speed towards a hill. I was very close to the field now and there were about 1,000 people down there. I never saw that guy again. Even to this day, I can still see this guy's face in my memory. It seems so friendly and nice. I'm probably never gonna know if his intentions were right, but it just felt really off. Especially after he returned for a second time. I also wonder what he would have done to other children that may have been more receptive to him, since he seemed like such a genuinely nice and friendly guy. I'm lucky to have been born by Hooch McDaniels. Okay, so let me start by saying that my dad is a character. All of his friends loved him growing up because he could entertain you just by talking to him. This attitude is what initially led to me questioning the legitimacy of this story for a long time. Now that I'm a bit older though, I can tell this one cuts deep every time we make him tell it. Usually, he talks in a very upbeat and active tone, but if ever my brothers or I ask him to recite the story, his tone completely changes. It's as if the colour just rushes from his face. It's obvious he doesn't enjoy talking about it. Okay, now to the story. He was about 18 at the time. From the pictures he seemed like an athletic, approachable teen. He was living in the grey/whiting area of northwest Indiana. Sometime later in the evening, my dad, who's been a smoker for roughly 50 years of his life, decides to hitchhike to his local convenience store. He's had a knack for talking about places or events as if you were there. It's an odd thing to do, considering the shop was only a couple of miles away from his house. So eventually, a truck pulls up to the side of the road. It was a baby blue pickup truck to be exact. Apparently, there were two men in the truck, probably in their late 40s or so. Pretty normal looking to him. He said that the driver was a bit burly and sort of looked like Jackie Glenson. The truck was only a 3-seater, so the men in the passenger seat had to move over to the middle. No words were spoken, apart from the driver asking him where he was going. This didn't strike my father as odd, so he proceeded to sit in silence, not suspecting anything. Suddenly, out of nowhere, one of the guys randomly burst into laughter. Now, according to my father, this wasn't any ordinary laughter whatsoever. It was just more sinister, if that makes sense. Surely enough, the driver then looks at my father with what he claimed was the devil's eyes, now chiming in with the laughter. As you can suspect, they started to take a different route. My dad knew that they weren't heading anywhere near the desired destination. He was trying to play it cool, wait for his chance. Luckily, a couple of minutes later, they finally hit a red light. The driver slowly crept his arm across the cabin and starts caressing my dad's neck. I guess his fight or flight kicked in, and a sudden surge of adrenaline came about. He unlocked the door and the bolts out without even looking back. He then said he hid near a local church and watched as they driven around looking for him. Some years later, my dad was watching the news when the mugshots of the men popped up on the screen. His heart sunk. The man was undoubtedly the same man who picked him up hitchhiking. That man was John Wait. God, is it gonna be him every time? You couldn't have guessed it. That man was John Wayne Gacy, for the third time in a row. I still struggle to pronounce that last bit though. It's Not the Police by Boom Roasted. So basically, one night about 2 years ago, me and two of my girlfriends were driving home from getting Mexican food. We saw red and blue flashing lights behind us. Obviously assuming that it was the police, Amy, who was driving, didn't feel safe pulling over where we were, considering it was the middle of the night and the streets we were on had very little lighting, so she slowed down but continued on. Ashley eventually come to a conclusion that it couldn't have been a real police car behind us because it looks more like a crappy old car. The car then passed us and sped up and passed in the opposite lane. We then decided to dial 911, and when she called the dispatcher, she confirmed that there were no squad cars in our current location. She told us to stay on the phone and somebody was coming over right away. Then the car tried cutting us off and passing again. Finally, a real police car came. We pulled over, but the other car sped off and was chased by the real police car. We never found out what actually happened or who they were. Lock Your Car Doors While Driving by Sophie's Mummy 7. I'm oddly a target for creepy people. I'm only 4'11" and female, so that may be why. About a month ago, I was at a pharmacy filling out a prescription. I have central pain following a stroke I had in my early 20s. I can walk, but the brain damage causes burning throughout my entire body. Due to this, I'm on morphine and seen by a specialist as well as go to a hospital. I dropped off my prescription and waited. I noticed that there was a guy behind me standing way too close. He could hear everything I said. I sat down and tested my blood pressure. I then noticed him walking around in the aisles by me. I thought he was waiting too. They then called my name 20 minutes later, and I didn't see him leaving the store either. I then went off to my car and kind of forgot about it. I immediately locked my doors due to the feeling of paranoia. I stopped to the first stop sign, and out from behind the tree jumps the same guy. In one motion he was from out behind the tree and was grabbing my passenger side door handle. It was locked. He seemed as shocked as I was, and then he tried to grab the other side door. I started screaming and put my hand on my horn and sped away. Other cars were also honking. I then saw him run. I drove until I saw a cop car sitting at a gas station. He took my information and drove to the stop sign and asked me to follow. I couldn't see the guy anywhere. The police officer said it happened last week to an elderly woman, so he needed to find out who it was. I was just really lucky. Always lock your car doors. Gelte Bundy by Moomin Goober. I live in a block of flats in England, and I was on my way literally 3 minutes down the road to my local pub. I was meeting my boyfriend and his brother there, as they had just finished work and were on the train back home. My boyfriend had already rung me saying that they would be about 10 or 15 minutes. I'd been sent down there early to grab a decent seat near a TV as the English rugby was on. Anyway, I'm walking down the road looking at my phone when I suddenly hear a woman shout out, Miss, hello, miss. I remembered this woman vaguely waving in my direction. I look up, and there's this 25 or 8-year-old with a massive box at her feet. She's now waving me over to her. Me, being stupid, I went over to see what her problem was. Miss, can you help me take this box round to my car at the corner? It's really too heavy. The woman is smiling while pointing at the box. Now, as soon as she said this, a thought come across my mind. I'm a small girl myself. Why would she be asking me, and not some men? Does she really think that I could lug this massive box with her? Sorry, I'm busy, and I tried to brush it off while turning away. Please, I'm desperate. I have to get home to my kids. You need to help me, miss. It's too heavy. She's now yelling at me while squatting trying to lift it. I was really starting to get annoyed at her at this point. Look, lady, my boyfriend and his brother are going to be here any minute now. They can help you with this box. I don't know why you yell at me like this, and I'm only a small girl on my own. Why don't you ask some of the men in the street? I'm busy. Yes, I did feel bad for saying this to her, but alarm bells were ringing in my mind. I couldn't understand why she asked me. There were so many men on that street literally queuing up to use cash machines and just walking past. The woman then scowled at me. She gave me pure evils. She pushed her lips out and took her phone out. I continued to make my way to the pub. I was 2 shops away and I could clearly see one of the regulars outside smoking. I then turned round to get one last look at her. I could see that she had very simply picked up the box and placed it on her shoulder. She then proceeded to walk down that alley. Stay in School by Waste of Paint 4. When my auntie was a teenager back in the 70s, she and a few friends had skipped school one day. The group of girls wanted to get across town, which usually takes a couple of hours by foot. That's because we lived in a rural area and none of them had a car at the time. Being young, naive, and unaware of the danger, my auntie and her friends decided to hitchhike home. After a while of walking and trying to flag down cars, a man then stopped to pick up the young girls. My auntie said that the man was very handsome and had a great smile. He was as sweet as could be, and she and her friends got into the car. He then started driving them to their destination. He gave her a smile and nodded and continued on his way. I'm not too sure how much time had passed, but she said she was watching the news 1 hour after noon, and she then saw that familiar face. There was a man who had given her and her friends the lift home. He was arrested for the raping and murdering of a large number of young women. His name was Ted Bundy, and my aunt never hitchhiked again. They called him the Clown Killer by Susan Simmons. Let me start off by saying that this is not my tale. Believe whatever you want to, but I know that my dad wouldn't make this up. This is a story my dad has told and retold several times throughout the years. It's just as creepy now as it was the first time that I heard it, so here it goes. It was the early 1970s in Des Plaines, Illinois, back when it was not uncommon to hitchhike. My dad and his uncle were enjoying doing this. They were quite the adventurers. They were both pretty young in their early teens. They had just gone fishing, and then they made their way back to a nearby coffee shop parking lot in search of a ride to try and get home. A middle-aged man then stopped to pick them up. There was nothing really striking about this guy. He just looked like a normal person, so they got into the car with him. My dad sat in the passenger seat while my uncle sat in the middle back seat. Everything was fine. That was until the driver reached his arms towards the back of the car and put his hands on my uncle's knee. My dad's creepometer sounded right away. As soon as they come to the stoplight, my dad got out of the car, took his brother by the arm and got the hell out of there. Now fast forward a few years. It's 1978 and my dad catches a glimpse of a familiar face in the Chicago newspapers. It's the man who picked them up a few years back. The article states that this man was arrested after police found 33 teenage males buried in various places. It was including a crawl space. This sick man would find teenage boys wherever he could, rape, torture and kill them. His name was John Wayne Gracie. Needless to say, I'm happy that my dad reacted as quick as he did. My dad and uncle were undoubtedly about to be this sick man's next victims. God knows what could have happened to them had my dad not reacted the way he did. Wrong Car at the Train Station by Snellsig. I went to see my friend Jay in the suburbs, and we wanted to take the last train home to the city where I lived. It was past 11 PM, but I don't remember the exact time. He dropped me off in front of the station in his green estate car and left. Nothing unusual. While I was on the platform, I was told by a couple of teenagers that the trains had been cancelled due to a suicide on the line. This was confirmed by the announcement screen on the platform. The station was unmanned at that time of night. Being a student, a taxi was out of the question, so I called Jay to ask him to come back and drive me home. He said he would only be a few minutes and was around the corner. A few minutes pass and a green estate car arrives and parks in front of the station. I do not hesitate. I open the passenger door and climb in. I'm puzzled. Why does Jay have little plastic bags filled with lace on the dashboard? That wasn't there earlier. Why does he have a machete stuck between the passenger seat and his seat? I look up to ask these questions, and why is this guy not my friend, and why is he staring at me like that? I snap out of it. I think I have the wrong car. Him. I think you do. Me. My friend is just round the corner. He's gonna pick me up. You have the same car. He then locks the doors. Thankfully. Jay then arrives at the point. He passes us, parks and gets out of his car. Jay is big and does boxing, and the guy next to me sees it. The doors click open quickly. I bolt out of the car and run to Jay. He shouts at me to get in his car and drive. He doesn't ask me any questions and we drive off. Once I calmed down, he told me that he got out of his car because he could see a bunch of youngsters approaching the exit of the station and they had baseball bats. He was wondering if I was in any kind of trouble. Jay thinks the guy locked me in the car to protect me from the young guys. I'm not so sure of that. I'm just glad he came back when he did, so I never had to find out. Be vigilant in car parks and parking lots by Forest 95. Last winter I was shopping in a huge shopping centre in London with my sister. She works at one of the retailers. It was time for her to start her shift, so we said goodbye and I headed to the car park to drive home. The car park is a huge underground lot and it's dimly lit. With it being winter, it's dark in London by about 4 PM. There were plenty of parked cars around, but nobody else was around, so I'm walking over to my car listening to echoing footsteps searching for my key. I get into my car, put the gear into reverse and was about to reverse out, but there was some white paper on the back of my window. It was completely blocking my view. I knew that this wasn't there before, so I just continued on like I was normally and just was about to put it into drive. I then looked back and I could see that the back door of a van was open with a foreign looking man just waiting and staring at me. I shot out of that car park before anything could happen. On my way home, I called my sister and told her about what happened. She reported it to her manager and it escalated to security, but nothing ever came of it. I don't know if he would have actually done anything, but I've heard lots of stories of kidnappings taking place like this. Just please remember to be extra vigilant. This story happened when I was around 10 years of age and involves 4 of my childhood friends. In case you didn't know, I'm a 28-year-old female and I'm from a very country southern state. This was the most awful thing that I've been through in my life. This takes place in the mountains. I was always so excited to see the weekend approaching, partly because I had a pretty cool mum who would take me places with my friends and pretty much let us have a little freedom. Other part is I always got to spend the weekends with my friends, so my best friend, Belina, asked if she could come spend the weekend with us. I asked my mum, who says yes. I waited until her mum dropped her off at the bottom of my hill and walked down to meet her. We walked excitedly back to my house. My mum then said her friend's best friend, Chris, called and asked if we wanted to come up to the mountain house where they lived for a visit. So my mum asked Belina and I wanted to go. We both replied with yes. Chris, kids and Alan and Jay. So we left our house within 10 minutes and descended for their home. As I said, they live on top of a huge mountain that is very densely forested for miles and miles. So after 20 minutes of driving, we finally made it to their home. My mum went in and was greeted by Chris. Belina and I went out to talk to Alan and Jay, who also had a few friends with them. We knew everything there and walked to them. Scott being the oldest, Jay the second oldest, Ray and then Alan being the youngest. They all kept going on and on about this cabin that they had built far out in the woods. It was probably about 3 miles into the forest from their house. The boys wanted to take us down to explore it. We agreed. I was used to roaming half of these woods and I always loved venturing into them. I grew up there my whole life. That all changed after this though. We then told my mum and used the bathroom before we went. They sniggered, jumped onto their ATVs, screamed that they're going to be ahead of us. and told us to follow them when we're done. We then get into the house, use the restroom, and ask my mum if we could go. We're in a hurry to catch up with the boys, and she says yes, but to be careful. So we raced out of the house. We start walking down their hill to descend to the main dirt road. We had to walk approximately half a mile to get to the road that led to the cabin. It was mostly downhill, except for the flat main bottom road. We skipped merrily along, talking about the guys as we're going. They always like playing pranks and jokes on me since I was their sister and grew up with them. So I told Belina that I had a feeling that they're gonna jump out and scare us or something. Little did I know, I was in for a different surprise. We walked about another mile to finally reach this cabin. It felt like it took us forever, as this wasn't a road but a path. Sorry that I didn't elaborate more on the road, but this happened a very long time ago and I don't remember it all. When we finally reached it, no one was at the site. We walked onto the little porch and knocked on the door, waiting for one of the guys to jump out and try and scare us. We stepped back and marveled at the little cabin. Jay did a really good job on it. He was always into building and creating and growing things. We finally checked the door and stepped into the little room. The cabin only had 2 rooms. It wasn't very big at all. No one appeared to be inside or in the general area. All we can hear are the sounds of wildlife as we stood there for a moment trying to figure out what to do. We then heard the ATVs a little way above the cabin, not back towards the main road but further down the path. We followed the sounds and finally see the guys. They're speeding off down the path. Stop long enough to yell at us to keep following them and take off down the path of the woods. We both groaned very loudly. Belina expresses concern and just wants to go back the way we both came to our house. It was probably around 3 in the evening and she didn't want to be out in the woods anymore. I, on the other hand, I was a little explorer. I wanted to keep going down the path, thinking somehow we could just find the guys and possibly prank them. Boy, do I regret that now. In fact, I should have kicked their butts for this little escape. So we take off further down the path and I ended up talking Belina into it. We walked for like 2 hours before we both realised that we're lost. We come to a fork in the road. There stood a tree with 2 arrows pointing to either side of it on a split road. I forget to mention that it was summertime and the daylight was long. It doesn't get dark here until around 8ish in the summer. We had walked for probably about 2 hours in total so far and seriously didn't know which direction to go. My friend started to panic a bit and I calmed her down, assuming that we still had plenty of daylight ahead and affirming this to her and that we would make it back with plenty of time to go, although I wasn't so sure of that. Now we're about 7 miles into the woods and there were endless, at the time, trees, so we didn't really know exactly where we were. So we both decided to stick to the right of the mountain and we took off. Belina was laughing and saying she was going to kick our butts later. I laughed and we made plans to get them back. We walked for what seemed like forever and somehow ended up back on the split road again. It was now growing a little darker, nearing dusk with every minute. But by this time, we realised that we probably were going to get stuck out in the woods. By this point, I was just as scared as she was. At that time, we stood frozen to the road trying to figure out where to go next. That's when about 15 yards back, I heard a twig snap. I then shushed Belina and asked her if she heard it also. She started smiling and was about to call out for the other guys, and I suddenly stopped her, told her to stay quiet for a minute. We continued to hear these footsteps. For some reason I felt more terrified than I ever have in my life before. I whispered for Belina to start walking slowly down the left fork. The footsteps then began inching closer and closer towards our location. It was really strange. We tried to be as quiet as we could, but leaves were all under us. For some reason I knew that these footsteps didn't belong to our friends. I had this awful feeling of dread, and my friends started to pick up on that also. As the footsteps started sounding closer and faster, I decided to book it down the path as my friend followed. I just felt I was running for my life, and that if I slowed down, I wasn't ever going to make it back or go home again. We finally reached the embankment on the side of the path, so we decided to climb up it. I tore into the mountains with my feet, my legs, and scratched myself along the way. We could finally see the barn up ahead of us, which was old and had not been used in a very long time. The footsteps still approached us after a short pause. My guess is that they were quieter as they reached the mountain. Also, we had done descending into the tall grassy fields, which made it easier to mask any sounds. As I realised our surroundings, I remembered their family graveyard was up ahead of the barn. It was very old and had very old headstones. I decided that this was our best chance to hide and get a view of whoever it was chasing us, so we ran through the iron gate and hid behind the largest tomb we could find. It grew very quiet and almost eerie as we stood frozen. My mind was racing, my body shaking, my heart was beating out of control. Who was chasing us from the woods? Why did they want us? I had so many questions. Questions that may never actually be answered. Belina and I sat there for what seemed like an eternity, but it was more around 10 minutes. It gave us a chance to calm down, control our breathing, and cool down from our run. We finally decided to stand up halfway so that we could see if anyone was around us. We crept up to our feet, still crouching behind the grave. What we both saw next literally made us pee our pants. There, at the beginning of the cemetery, stood a man, probably about 6 feet tall, appearing to weigh about 170 pounds and wearing very dark clothing. His eyes looked very dark and wild. He stood there, searching the graveyard with his eyes, almost like an animal hunting its prey, trying to listen for us. We both immediately ducked back behind the stone. We both started breathing heavily again, scared to death. He then saw us rise up again. Belina shot me a look as the man started rustling around. I peered up and met him in an eye gaze. He then turned his body towards our hiding place, looked at me and gave me a wicked smile, and then said, "There you are." I didn't even hesitate. I screamed to Belina. We both jumped up and started running towards the back of the cemetery fence. The man chased us down. Luckily for us, this cemetery had a very short fence, so we hurriedly hopped over it and began to run in the direction of the house. We ran out of the clearing and reached the gravel road. We didn't slow down, stop, or look behind us. We just ran as fast as we possibly could towards the house. The gravel was very loud beneath our feet. We made it part ways there, and at the bottom of the road, the boys all stood there looking very worried. We ran out to them so fast that we jumped up. I ran into Scott's arms, crying, with Belina right beside me. She was crying too. Both of us looked an absolute mess, bleeding from the climb earlier, sweaty, and our appearance was of being very shaken. We suddenly turned around and remembered the reason for all the panicking, to see a man running back towards the graveyard, Scott, Jay and Alan all screaming and chasing after him. We never saw him again. The boys chased him into the woods and couldn't catch up with him, so they came back and walked up the house. They all started crying, feeling bad for trying to mess with us earlier. Our parents waiting on us, scared to death. Jay and the boys admitted to leaving us and taking off in the woods, thinking it was funny and that we would find our own way back. As it grew later, they all began to worry about us and had went back to search for us and couldn't find us. They went to all of our parents and admitted what they had done, and they all went out searching for us and started to panic when they couldn't find us. Chris was actually on the phone with 911 when we arrived, about to send a search and rescue for us. We had been gone for close to 5 hours. We told them about the man who followed us, and the police wanted us to give a description of him. They searched through the woods and mountains, but there wasn't a trace. The boys all then got grounded for playing their tricks. They honestly were all shook up about it though, thinking that they'd never see us again. Scared because it was getting dark and the man. They felt guilty thinking about him and thought it was all their fault. Needless to say, we forgave them. I never went back to that cabin, or them woods for that matter, again. Back in December of 2012, I received a notice from the manager at the grocery outlet that I worked at that we would be getting a new member of the overnight crew, scheduled to be in the following night. The crew, who consisted of myself and several others, all worked together for quite some time, and we all grew into really good friends. So the next night it's myself and 2 others scheduled when the new guy comes in. I already knew this guy to be by the name of John. I'll just change it for this story's sake. So I immediately went up to introduce myself and all that jazz before showing him around and telling him exactly what was expected to happen at any given night. Surprisingly, he seemed to be quite a quick learner. Not that that stuff is too complicated, but it can be a bit tricky at first. But he never asked any questions or made comments, almost acting as if he even knew what he was being told or he wasn't interested. Being the supervisor, I was pretty much the authority, but I never used it. Now, while working there, everybody was used to a loud atmosphere as we play music and yell a lot. It helped us keep us awake and somewhat energized. As time went on, I tried to break him in, but John didn't seem interested, preferring to work alone and not take part in our antics. As time went on, his work began to falter. Soon, he began to slow down and disappear to the back of the store for a while, doing whatever, then returning for an hour or so later. But I always figured that he was being productive, so I just left him alone. What did surprise me though was that John would use a box cutter. He wouldn't cut off the tape, but instead he would stab the boxes and rip them open. I told him to be careful, but he merely shrugged at me every time. One day the manager called me and asked me to talk about how John's been doing at night. I told him about how he becomes slower with work and he seemed much less interested, seeming to do the bare minimum to get by. He suggested that we should talk and I agreed. 3 nights later, it's just Mark and myself on the schedule. After doing the usual stuff for a while, it was finally break time. We decided to walk over to the gas station / convenience store nearby and buy some stuff for our lunch break. As we got back, I noticed that the entrance door was left open. That's not good. Someone must have forgotten to close it. Mark said that he did. That's odd. We then head inside and continued working into our lunch break. We were sitting in the break room and ended up chatting when we both simultaneously heard something that sounded like one of those freights moving. It was really weird. It didn't make sense why we heard it. It happened again shortly after there. So I got up and checked it out and Mark stayed inside the break room. I go out to the sales floor and notice that one of the freights had been moved a few feet away from where it had originally been left, as some merchandise had fallen over and was laying on the ground. I began picking stuff up and I then heard Mark call my name. I was completely used to yelling, so I just casually walked back towards the room to meet up with Mark. He pointed towards the emergency exit and said that somebody had just walked out, but the alarm didn't go off. I jogged up to peer outside and saw nothing. At first I thought this was some kind of joke. I laughed it off and told him to stop messing with me, but he insisted. I then walked out and around the store but saw no one. I came back in through the front entrance and met up with Mark once again near the break room. What did scare me though was when Mark and I walked to the emergency exit, Mark suddenly turned around and saw someone walking. He nudged me and I just turned around to barely see the person walking towards the freezer and around the corner, which was all the way on the opposite end of the backside of the store. I ran to catch up with whoever it was, but I didn't see anyone when I turned the corner. The freezer was locked, so whoever it was couldn't have gotten inside unless they had a key, but I had the only one. Mark came up to me and asked me if I believed him now. I said I did. We could be in the store, but how did they get in? I had then thought of the left open entrance from earlier, the fact that the emergency exit alarms were disabled. It must be someone who either works here and is aware of our movements in the alarm system or something. We headed back to the sales floor to investigate some more. Nothing had been knocked off or anything. It was just weird. I walked up near the front entrance and peered out of the window towards a parking lot and again saw no one. By then, as I turned towards the front entrance, I saw someone walking from the parking lot to the back side of the store. This time, I recognised who it was. It was John. What was he doing here? He's not supposed to be working. I yelled out for Mark, who came up to me as I told him that John's outside and he's heading towards the backside of the store. He nods and runs off while I follow. We waited by the emergency exit for about 5 minutes, but John never entered. I then yelled out to Mark that he should head to the sales floor while I stayed back there. I could hear him run off as I stayed by the emergency exit. Out of nowhere, I turned around and suddenly saw John standing about 20 feet from me with a box cutter in his hand. I just watched as he stared at me. How did he end up behind me? I asked him what he was doing there and said that this wasn't funny. He didn't seem to pick up on it though. Finally, when he did move, it was to position the box cutter in an upwards cutting like position, like he was going to stab me across the chest or something, but he eventually lowered it and spoke to me. Tell the manager I quit. He then put the box cutter in his pocket and walked towards the opposite end once again towards the freezer and turned the corner, disappearing. This is one of the scariest experiences that I've ever had. Here it goes. At the time I was 10 years old and lived in a small coastal town in Newfoundland that was literally with large forests everywhere. Almost every house had acres of forestry behind it, which in itself was very beautiful. I'm now 21 and living in a bustling city in Alberta. So I do sometimes find myself missing the setting in my old backyard every once in a while, but it's usually accompanied by the unsettling memory of what I'm about to recount. By the time I was in 4th grade, I was already trusted to be home alone by myself as my mother went out to visit my grandmother and aunts, who literally lived a few minutes down the road from us. I was happy to have such a privilege. I was an only child and my father worked in another province, months at a time, so I was very lucky to have this opportunity. It usually meant late night movies and video gaming, and on the odd night, exploring the forests. This night I was exploring the woods. I usually never went too far in, usually upon a rock formation that I like to climb and look out through the trees in all directions. The house was always in sight, so I never felt scared or frightened by being there. I felt like I was on my own private place that only I could enjoy. So, I was scaling the rocks and I sit in my usual spot. I suddenly hear something coming in from further. It wasn't a sound that was natural at all. It was crying. Faint crying. It sounded like it was a child or maybe an infant, but just off. It was relentlessly crying. I was more puzzled than scared, since crying was the last thing that I expected to hear while in the forest. I must have listened for a good few minutes, convinced that my ears were playing tricks on me. But it was in fact crying. In my mind, I imagined it was a young girl that somehow wandered too far into the forest and needed my help. I considered going back to the house and calling my mother to help, but then I worried that the girl would have wandered further beyond earshot. I decided to try and locate it myself. I made my way hastily through the trees and branches, trying to figure out exactly where the crying was coming from. It definitely wasn't as easy as I thought, and it was a matter of trial and error, even making sure I was going in the right direction. One thing I realised as I was doing all this was how consistent the crying was. No pauses, no words of any kinds, just non-stop wailing that had no end. When I did notice, when I got closer to the sound, it sounded more metallic to me. I eventually reached a small clearing that had only a few trees and branches and nothing else. I had never gone in this far before, so this was my first time that I had ever seen it. When I made my way in, it didn't take long for me to find the location of the source. There was a grey tape player recorder, one of the biggest I'd ever seen. It was peeking out of one of the bushes and the crying sound was coming out on the speakers. This really disturbed me, as I'd went in all the way expecting to find a real person, but there was only a tape recorder. I was about to shut it off and I heard another sound coming just outside the clearing on the opposite side. It sounded like steady steps, advancing towards my direction. It only took seeing a tall shadowy figure coming my way to send me running. Fortunately, by some miracle, I recognised my way back by identifying rocks and trees as landmarks. Looking back, this probably saved my life. I never looked back, and I didn't try listening to see if the person was following me. I just kept telling myself to make it home, nothing else, just get home. Once I saw the large rock formation, it didn't take me long to know the rest of the way out without needing to survey my surroundings. I was out of the forest in record time and immediately ran to my house, locking the door and shutting all of the lights off as I went to my bedroom. I didn't want the person to know where I lived, or I would really be done for. After shutting the curtains of my window, I peeked out through them discreetly as I could, just to see whoever had been out there that had actually made them sounds, just making sure that they hadn't catched up with me. I didn't see anyone, but I stayed out by that window for a good hour, waiting for someone to emerge out of the forest shadows, but nothing ever did. After that, I went straight to bed. I never told my mother about what happened that night. I also never had the nerve to be able to go back into that forest again. When I was younger, camping was my absolute favourite thing to do, and my favourite person in the world to go with was my dad. So, me and my dad always went camping, but especially in the summertime. We loved to camp then just because we lived so close to a good camping site. Well, our house was kind of in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by lots of trees, and basically it was a forest, but it was great for camping. One night we decided that we would leave just like we normally did, so that way when we get to the spots it's just becoming morning and we avoid the intense midday sun. That way it made it far easier for us to set up camp and stuff. There was one particular location that we really liked that had a body of water. My dad liked it especially because we could use the water for cooking and stuff, so that would save us fresh water that we had to use for drinking. So we began walking off during the night. We couldn't really think of anything to do, so we just started telling stories to each other. My dad started on some ghost stories, and obviously being a child, these scared me to the death, but I loved listening to them. I was so young and innocent, it was just great. We kept on walking and the moonlight was helping guide us. We had to be very careful where we walked because obviously there were other animals, but that didn't matter so much because my dad had his gun. And obviously I couldn't touch it, but it made me feel so much safer knowing that he actually had that on him at all times. Now, the only situation that we had before that scared us was we were camping one night and we saw flashlights. My dad said that he might go and investigate, but decided that it would be better if he just laid low and let them pass. Now, it was a very intense few seconds while we were actually waiting for them to pass, but eventually they did, and we heard nothing of it from then. Well, that was the most scary encounter that I ever had with my dad, but my dad had one more scary thing that happened to him. While he was out camping on his own, he heard what sounded like lots of screaming sounds coming from the distance, but he just couldn't figure out exactly where it came from. He still had no idea what they were to this day, and he almost didn't ever go back to the forest because of how much it scared him. I know that after that he bought his gun, and that's the same one that he has on him now. Now, I know for a fact that this must have really scared him, because he's not the type to just go out and buy a gun. In fact, he was strongly against them at one point, and he's tough as nails anyway. So I couldn't see why he'd got one initially, but it was only later when he told me about that story that I then finally fully understood, even in my young age. So we continue walking in the moonlight. My dad decides to turn on his flashlight because how rugged the ground was, and the last thing that you want to do is break your ankle or twist it out here. Mostly because that with all the trees, there's no way that an emergency helicopter can land and rescue you. The only way that people can actually come back and find you is by trekking on foot, and that can take hours, especially travelling as far in as we were. As we were going, we didn't encounter any other people like we usually didn't. I did stop for a second because I thought I heard a screaming sound. My dad instantly looked very scared when I said this. He stopped and I did, and we both just listened. There it was again, but even more faint. I looked at my dad and he still had a concerned look on his face. He then crouched down and started looking through his scope, just to see if anything was there. I noticed how sweaty his hands were. Now, with all the ghost stories that we had just been talking about, I was terrified that there was some kind of ghost or monster that was about to come and get us. Looking back on it now, my dad was obviously far more worried about people coming, but to be honest, I even wonder if he thought it was something else out there. When you're that far away in the woods, away from everyone else, and it can be so quiet but loud at times, it's a really scary feeling. Just how overbearing the trees are can put chills into you at night. Some of them are so thick that you can't even see the moonlight. After a few more seconds of crouching down, the noise finally stops, and my dad agrees that it's time for us to go. So we both get up and start moving, only this time we're moving a lot faster than we did before, and we're more quiet, taking care. Now, even though my dad was very tough, I was still very scared, because when you see the person who's meant to be the strongest being scared, it's very unsettling. I said to my dad, "Do you think this is a ghost?" and he didn't answer. I knew now it is my time to be quiet. And we kept on walking further into the night, and eventually we began to ease off and he put his rifle back onto his shoulder, not in a position where that he could fire it instantly like he was for most of the walk. By now it was still dark. Not only that, there was a mist forming. This scared me more than anything, because I said to my dad that this is certainly a sign of ghosts coming. He still looked very concerned and got his rifle back again, and I also felt fear again. We continued walking, and my dad eventually said that we're gonna have to stop for the night. We can't keep on walking forever. I'm pretty sure we're far enough away from whatever that is now, and I've got my gun. So, after about an hour, we finally set up our camp, and we also set up a fire. My dad said that it's very important to have a fire for heat and keeping animals away. I very carefully listened because I loved learning and listening from my dad. As I was sitting with him, we started cooking some food, and he then told me that story about the weird screaming sound he had heard before, and why that he had his rifle. I wasn't so scared when he told me this time. I was more understanding. It was very weird though just to see how concerned my dad looked. I think telling the story scared him so much that he said that we should go to bed. So we finished our food and gone into our tent and cut the light off. I was struggling to sleep because of all the ghost stories that my dad was telling me. I was almost certain that someone was going to come down and take me away. It was a really scary feeling to have, knowing that there's nothing protecting you other than maybe a millimeter of fabric on the tent. I eventually did drift off to sleep, however. I don't remember much of my dream, just that I didn't get very good sleep. After about half an hour into my sleep, I was awoken. I didn't know what had woken me up at the time. I just kind of laid there with my eyes open. You know, if you ever get woke up in the night and you kind of need to know what's going on? Yeah, that. So I laid there for ages and I didn't hear anything, but then I heard it. Surely I didn't hear it. I thought I heard that same screaming sound that I heard earlier again. So I stopped again and I didn't hear it for ages. And I thought that maybe it's just in my head, and I started to go to sleep again. Then I heard that same sound again, but this time it was even closer than before. Dad! Shh! My dad was already awake. I didn't realise at the time, but he already had his rifle loaded. Then I heard that screaming sound again. It was getting even closer. And my dad whispered to me that I had to stay still and as silent as possible. There was no need for him to tell me that twice, and I laid there, terrified, and I began shaking, and my dad put his arm around me to comfort me, and I began to shake a little less, but I was still petrified. I couldn't move. I went to tell my dad that we shouldn't have to worry, but I was literally petrified to the point that I couldn't speak. The screaming sound got even closer. My dad gripped his rifle even harder. Then there was another sound. It sounded like an animal screaming this time. The main sound that we could hear wasn't like an animal. It was just very off. But it sounded almost like there was a deer screaming constantly. Then there was nothing. Silence. And we just laid there waiting and waiting, but nothing happened. I laid there for what felt like an eternity and was probably the longest I've ever felt like time has went in my life. As I peered up, I could see that it was becoming daylight and the sounds from inside the forest finally come to a slow stop. Not entirely, but a lot of the animals had went back to sleep for the day, or at least those who hunt at night. We then waited for maybe another hour. Then my dad finally said that I'm gonna go out, but I had to wait there. He then slowly and meticulously opened the tent door and peered outside, first by sticking his rifle out. He then got up and I couldn't hear from him again. I could see his shadow and could tell that he was surveying the area. I was so curious as to what was actually out there that I actually went out myself then. I gone through and my dad looked at me, but for a second I think he understood and just looked back again with his rifle. I can now see that it was clear as day. I went to walk up to where my dad was because I wondered what he was looking at, and he told me to be quiet again, and there was a blood print. It looked like that of a very large animal, and it went on for a long way. My dad said that he thought we should follow it, but it would probably be best if I stayed back. I told him that I couldn't, and that if I stayed back, what if it was still around? He said that was true and we both followed. There was also this terrible smell and all the hairs on the back of my neck began to stand up. I didn't know why. Then I looked at my dad and he was doing the same. I just had a really weird feeling that I needed to get out of there as quick as possible. I looked at my dad and he pointed to something, and this smell was terrible. My dad looked over down a little hill and made me stop as we went further. As he turned back to me, his face went completely white and he just said, "Let's go." I didn't know why he said this, but I sprinted back to the tent and went to get my stuff. He said, "No, we're getting out of here. No, leave your stuff, let's go." But Dad, what about... No, we're going. We then began walking, and my dad said that, "No, we've got to get out of here." He was walking quicker than me, and eventually we began jogging, then sprinting. The smell was worse. I don't know how this was happening. I'm sure we'd moved further away. "Dad, what did you see? Dad, shh, let's go." We kept on running. We kept on running for what felt like an eternity, until eventually we got back to a road and my dad knew his way back. Just as we were walking though, we heard it again. That strange scream sound. There was no need to talk to each other this time. We both sprinted now, and we finally got home. My dad then spoke to my mum about what had happened and made me go into the other room. After a while my parents split and I stayed with my mum. I didn't really get to see my dad much after that experience, and I asked my mum what he had told her, and she said basically the same of what I already knew. I did say to her to be honest, as I asked her this when I was older, and she said that's all I knew. He was about to tell me more, but he never got round to it in the end. I never got round to seeing my dad again in a situation where I could actually ask him. He passed away, as this story was a long time ago, but he never told me what he actually saw. Here's some backstory. I went to visit my best friend who moved from Arizona to California. It was from until the end where we got into a fight, resulting in a day cut short from the trip, that things were good. The morning of this, I packed my stuff and took an Uber to the Greyhound and exchanged my ticket for a ride for the day. However, the next bus didn't leave until 4 PM and it was probably only about 10:30 AM by then. I was so upset about my fight with my friend the night before that this 5.5 hour wait was just a little cherry on top of it all. I ended up going to a grocery store and getting a few apples for the trip, then heading back and waiting at the gate where the bus would arrive, and that's when I met Jeremy. He was sitting on the phone talking real loud, and I couldn't help but observe him. He was a mid-30-year-old bald guy with a moustache, wearing a wife beater, weird shirt, crew socks and a baby blue bandana, and he kept rearranging himself. I know you're not supposed to be a judge of people, but I kind of just knew to keep my distance from this guy. So here I am, apple in hand, looking over, and he looks at me and asks me if I'm hungry, to which I respond, "Oh, thanks, I'm actually just looking for my apple." And he says, "I have plenty of candy I don't really even want, just take them." He then hands me some Snickers and stuff like that. I knew right away that he was a little weird, so I put them in my pocket for later, just planning to throw them away when he wasn't looking. 4 PM arrives and so does our bus. We get in the bus and the driver lets us know that we needed to stop in another city nearby to switch buses, so we all get off and I head to the line where the new bus is going to be. Jeremy flags me down and says, "Hey, I saved you a spot." I said to him, "Oh, it's okay, thanks." And just then, these two old little Asian ladies are near him, thanking him for saving them a spot and talking to him like they knew him, and he was just as friendly and kept on insisting that I come over. I thought to myself, let's not make a scene, what's the worst that could happen? I go over and thank him and wait for the bus, and he then says, "Do you have $1 on you by any chance?" I said yes and handed him one. He then goes and grabs a Coke and comes back with it. "For you," he said, and handed it to me. I was very clearly confused, and he said, "You look like you could use it." I was a little put off by this, but not too bad. Once the bus started loading us in, I sat down and he came right behind me and said, "Lucky we got our seats next to each other," and took his laptop and some headphones out. "Oh, good, I'll be left alone, I thought. I was completely wrong. Here, grab the other headphones so we can watch a movie together. Obviously I declined, but he kept on insisting even though the internet wasn't working on the bus, so he couldn't play a movie anyways. So he resorted to talking. He asked me a lot of questions about if I had a boyfriend, and I did, and he asked if we were going to get married or weird stuff like that. That was the point where I finally got put off, but had to stay engaged with him so he wouldn't get annoyed at me. He then starts telling me that he was in California taking care of his sick dad, and he was heading to Texas to see his estranged wife and kids. He also told me that he couldn't wait to go back and be a part of their life again, and he really misses them. While he is saying that, he is toying with a little piece of paper he took out of his pocket in his hands, and I glance over to it without thinking. He lifts up the paper and says, "Oh yeah, I met a nice lady, Filipino. We had a very good time last night and she gave me some drinks from her homeland for my trip. Want one?" And I shook my head, no, but he gave me one anyways. It was some weird canned fruit drink, and I told him it was okay, but he grabbed himself one too and said cheers. And then he started going on about this lady and was asking me for advice. Should I call her, or do you think that would make my wife mad? I just started to stare at my drink, thinking how I could get out of this situation and off the bus, and then he says, "Well, aren't you gonna have any?" I opened the can and took a fake sip and said that it was really good or something along those lines. He then smiled at me. When he smiled, I was disgustingly uneased. His teeth were dark yellow and practically black, very, very crooked, and had lots of plaque. It was disgusting. I mean, layers of the stuff all over his teeth. I worked in a dental office, mind you, and those teeth were among the most disgusting that I've ever laid eyes upon. Not to mention, he reeked of cigarettes and vomit. I wanted to pack up and leave him instantly and throw up because this was so disgusting, but I was on a packed bus in the middle of the desert. I didn't know what to do at this point. Then he started asking me if I go to church and told me that he had a special book for me. He handed me some children's Jesus sing-along book and told me it was very dear to him and he wanted me to keep it. I took it and thanked him. I was being short with him at this point because I wanted to avoid his breath. It was nauseating. Cut to many stops later around 10 or 11 and everybody starts falling asleep, and so does he, but he falls asleep with his legs wide open and they were rubbing against my thigh, so I sat with my chin to my knees, sobbing softly so he couldn't hear me. I was so uncomfortable and scared because I didn't know what kind of a person he was, and I couldn't sit anywhere else because the bus was full. The lights were dim, so nobody was able to see me, but I wish they did, plus I was very close to the back. I cried for maybe an hour before he woke up and started trying to rest his head on my shoulder. He then started mumbling weird words that were compliments, and I thought I was hearing wrong, but at this time I still texted my boyfriend about this creep and what I thought I heard him say, and my boyfriend told me maybe I was overreacting, I'd be home soon nonetheless. While I was texting my boyfriend, I noticed Jeremy glancing over at my phone a lot, and I kind of saw what was coming, so I then opened the map on my phone and checked to see how close I was and how much longer the ride back would be. And then Jeremy mumbles what I knew he would. "Who are you texting? Let me see." I showed him my map app and told him I was just checking to see where we were at. Jeremy then sits up and starts mumbling again, but a little clearer. "You're so pretty. You're a very pretty girl, you know." And he touched my leg. I was shook at the very least. All I could manage to say was, "Why are you doing this?" And he said, "Because you're so pretty." And he said this while opening his legs more and more. At this point, I didn't even hide it. I just clearly text my boyfriend, panicking, and Jeremy says, "Let me see your phone, little girl," and ignored his demand, and then he let his head fall onto my shoulder. I pushed it off and he kept on mumbling while he was falling back to sleep. Then later the bus driver stopped and told us that we were at a gas station, so if anyone needed anything. Jeremy is now awake again at this point and given me $100 bill and acted as if nothing had happened an hour ago and told me to go and get us some snacks. I told him I was fine and he said, "Okay, I'll get us some honey buns and drinks, get out." This was my chance. I grabbed all of my stuff and head to the bus driver and told him what had happened, but he said that he wasn't able to do anything technically, and I just got freaked out. The bus driver then suggested that I see it with someone else in the meantime. I looked for the friendliest face I could see, and there was this really nice looking guy. He looks a lot like my favourite uncle, so I took some solace in him. I didn't even realise I was crying until I tried to explain the situation as brief as possible, but he understood through the panic and told me to sit near the window and he would cover me. I look in the reflection of the bus window to see Jeremy get on and head towards the back, and he notices that I wasn't there and starts looking around frantically for me, and the door closes and the bus driver starts back on the road. The new person I'm sitting next to begins to tell me he thought we were riding together, as did other passengers. They all thought he was either my uncle or just a creepy looking life partner. I cried so hard when he said that because I told him I felt helpless and nobody seemed to care, and he just comforted me when I told him I would be gone and away from this soon. Then eventually the bus finally arrived at the station, and by this time it was 4:20 AM and I breathed a sigh of relief to myself. It was terrible, with just that feeling of being trapped. My first job was working part-time at a mum and pop as a pizza deliverer / dishwasher. The shop is within walking distance of my apartment, which I just go to alone. The shop is owned by a foreign man and his 2 nephews, and another friend of theirs. I was the only female in the entire building. At first, the owner asked me to change into my work shirt for the first day. He said could I do it in the freezer. I declined and put it on in the bathroom. He supervised me delivering pizzas and puts his arm around my chair, and then told me to join him and the workers after for some drinks. I politely declined. I wasn't even old enough to buy a drink. He then asked me if I had a boyfriend, which I did at the time and told him yes. He then offered his worker to sleep on my couch because he didn't have a place to stay, without even consulting me. I obviously protested and declined. He then also told me that he knew my boyfriend's name, which he did, but I never told him this. As times went on, things only got weirder. The owner would take me out back and scolded me for not pouring bleach into the dishes that I was washing. I told him that you can't stick your hands into bleach. He didn't care. He would take me out after my shift and compliment my eyeglasses and tell me how beautiful I was. I would say thanks, and every time I would just walk to my car and drive home. He came up behind me as I was washing the dishes and blew in the back of my neck, then proceeded to tell me that since I lived alone that I should be careful. He then stated that he knew the exact layout of my apartment because his friends lived there. I told him I had a male roommate, and he chuckled and told me that I didn't. That was true, and that he was going to break into my apartment. I was absolutely stunned at this and had 4 deliveries waiting for me to drop them off. On the way out the door, his nephew muttered something about me being a girl. I threw the pizza bags into the car and promptly pulled over, had a panic attack and dropped all 5 pizzas and whatever else I was delivering at the very first house and didn't care. I then went straight home to my apartment, called my mum and sat in the kitchen with a hammer, just for safety. Someone was then knocking on my front door, but I didn't see who it was. I already knew and had a feeling then. The pizza shop called me repeatedly. I left my eyeglasses in the shop and had their pizza bags. My dad went into the store, took the pizza bags back and threatened the owner. saying he has no problem going back to jail. My dad then got my glasses. Months later, I ran into the nephew at my new college campus. He then proceeded to make unending, uncomfortable eye contact whenever we passed each other. Although I no longer work there anymore, I still don't feel very safe living alone in my apartment. So this happened almost approximately 2 years ago, and I almost completely pushed it out of my mind until I was reading some other post here. Anyway, about 3 years ago, my mum and stepdad separated, and her and I and my sister moved out into a new place. It's in a decent neighbourhood. Not like a nice one, but a safe one. It's quiet and it has mostly elderly people and young families. So moving in, I never felt unsafe, and since the incident I haven't either. But about probably 6 months after we moved in, there was a couple of strange occurrences. One night, my mum was out because she works as a relief worker for women's shelters, and the hours are pretty sporadic. So I'm 16 at the time and stay home with my 10-year-old sister to watch her. At like 9:30 I order us a pizza because we're watching a movie together, and hey, I'm a nice sister. Like 15 minutes later, I notice some lights outside of my house were on, and I assume it's the pizza guy, which is a little weird because they're never this fast, but I wasn't about to complain about it. So I get up to the window to just check and see that a small blue car pulled up on the side of the road in front of my house. It then turned off, but the driver wasn't making any move to get out of the car, or any movement at all. They're just staring straight ahead. At this point I still think that this is a pizza guy, and I'm like, why won't he just get out and give me my pizza? But he just keeps on sitting there. Eventually I realise that this guy is not here to give me a pizza, so I sit back down and just figured that he was waiting to get some neighbours or something. Another 20 minutes pass and there's the actual pizza that then arrives, at which I start to get uncomfortable because I notice that the car is still parked outside my house and the guy hasn't moved at all. Let me explain. It's not like the person was sitting still casually in their car or playing on their phone or listening to music or anything like a normal person would while they were waiting, but sitting straight up with their arms rigid out in front of them on the steering wheel. Additionally, the pizza guy asked me if I knew who the guy in the car was before saying that he had pressed his face up against the window and stared at him as he walked by and approached my door. So I take the pizza and eat it. Eventually my sister passes out and I turn everything off and go upstairs. Every hour or so I go back to check if the car and the man inside are still parked outside my house, and every time they are. And he's still sitting there the exact same way, until I check again at around 2 AM. Now he's moved from the driver's side to the passenger's seat and his chin is resting on his hands. He is now looking out the window straight up the house at where I am. It's really weirding me out at this point. I still don't do anything, convincing myself that I was overreacting. So I go back up the stairs and wait another hour and a half before checking again. It's like 3:30 at this point, and I think maybe the guy is waiting for me to fall asleep so he can break in and rob us or something. So this time, instead of leaving the lights off when I pulled up the curtain to check if he was still there, I turned them on so he would know that I was still up. I also held my phone up to my ear hoping that he'd think I was calling the cops and leave. I didn't actually call the cops because I figured that it's technically not illegal to park on the road outside someone's house, and I didn't want to turn something into a big situation if there really was nothing to worry about. At this point he starts getting out of the car. I thought that he was just getting out to get to the back of the driver's seat, but instead He closes the door and leans against it, putting both his hands in his pockets and just staring at me. I can't see his face because he's looking directly across the road where there's a street light, so only his silhouette is visible. After maybe 30 seconds of this staring, I get too creeped out and pull the curtain shut again and call my mum. She is concerned and says to deadbolt the door, and if he does anything else, just call the police. She then hangs up. Finally, an agonizing 2 minutes later, I work up the nerve to peek out again, and he's still just standing there staring. Now I actually start dialing the number for the police, and just as I go to hit the call button, he abruptly looks up towards my neighbour's house and jumps back into his car. I did find out the next day it's because my neighbour opened the front door and looked at him. Apparently he had noticed a weird car guy too. But weird car guy still doesn't leave. He still continues to sit in the car, still just staring straight up at my house, and he does so until 6 AM. I stayed up there the entire time because I couldn't sleep. I don't know exactly when he decided to drive away, but the last time I checked it was 6. Also, looking back, I'm not sure why I didn't continue calling the police. So anyway, finally I go to bed and try to write it off as just a weird dude. For the next few days I spend the nights at a friend's house and just keep busy because it was the summer holidays. When I get home, my mum tells me that every day since I've been gone, a blue car had driven past the house really slowly and then honked the horn, but she doesn't recognise the driver. And when she walks outside to take a picture of the car/license plate, it had driven by her 4 times. It sped away. She called the police and reported the weird behaviour, as well as gave a description of the vehicle, and they said that they'd keep an eye out for any other incidents involving a car matching the description. 2 weeks after this, the car is parked outside of my house again, but no one was inside of it, and it sits there until it's towed away, and that's it. I have never received an explanation beyond that the car was stolen over 3 months ago and was from a nearby town. I still have no idea about any of this and don't know what kind of sense to make of any of it. It just creeps me out even thinking of it now. This happened about a week ago. I just decided to share it. I must start by mentioning that my parents separated and live within walking distance of each other. Now, that's out of the way, let's begin. I was going to my dad's house to get a spare Xbox controller as I had a friend coming over and only one at my mum's house. I told my friend that I'd be back in 5 minutes and set off into the night. I assumed my dad would be home as it was 6:30 and he gets off work at 5. I rang the doorbell, no answer. I wait a minute, nothing. I decided to go back around and look in through the back door. As I get into the alleyway, I feel off. I felt like nothing good would come at the end of it. My paranoia just got the best of me and I went back to my mum's house. After my friend saying that I was a scaredy cat, I grabbed a flashlight and my friend went along with me as we approached the alley and turned into it. The light revealed nothing and my friend hit me with it saying that I was just scared. I went in and I immediately wanted to leave, and a quick glance at my friend revealed that he felt the same. We went to the living room and got the controller. The staircase to my room is in the living room. I had turned the flashlight off but felt an overwhelming compulsion to shine it in at the staircase. When I did, it revealed a man appearing to be in his 20s with yellow teeth smiling back at us. He was, I was assuming, 5 steps up the stairs. I wanted to cry, I was so scared. I wanted to run, but I was frozen in fear. My friend, bless this moron's heart, nonetheless shouted, "What are you doing here?" The man's smile faded and he motioned for us to come closer. What the hell? We both thought. We ran out the door before shouting for help. One person stepped out of their house with a handgun, but the man was nowhere to be seen. As cliche as that sounds, we called the police and they searched the apartment and, well, searching isn't the best word, as they immediately found the man on the staircase leading to my dad's apartment. I have no idea what would have happened if I went down the alley that night. Why was he there? What would have happened if I went alone? I don't know, I just don't like to think of it. I used to do some exploring of abandoned buildings with my friends. Now, I wasn't exactly an urban explorer as you would call it now. I just more went to places when I had spare times with my friends. We didn't have any cameras or anything. Usually, all we'd have on us was a flashlight. Maybe one each. Sometimes we were more stupid because some of the places we were going to were really dangerous. And on some occasions we actually had it where a flashlight would die on us. There was one place that we always liked to explore. It was a place that had lots of large abandoned buildings in it, and there was lots of basements running under it. Now it probably wasn't the best idea to be going through that, what with all the decaying materials. It was probably really bad for us, but I always took caution and care not to touch anything, and so did my friends, so that nothing in the air would be disturbed. As I went to this place, I had two other friends with me. I had Mark and I had Paul. These were two of my best friends. We normally had another person, Harry, who would come to us, but Mark and Paul were always up for it. When we were exploring this place, we realised how big the site was. As Paul had driven us there, it was almost overbearing. It was odd, it was like a ghost town, but it just looked like everybody got up and left the place. It was just weird. As we jumped out of the car, I made sure that I had the flashlight on me and my backpack. All I would carry on me was my flashlight and some water. I always knew that even if I got lost there, I'd have my two buddies with me so I wouldn't have to worry. As we went, we realised how big the place was, so we decided that we would first explore all of the buildings on top, then we would explore what was in the basements. So that's just what we did. We started in the first building, but it had a warning asbestos sign on it, so we made sure that the other buildings didn't have it, and none of them did. This building looked a lot older than the others, however, so we weren't too worried. So we all went into the first one and went up the first flight of steps. And when we got up there, we couldn't believe what we had found. It looked like there were tons of homeless people living in there, but nobody was there, and it looked fresh and recent. The thing that was really creepy was there was all blood markings on the walls, but again it was so fresh, it looked like it had happened the day before, but we were the only ones there. There were no cars or anything, and this place was kind of nowhere, if you know what I mean. And it'd be quite hard to access and find, so I couldn't see exactly where all the homeless people would have went when they weren't up here. Then I just thought to myself that, hey, maybe they just moved on. It would be kind of hard to live here, and the stairs are all dodgy. We decided that it would be best for us to split up and explore how we wanted, because we all wanted to go separate ways. So I went off on my own, back down the steps, and walked up to the largest building there. At first I tried the doors, but they just wouldn't open, so I had to stop and break into a window. I made a lot of noise doing so. As I was in there, I heard one of my friends laughing, trying to scare me. I shouted back to them. I told them that they should just meet me down in the basement, because that's exactly where I was going next. Only thing was, how do I get there? I walked through one corridor with all the walls decaying. It honestly looked absolutely incredible. It was very beautiful in a way. It's hard to describe unless you actually go to these places, but you almost appreciate them and how they stand now. As I went through one hallway and opened a door, I heard a rabbit run behind me. I wanted to look back at it, but I couldn't see anything, and I decided that I should carry on. As I did, I found a big room with machinery, and it was very large, but it was dark at the same time, so I had my flashlight on. Honestly, if that thing had given out to me when I was in that room, I have no idea how I would have got out of there. I don't even think your eyes could have adjusted to the darkness just because of how dark it actually was there. I thought my friends had definitely heard me say about meeting them down in the basement, because I heard somebody say something that sounded like yeah back at the time. So I began looking through the rooms and found some steps that were different to ones that I thought I'd seen earlier. I went up to the first ones and I had the fright of my life when I heard the rabbits again. Oh, these are scary, man. Either that or they're just playing pranks on me, I thought to myself. I then went to investigate the steps and it just led to a maintenance room. I decided again it wouldn't be best to go down there. As I looked back at the other steps, it led down to the basement. Yes, this is sick, I thought to myself. This is exactly what I wanted. And although I was a little scared, I went down on my own. I reached the bottom and the place just stunk. It didn't just smell like the other buildings though, it had a more organic smell to it. It was disgusting to say the least. As I went down there, it became apparent that in the long hallway people had been there before me. I couldn't tell how long ago, and there was that blood again. Because it was getting kind of cold and I wanted to see my friends, I decided that I needed to just go and find them. So I called out for the name and all I heard was the scurrying of rats. As I turned the corner, I realised just how big this complex was underground. If you didn't know better, you would have said that it was bigger down there than it actually was on top, and to be honest, that might have been correct. You could just see endless miles of tunnels going everywhere. As I walked through one corridor, I explored some rooms. Yep, definitely homeless people living in these. I know, I should go up one and try and prank my friends. That'd be great, that'd scare the life out of them. My torch began to flicker and I almost had a heart attack, but I just knocked it and it come back to life. Now I'd almost be certain that I wouldn't be coming out of here again if I got lost and my friends couldn't find me. Because not that many people knew we were there. The only people who really knew was us. We didn't bother telling people about where we're going to explore because usually it's so sporadic. As I went to look on further, I suddenly got a really cold chill across my body. I didn't know why it was so cold. It was even colder than where I'd been before, but it kind of didn't make sense because if anything, all of the basement should have been at roughly the same temperature. I also got this weird feeling and I started to feel the hairs on my body stand up. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I was a little paranoid at this point, but I decided to press on now. Jogging, I could constantly hear the rats moving and other things. I knew that it was my time to get out of there, so I then began to jog. I knew that I needed to just get out of here. Then, after running for a few minutes, I could hear even more rats, but as I stopped, they did. I went to call out my friends' names, but I was met with nothing but echoes. This scared me though, because it shouldn't have echoed as much as it did, being if I thought it was kind of small underground. It was bigger than I had ever imagined. My voice seemed to carry forever. As I did stop though, I heard a strange hissing sound coming from the end just as my voice seemed to make its last bounce off the wall. Yeah, I had booked it at this point. I didn't know where I was going, but I didn't need to, because that sound alone could put fear into the most tough person in the world. So I began sprinting as fast as I possibly could, and I was almost certain that the hissing sound was an animal, but my torch also began to die. I was sprinting, but I couldn't find my way out of there. I had to stop for a minute to catch my breath. I had also heard that hissing sound again, but louder. I turned round with my flashlight. I couldn't see anything, and as soon as the flashlight hit the end of the corridor, silence. The rats weren't making sounds or anything. As I stopped though and my adrenaline calmed down a bit, I got that terrible smell again. Not material smell, just a really bad smell. I didn't know exactly what it was. I started walking at this point because I thought it'd be best to save my energy. My torch began flickering at this point and I almost fainted in fear. Luckily there was a little room that I knew I could go and hide in. So I did just that, and I, as quietly as I could, took out the spare batteries that I had. While I was doing so, I heard them sounds again. My heart began racing, so quick that I almost thought it was going to jump out of my chest. I waited and the hissing sounds got louder and louder. Now I don't know if my mind was playing tricks on me at this point, but I heard somebody speaking, but the language was illegible. They weren't speaking out too loud, almost whispering to themselves like somebody who's lost their mind, and the smell got worse. I began shaking uncontrollably. I had to actually put my tongue between my teeth so that they wouldn't chatter too loudly and give away my position. And I'm not gonna lie, I started crying and praying as hard as I could. I began to think that I wasn't gonna make it out of there. Who could that be? I thought I was alone down here. Is it a ghost? Someone trying to kill me, or just a homeless person? Why aren't they speaking sense? Just as I was thinking that, I heard there was even more of them. It wasn't just me down there. There was maybe 3 or 4 of them. They're all speaking in this weird language and the smell was awful. I couldn't even see any lights though. How could they possibly be down there without any torches, I thought. It got louder and louder and I heard them go into one room. Oh my god, this is it, I'm gonna die, I thought to myself, and I fought without trying to fight, but I knew it would have been futile to do so. My fear and thinking ended up becoming an entropy. I realised that my friends were never going to play a trick on me like that, and there was only 2 of them. It couldn't have possibly been them. I was certain they were going to check my room. I couldn't see exactly what happened next because I had my eyes closed, but I heard footsteps come into the room and I was met with an overpowering smell in the same one that I was in. They began whispering again. None of it made any sense. Then I really thought I was gonna die, and suddenly, silence. I didn't hear anything after that. I waited and waited, and I was probably in there for a good half hour, and I didn't hear anything at all. I decided that this would be my only chance to get out of there. I almost was so scared to the point that I had expected everything, so I wasn't as scared, if that makes sense. I decided my only way out would be to go the way that I'd come, so I began quietly standing up, and as I did I couldn't smell anything. It was almost like the people, the things, the ghosts, whatever it was, had completely gone. At first I was walking, then I'm pretty sure it was a rat I heard, but that was enough to make me begin sprinting. As I dropped something out of my pocket and I heard a sound behind me. I don't know what it was, but it sounded like a sharp breathing sound or a hiss. Then I heard something running after me. Then more. At this point I was literally running for my life. I sprinted as fast as I could, not knowing where I was going. My flashlight had knocked against a wall and come off temporarily. I started whimpering and crying and screaming out for help. Then I heard the voices even louder. Luckily, as I turned a corner, I just clipped it again and it come back to life. I knew where I was now. I knew I could make it. I began sprinting and sprinting, then finally I got back up to the room where I'd come previously. I was in hysterics at this point. I was sprinting and I heard another voice. I was also met with sunlight at this point and I jumped through the window that I'd just come from, cutting my arm in the process. As I looked up, I saw my 2 friends there. They said, "Where the hell have you been? There's people here." They could see that I was in such hysterics and asked me what was wrong, and I said, "Let's get out of here, please." They both just agreed and we all ran to the car and sped off. I didn't even want to look back, so I didn't. I then told my friends what had happened after I finally started calming down. After I told them, I had a breakdown and they had to comfort me from crying. They said they were just about to come and find me too, because when they were in one of the buildings and they decided to also enter the basement, they saw what looked like 4 shadowy figures go down as well. so they had no time of force and just ran back out, searching all over for me to get out of there. To this day, we still don't know what was actually down there, or why that happened, or what the intentions were, or just what was actually down there. But honestly, I don't even think I want to know. When I was younger, I lived and grew up in a very small house that was very secluded. I literally mean that we didn't have neighbours for miles and miles, and if you could call them neighbours, that is. We also lived miles and miles away from any emergency services. That means that if we ever got into any real trouble, then we were really in trouble because it takes so long for whoever to arrive. And that also made family visits very hard. Where we lived, we regularly experienced storms, and sometimes it would flood the land around us, but not too bad. It was always accessible though, because there was one big main road. Our house wasn't in a field, but there was lots of overgrown grass around us. It was literally impossible for us to maintain because there was just so much of it in the land around us. The lightning and thunderstorms that we regularly had would never concern me. Me and my brothers found it very cool, and we loved looking out the window to see the lightning. The only problem was sometimes the lightning got very close to us, and where we were the only thing for miles apart from trees, it meant that lightning could sometimes strike close to us. I remember the closest that it ever got to us at this point was a few miles away, and it started a small fire. But because it was so far away from everyone, it took a while for them to put the fire out. If it was during the summer, it probably would have engulfed our house eventually. It was a pretty scary thought now, but when I was a kid, all I cared about was the lightning. So we were having a storm one night, and my parents were out. They had went out to eat dinner, and they trusted us to be left alone. It probably wasn't the best idea, but we were so far away from everyone that we didn't see a problem with this. As my parents left, they said that I was in charge, me being the eldest, so I didn't mind. What we did was just watch movies for most of that night. We actually decided to watch horror movies because with the lightning and thunder, it seemed like it just made it a lot more engulfing. It was almost like we were actually there. I loved that, but my younger brothers found this scarier. After a while, we decided to order pizza because my parents were out and they left us with some dollars so we could get it. The thing that we found so funny about all of this was that we know there was no chance of them getting to our house in the time they said, so that would mean that normally always we would get a free pizza. Well, our parents wouldn't let that happen if they were around, but when it was just us, we didn't mind doing so. This also left us with spare cash that we could go and spend. It's not like we lived close enough to spend it though, but on the odd occasions we got out, we loved spending it. The storm was only getting worse, and to be honest, I got a little scared at one point. During one of the lightning strikes, it seemed like the power had went out for a second. Just as I got up to go and see what was wrong, it come on again. As the power did go out, it became almost pitch black. I know our eyes didn't have enough time to adjust, but it was still creepy. My brothers screamed as this happened, but I told them just to calm down because there actually wasn't anything wrong. I was a little put off though, because I was honestly thinking that the lightning was going to hit us because it sounded so close and loud. There was no time between the rolling of thunder and the lightning strikes. We all counted and grew more concerned as the lightning was getting closer and closer to us. Anyway, after the thunder and lightning seemed to almost pass but was still in the distance, we'd gone back to watching our films. We were all really enjoying this when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Pizza's here, I thought, and I got up, but just before I did, I decided to peer out the window. Both my brothers went hiding. I thought that was weird, but one of them told me that there's a man there and he hasn't got pizza. I was very concerned by this, but I really wanted pizza and I thought maybe they just couldn't see it. So I cracked the door open on the chain that it was on so nobody else could get in or out. What what do you want? Have you got the pizza? Listen, you've got to help me out. The lightning struck my house and it's just about to set on fire. Fire? Go and call the police. I don't want to help you, sorry. And I closed the door. And just as I went to sit down, I saw the weird man walk back onto the path and beginning to set off. He took a really weird direction though, because it was towards the wooded area, and that would have meant that he would have been walking for miles and miles, but I was more annoyed that he wasn't the pizza guy than anything, so I decided that it would be good just to go and sit back down, but also called the pizza place to make sure they were still coming. So that's just what I did, and they were. The lightning and thunder seemed to be getting even closer than it was before now, almost like it was coming closer to us. As I looked outside, I could see that it began flooding a tiny bit. I was getting worried that my parents wouldn't make it back, but I felt so responsible being the only elder one in the house that I wasn't even worried. I just thought they'd be back in no time. I didn't really want them coming back because I knew that way I was going to have to share the pizza with them, and that's something I really didn't want to do. As we were watching the films, we heard a weird sound outside. Now, we weren't quite sure what it was. It almost sounded like somebody calling. I was a little paranoid at this point, so I went up to the top part of the stairs and looked out a window. I couldn't see anyone, but then I heard the sound again. It almost sounded like somebody calling for help. I opened up the window to try and get a listen of what was actually going on, and I waited for a while and I couldn't see anything, and I couldn't hear anything either. I just thought it was the sounds of the thunder. Just as I went to go back, there was really loud thunder, and it actually made me jump. Now at this point I was really unsettled, and I grabbed my blanket and went back with my brothers. As we were watching the TV, we realised how dark it was getting outside. It was apparent now how close we were to the storm. Just as we were watching, we saw a big bright flash outside, and suddenly all the power went out. My brothers again screamed, and I was more annoyed that we weren't able to watch the rest of the films. So I got up and went to look outside. I did see a lightning flash, but it wasn't close to us. I looked around and I was worried that there was going to be a fire or something. But after looking, I literally didn't find anything. I just thought that was really odd. I went back up to the window to see if I could locate where the lightning had struck. It was very dark outside, but at this point my night eyes had set in. Just as I was doing that, I heard a knocking on the door. I thought that it was a pizza guy, and just as I started going down the steps, I could see through a small opening that it was that same guy from earlier. I told both my brothers to stay as quiet and low as they could and act like we weren't in. Then the knocking continued, and I heard somebody shout out that, "I know you're in here, open up. It's not like you can run anywhere." I had no idea if it was still that guy 100%, but I was almost certain it was at this point, and I knew that there was no chance that I was going to open that door. I whispered to my brothers and made them both come up with me. They both crept up the steps, and he seemed to punch or kick the door and said something that I couldn't quite hear. So I was up there with my brothers waiting, and we couldn't figure out why the power had actually went out. Then we heard a sound on the back door. Somebody was trying to get in. I had gone back down the steps and looked round the corner again. I was actually shaking now, and I could see the guy trying to force his way in through the door. Luckily for me, my mum had locked it before she had went out. I went to go and phone my parents and call the police, but the phone was dead. All the power was out in the house. It was just us and him now, with my parents potentially miles and miles away from me, as well as any other help. I started to think to myself that I might not even make it out of this situation, but I had my brothers depending on me. As we were waiting there, we heard more and more shouting. As I looked through, I could see that the guy had some kind of weapon on him. I didn't think it was a gun, but it looked like an axe or something. Oh no, he's going to try and open the door with it. I told my brothers to go and hide under my mum's bed. and I went through into the attic. As I was up there, I closed the hatch behind me. Where I told my brothers to hide, there was no way the man could have seen. But I wasn't small enough to fit in there. I thought, at least if I'm up there, if he does come for me or my brothers, I can intercept him, or I can just climb out onto the roof and divert him away from my little brothers. I then heard him once again screaming at this point. He sounded like a maniac. Then, he suddenly went silent, and I heard another lightning strike. I was really scared at this point. Just as that happened, I heard a car beginning to pull up. Oh, thank God, that's my mum and dad. I quickly jumped down to where a window was and looked out of it. It wasn't my mum or dad, it was a pizza guy who had to give us pizza. I began banging on the glass as frantically as I could to try and warn him, but he couldn't hear me. What about the guy? He's gonna get killed. I sprinted down and started shouting through the window to him not to come in. I told him to be careful, but he still couldn't hear me. I opened up the door and told him what happened, and he looked more confused than anything. I opened the door and told him to come in, and slammed it behind him. My little brothers was now crying up above me, but after explaining everything to him, he looked really concerned and went and grabbed a knife from our kitchen. He then said that it was too dangerous for us to go outside and we'd just have to wait for my parents to return and get help that way. He decided to do a quick search around the house though, looking through the windows, making sure that he definitely wasn't here, and he wasn't. He kept on looking towards the back though, almost like he'd seen something, but every time I asked him, he said that he had no sight of him. We waited for what felt like an eternity, and my parents finally showed up. He ran out and put the knife to the side and explained everything that happened. My parents looked very scared, and my mum instantly got in her car and went to drive to the police station. My dad got another knife and they both went out looking for him. As they were doing this, I stepped outside too, and as I did, I could see that there were no lightning strikes, but almost even more scary was the fact that the power cable to our house had been cut. After a long search, they both come back with nothing, and my mum eventually returned with the police. The police then launched an investigation and search to try and find him, but they never found a sign of him. And that was also the last time that I ever saw that weird man. I don't know what would have happened if the pizza guy didn't show up and scare him off. I'm just thankful so much that he did so and acted the way he did, and he probably saved our lives. The following is a night shift that I'm never gonna forget. It still gives me nightmares to this day. I used to work security at a place where we would go to abandoned buildings and just try and protect them at night. We never usually had to do anything because just our presence alone would scare off people from going, but we were mostly there to protect the buildings from vandalism from people before they were going to get restored or converted. I didn't mind working this job because it did pay quite well, and at the time a lot of my other friends didn't get anywhere near the same money as me, and even though you're up there on your own a lot of the time, it was still kind of fun. I would usually just patrol the areas or buildings. Now I had another friend who done this with me, Mike. We actually met through the job. Now Mike was a lot more paranoid than I was, but I could sometimes be overly confident, but this one experience changed that forever. We were working the night shift in a large abandoned hotel. It wasn't too old, it had been modernised. Well, the building itself was rather old, but some of the equipment in it was kind of new, like it had a functioning elevator and other stuff. It was a very large complex, and that meant that most of the time we'd be just patrolling it on our own with our radios. The biggest problem that this created was that as we got further and further apart from each other, our radios would fail. Not only that, the walls were so thick that we would never be able to hear each other, And the basement, oh god, don't even get me started on that. Even though I was confident, it gives me chills every time that I think about going down there. I had to go down there quite a fair bit when I was working on this site, to be honest. I'd have to say the worst thing about this hotel was that there were a fair few broken windows, meaning that it could get very cold. Now this story took place during the winter time too, so it was absolutely freezing. In fact, even though the basement was cold, sometimes it could be quite nice just to go down there because it would even be slightly hotter than above ground, if that makes any sense. I don't know, the whole thing was weird. But anyway, we started off this night shift like normal. We both patrolled together on the bottom of the site and then walked around the area. It was good just talking to each other, and obviously we felt a lot more safe with the two of us being there. We did have a car, but we weren't really allowed to use it, so we didn't. Plus we didn't want to risk running out of fuel or anything. After surveying around the area, Mike started telling me some stories that he had heard about this place, saying that it was haunted and you can hear voices. I just looked back at him and said that, you know none of them are true, right? He looked back at me and said that, yeah, but do you actually know what this place is like? Do you know how many people have died here? Died here? This is a hotel, man. Nobody's died here. Stop it, you're making me feel scared and paranoid. He nodded his head at me and we just continued on our search. We didn't find anything, so eventually it was time for us to part ways because I would have to patrol one half of the sites while he patrolled the other. We were still within radio range for most of the time, but as we got further and further apart, our radios wouldn't work. We continued talking as we split up, just to see how far our range was, so we both get an idea of even how far away the other guy was by how much static would appear. And we continued doing so, and eventually, like we knew, they cut out. As I was walking into the first building, I got chills like I've never had before. I was almost certain that this was because I have never been away from Mike in such a scary location, but I started to wonder if it was something else, and becoming paranoid, all them ghost stories started to play on my mind that Mike had told me. I stopped it and just started to think positively, and my mind eventually calmed. As I was walking on the first floor, I did hear some noises above me. They almost sounded like footsteps, but I couldn't be sure because I couldn't really hear properly. As I was walking through, I found a seat and decided just to stop for a minute because when you work like we do, your legs can get really tired. So I sat there and tried Mike on the walkie-talkie, but I didn't get anything. Just as I was sitting there, I realised that it would be very hard to get back to Mike if I needed backup. I was very worried about homeless people sneaking in at night time because that's when they would usually appear, so even if we hadn't seen them on the patrol earlier, there was still a very good chance that they could have snuck in. I started to get paranoid about the footsteps I'd heard earlier, but I decided just to sit still to see if I could hear them again. I did so for about 10 minutes and I heard nothing. So I got up and started walking towards the steps that led to the next floor. Now, as I got to the next floor, there was a cold breeze again that hit me. This time I could see what it was. It was a broken window, but it was still unsettling to me. As I began walking, my radio started going off. All I could hear was this strange static sound. It was a very odd sound. It didn't sound like anything I'd heard before, and I was almost certain that I heard a voice during this, but I just turned off my walkie-talkie because it was just scaring me, and I knew that the chances of Mike being on my side of the site were very unlikely. There was also the elevator shaft that was causing a breeze that I didn't like. With the faulty electronics, sometimes it would go off on its own, but I had never had that happen on me, but Mike said it had happened to him once and it terrified him. He literally ran out of the place because he said there was no reason for it to go off on its own. It was almost like somebody had pressed a button. I just told him that it was a faulty electronics, but looking back at it, even I started to wonder. So I continued walking and flipped my radio back on again. The static picked up again and I heard somebody say my name. I knew that it was Mike now, but I only heard my name being called. I turned off the walkie-talkie again because the noises are very unsettling it makes when it's just out of range, and it's creepy just hearing an odd word. Again, there was nothing on this floor. I just stood there, waited a while, didn't hear anything, so I began walking further this time. I made it to some steps that led to the top part. Just as I went through the door to them and closed it, I swear I heard a footstep sound again. I tested my radio to try and talk to Mike, saying that I've possibly got an interception, but there was nothing. If I heard him earlier, then he had went further away, so out of range of me. The walls were very thick in this place too, so you couldn't always hear each other well, or they wouldn't go through at all. I started walking up the steps and I heard a phone ring. I stopped for a second, but just thought to myself, how could a phone be ringing? It's no one, it's just faulty electronics, right? So I walked up the stairs cautiously with my torch in hand and opened the door, and the ringing kept on going. Then, almost on cue as I got up there, the elevator doors opened. This really creeped me out. I'd heard stories about this happening before in this place, but to see it yourself, now that's really scary. I stood there with my flashlight trying to make sure that nobody else was around me and the telephone stopped ringing. I went to go a bit closer to it because I located it in a small room, but just as I did, it sounded again. It was almost like somebody was trying to call me. At this point I was certain that Mike was doing it to annoy me. I heard the static on the radio again and a voice, but I couldn't quite make out what it was. So I went up and decided to answer the phone. I picked up the phone with my hand shaking and said, "Mike, this really isn't the time." "Mike?" I then heard a voice say that it's too late for you now. Then the phone was put down. I dropped the phone myself too and heard Mike talking on the walkie-talkie saying that he was almost certain that people were in there. I was literally petrified and I heard the elevator make another sound. I eventually got enough courage to begin walking and I went straight through to the fire exit. At first I was in so much shock that I literally couldn't do anything other than walk, but then suddenly my adrenaline kicked in and I began sprinting down there. I started sprinting to where Mike was and I heard him on the radio again saying about people being there. I didn't know exactly what he said, but I didn't have a chance to reply because I saw him running straight towards me. I then went to speak, but I couldn't get words out and he said, "It's okay, I know." And we sprinted towards a truck and got out of there. I finally managed to speak to Mike, but I was struggling to get a sentence out of me. He told me that he had seen about 5 people all going onto my building and that he tried desperately to radio in to me about what was happening, but he didn't get a chance to. It's needless to say that we called the cops after that. They did a search, but I quit the job that day and I never heard what actually come of it. When I was younger, I loved going to my grandparents' house. They had lived in the same house for a long time. I always liked playing there with my siblings and they would make the best food. So this was somewhere that I spent a lot of time going to. One problem that they always had though was the sound of mice below the floorboards. It almost seemed like no matter what they did, how much poison they put down, you would always hear the mice eventually. This was something that happened over the years and it gone on for so long that eventually my grandparents stopped caring. As they got older, unfortunately, their memory started to go as well, and we ended up moving them to a place a lot closer to ours. One sign of this was that they would eat or take food, then forget that they'd even done so, and start complaining when they couldn't find where it had gone. Now, my grandma always told me stories about how she heard things in the night. She was very religious and believed in the paranormal, so even I was a little worried that maybe their old place was haunted, and my grandpa also said the same thing. The thing that's really weird though is that my grandpa didn't believe in any of that, and he was a very strong skeptic, but even he was convinced that the place they lived in was haunted. Not only that, they would go away, and when they come back, items and things had been moved. Now, I'm pretty sure that I even had encountered one of them at one point, because I was sleeping over one night and I heard the mice in the floorboard because I was sleeping downstairs on the couch. But I was very tired, but as I opened my eyes, I almost swear that I had seen somebody. Just as I got up though and eventually turned on a light, it was like they had vanished. After hearing about this, my grandmother got very paranoid and wanted to have the house blessed to try and get rid of whatever it was. And even if I did ever stay there, it was kind of weird because just knowing that something was wrong there put you off from ever trying to get a good night's sleep, especially having to sleep where all the activity seems to go on. Now, one thing that I was definite of was that somebody had definitely moved one of my phones that I'd left there, because when I was staying there once, I left my phone and we went out for the day, but as I come back it had moved. Not only that, it almost looked like it had been used or something. It was very odd. We went to go and check the mouse traps, and as always, they found nothing. Where we'd lifted up part of the floorboard to set them down, it almost seemed like something we were always doing, but it was hopeless that we'd ever catch anything. My grandparents eventually got some pet cats to try and deal with the problem, and also because my grandma believed that they could sense if there was a spirit present. The only problem was that the cats would act really weird all the time when they were left alone. It was almost like they didn't want to be in the place, and eventually we decided that it'd be best if the cats just stayed with us because they seemed so uncomfortable, and it almost seemed as if they were absolutely desperate or hell-bent to actually get under the floor or something. It was really weird. Eventually my grandparents both passed away and we had to sell the house, but that wasn't the last that we ever heard of the place. One day we were driving past and we could see that there was the police doing an investigation over there. We didn't know why and we were concerned, so we went up to them and asked them what was going on. And then we saw some police officers coming out with what looked like a homeless man. The police officer then went on to explain to me that the current owners had reported some strange sounds and things going missing, and after an investigation there was a homeless man who had been living under the floorboard there, and he had been living there for years too. The following story happened as I was a child, and it's one that I'm never gonna forget. It's not so much a tragic side of the story, but another reason altogether that I remember it. When I was a child, I absolutely loved living in my house like I did. My mum was very caring of me. She was an only mum, so this made it very hard for her to raise me because my dad left us and I only had 2 grandparents still alive. This meant that my family was very, very small. Sometimes it even scared me when I was younger because I honestly thought that as I was going to get older I wouldn't have anyone to be with. Now, when I was younger I also didn't have many friends at school, so that left me alone for much of the time. And moving schools all the time didn't help with this. Being so lonely, it would mean that I would almost always just be left to play on my own. My mum was concerned about this, but there wasn't much she could do because I had pretty bad anxiety at the time. I would usually just go and play in the garden. Now, there was a lovely sweet old lady who I sometimes saw at the back of our garden. She said that she come from the house opposite. She would bring me stuff, and she was always so nice to me. I would pick her flowers and give them to her. I always spoke to my mum about her, but my mum never knew what I was going on about because, I don't know, she just always gave me a concerned look when I said about her, but I know she was real because I always saw her. I lived in this one house for a few months, and at first I didn't see anything of the lady, but after a while she started showing up. Now, at the time my mum was concerned that I had some kind of mental illness and was very worried in taking me to the doctors because I kept on talking about this lady and others that I would see. Some of them were imaginary friends that I had, but the lady, she was real. The doctors were also left stumped as to why that I was always talking about this lady, because from the tests they ran they couldn't see that anything was wrong with me, nor was there an illness that was causing it. Well, not specifically a mental illness. I did have a bad flu at this time. Now, as I was left bedridden, as a result of the flu getting worse, I started to hallucinate slightly. I would see cats' heads at the walls and objects moving on their own, but when I went back to them, they didn't go anywhere. Where my bed was situated, all I could do was basically watch out the window. Thinking of it now, it was probably the reason that I had imaginary friends, because I was just lonely. People always tended to leave me alone at school. So I would be sleeping in my bed and I would see a cat head in the corner of my room. I'd call to my mum and she would go there and there would be nothing there at all. So my mum decided that she was going to call the doctors. As the doctors come round, I explained everything to them and we began to talk. But as that was happening, I saw the lady. I didn't quite catch her name, but I always saw her. She was watching over me from behind the doctor and my mum. I was more focused on her than I was the doctor at the time. She was just staring at me with some kind of meaning. It was very odd, but almost comforting at the same time. I could see that the doctor was now looking at my mum rather than me, then back to me. Then he said that if you don't take this boy to the hospital right now, he's going to lose his mind. I didn't really quite catch it because I was still focused intensely on the kind old lady. She just smiled at me and nodded. Then they all left the room together. A few days later I was admitted into hospital. This was to get me over the flu, but also so that they could watch my mind, or monitor it should I say. Now while I was in here, I was again very lonely, but I enjoyed the company of the other nurses who always took time to talk to me and play with me. They found it sad that nobody come to visit me while I was in hospital. So I was in the hospital one night thinking about things. I was really struggling to get to sleep, but this was obviously as a direct result from my flu. I knew this. It kind of dwelled on me a bit that I was kind of lonely, but I thought to myself it doesn't matter. Just as I was laying there, I had a visitor come. It was the old lady. She came to me and said, "Don't worry, everything's gonna be okay." I just smiled at her and she then left. I never bothered telling anyone about it because I thought it was just nice that she come to visit me. I was in that hospital for a fair amount of time and eventually was let back home again. More than anything, I was looking forward to seeing the kind old lady because heck, she was the only person that I had. So I went back to playing in the garden like I normally did and I waited and waited, but she just wouldn't show up. I couldn't see her, no matter what I did. I kept looking back at her house. That was when I noticed that it was more old and deserted than I'd originally thought. I kept on leaving flowers for her, but day by day went by and she didn't show up. Eventually I stopped seeing the cats' heads as well, and I also stopped seeing her. That was just as I got over the flu. Now my mum sounded very happy when I told her that I was no longer seeing that lady. We were having some problems though outside of that. I didn't know why, but my mum was just so stressed out with work. And I guess she was really struggling looking back on it now because she was the only source of income and she had to start caring for my grandparents. One day, I was left to be in the house alone while my mum went to do just that. She didn't mind leaving me there because we were so far away from everyone else that it shouldn't have really been an issue. So she left and I was left to my own device. So I just did what I normally did. I started reading, played a little bit in the garden, and looked for that kind old lady. I decided that I should eventually go to bed because there wasn't really anything better for me to do. I just started to drift off and I woke up in almost a panic state. I called for my mum but there was no answer. She wasn't back yet. There was no way that she could have got back that quick anyway. I didn't know what had woken me up though. It was very odd. Just as that happened, there was the old lady again. "Oh, you're here again, how are you?" I said happily. This time, she didn't say anything to me, she just looked at me and stared. As well as the warm feeling that I normally felt when talking to her, I also got this panic again. She finally opened her mouth and said, "You need to go." I was left more confused than anything. I turned around to look out my window to try and get a rough judgment of how late it was. It was pretty late, but just as I looked, I saw some flames from outside. I turned back to go and tell the lady and she was gone. It didn't make sense how she could have disappeared that quickly. I instantly called for my mum and her and I got no response. Something was telling me that I needed to get out of that house no matter what, and I did. I sprinted down, ran outside and didn't take a second to look back. I finally got far enough away from the house where I would be safe when I turned back and the whole place was up in flames. Literally the entire house. It would have been more sad to me, but I'd moved places so many times I didn't really think too much of it. I just waited out the front for a while. Eventually, my mum showed up and somebody had called the fire department for me, luckily. While most of the firefighters ran and took control of the situation, one came to me and said that, "You know how lucky you are to be alive." I said, "Yes, I know," but I said, "Can you please make sure that the old lady isn't there?" "What old lady?" he said. I said, "Just go quick, you need to save her." And he also rushed off there. Eventually my mum turned up, and my mum couldn't believe what had happened. She was just so happy and relieved to see me, but I was more concerned about that kind old lady. As I was waiting with the fire department, they took me to a further distance as the flames were getting much worse now. My mum was still crying. We ended up going to the side of our house and closer to a hill. As we were waiting there, the fire department squad came back and their leader said that they've almost put the flames out now and said there was no sign of the old lady, and he just looked at my mum and she given him a funny look and they walked off. When he come back, he was saying to her that he understood and that I was very lucky to be alive. Then I looked at my mum and I said, "What are we going to do now?" She almost started crying again, but she looked so happy. She said that she just got a very good job and we weren't ever going to have to worry again about money. I was very happy by this, but at the same time I was still concerned about that lady. As I was sitting on the hill, I turned back round to look at the house. Well, I thought it was a house. It was the old lady's house. But it wasn't just abandoned. You could see that the whole place had caught on fire. I then looked at the fireman and asked him if that place also set on fire too. He said that it didn't. Apparently their department had dealt with that fire 40 years ago. It was a very bad fire and sadly an elderly woman lost her life in it, but nobody's ever been there since. When I was 19 years old, I had hit a dating rut. Between college and work, I wasn't able to put much effort into meeting new people or forming new relationships. I'm female, by the way. My best friend at the time had just recently married, and with no dating life for herself anymore, she decided that helping me find the right guy would be the next best thing. I wasn't even that interested in dating at the time. I just wanted to finish my basics and transfer to a large university. However, she insisted, and I gave it a chance, and she asked if I was alright to give this guy she knows my phone number. I'm very wary at this point, until she begins begging. She pleads about how handsome this guy is, and he's 25 and has a stable life. She then goes on to tell me about his well-paying job, and the house he built himself, and the ranch and the horses he owns. She glorifies him as much as possible, stating that he's sensitive, caring, attractive, put together guy. But I know no one is this perfect, so I ask, what's the catch? He only has one leg. Now that in of itself is not a problem until she says he accidentally shot himself in the leg and it had to be amputated. I look at her like she just said the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. I explain that I do not think I want to date someone who mishandles a gun so badly that they shoot their own leg off. But after all her begging and pleading, I cave in and I begin chatting. I can't even remember his name right now, so let's just call him Steve. The first couple of days of us texting went okay. He was charming, funny, and it was easy to keep a conversation going between us. He had a slight arrogant tone and bragged a bit, if I can excuse it. I mean, if I had my own house and a high-paying job at 25, I think I would be smug too. He had made a few comments that sent up a warning flag, like how when he discussed meeting in person, he talked about wanting to wait for a while before we met, and that before we met, he would like to see me in public, but like me not see him in public. He wanted me to go to a public place where he would go then observe me without me realizing. Now that's some creepy stuff. I told myself I was looking too deep into the situation and that I needed to really give this guy a chance. But on the third day, more specifically night, he suddenly decided things weren't moving fast enough. He began asking inappropriate questions like my experiences and what my deepest, darkest, hidden secrets were. Just really, really weird stuff. I began kind of scared at this point. It was just weird. I expressed my discomfort and I said that we've only known each other for 3 days. He then backed off and began a really big guilt trip on me. And by that time I didn't really notice. He manipulated things like, I didn't mean anything by it, I just want you to trust me. I don't want our relationship to be normal, I just want us to be open with one another. I just want to be that one and only person that you trust your fears with. Another day/night of this, and I very stupidly told him one of the darkest and scariest things that I'd ever experienced. I never tell anyone about it. I won't even name what it is in this story, but he immediately sympathizes with me and assures me that he feels the same. I immediately feel regret and try to change the topic. He keeps trying to bring it up again and I explain that it's not comfortable for me to do so. I don't think I should have told him these things because it was too soon. I explained that I wanted to take it slow and then he agrees and changes the topic once again. We started talking about his home and his ranch and I asked him to send pictures of his house that he built himself. He immediately starts sending me photo after photo of his house and all the ranches with the horses. For a while it's no texting, just pictures one after the other. He then slipped in a photo of himself exposed. I immediately interrupt with, "What the hell is that?" He then asked if I liked it, to which I reply with a big fat no. I try explaining how inappropriate that is and try to understand why he thought it was okay to send that with no context in random photos. He gets irritated and says, "Just damn chill, stop freaking out." Excuse me? What do you mean? I proceed to blow up and we get into a really big fight. I contacted the friend who set us off and explained what has happened. She tells me that Steve has also contacted her and that he was calling me foul words and saying I was psycho. Then me and my friend agree that I should just ignore him and end a conversation with him. This completely frustrates him. He begins threatening not just me but my friend too. He says that he's going to kill us and our whole families and we would be sorry. We just ignore it until finally he recites our home addresses to us. We pay good attention after that. Now, I never told him what city I lived in or anything like that. I asked my friend how exactly she knew him, and she said that she kinda lied and didn't really know him that well. She used to work with him at a local mall, and apparently this psycho was a customer who shopped there, and one day she just randomly asked if he was single, then if that he might be interested in me. I proceeded to go crazy. She didn't even know this guy, but he still somehow knew our names, our parents' names, our siblings, and our telephone numbers and location. We immediately took screenshots of everything, and he says that he's not doing anything, and we inform him that if he doesn't stop, we're going to involve the police. Of course, he continues with threats, and my friend's mum is the secretary of a lawyer, so after reporting Steve to the authorities and blocking him, we took the situation to my friend's mum and she took care of it. I don't have exact details, but I never heard from him again. When I was little, I lived in a very safe neighbourhood. All the neighbours were friends or relatives of friends, and this begins in the late 80s when we were allowed to roam and play as free as we wanted, as long as we were back before dinner. The scariest encounter I can remember was with this creep was when I was around 6 years old. I was with a group of other kids riding bikes down the steep hill that led into our neighbourhood. One of the older kids noticed that there was a man standing against a fence at the top of the hill, not far off from a parked blue van. I didn't recognise him, but that didn't mean anything at the time. I had only just been allowed to leave the yard and assumed I didn't know everyone in the area yet. I don't know why, but we all went over to him. I'd been told to stay with the group, so I followed along behind my friends. Now, I don't remember much about him, only that he seemed to pay an extraordinarily large amount of attention to me. Even after a lot of the other kids had wandered off to go and get their bikes and stuff, he kept on talking to me. I remember very clearly how he would ask about my age, and I told him. He smiled and said I look much older. I guess he thought that I was going to take this as a compliment, but I don't know, it was just weird. I was aware of how much younger I looked and was, compared to everyone else, much younger. I didn't even have a bike at the time because I was too small to even be able to reach the pedals. I don't even know if he creeped me out exactly, but I quickly excused myself and rejoined the group. I think I felt like more insulted than anything. Like he was making fun of me by pointing me out, and that I didn't really belong with the group of mostly teenagers. Eventually, I went home and didn't really tell my parents about the man. Keep in mind, he was an adult and I wasn't allowed to question adults. Stranger danger was never very much of a thing with my family. Now I'll skip 3 years ahead. It was Christmas. I was 9 years old and I'd finally been given my very own bike. It wasn't a little kid's bike either. I was so proud of it. I had to go out and try it out despite the cold weather. Of course my parents didn't mind this. Had spent about 20 minutes rocketing down the hill on my cherry red bicycle and got wiped out at least once, skinning my palms. When I started to notice a blue van driving by slowly and repeatedly, I didn't remember the previous encounter with the man with a blue van. Like any 6-year-old, it was completely coincidental at the time and I quickly forgot. The van drove down the road past the drive into the neighbourhood at least 3 times, and I had this strange feeling like a tingling down my spine as if someone was watching me. I'd never had this feeling before in my life, and the only way that I could describe it is that it's a very primitive warning that you're prey and you're now in a very dangerous situation. Luckily, I was able to keep my cool, and I kept on riding and watched the same van drive by slowly back and forth at least a dozen more times. Finally though, when it passed me for the last time and disappeared behind the trees, I booked it down the hill, using gravity as a bit of a strength in my legs to build up enough speed to be able to get me all the way to the end of the drive and then into my yard without stopping. At the time, this was quite a feat because my house was the very last one. I ditched my brand new bike in the grass and ran inside to safety. That's how scared I was. Again, I didn't tell my parents because I felt like I was being silly, and half because my mum was cooking and my dad was watching TV. Two activities that were never to be interrupted in my house. After that, I never saw that blue van again. I didn't find out until I was 29 exactly how lucky I was. After my father's death, I helped my mother clear out his house. I found a box with an old answering machine, a bunch of tapes and a tape player. Knowing the narcissist my father was, I assumed they were a combination of old messages from nearly 3 decades ago, and him singing and playing the guitar, which was bad and even worse respectively. I took the whole thing home and listened to the tapes, mostly for nostalgia. I was right, but they were not just missed calls from friends and family. I was not prepared in any way for the absolute filth that was on those answering machines. I am not one to blush at bad language, and I thought I may not use some of the words I hear myself, but it doesn't bother me when others do. But this made me sick. Maybe because it was directed at me as a child. There were entire 1-hour tapes filled with this one man calling repeatedly, saying polite sounding variations of "this message is for" and the following name. If you could let her know, I'd appreciate it. Then nothing but graphic descriptions of what he planned to do to me, step by step. Then he said how that he was going to leave me somewhere that my parents could find. He called me his girlfriend and said how pretty I was, going on about how I looked and stuff like that. It was just disturbing. The message stopped abruptly right around when I was 10. After that, it was nothing but the usual missed calls. I didn't know whatever happened to that man, but he really didn't sound like the kind of person to just give up. Maybe he ended up in jail or dead, but I do know that my dad had a tendency of handling things himself. I know of at least 2 other incidents when someone was bothering me or my mum, and they stopped after he went in to have a talk with them. I also, looking back, suspect my father was a genuine psychopath in a clinical sense. He was also a sniper once upon a time. I destroyed those tapes because I didn't want my mother finding them. About 3 years ago, only a couple of months after we got together, me and my boyfriend were planning to move out together and had been viewing 1-bedroom flats. We had some pretty bad luck and only managed to find one that had any potential, but it was in a converted house and not in a block. The upstairs had been separated from the downstairs, with the hallway being made into a small porch and one set of steps leading upstairs and the other to the ground floor, which is where the landlord lived. We had accepted the flat before meeting the landlord, and it's something that I deeply regret to this day. When we did meet him, he was always away while we were viewing the flat. I can only say that the first impressions of a person matter a lot. This whole gut feeling thing is real, and I should have followed it. He spoke very common, and if you're not from England, that basically means you don't really speak with a posh accent, so you say a lot of "you're right mate" and stuff like that, which annoyed me from the beginning. He looked strange, with horribly intense creepy blue eyes. I can't even remember vividly what he looked like, but something about him just made me not want to look at him in the eye. Well, the first meetings and impressions aside, he seemed kind of rough but was polite and explained the rules of the flat. Now before I go on, I want to say how shady this flat was now that I have lived in other flats. The electric meter was run by pound coins and seemed to be considerably more expensive than it seemed. The landlord kept telling us that he would come up by a month to collect the money we put in. Keep in mind that we are only paying for the electricity to run the upstairs of a small house, and it was already costing us about 20 quid a week. I can't remember how we paid for gas, but we didn't have a meter. The landlord also told us he would be unable to have the internet working while we lived there, as it would involve us making holes in the walls, and the council tax was apparently included in the rent, meaning we gave the landlord our council tax with our rent and he would pay it off. So things already seemed off. Now, it also didn't help that the estate agent conveniently forgot to mention that his wife had died, and that was why he had to convert the upstairs. The landlord told us this with no discomfort whatsoever, and I couldn't stop thinking about whether or not I was sleeping in the same room that she actually passed away in. The first time the landlord confirmed my suspicions of being a bit strange was when we just moved in. He told us he had left a sofa in the living room so we could do what we wanted with it, throw it, keep it or sell it. So my parents, needing a temporary sofa, offered to take it off our hands. When my dad and boyfriend were helping put it in the back of his car, the landlord had been gardening, and he started freaking out, saying that it was an anniversary present. A sofa? Okay. And then, rather than telling my dad and boyfriend to leave it in the garden for him to find somewhere to put it, he ordered them to carry it round to his garden. Horribly embarrassed, my dad and boyfriend did as he asked. Now, it seemed like a silly reason to start hating someone, but just the way he flipped, his behaviour, how rude he was about it, the fact that he actually said to us that we could do exactly what we wanted with it, and as soon as we tried to get rid of it, now it is an anniversary present, and how dare we not ask him first? It didn't make sense. A couple of weeks later, we started noticing that he was smoking pot, a lot of it. The porch constantly smelled of weed, which was embarrassing for us when guests came over. You know, I didn't think anything of it, but it certainly didn't help my attitude towards him when our entire flat smelled like weed the whole time. Another reason he made me uncomfortable, I used to work at a bar for a few months while I lived there, and whenever my dad dropped me off home at 3 AM when most of my shifts were done, he would look out of his living room window, creepily, seeing his shadow and silhouette move and just standing there while I walked in the door was more than enough to send chills up my spine and make me hesitant to come in. He also never approached me. I talked to my fiancé instead, early in the morning. When my fiancé came back from work, the landlord had opened the door to tell him that I was being too noisy coming in at night and that he needed to tell me to be more quiet. This coming from the guy who was doing God knows what downstairs at ridiculous times in the morning. And I know it was a silly thing for the landlord to shout at my parents for, because I tried to be as quiet as I possibly could every night so I didn't wake him up, and open the door, so he was just scaring the hell out of me. Flash forward a couple of months, and I realise I'm pregnant. Me and my fiancé are super happy. We have some friends around one night, and the next day, we go out to tell my parents about this. Now, before I go on, I would say that me and my fiancé smoked inside on the odd occasion because we couldn't be bothered to go out. I used to smoke outside the bathroom window when my parents was at work during the night shifts, so I didn't have to go out alone and risk encountering him again. One afternoon, my fiancé and I were cuddling and watching a film together when we hear a knock at the door. It was the landlord, asking to empty the electric meter. Strange, considering he'd only emptied it a week ago, but I couldn't tell my partner since I hid whatever the landlord came in for because of how uncomfortable he made me feel. I'm sitting in the living room with the door closed. It was a bit of a mess, and I then heard the landlord and my fiancé making small talk, but the landlord doesn't put his ladder up to get to the electric meter. Instead, I hear him starting to walk around the flat. His voice is very irritated and angry, and my fiancé, trying to stay polite and formal, I get up and stand near the door and hear better. Apparently, my fiance tells me later that the landlord had decided to go for a sudden inspection of the flat. He'd walked directly into the bathroom and pointed at a cigarette ash on the windowsill. Not even hesitating or looking anywhere else, he then walks directly into the kitchen and points up the washing up that we had. Then, going on about how that he's not judgmental about the way we'd lived, but he'd been there for days according to him. Before he got the chance to go on any further, I opened the living room door with our contract in hand and shouted at him, reading the part that said he wasn't allowed to enter or inspect the flat without 2 weeks' notice at least. He then said with the biggest grin on his face that technically my boyfriend had let him in so it didn't count. We argued for a bit until he blurred out, "When was you gonna tell me you were pregnant?" Now, I will always remember the deadly silence that followed after that, only broken by me. I asked him how he knew I was. He told me he heard us talking about it. I told him that we hadn't spoke about it anywhere that he might have heard us in case he decided to evict us, knowing we'd be moving out to find a 2-bedroom because of it eventually. He then told us he knew because of my Facebook. My privacy settings on Facebook were set to absolute max. My fiance didn't allow anyone who wasn't a friend to see his account either. I told the landlord this, who then changed his story again and said that a friend told him. This 40-year-old man, whom had no visitors in for 6 months, who had been living there, had a friend? After that, we got him to leave and sat down together, freaked out. Even more so by the fact that we realised that he hadn't even emptied the electric meter before he left, so that he had never been there for that reason, though he said so in the first place. I didn't say anything, even though I knew after that the landlord had been coming in when we weren't there. My partner admitted a few minutes later that the landlord must have been coming in when he wasn't there. He knew where the ashtray was on the windowsill straight away. The bathroom window was never open much when I did smoke since it was restricted by a child lock. Another thing is that I also never smoked it during the day, only at stupid times in the morning and barely smoking at all. How had he known where the washing up had been, and how would he have known it had been there for days? More importantly, how did he know I was pregnant? We figured out a way he might have known. At your first midwife appointment, you're given books and letters put inside a folder to bring to other appointments. This sat on my desk in the living room, though the only thing that wouldn't have made sense is that he hadn't entered that room during his inspection. Maybe he'd gone through it. We searched for cameras in the smoke alarm and other various places in the flat, but the landlord had done the construction work himself, so we had no way of knowing about any recording hardware without breaking the place apart. We wasn't able to move out or do anything we wanted until our contract allowed us to. I'd lived there for a few months, in the early stages of pregnancy, above a man who was either entering our flat when we were not there, or recording us at the very least. We had enough evidence in our minds, but nothing solid enough to go to the police. I kept a key in the door every night so he wouldn't be able to use it just in case. Closer to the termination date of our contract, we wrote official letters to the estate agency explaining our circumstance, and wrote one official letter to the landlord, posted it through his letterbox. Now the funny thing, he hadn't even confronted us about it. He didn't tell us that we were making stories up or lying, he just ignored it and didn't even answer to us. We had eventually managed to get out of the flat and move into a different place, which was also just as bad and had its own problems, to be honest. But you just want to know what's the most messed up part? We had all these meetings with the estate agents, told them everything that happened, talked about how dodgy everything was, even with the flat's electric meters and not being allowed any internet. And the estate agent then told us that he talked to our landlord about the allegations and they'd sort it. Once we got into our new flat, out of curiosity we looked online. The flat was listed under the same estate agents again. Knowing that this guy could have potentially been filming / monitoring his tenants, the estate agent still realised that this was wrong, but even then relisted the property. It scares me to this day knowing that innocent couples like us or people could be moving in there, not knowing what the person below them is capable of doing. So, this started happening to me when I was 14 or 15. We always ordered from the same Chinese food place. My girlfriends and I maybe do this once or twice a week because we love Chinese food. We always had the same delivery guy. Being young naive girls, we were overly friendly, appreciative for the delivery man who brought our favourite food. One day, it was just me and one of my girl's friends, and we ordered. My dad wasn't home because he always worked late, but I was old enough to be home alone, so it wasn't an issue. My doorbell rang and I went to answer with exact cash, including tip, and say thank you, and that's what happened and we're all set. So I thought. He said, "Let me come in and just count it quick." I said, "Oh, it's $25, whatever the tip is over, you're set." And he kinda walked towards the door, getting closer as if he was just gonna walk in. Luckily, my dad walked in through the back door right at that second and asked whether the car was the delivery guy's, and the man just left at the second he saw my dad. We didn't say anything because we were scared my dad would go mad at us. So fast forward maybe a year later. So things happened to my friend, but at her house. She called her mum crying and her mum called the Chinese place. The guy got fired because they had gotten other complaints, so we thought we were in the clear. Fast forward maybe 5 years further down the road. I go to this 24-hour gym. Half of the time it's unstaffed, but you need a key to get in, which is a swipe key. I was home alone and it was maybe 8:30 at night, and look who walks in. Him. He tried talking to me and I left very quickly. I told my friends I saw him. Whatever, it was just a weird convenience. Now, I'm 20 years old at this point. I work full time with my dad, and we were driving around and had to stop for gas. We own a company together and our company truck is very vivid and has our last name on it because it's a part of the company name. I go inside to grab a bottle of water and get some other things while my dad is pumping the gas. And the same guy's in the gas station, and he says to me, "You look like someone I know." And this was when I was 15 that I first encountered him. I said no, paid, walked out and said to my dad, "Let's go." Then the guy comes up to us. Well, he kind of creeps up to my dad's side and said, "Do you know someone by the name of," and said my exact name, that lives on, and he said my exact street. He even knew my last name first and remembered my address from probably 7 years ago. My dad remembered him immediately and told him to leave me alone or he was going to call the cops. We didn't know his name or who he was, so it was just a threat to hopefully get him to stop being creepy to me. I never would have told this to anybody, but how would he have got my last name? I can only guess he knew it from me paying for a credit card or stalking, who knows. Then 2 years later, I am 24 now, almost 25. I went to the grocery store early, at like 7 AM early. I couldn't sleep and just wanted to get some errands out of the way on a Saturday. I grabbed my stuff and went to the checkout on one of the 3 to 4 lanes that were open. The store was dead. I was like, sweet, I'll be in and out. And guess who walks up to pay right behind me at the register with all the others open? The same delivery man. That was my last encounter to date. I'll keep you updated, but I'm starting to get more and more worried. It's one thing having a stalker for a few months, but a few years? I don't know what to think anymore. So my mum and brothers were going to visit some family in California for a few days during the summer. So they packed up and left very early in the morning at around 5 a.m. My dad and I stayed behind since I had a job now and couldn't take time off, nor could my dad. At the time we lived in a small 3-bedroom apartment. A few hours after my mum and brothers left, my dad had gone for work and I got up for bed and started choosing my work outfit and hopped in the shower. After I was finished rinsing off, I hear my small chihuahua barking her head off like I've never heard her do it before. She's actually a pretty calm and lazy chihuahua, so my paranoia started off straight away after I heard this, so I shut off the water and I heard some sort of scratching and my dog still barking like crazy and growling. I decided to jump out of the shower and grab my towel to dry off, but of course I didn't remember to bring my clothes into the bathroom with me. All of a sudden I hear the sliding door swing open and my dog is now going even crazier than before. I now know that somebody had been trying to break in and had been successful. They're now inside my apartment. The door to my bedroom is directly across from the bathroom, so I'm helpless and clothesless in the bathroom with my phone in my room. So as I listen in to someone walking around in the living room, I open the bathroom door and run across to my bedroom while I open the door. I then hear somebody running and my dog is now beside my feet. I try and grab her to come in the room with me, but she runs away, probably to bark at the intruder. I yell to get out of the house and that the cops are on their way. They just laugh. I am now in my bedroom locked in. My window has always been jammed, so I can't escape. I quickly call 911 and change while I'm explaining that I'm locked in my bedroom and somebody is in my apartment, as I text my dad while on the line. I'm still worried about my dog and it's been quite a while now, so I look under my door and see no one there. I cracked the door open a bit, hoping that they got scared off and ran. Nope. My bedroom door can somewhat see into an area of the living room. The guy's just sitting on our couch, staring straight back at me. He's in a hoodie and the strings are pulled tight across so I can't see their face. They get up and my dog goes nuts and tries to bite him. When I see him get up, I get scared and close my door again. I hear as if he kicks her and she starts crying and runs over to the bathroom door, then to the bedroom. I can see her little paws under my door, but I'm too scared to open it with the possibility that he's right there. I'm now crying and scared about my dog, but I know I can't open the door. The operator is still on the phone with me at this point and tells me that the cop is now there and coming up to my apartment. The dude comes up to my door and knocks on it softly. Then a few seconds later, I hear my front door open and shut. A minute later, loud knocks at the front door and the operator tells me to go open the door. I try to refuse because I fear that they're still out there hiding, but the operator insists that they're probably gone by now. I run out to the front door and let the cop in. I explain what just happened and he looks at me like he's bored. He tells me they'll look around the complex and to knock on my neighbour's door and see if they've heard anything, and that I must lock my doors. I didn't even bother to search my apartment to make sure he's still in there. The cop leaves. I try to brave myself and look through the apartment. When I get to my brother's room, I see that the window is wide open and the curtains are moving. They had still been in there the whole time. This means they were trying to lure me out, and they open and close my front door. But the cop got there shortly after and I'm sure that's why they escaped. I tell my dad everything and he gets there shortly, and after he's mad that the law enforcement didn't do anything. By the way, the cop never come back. My dad installed a bunch of locks everywhere and while he's there I get ready for work. As I walk out of my front door to go to my car, my neighbour upstairs is standing at the top of the stairs and stares at me, and I realise then that it was him. He stares at me the whole time I'm walking and even smiles. He even had the same hoodie on. I had texted my dad to let him know it was him. Don't know what happened, but my dad is a scary guy. My dog was fine after it, and about a week later, they moved out, and I never heard from them again. I started leasing a condo in 2010 and lived there for roughly 4 years. To understand this story, I have to explain that the location/layout of the condo is as follows. First and foremost, in the area I was in, my condo was considered a carriage house/back house. Basically what it means is that my unit was detached from all the others with a small condominium complex. My unit also sat above the other complex's water heater and very small laundry facility, therefore I was on the second floor. In short, my condo was basically comparable to living in a very small house that is on a second floor, so I had no one above me, besides me or below me. It was a freestanding unit, and if I wanted to visit my neighbours, I had to walk down the stairs and go through a gate. My condo was also only accessible through that alley. So now I've got that out of the way, onto the story. I'd been living in this condo for about 2 years when this occurred and never experienced anything remotely similar prior or after this event. One night I go outside to my little landing to smoke a cigarette. I know it's bad for me, but anyway. It's a night time, therefore it's dark outside, but our alley is pretty lit up so I can see everything pretty well. I was just on my phone, leaning over the railing, looking down into the alley. I saw a youngish guy walking down the alley near my unit, no big deal. Occasionally, we would get people that walked into our alley from the bus stop, but they never just stopped there and stared. They continued on, and I never felt threatened or concerned as I lived in a pretty prestigious area. However, this guy stops abruptly and just stares at me. I mean, the dude literally stopped dead in his tracks. He don't say a word, he just stares straight up at me. At this point, we make an eye contact. I can't explain why or how I felt the way I did when we made eye contact to this day, but I never felt the same emotions that come over me that time, and I could just sense evil no less than 10 feet away. His eyes had zero emotions. It looked as if he was staring at me like a lion before it killed its prey. I had never seen this man before in any of my life. And again, he was just staring at me. After making the eye contact, my heart was beating rapidly, so I put out my cigarette and went inside. I didn't want to make it seem extremely obvious because, well, I didn't know what his intentions were. I locked my screen door, locked my big wooden door, and called one of my neighbours to see if he could go over and check out what this guy was doing. The neighbour answers, but says, "I'm home right now, but I'll be pulling down the alley in a couple of minutes so I can check for you." At this point, I'm standing in my kitchen, which is about 20 feet from the door. I started to hear footsteps then on my stairs. That was then followed by the sound of somebody trying to open my door. I had then heard the screen door being almost pried open. I wasn't expecting anyone that evening. I soon found out that when the stuff goes down and fight or flight kicks in, I freeze apparently. No grabbing a knife for me, so it's needless to say that if anything happens in the future, I don't know what's going to happen to me. At this point, I don't know how long it's been from a time standpoint, but honestly, time does stand still when you're in true fear. And I know this man has gotten my screen door open, and who knows what's next. As I'm just standing there preparing for the worst, I then hear my neighbour screaming, "What are you doing?" The man called into my saviour neighbour, flew down the stairs, booked it through the alley, as my neighbour tried to catch up, but my neighbour was a bit older. I don't know what he was going to do or what could have happened that evening had my neighbour not come to me, but I am honestly so very lucky that he was already on his way back home. God knows what would have actually gone down had things have been different that night. What I'm all about to tell you happened a while back when I was around 13 or 14. I just made myself a Facebook account and I had a huge crush on this guy who used to be my neighbour, and he had just moved out of my street. I was super sad that I wouldn't see him again until a beautiful surprise one night. I opened my Facebook account with a friend's request from him. My heart was racing, I was ecstatic. We started talking a bit, but nothing really interesting or attention seeking for me to develop. But one night we started a convo as we usually would. Then it got really scary. All of a sudden he started claiming he wasn't my crush, that he had hacked this account and knows a lot about me, my entire name, which wasn't written on my Facebook profile. I'd put a weird half-cut version of it. It wasn't easy to guess what the real one would be. I spoke to my crush about how we used to be neighbours and how he moved out of Mole Street and said the name. Now, this creep began threatening me on how he would come get me at my house because I was young and beautiful and his wife is getting old. As a 13 or 14-year-old, I was completely freaked out and shaking on my desk chair, staring at this conversation. Now, at one point, I thought maybe my crush was just messing with me, as he did have this low-key weird personality. I asked him and he sent me a picture of himself that was clearly taken within seconds, as it was a blurry, nasty picture. On the picture was an ugly old wrinkly 40 or 50-year-old skinny man looking like he'd been taking crack. I was out of my mind, panicking. My mother had warned me previously on how I shouldn't be making a social media account at this age, but I was so stubborn I didn't listen. Now I was scared. I didn't want to tell my mother because she would be dead mad at me. It was around 1 AM at night, so I didn't know what to do. I ended up just blocking the account and going to bed, trying to move on, telling myself that he was probably just trying to scare me off. I was wrong. About an hour later I received a phone call on my cell phone from an unknown number. I picked it up. It was that man. "I told you I knew about you. Let's talk." I hung up at this point. I was so done with it. I went into a full panic attack. I woke up my mother and told her everything. She asked me to print out the conversations and I did. She then told me that she would take care of this when the morning comes. So, the next day I went to school and my mum was working from home that day. When I come back that evening, my mum told me that the creep rang our door around lunchtime, insisting a couple of times on the bell and knocking on the glass window door. My mother called the police immediately. She took the plate number of his van as he left it turned on the right in front of my house while he was trying so hard to get an answer from all of his knocking and ringing. It had turned out that he was a wanted sex offender. This happened to me about a month ago after I started my freshman year of college. I had to take a trip to Goodwill to buy some cheap clothes, and it was getting fairly late into the evening. I knew I had to hurry up because I didn't want to miss the last back bus to campus, so I was rushing through my shopping a little faster than I should have. I was rounding a corner with both arms full of clothes when I nearly ran headfirst into some guy. I was flustered and apologised to him, expecting to hear one back. I mean, we ran into each other. I would kind of expect an apology from the guy too. When I look up at him, he's 6'1", has a well-trimmed beard, had the whole man bun thing going on, but the thing that got my attention was his eyes. They were bright blue and very wide. I don't think I saw him blink once. He was fairly attractive, but those eyes were unnerving. He didn't say anything, he just kinda stared at me. I proceeded to continue my calls to the changing room without waiting for him to apologise. I pretty much immediately forgot the events that had just transpired and I tried on the clothes a little. I found an outfit I liked, put the clothes that I didn't like away and gone off to look at some shoes. I'm just standing there between shelves, browsing and minding my own business when I see him walk past again. For some reason, at this point I start intentionally referring to him as Hipster Man Bun. I can see his mouth moving, he's muttering something under his breath. At first I think he's insane, but then I see that he has one of those hands-free Bluetooth phones over on his ear. Not that weird. I find a pair of shoes I want and keep looking around for various clothes to see if I missed anything, when I notice that this dude followed me back to the main clothes rack, still talking on his phone, still staring at me with those eyes that were a little too wide. At this point I'm fairly creeped out and decided it was time to go. I go up to the front, purchase my clothes, then go outside and start walking to the bus stop. By the time I get there it's completely dark and no one else is waiting for a bus. That isn't to say I was completely alone. The bus stop is located in a fairly populated part of town, so there were plenty of cars whizzing by. That didn't stop me from feeling unnerved though, especially not when I looked back and saw that Hipster Man Bun was walking right towards the bus stop. At this point, I keep telling myself just to calm down, and that there's nothing wrong with this guy and he's just a little creepy, sure, but none of that has to do with me. As he makes his way to the bus stop, he's then standing a few feet away from me. He's still muttering things into his phone. I strain to listen to what he's saying over the sound of traffic, and what I hear sends so many chills to my spine, it's unbelievable. Short, female, shaved pink hair. I stand there listening in absolute disbelief as he lists my features, my glasses, piercings I have, clothes, etc. I'm thoroughly terrified now. My hands are gripping the Goodwill bag so tightly that it feels that the handles are gonna rip. We stand there for a good 15 or 20 minutes before the bus arrives. Me shaking like a leaf, him continually describing me to whoever was on the other end of the call. By the time the bus pulls up, I have to resist myself from forcing the doors open. I quickly scramble into the nearly empty vehicle, and I almost expect him to come lumbering in after me. But he didn't. He stayed there, standing at the bus stop, eyes still locked on me even after the doors were shut. Through the glass, I could still see his lips moving. I knew that he was still talking about me. It was just weird. Whoever it was on the phone, he just wouldn't stop. Over the next few days I kept my guard up tenfold, always expecting to see him or whoever may have been on the other end of the call, but so far I still haven't. First of all, I am a young woman barely big enough to walk my dog. If this escalated at all, I would have no idea what I would have done, or what would have happened. I'm not easily frightened, but this scared the life out of me. It actually happened to me last night, and I have no idea if it will happen again, but I figured that it was so bizarre that people just needed to know. It was just me, my dog, who is massive and nice, and we're in my private apartment attached to some townhouses separated from the other buildings by a strip of wood. It's kind of like a tiny house that just shares a wall with an apartment building. As in, nice as it is, it's in not such a nice part of town, but I have a backyard, my own space, and work in electricity for cheap, so I love this place. It's my first time living out on my own, and I'm not gonna lie, I've been a little freaked out about living here alone. Even with a big dog for security, last night that definitely didn't help. So I was laying in my bed browsing Reddit and trying to fall asleep when I heard a tapping on my window. My bedroom has 2 windows facing the backyard on ground level, about 3 meters from the tree line with nothing but open grass outside. At first, since I am not used to sleeping on the first floor, I thought it was a tree or something flying against the outside of the house. But that is when I remembered it. I'm on the first floor and the only floor with no trees close enough to reach the house, so I started to feel a bit nervous. I was some weird mix of both scared and annoyed about the tapping that was keeping me awake. The noise had my dog's attention and he wasn't barking yet, which meant it probably wasn't a person, so I wasn't as afraid as I could have been. Gradually, annoyance replaced the fear and I decided I should go tell whatever it was to knock it off. Best case scenario, there was no one outside and I was talking to myself with no one to hear me. Worst case, there was someone outside and I would catch them off guard and they would leave. Right? Yeah, absolutely. I figured if there was someone there, they expected fear, not conversation. I then worked up some courage and shouted out for them to stop it in the dark, and the tapping continued. I repeated myself a little louder, then shouting at them with more profanities, asking them to stop, and the tapping stopped. After a second, I heard a male voice call back. Sorry. The tapping didn't stop again, but wow, I didn't expect for somebody actually to be there. I got out of my bed and ran to the window with my phone in hand, ready to call the police. But when I peeked through the blinds, I saw the guy with his hands up and the weirdest smile come across his face. I then quickly turned my phone away from me so that the flashlight wouldn't illuminate my face and he wouldn't know what I looked like. A few seconds later, I turned the light off and he hadn't moved 1 inch. Not even his face. He still had that weird creepy smile and was staring right at the window with his hands up, like he was posing for a photo. In hindsight, I don't know why I didn't take one. Finally, he turned around and started walking back through the woods into what I assume was his own apartment right across from mine. I had no idea what possessed him to tap on my window for half an hour or what he had in mind, but he still hasn't come back yet. I'm not sure what to do if he does. I didn't fall asleep last night and I'm nervous to go to bed tonight, but I still have class in the morning. Besides, I have a big scary dog for exactly that reason. I should be fine, but still, what kind of a person just knocks on a stranger's window at midnight? When I woke up in the morning, I went to check the window pane and saw that there were clear scratches on it. I don't know if the guy made it or not, but likely it was the weirdo living across the woods from me. I don't like to think of what he had in mind if he had have actually gotten into my bedroom. I just like to think that he was only planning to rob me. My friends and I decided to go to a little brewery in a nice part of town, sipping beers and playing some card games. Nothing crazy. I went up to the bar to order another beer and my friend walked past me and jokingly shoulder bumped me. I gave him a nudge back. Now here's where things start to get strange. I'll just call him John. He was a male in his late 30s, tall and looked very average except for his eyes, which looked almost dead. And he saw what happened and approached. John said, "Why did you do that?" Me, "Oh, that? He's just my friend. We're just messing around." John, "Oh? Are you gonna do anything about it?" Me, "Obviously joking. Oh, don't you worry, I'm gonna kill him later." John, "Can you tell me it in a poem?" Me, "Now, I don't remember exactly what I said, but I actually word vomited something out after realizing he was being deadly serious." John, he said this in a very deadpan voice. "Oh, I respect that." And he extended his hands for a handshake. Now I could tell this guy was really loony, but it was like meh, so I shook his hand. Let me tell you, this guy had an iron grip, like scary strong. He held on to my hand for a little too long, so I wriggled my hamstring and decided that maybe I should just get his name, just as a precaution in case anything went down. Me, "So friend, what's your name?" And John did an inaudible, incoherent mumble. I tried again and got nothing, so I just smiled and walked back to my table. Then the hairs on the back of my neck were a little tingly, but I figured I was just paranoid. Once I got back to my table, I saw out of my peripheral vision that he was still watching me. I decided to tell my friends about this interaction, but they brushed it off as nothing, so again, they just went with the idea that it doesn't matter. A little later, there was a break in our game, so a couple of us decided to drain the main vein. My friend and I were walking past the bar to the bathroom in the back, and sure enough, John stepped directly in front of me and insisted that I shook his hand again. So like an idiot, that's exactly what I did. I tried to make small talk during this creepy handshake, but again, the dude just mumbled something. But by this point, my friend had already went to the bathroom and was just exiting. As he walked by, he heard me say something along the lines of, "Alright, you're hurting my hand now, I have to go pee, so I'm going to go." He started to walk back to the bathroom as soon as I get my hands free, so instead I just walked back to my table because I don't want to be near him. My friends were now aware of him and we were all equally creeped out. So then, 10 minutes go by. I really had to use the bathroom now, seeing as I've been holding it in. I told my friends this and one of them jokingly said, "Watch out, he might be waiting for you in there." A little light clicked on my brain and we looked around the room. He wasn't there. We were sitting by the only exit and he definitely didn't go through it because we would have seen him, so now I was freaking out. I then asked if one of my friends could go with me to the bathroom. Now, this is a random note, but there are only 2 unisex bathrooms meant for one person each. So I walked to the closer one. The light was off with the door slightly ajar. I then hesitated a little but decided to nudge it open a few feet and didn't see anything inside. Just darkness with a vague silhouette of the bathroom fixtures. Nothing felt off, it was just weird. I then turned to my friend. "Dude, I don't know, it just feels off." My friend stared, saying nothing. I don't know what he said because out of my peripheral vision, my nightmare happens. The door opens and he's standing there in the dark, in the doorway, alone, just staring at me with the creepiest smile that I've ever seen. Just to paint you a picture of how creepy this guy was, he was standing alone in the bathroom with the lights off, just waiting in there for over 10 minutes for me to walk in. According to my friends who were watching this from across the room, my reaction was just to yell out, "Oh no." I then proceeded to beeline straight back to them, shouting out no. I wish I could say that we confronted him or called the cops, but honestly, I was just too freaked out. We just grabbed our coats and got out of there. Who knows what he would have done if I had went in there alone, or if another person did. Luckily, I don't have the answer to that. All I can say is that I'm glad that I never had to be the one to find out. I would like to give a little background on my story before I begin. I was around 14 years old at this time. I'm 25 now, and I live in the middle of nowhere in Pennsylvania, surrounded by cornfields and woods. The house I live in was an old trailer, so it was long but not very wide. This will be important. My family owned the land behind our house, and there was around 70 acres, so the only neighbours we had across the street would usually just keep to themselves as we were so distant. With this being said, we never had to lock our front door. We had a back door, but the hinges were rusted shut, so we always had to keep it locked because no one was going to come in or out, so it didn't matter so much with the front one. Now, my mother was going through a midlife crisis, as I like to say, because she was drinking all the time and had a multitude of different guy friends whom she would bring around me and my brother, who was around 10. Also, during this crisis, she brought home a man called John. I'll just call him John for this story. He was an old guy. He was okay, but something always struck me as odd about him, but I could not place the feeling. I was young at the time and knew little about what the drugs he was doing, crimes he was committing, etc. I, however, did not know everything at the time, and I'm glad I didn't. After about a week of non-stop partying, they become an item, and not long after he moved in, which meant his 15-year-old son also came. The son, called Sam, was nothing like his father. He was very polite and respectful to me, and I remember on multiple occasions asking him how he turned out so great. His response was always the same: I don't want to be like my dad. After about 6 months, I had forgotten the odd feeling, or pushed it aside at least, and we had turned into a dysfunctional family. Now, we had our ups and downs, but knowing that I had someone there who was around my age made things seem a little less horrible. Many nights while my mother and Dan were out doing God knows what with God knows who, the three of us were left home alone, which as kids we thought was the best thing in the world. Sam and I would send my brother to bed around 9 PM and we would stay up listening to music and playing guitar until we saw the headlights, and then we would run to our rooms and pretend we'd been asleep the whole night. One night around midnight, we were sitting in the living room and Sam decided to put on his headphones, which were connected to a speaker system, so he could play his guitar without waking up my brother. He was doing this and recording a song when all of a sudden he looked over at me a little confused. I smiled and asked him why he'd stopped playing, and he put his finger to his mouth and told me to be quiet. I started to get a little worried by this and took a look around, but I didn't see anything. He took his headphones off and slowly put them down, and he walked to the front door, and he lifted the blanket just enough to see the doorknob. He instantly clicked the deadbolt to the lock position and poised for me to move to the ground. I was freaking out at this point, and I did as he wanted and laid on the floor. He slowly creeped over to me as if not to make a sound. All the while his eyes were fixed on that front door. When he made his way very slowly over to me and lay down with me, I had my buried to the corner of my arms and was silently sobbing. Every time I looked up, he would shake his head and said no, and I started crying again. We laid there like this until like 3 AM when we saw the headlights coming from the kitchen window, and I looked up and sighed and asked if we were okay now. He looked at me and said yes. I felt like I could breathe again, but there was still this knot in the bottom of my stomach because I had no clue what had just happened. He got up and unlocked the door, but he stopped when he got to the speakers. I watched as he turned off the record button. He walked me to my room and told me he would explain what happened in the morning because he did not want to get caught out of bed. I had then laid in my room and listened to my mother and Dan laughing in the kitchen and slurring their words. They had fought for a bit, and then I assumed decided to go to bed, and then there was silence. It hit me like a ton of bricks and I started to sob. At some point I had shed my last tear and fell into a nightmare. Around 6 AM, I jolted up from my bed and was completely drenched in sweat. I had no memory of my dream, but I knew it was nothing compared to what I was about to find out when I faced Sam. As soon as my feet hit the floor, I bolted to my door. I needed to know. I had to know why we had spent 3 hours in utter silence and fear. As soon as I swung the door open, I saw Sam standing by my door. His eyes were bloodshot and he looked as if he had aged 5 years. "You okay?" were the first words that come out of my mouth, and he shook his head back and forth, and I instantly remembered why he looked the way he did. I need to know why. He cut me off and spoke in a heavy voice and said, "Come with me," and he grabbed my arm and pulled me down the hallway towards the living room door and sat me in front of the speakers. He gestured to put on the headphones and I took a deep breath and did. He pushed play and all of a sudden I could hear the guitar playing in my ears. I was blankly staring in front of him, trying to figure out what I was supposed to hear. Sam turned another knob and the playing got louder, and in the middle of a chord ending I could hear a rattling sound. The sound was not something you hear all the time, but It was a sound that I could immediately place. It was the sound of the door being jiggled. My eyes widened and my heart felt like it was going to jump out of my chest. I heard my voice come through the speakers asking why he stopped playing. Then I heard another voice. It was deep and almost demonic, saying, "Let's try the front door." I heard footsteps fade away and then a click, which I knew was Sam deadbolting the front door. There were sounds of us moving around and then silence, then footsteps again. I could hear them climbing the stairs and then moving the doorknob ever so slightly. I could hear crying in the background, which is why I think I did not hear the doorknob moving. After about 10 seconds, I heard the same dark voice. "We will come back when they're home. We don't have a choice now. Let's move." I felt tears running down my face as I heard this. I ripped off the headphones and told Sam that we had to tell my mum and dad. He agreed and we ran to their bedroom and opened the door. I was screaming to wake them up, and Sam said he would walk over and tell his dad that we needed to talk to him. When they finally got out of bed, we looked at them and told them to listen to the recording. I watched as they both got a look of pure terror across their faces, and then his dad reached up and hit some button and told us not to tell anyone. I had later found out that day that Sam's dad had erased the recording. We sat down in a family meeting later that day and discussed a code word that we would use if somebody ever broke into the house. I remembered begging them to call the cops, but every time I mentioned it, they would yell at me and tell me not to say a word to anyone, so I decided to keep my mouth shut. I still don't know why we were not allowed to call the cops. The only thing I can figure is that his dad was big into drugs and didn't want the cops coming round. But when I think of it, maybe there was an even more darker or more twisted meaning to all of this. Also, every time I ask my mother about it, she instantly shuts it down. So I don't think I'll ever know why the real reason was that we could never call the cops, or if it actually was something even worse. I just don't like to think about it. I'm a 24-year-old guy, and this happened to me about 6 months ago. I live in a rather large complex, one that is very open and social. People are always outside waving to each other, having drinks and barbecues, just stuff like that. It's a safe place, with people looking out for each other all the time, and if anything happens, everybody knows. Anyway, I live in a higher part of the building, very close to the roof. In fact, there's a door near my place next to some stairs that actually leads up to it, so it isn't that hard to get up there. I've personally only ever been up there once before, and after this, I don't plan on doing it again. So it was about 8 at night. I was on my computer checking my emails as well as just relaxing and browsing different sites. Well, at that moment, my internet decides to stop working. Now, this is pretty common as I use the building's Wi-Fi and it does this at certain points. Normally, this would be okay, but I was reading 3 very important emails and I wasn't even able to check the other 2 because I hadn't even opened them yet, so that meant they didn't even load. So I decided to head outside, around to another building at a friend's house, who I know. They're really nice about letting me use their internet when these things happen. So I'm getting up to leave my place and I get out into the hallway when I hear a thump above me on the roof. At that moment, it didn't really surprise me. I didn't see anything, so I just brushed it off as a random person who fell or something like that. So I continue walking. A few minutes later, I'm nearing my friend's building as I hear a nearby bush snake. I'm getting a little weirded out at this point, but I dismiss it as just a cat or a lizard moving around in the bush and just keep walking. I arrive at my friend's place and sit down on the curb near the entrance. I then pull out my phone, unlock it and go to my emails, and continue where I left off. A few minutes into reading it, I hear another rattle. Like at my building, only now it's here. It's getting increasingly loud, and I'm also getting an increasingly bad feeling about this, but I tell myself that it's nothing. About 5 minutes later, I look up at the roof and get startled for a minute. There's a guy peering down at me, crouching. I figured that he's just enjoying the view of the place and just happened to be looking down for a moment. I shine the light from my phone at him. Now I can make out his features. He's wearing tattered pants, a black hoodie and a mask. One of those white ones that you buy at a party store. Only it's got a really large smiley face drew on it. Now, this creeped the hell out of me, but again, I give myself an excuse to brush it off. I just nervously laugh at this guy and go back to reading. I look up a few minutes later and this guy is just sticking his head over even more than before. I'm starting to get even more scared now. This is beginning to feel like a horror story. It was just me and this guy out there, and I really didn't know what he wanted, so I decided to get up and I walked back to my place. I get back with no trouble and start to laugh by the time I get there, thinking about how silly I was. This guy was probably just some prankster trying to scare me or something. So now I'm in a good mood, walk into the entrance, and I look up and I immediately feel all my good mood drain away. The same guy is there, only now he's on my roof, in the same creepy manner, staring down at me. I figured he must have run over when I left or gotten on top of the roof before I got there. So now I'm just standing there, frozen for a moment, and this guy tilts his head as if he's wondering what's wrong. I quickly head inside and just try and forget about it, going to my place and locking the door. My internet is working now anyway. So later on that night, I decided to try and go to sleep and forget about all of this. I lay in my bed for a while, then finally I start to get sleepy and shut my eyes. A little while later I hear tapping on my window near my balcony, so I get up to investigate the noise. I go to the balcony's glass door, pull it back and the curtains, and I immediately scream. This guy, who I called the roof man for obvious reasons, is hanging from the roof, staring at me upside down. He tilts his head and I'm standing there frozen, wondering what the hell he wants from me or where he come from. What he does next scares me even more. He then decides to climb down, get onto my balcony, knocks on my glass door like he wants me to let him in, which I don't comply. He starts banging lightly, then this escalates until he rams into the glass at full force, cracking it. By this time, I'm scrambling up and unlocking my door to get out of there. I open the door and go out quickly as I hear the glass shatter. I shut the door and run down the hallway like I've never ran before, banging on my neighbour's door. I hear my neighbour come up to answer and I look back at my place down the hall and see my door open and the roof man peeks out. At this moment, my neighbour answers and looks at me, worried. I point down the hall and he looks at the man. The roof man is just standing there, staring at us. Suddenly, he breaks into a sprint, running at us crazy fast. My neighbour pulls me inside to his place quickly, closes the door. A couple of seconds after, we feel loud banging at the door, much louder than my banging earlier. We look out the peephole to see, and he's relentlessly ramming at the door. The door holds up though. After a while, he gets up and just runs off. We called the police and they searched the complex for him, but he wasn't there. I don't know what scares me more, that horrific night or knowing that he's still out there. So this happened in early July, and it still creeps me out a bit today. I'm a soldier and I live in the barracks on base. I'm not married and can't afford my own place. For security reasons, I will not name the base or its location. It's pretty quiet still around here aside from the common parties that happen during the weekends. So this event was surprising to me. Additionally, I work the night shift 4 days a week from 2 to midnight, so it is even quieter on most days when I return to my room. This night, however, was on the 4th of July weekend. Now, the military gets a 4-day weekend on federal holidays, so the common area was a bit louder on Thursday night, my last workday for the week. To give you a better idea of the layout, the barracks is separated into 4 3-story buildings that share a large concrete common area. Since we obviously aren't allowed to smoke in our rooms, the common area has 2 designated smoking areas on either side. These are what we call the pits. The pits each consist of a picnic table, a grill, and a large trash bin covered by a block that covers out the rain. The pits are the site of most of the parties that occur during the weekends. Well, mainly the ones furthest from my building, when I get out of work early. So, it was about 10 when I got to the barracks and made my way to my own room. As per usual on nights that don't have work days following them, there was a party at the pit furthest from my building. Most of the guys were outside there. However, there was one person at my building's pit. Originally, I assumed he was just out there to smoke and wasn't up for partying. What was strange, however, was that he hadn't lit a cigarette or a vape. He wasn't even on his phone. He just sat there, dressed in blue jeans and a red hoodie with his hood up. It was the middle of July, and we're in the south, so this was a bit strange. But then again, the thing is, the barracks are pretty cold, so I'd assumed that he just stepped out to the warm. He sat up on the table with his arms in his front pockets and his head hanging, wanting to smoke. I stood at the opposite side of the table and lit a cigarette. The guy didn't speak or move the entire time. He just sat there, just staring into his lap blankly. I didn't think much of it and just made my way to my room, changed, and just went on the internet for a while. It's important to note a few things here. Each room house consists of 2 soldiers, and the doors automatically lock when they're closed. The only people with the keys are the unit headquarters and the room's residents themselves. So this meant that in the event of somebody trying to get in, or if anybody had lost their keys, they would have to call to get someone to unlock it every time they needed to get back into their room until the key is replaced. Additionally, my room is located on the 2nd floor of the building and is a bit tucked away around the back, unlike the rest of the building, so there is next to no traffic outside my room. I got used to it really, but lastly, on my side of the room, there's only one window where the door is, so I can rarely see who passes from my room because how the window's situated. Finally, my roommate worked an odd shift from 8 PM to 4 AM, and I wasn't too sure what days he worked. Also, the room is very dark, so I cannot see if my roommate is asleep in the room when I first enter, so I close the door quietly by keeping the knob turned as it closes, and at this time he definitely wasn't back. It's around 2 AM. I had decided that I would hunker down to get some sleep, but before I dozed off, I could hear some shuffling from outside. I decided to peek out the window and could see some obviously drunk girl tripping over herself trying to get to her room. I knew the girl lived in the room next to mine, so I didn't see a need to go and help her since she was literally right there, but I decided that I was going to listen for a while until she had entered her room. About 10 minutes later, I heard someone walking towards my door and stop, so I figured that this was just my roommate getting home. But I couldn't hear the obvious sound of someone unlocking the door, and for a long moment it was silent. Then, the sound of my door slowly opening. Instantly I sat up and looked at the foot of my bed where the door was. There was no sound of the doorknob opening, and no click of the lock. The door was very slowly being pushed open as if someone was trying to keep it silent the whole time, which isn't normal for my roommate. After the door was fully opened, someone not in uniform just walked in. At first I didn't recognise who it was, but then I noticed a red hoodie. I jumped up and screamed for them to get out. The man then just jumped and darted out of the room. I jumped out of bed and ran to the door, but by the time I made it, the guy had jumped over the rail onto the bushes below and was running across the commons area. Immediately, I called the MPs and they arrived within minutes. A few of them did a search of the area while the rest made trips around the rooms to check that everyone was okay. The girl's room was next to mine and was also not closed. After some searching though, however, they eventually found the guy in the storage room of another room of the barracks building. A few weeks passed until I found out the whole story. Apparently, the guy wasn't even a soldier, but was an ex of the girl who lived next to me. Prior to that night, the ex didn't know what room she lived in, and he had attempted to follow her to her room for some time after she had finished partying. He knew she didn't have a roommate at the time, so he figured that he'd be able to prey on her without anyone noticing. I don't know how the guy got onto the base, but fortunately for the girl, and in my attempt to be quiet, I had accidentally not closed my door completely, so the guy mistook my room for hers. What's worse is that the girl had not closed her door whatsoever either, so the guy would have easily been able to just break into hers while she is extremely drunk and likely unconscious. While I'm fortunate that the girl was safe, I fear for what might have happened had I been asleep when that creep was in my room. This happened to me a few years ago, not far from my house, and this still gives me chills every time I walk down the sidewalk alone. Summer was at an end and my school was having a planned day, so I stayed home with my older sister. She had a terrible cold with high fever and a really bad cough. Sometimes it worried me, so I called my mum in her lunch break to ask her what she could do about it, but she wouldn't be off work until 8 in the evening. She said that she had a meeting right after 2. She told me to go to the drugstore and buy some cough medicine and something for the fever. Even though I'm very lazy, I obliged. I just wanted to see my sister feeling better. I live in the north side of Norway, so it didn't take long before it got dark outside. It also rained cats and dogs here, and it had been like that for many days, so it was pretty cold. I thought to myself that I wouldn't be surprised if I caught the same cold as well, especially from the weather, but I just had to suck it up, put on my raincoat and head out. The drugstore isn't that far away from where I live, it's maybe 10 minutes by foot. I would always walk slowly then, but not now. I got to the drugstore and bought the stuff I needed without any problems, and the woman cashier was a bit chatty. I'm not a chatty person and I hate small talk, so it was kind of awkward. I eventually got out of there and began to walk home. I was about halfway there when I noticed a car coming up behind me, very slowly. I could hear the sharp sound of the brakes as it slowed down until it was just rolling next to me. It was already very cold out, but this made me freezing. The car was dark greyish with dimmed out windows. It looked very expensive though, enough to make my car look dull, but I was too scared to care. It then continued like this until eventually one of the windows rolled down beside me, and I turned to see a guy in his 20s flashing me a smile. I could barely see the driver and the 2 other guys in the back. It was all guys, but it made me want to puke, so I looked away. "Hey sweetie, where are you heading? Need a lift?" His voice made me want to cry. His tone was so sweet, yet taunting. You can only describe it as haunting. He wanted to hurt me, I just knew it. "What's in your bag?" he asked me. I could see his hand in my peripheral vision reaching out to the car and pointing at my bag. That's when I saw it. There was something shiny and very sharp in the driver's hand. I didn't even think, I just ran. There was a neighbourhood in the opposite side of the road, so I ran past the front of the car, over the road and into someone's back garden. It was a miracle that I didn't get hit, and that they were too shocked to speed up, but they soon snapped out of it. I could hear loud swearing in the background and the car stopped, and it slammed all the doors shut. I tucked my bag under my coat so it wouldn't make such a loud sound as I kept running. I didn't think of knocking at any houses because I knew they would get to me before anybody could open it. I ran zigzags between the houses trying to lose them out of sight and looking for somewhere to hide. And I found somewhere. It worked. I couldn't see them, but I knew they were still after me. I then spotted a huge bushy area at a ditch that was pretty steep. I hesitated for a second, but I just went for it. Slid down there like I was a pro, crawled inside the biggest, thickest bush I could find and waited. It didn't take long for them to show up, however. I could see their shoes as they paced around me. "You let her go," they said, as they stood right beside where I was hiding. I had to bite down on my coat to stop myself from screaming. How could you know that she was crazy enough to run like that? I recognized the voice. It was a voice that was talking to me in the car. "She's so fast for being that fat. Shut up, search over there." They then looked everywhere. They even searched through the bushes right next to me. I could barely breathe and my heart was beating so hard and fast, so I was afraid that they would literally hear it. But they then finally gave up on searching for me after what felt like an eternity, and I heard them cuss and yell out one more time before they left. I waited there, listening for probably an hour before getting out of my hiding spot and knocking on the first house I could. The couple living there was so kind that they let me stay there and wait for my mum to pick me up after I called her and explained everything. When we got home, my sister was waiting for us, angry that I took so long, and I just had to laugh. I never saw that car again, and I never called the police. Since this was Norway, this area is quiet. They couldn't do anything else than write a report in a file then just right away. They needed proof and a name, and I couldn't remember anything. And that was the last that ever come of it. I recently drove from Philadelphia to Buffalo, New York with my cat. The ride was long, but we were making decent time for the most part. She and I had gotten up toward right before you get into New York. It was around 5:30 p.m, but that also meant that it was pitch black outside too. We had only stopped once at McDonald's and I drank their iced tea quickly to try and stay awake. I definitely had to pee. I didn't want to leave my cat in the car, so I put her on a leash and we walked into the gas station, and I said, "Do you mind if I use the restroom in here?" The man behind the counter said sure, and she and I entered into the bathroom. She sat on the counter while I did my thing. The store definitely wasn't empty, as there were some other dudes in there browsing around for cheaper cigarettes and stuff. There was a woman talking to the counter guy up front. She was probably a regular though, based on the familiarity they had when they saw each other. My cat jumped about a foot down when we heard the doorknob rattle. I laughed and said sorry, it's occupied right now. My cat is a trained animal, I should mention. She is trained to handle people, stimulating situations, crowds and relatively loud noises. So she's used to all of them things, but she still hates cars. I looked over at her after she jumped, and her tail was full as it could possibly be, and she was getting low and slipped up into her favourite position on my shoulders. She dug into my hair with her nails and did a little grumble at me, saying that she wants to be let outside. The doorknob then rattled once again, and she reached out towards the door like she was about to strike out. "It's still occupied," I called out, but I wasn't laughing this time. We then heard someone speak. It was a man's voice, and honestly it kinda made my blood run cold. They were speaking a cousin of my native language, and my native language isn't English. They were saying, "Should I grab her when she comes out?" And in my native tongue, grab doesn't really have the multiple connections like it does in England. It could mean like, let me grab them before they go, or let me grab something before I go out, like food or etc. So they used what was similar like that. As far as I could tell though, they were asking to grab me the second I walked out. No, the cashier is right here. We can go stand outside. I think her car is a blue one. My cat did her angry grumble bug sound, and I tried to pet her to reassure her. There weren't any windows in this bathroom, and my car was parked unwisely around the side of a parking lot. I parked it a little away from the lights because I had a lot of stuff in it and didn't want to make them visible. We heard their footsteps retreat, and we sat there for what felt like a long time. We both jumped when we heard a knock on the door. "Come out, quickly, and my girlfriend will lead you through the back to your car. They are standing out by the pumps." It was a counter guy who I thought was the regular. I opened the door and she ushered me to the back. She opened the door and I could see my car about 20 feet away. I wanted to sprint, but I remembered I used my key thing to set the alarm. I unlocked the car with my keys and set the alarm off. I threw myself into the driver's seat, unlocked it with the key thing and quickly pressed the button to lock it again. I then felt my heart in my throat as I threw the car into reverse and got the hell out of there. On my way out, I noticed that the guys standing near the blue car on the other side of the parking lot were clearly there for a reason. I don't think they realised that I had a different car to the one they had went to, but it still scares me to this day thinking of what would have happened hadn't I have realised what they were actually saying. I could have easily just thought they were talking about anything had I have not known. So, I would like to preface this story a little. From 2014 to 2016, I served in Guatemala as a missionary for the Mormon Church. Now, there are lots of opinions about the Mormons, and everybody is entitled to their own view, but this is not a forum for religious debate or politics, so I will not try and convert you. However, I do wish to share this encounter with you. Now, as we are missionaries, we talk to everyone. I'm sure that everybody knows this, but no matter who you are, what hour of the day, or what we are planning, no one ever comes up to talk to us. Or if they do, it's such a rarity that it almost seems like it shouldn't have happened. I was serving in an area of Guatemala City known for being rough around the edges, and the middle, and everywhere between. I'd been there for about 4.5 months when I received a new companion from Mexico named Mendez. Our day together went alright. We talked to lots of people, walked all the way around the city, and around 7 o'clock we stopped at Tinder, which is a small store, to buy some water. The instant we stopped at this store, we were approached by a man that was completely hammered. He wanted to talk to us and also talk for money. Now, we're not allowed to give money to drunks, so I bought him some bread and he gave us his address and we agreed to meet him the next day. It was a long shot, but we decided to meet with him the next day. He was waiting for us at his house. It was this tiny house made out of corrugated tin and filled with filthy, vicious dogs. The worst bit of it all was definitely the smell. He was happy to see us, however, sober, so we talked for a bit. His main concern was dropping alcohol, and he wondered if we'd be able to help him. We helped him set some goals and agreed to come the next day. It was a great meeting. He also gave us a big smile as we were about to leave, and we left. The next 6 weeks were very normal. We were able to teach him our message and also help him with his drinking. Every meeting he was smiling and happy to see us, a little too happy now if I think about it. Every time he was just a little bit more excited to let us in, and a little bit less willing to let us leave. I kind of began to get a bit nervous around him. Something didn't feel right. I couldn't put a finger on it, but hey, he wanted us to visit, so we did. All that changed one Saturday night, however. We were hosting an activity at our local chapel and invited him along. While we were talking about some things and walking there, we see him in the street. He called out to remind him of us. He looked at us, smiled and walked away. We didn't see him at the activity though. We didn't see him the next morning at the church either, which was weird because he had gone every Sunday since we had started visiting him. Then, during lunch, I received a phone call from a payphone. It was him, obviously drunk, and crying, and said that he needed us at his house. I told him that we'd be right over, and we were there within 10 minutes. When he opened the door, we walked in and sat down. I could faintly smell the alcohol in his breath. He then just looked at us. Sat down on his bed. He didn't have a shirt on. It was a little ball on the bed. I noticed a familiar shape though under the shirt. It was a gun, with the barrel peeking out. Now I've been in Guatemala for a few years now, so I didn't lose my head, but in every sense I was now on high alert. As I looked at my companion, who had also noticed the gun as well, he calmly asked the man what had happened. He began telling us about how the night before, instead of going to the activity, he found a man that, quote, didn't like him, and he killed him. He explained in detail so much that I could see it all happening in my mind. He stood up from bed and went to my companion, using his fingers to act out how he had put 3 bullets into the guy's head. He explained to us about how he had killed people since he was a boy, growing up in one of the local bad areas. He explained about how he had to kill women, children and elderly, and about how he couldn't stop doing it. By this time my mind was swirling. All that kept happening was I was playing out through my head how that he was going to grab a gun and draw on us. He began to sob, but a minute after, he looked at us through tearful eyes and said, "You're the only 2 good friends that I ever had. I wanted to show you something out behind my house." That was the last straw. I couldn't hear anymore. We had to go. I looked at my companion and suggested to the man that we say a prayer and meet tomorrow. He agreed instantly and kneeled down on the floor, using the bed next to him to prop his elbows. I positioned myself next to him, directly in front of the gun. I had gently but firmly put my hands around his clasped hands as my companion said a short prayer. We slowly backed ourselves to the door and said goodbye to the man. He looked at us and we ran out the back door and we shut it. I could hear him crying again. We ran up the street to a Mormon family house and basically ran inside, panting heavily. They asked us what was wrong and we explained everything. They helped us get to our apartment and we called our leader to report the situation. The ending is rather anticlimactic, but I left the area about a few days later. Mendez stayed and avoided the area for the rest of the time he was in the city. Now, lots of people might be thinking, why didn't you call the police? Well, this is Guatemala. They wouldn't have really helped. All we could do is avoid him and hope that we never met him again. When I was younger, I grew up in a house that was literally in the middle of nowhere. The only thing that we had surrounded us was trees. That not only made me very lonely, but very bored. And the biggest problem was my parents were out most of the time, so I got left with a lot of chores to do. The problem was, this was back in the time when we didn't really have phones or internet, so it made communication and seeing people really hard. The only friends that I had really were the dogs that lived about half a mile away from where our house was. They were very nice dogs, but there was about 3 of them and we just couldn't keep them in the house because even though they were nice, you couldn't trust them. They were sort of like guard dogs, if you will, although sometimes my mum takes them into the house so that she can bath them. This story took place on one of those days where that I was very lonely. I'd gotten back from school early and I wanted to go and see some of my friends, but the problem was I lived so far away from everyone that I couldn't even do that, or if I did, it would take at least a 2-mile walk to even get to a bus stop. I was kind of annoyed because I really felt like I wasn't living, and it was kind of just getting me down really. So all I had to do for the day was the chores, and to be honest, it was mind-numbingly boring. Not only that, I didn't even have any siblings. After I'd completed the chores though, all I could do really was just watch out the window or read. I did some reading and kind of took my mind off things for a little while, and I really liked doing this because I found it as some kind of escape away from it all. There was, however, one thing that was very unsettling. It wasn't a problem that I'd mentioned earlier because it was something that I never really took notice of until bringing it back in this story, but we did have a problem where that we lived isolated. Yeah, we did have guns and stuff, but we had some really creepy stuff happen at night. For example, once a lot of the dogs had got killed. This didn't happen to me directly, but my father, he had it where that his previous dogs he owned got killed and he had no idea why. What's the most scary thing that I've ever heard was that my mum said that when she woke up to leave for work in the morning, there were footprints in the snow leading up to her house, and she followed them back and they went about 200 meters and they literally just stopped. Almost as if who or whatever had made it had just vanished. Now, the other problem was that though I did learn about these later, a lot of the real scary things my parents never told me about because they knew how much it would worry me. And if I think of it now, had I have known all them stories and what I'm about to share with you now, there's no way I would have lived there anyway. It kind of gave me chills just being away from everyone else, but this is one of the scarier things that happened to me, but I wasn't sure at the time if it was my mind playing tricks on me. As I couldn't sleep one night, I laid there just looking out the window, and I was half asleep at that moment and I saw what looked like handprints on the window. Now, I was on the second story of our house, but the way our house was designed, it was quite a bit taller than a normal house. I was looking at it just interested, then after about 10 minutes I kind of come round and realised that really shouldn't be there. I walked up to it and went to rub it off, nice and calm, thinking it was me earlier, but it didn't go anywhere. I tried again, and I took a step back and I realised that these were from the outside. I instantly screamed to my parents and they come rushing into my room, and I told them that I was sure somebody had tried to break in. I went outside with my dad and the gun to try and find out whoever it was, but what we found then might have been even more scary than if we had actually found someone. As we looked down, we could see that there were literally no prints whatsoever outside. There was nothing in the snow where a ladder had been, or anything at all for that matter. No footsteps, nothing. I don't like to think of it now because it scares me so much, but how could somebody have possibly got their handprints all the way up there without even leaving a trace? So, anyway, that was one of the most scary things that happened to me, but it doesn't compare to this. It was during the day that I was alone. So, back to my original story. After I'd done reading, I was just looking outside the window and I heard some of the dogs howling. I thought this was weird because they didn't normally do this, and I was almost sure that my mum said she had to take them somewhere. Regardless, I picked up my gun. Now, I know that sounds stupid, but you have to do this sometimes because we do get it where other animals can try and hunt or at least go towards the dog, so it's always important you're at least armed and ready for action in case you do. I sighed and closed the door and started down. Now, the minute I started walking towards where the dogs were, I got this really weird feeling. It was almost like it was too quiet and too silent outside. The thing that was strange was that the dogs immediately stopped the second I opened the door, Now, I know for a fact that if they're in trouble or want help, they wouldn't stop doing this. They would just go on to bark continually. So that unsettled me a little bit, but as I was walking further down, all the hairs on the back of my neck stood up and I just got this really weird cold feeling. If you've not experienced anything like this before, it might be hard to understand, but I just couldn't shake this feeling off. I went a little bit further and I realised that I started shaking. I just thought it was paranoia, but something seemed off. I then stood there for even longer and just waited. I was still expecting to hear the dogs again, but all I was met with was silence. Now, that was really strange. The dogs would have at least made sounds back to me. I continued on though with my gun in hand, and I finally got to where the dogs were. As I got to where they should have been, I couldn't hear anything. I opened the door where they went and I saw a piece of paper and note. I was very worried that somebody had left it for me and it wasn't my family members, but it was my mum. She had just reminded me that not to worry if I couldn't find the dogs because my mum had taken them out and told me just to go back inside. Now, normally I would be relieved at this, but I just had to stop for a moment and it kind of all sunk in. There was no animals that should have made a sound anything like that, and how comes that my mum still hadn't returned with the dogs? As I realised this, I locked myself inside and just sat there waiting. And I was pleased to be met with more silence. Well, at least I was at first. I then heard it again, even louder. Only this time it didn't sound like an animal was making it. I began to sweat as I was holding my gun, and I heard it again. I wasn't sure whether to just shout out at who or whatever it was to shut up or get shot, but I just couldn't. I was almost petrified in a primitive way that I just couldn't move. I decided the best thing to do would be just to wait there. As I was waiting, I kept on hearing that sound. It was so scary it almost made me want to pass out. I heard it again, once again even louder. Just as I was looking out the window trying not to be seen, I saw something move out of my peripheral vision. It was somebody walking past in all black with some kind of face mask on, holding some type of recorder. As I listened even closely again, I could hear that it was the sounds of somebody screaming, and every so often you would hear them call out for help. I couldn't make out much more of them, but they seemed to be approaching towards a house. At this moment, I really wasn't sure what to do. I thought that I was going to die. Who in the hell is this? What do they want from me? I thought. I then realised that maybe they're going to the house to go and get my mum. I very quietly then opened the door and stepped outside, and began slowly making my way, watching my every step. I got to a point where that I couldn't see anyone, so I decided to start jogging quickly, as the sound had stopped. I then thought, oh, this could be it. I'm not going to let my mum die, and I sprinted back in, screaming out for my mum. And then I heard the dogs all barking frantically. My mum was there at the door waiting for me, asking for where I'd went. She could see how scared I looked and quickly ushered me in and closed the door. The dogs were still going mental. I took at least 5 minutes to explain what had happened from being in shock, but as I told my mum, she immediately called the police, and my dad come home almost instantly, back from work. To be honest, he looked even more scared than I did, and as I was talking to my dad explaining everything, I heard it again, this time only more faintly, but I knew it was the exact same sound. My dad almost looked angry now, and he stepped out with the dogs and his gun, and my mum begging him to stay inside, but he was having none of it. I ran up to my room to see if I could see anything, but there was nothing. I was just praying that my dad didn't get hurt in all of this. The dogs were continually going mental. I was waiting for as long as I could until eventually I just couldn't wait any longer, and I ran outside with my gun also. I was then met by my dad, and he had this same blank expression again. The dogs were still going crazy, but he told me that he didn't find anything. We then waited inside, and eventually the police showed up. And the police launched an investigation, but that was the last that we ever heard of it. It was only when looking back and piecing it all together that I realised that this must have all been connected somehow. God knows what would have happened if he had actually found me in there. Chase and Stalk Through the Woods at Night by Blonde Everness 91. I am a 24-year-old female from the UK. Now, despite a few creepy instances as a child, there has only ever been one time in my adult life that I truly felt primal fear. I live in a village in the middle of the English countryside. To paint an accurate picture of its size, it has a population of 4,000, but feels more like 1,000 due to its spread out nature and being surrounded on all sides by lots of fields, farms and woods that eventually connects onto a pretty famous forest. It's kind of in the middle of nowhere, and because of this it's notoriously bad for phone connection and other types of connection like internet. Having lived there all my life, I know the place like the back of my hand. I literally know where all the public footpaths are through the fields and whatever else, and how each of these connect, which are like shortcuts. Now, I've went on walks through this with my parents and on my own later as an adult. Nothing bad ever happened. It felt safe here. And my story takes place during the summer of last year, in July, after I moved back from university. I had yet to get a job and smoked a lot, a habit my parents despised and that I tried to keep hidden from them by going for evening walks. So anyway, as per usual on this day, both my parents got home at 5 PM. We had dinner but chatted for a while longer than usual, as my mum had quite a hectic day and was actually telling me all about it. Because of this, I ended up heading out for my walk an hour later than I planned to, at around 7 PM. As it was the summer, the sun was still shining, so honestly, I didn't really notice that it was gonna start to get dark when I went out. So the woodlands closest to my house is about 5 minutes away, and you enter through a gate into a farmer's field. You can see across the open area for quite a long way until the first set of small woods obstruct your view. That's where I was heading, as I knew this track takes under 2 hours and leads back onto the same path that I was now standing on. That was more than enough time for me to smoke all of the joints in my pocket and for the smell to leave my clothes, so I thought. Now, this area is also very popular for dog walkers, so it's not unusual to see other people while you're about, and this is a village where that everybody knows each other, so tends to say hello. So I lit my first joint and started walking. I'm just in my own world for a while, until I was less than 100 feet before the entrance to the woods. I see an elderly man coming out of them throwing a ball for his collie dog. I finished my joint and subbed it out. As I got closer, I recognised it was John, who lived on the road next to mine and knew my grandpa. We stopped and said hello as I stroked his dog, Max. It's while talking to him that I see another man emerging from the woods. He has no dog, but has a bright green jacket. He's very tall and is easily 10 years older than me. Me and John just chat away for another minute or so and say goodbye, but he then warns me not to stay out here too long as it's going to start getting really dark. It was true that the sky was bright pink and orange. The sun was indeed beginning to set. So I then continued on my way down the path towards the man. When we nearly passed each other, I look up to make brief eye contact. I smile and say hello, like everyone does, even if you don't recognise a person. And my eyes instantly met his. He was already looking at me, his dark eyes locked on mine. He wasn't smiling. I didn't know him, and I knew that something was just wrong. It was in his eyes. I then just swallowed my politeness and looked towards the ground as we passed. I had lived in my uni city the past couple of years, so I knew a red flag when I saw one. I then quickened up the pace a little and before entering the woods, slyly looked back. This guy was still walking in the same direction following John. I felt relieved after this and just laughed a little bit, and I thought it was maybe the weed making me paranoid while I lit up another joint and started walking into the woods. It takes about 30 minutes to follow the path through the woods to the end. The pathway exit opened into another field that led to another set of woods. The sky was now violet. I hadn't really noticed how fast it was dimming because of the tree cover. So I was near the entrance to the second set of woods when I felt it. Fear. Complete, crippling, absolute fear worked its way like electric through every single layer of my flesh. I had never felt anything like it before or since, but I knew what it was and I whipped around. Then I saw him, standing at the exit of the first set of woods, the man. I could still make out his green jacket in the fading lights. He's obviously doubling back and very quickly too. I had looked back several times while in those trees and hadn't seen him there whatsoever. For a second, I froze as he did. He knew that I'd seen him. To sprint the distance between us probably would have taken him about 5 minutes. He's obviously in very good shape. I threw the piff and started bolting it into the woods, the only way that I could go. I didn't dare look behind me. I sprinted for a couple of minutes before taking a sharp left turn onto the path into the trees. I really hoped that maybe this would throw him off, but I literally couldn't see a thing. The light was already darkening and the trees made it 100 times worse, especially as I was now in the thick of them, their branches catching on my clothes like fingers, whipping and scratching my bare leg as they bled badly. I ran and ran, my lungs protesting in pain, hating me for smoking so much, while my heart was throwing itself against my ribcage trying to escape. I couldn't think anymore. I threw myself on the ground behind a particularly thick trunk, my back against it, knees to my chest and hands thrown over my mouth to try and stop my breathing being too apparent, desperately trying to pump air into my lungs for the next sprint. I listened for the first time. A few seconds passed silently. Then I hear him. Heavy footfall snapping twigs behind me about 20 feet to my left. I don't dare look in case he sees me. I have my phone, but I know I have little chance of signal being where I was. The thing is though, he would have either seen me because of the light coming from my phone, or probably would have heard me talking. I'm not ashamed to say at this point I started to cry, the tears falling silently down my cheeks. "What the hell?" I hear in a very deep voice. "Where are you? I know where you are. I saw you." I have to clasp both hands across my mouth to stop my scream from escaping. I can hear him moving around. I panic and I find enough courage to slowly peek from behind the tree. He was now about 10 feet behind me, maybe less than 20 feet to the left, and very close to where I was. I moved back and my eyes searched around me. I pick up a pretty heavy rock. I carefully check on him again. His back is still turned, but he's searching through the trees, hunched down lower to the ground now. I make a snap decision and with everything I had, I threw the rock behind me to the right. It clattered through the branches and the trees and made one hell of a noise. I watch him immediately bolt in its direction, laughing. He's laughing at me. I then pause a little, hearing his footsteps getting quieter, until I thought that I wouldn't be so visible to him if I moved and threw myself forward. So I ran, trying to put as much distance between us as possible, but I was also aware that I was getting further and further away from home simultaneously. I knew there had to be a stream somewhere close. If I found the stream, I can follow it to the borders of the land that run parallel to some of the footpaths. So I ran, then ran, and eventually I managed to reach the trees in the clearing, and I can just make out another field through them on the other side. I thank God and push myself a little bit further till I'm almost out of the trees, and the ground disappears from below my feet. I then go head over shoulders down the embankment. I crash into the water below, my mouth open and lungs filling with muddy water. As I splutter it out, I feel both relieved to have found this stream and terrified that he's heard me. My phone is also now ruined. I slowly make my way downstream as quietly as possible, listening out the whole time as that I'm running parallel to the woods, looking up periodically just in case. After a while with this, maybe half an hour, I notice the trees begin to thin out and realise this is the edge of the woods where I would have been exiting and where the pathway connected to the original starting place. If I ran home, I could get there in less than 20 minutes. So, as quiet as I could, I dragged myself on my stomach back up on to the embankment, military style, wanting to stay as low as possible. I peeked over the top. I could just make out the opening of the woods exit path about 50 meters away. I sat and scanned the forest line for a couple of minutes, my eyes trying to make out even the slightest movement, trying to figure out if anything was there, but it was pitch black. I could see nothing. I couldn't hear anything either. I pushed myself up and sprinted as fast as I possibly could to the field onto the pathway. I knew the gate I'd entered through was in the adjoining field. It really wasn't that far. I was so happy. "You stupid girl." I heard this screeching from across the field. I swear my legs nearly gave out then and there. He'd been waiting for me the entire time. I turned my head and saw him sprinting out of the woods at full pelt. I screamed and pushed myself further, tears coating my face. All I could do is run. I crossed into the main field now and I could see the moonlight shining off the metal gate. My house was just about 5 minutes away after that. I had never focused on anything as much as that gate before. He was faster than me, and actually a lot faster than I had thought. He was getting closer, screaming at me the whole time about how he was gonna slit my throat. I ran and ran, pushing myself up and over the gate and ran up the road. I dared to look back as I made my turning onto my road. As I did though, he was still following me. I raced up the driveway and threw myself through the door, running into the living room, crying and screaming hysterically at this point, pointing behind me at the door. My dad ran outside and my mum grabbed a hold of me as I collapsed shaking. As it turns out, my parents had already called the police, as I said I was going out for an hour at 7 or so, and now it was past 12 AM. I hadn't answered when they had called my phone, and it was very unlike me to do that. We called the police again to explain, so they came and I gave a full statement. Both of my parents and the police were literally horrified. Nothing like this ever happens here. There hadn't been a report of anything near this for literally 100 years. But one look at me and it was obvious I was telling the truth to them. I was covered head to toe in cuts and bruises, soaking wet and covered in mud and blood. I won't go into how this experience changed me. It's honestly depressing, but I will say that the thing that scares me most is the fact that they never even had a suspect, despite him following me so closely, and how that my dad ran outside and should have easily been able to find him. That guy is still out there. Who knows what he's really capable of? The Calling from the Woods by Lance Idyllics. My mum grew up in a small town and she had quite a few creepy encounters as a teen in the late 1970s. One night, her mum ordered her that she had to go and feed the cats who lived in the outside sauna during the winter. She reluctantly went outside since it was such a bitterly cold winter that year. She got about halfway to the sauna when she heard a man calling "help me" from the woods nearby. She got spooked and ran back home to the house and tried to tell her mum that there was somebody outside yelling for help. Her mum told her that it was just the wind and that she needed to go back outside to feed the cats. She went back out and got about halfway to the sauna when she heard a man calling for her to help him. She was now positive that it wasn't the wind, and this time made her mum come outside to listen, and she heard the guy calling help from the woods. She called her husband to go in the woods and search and see what it was, since she didn't think it was a good idea for her daughter and herself to go out looking for him. My mum's dad went out to the woods to see who was in need of assistance and was stunned to find a man in a long winter coat standing near the woods by the house. When the man in the coat saw my grandpa, he ran towards the dirt road and got into a car and sped off. Close Encounter in the Woods by Stylopod. I grew up in a town in a relatively rural part of England. Once upon a time, the whole area had been an ancient woodland. By the time I grew up there, the urban sprawl meant that only a few pockets of woodland remained, and they are entirely surrounded by estates. I hated walking through those woods. I hated it. The quickest way to get anywhere from the street I grew up on was to take a footpath that ran from one end of the street and around the back of the houses, and then through maybe a quarter of a mile wide patch of woodland before you reached the heart of the town. It only took a few minutes if you took the most direct path through, but my heart would be racing the entire time. I had to walk through there to get to school actually, or to go to the shops where my mum sent me to get groceries. Knowing that, my older brothers would tell me that the woods were haunted by the ghosts of people who had been hung at the gallows that once stood there. When I was a teenager, I became scared of the woods for an entirely different reason. During the winter months when it was already dark and when I walked home from school, older kids would sometimes lurk amongst the trees to try and scare the life out of the smaller kids and demand what little money they had, or sometimes even take their cell phones. But now I'm an adult, so when I visited my mum in my hometown last winter, the woods were no longer holding any fear to me. It had snowed properly for the first time in years, and my mum, in typical mum fashion, immediately informed her elderly neighbour that her daughter was visiting and would happily go and take her dog out for a walk so that she didn't have to risk walking on the icy pavements. So the morning that I arrived, I found myself walking down that footpath into the woods with a fat old Labrador in tow. It doesn't often snow in the city I live in now, so I decided to take a recent purchase, a good DSLR camera out with me to get some photos of the scenery. The fat old dog and I wandered around the woods for about 20 minutes or so, with the dog hobbling around in the snow and occasionally making a half-hearted attempt to catch some of the pigeons that were around. All the while I snapped photographs of the snow-laden branches and the stark black and white landscape. Now this was quite early on a Sunday morning, so nobody else was around, and there were very few other footpaths in the snow. I was quite enjoying the walk, but I started to get a bit cold and didn't want to exhaust the neighbour's dog too, so I decided it was about time to head back, when I then heard something moving through the woods towards us. Someone was heading rapidly down the main path. Me and the dog were currently hidden out of sight on a side path. Now I'm not sure why I had this thought, but it instantly occurred to me that I needed to hide. I did so without really thinking. I hesitated for a moment and then, mind full of memories of being accosted by hooded teenagers and robbed of my very first brick phone, I stepped off the path and hid amongst the bushes and trees. The lens of my camera the whole time was worth about the same as a month's rent, and I guess I was worried about somebody trying to rob that off me and they maybe thought I was an easy target. The dog hesitated for a moment as I tugged at his lead, but he eventually followed me into the bushes just in time. I crouched down with a hand on his head, willing him to be still and quiet, as a person came into view on the path just a few feet away. I didn't really get a good look at them, but I saw that it was a man. He was very tall and wearing a dark jacket and a red baseball cap and moving in a hurry. Thankfully, the dog remained quiet and then the man left. When the man was then out of sight, the dog and I stepped back onto the path and I decided to take a few more pictures before we left. As we were heading back, the silence was broken by the loud drone of a helicopter overhead. I couldn't see it clearly until we were on the footpath behind the houses and out from under the trees, but once I was there, I could see that it was a police helicopter circling over the woods. I returned the fat old dog to my mum's neighbour without any incident, and I completely forgot about the helicopter until a little later when my mum switched on her radio in her kitchen and we could listen to some music while we ate lunch. It was a local radio station, and their top story was that the police were hunting a man who had beaten somebody practically to death on a secluded footpath earlier that morning. The path they described linked the woods that I had been walking into the centre of town. The suspect was described as being tall, wearing a dark jacket and a red hat. The Woods Have Lights by Mr. Wonderbread. These are getting better. To preface this, I want to say last year that I spent about 32 days in the woods either scouting, hunting or fishing. The year before that, I spent about 22 days. This doesn't include my regular hunts and camping adventures, which in the past 3 years adds up to over 100 days in the woods. I've been hunting since I was 9 and have spent a lot of time outdoors in various different parts of the US and in Canada. I haven't ever seen or heard a lot of strange things, but this one really takes a cake. I was in Cohutta in the North Georgia wilderness for 7 days scouting for bears, wild hogs, deers and prepping for a hunting trip later that year. I had hiked in about 10 miles and then went off the trail for another 3 or 5 miles. Basically, I was in the middle of nowhere. Since I was alone, I was using a hammock that was built with a large bug net and I had a rain fly over it. I spent about 3 days halfway up a mountain just looking for a good place to hunt. I saw 3 or 4 good sized bears and about 10 hogs and came across a good sized deer. On the 4th day, I was going to go down to a small stream that I had marked on my GPS and then reset up camp, restock on water and prepare for the 2-day hike. I could have gone faster, but I wanted to be able to look out for any signs of animals along the way. As I was approaching this small stream, I noticed a tent which I was excited to see, as I had been completely alone for a few days and it's always nice to run into another hiker. Generally, us wilderness folk are pretty down to earth. As I got closer to the tent, I noticed that there was a small pack on the ground just outside of it. I just figured that the person couldn't have been that far from where I was. So I set up my camp about 30 yards away, and with about 4 hours of daylight left, I started cooking some dinner. 2 hours later, I was starting to wonder where this person was, given that in the wilderness, it was a 1+ day hike out and there wasn't really much you could do, but I did hike around that site though, making a circle as I went out to look out for any signs of struggle in case of a bear attack, or maybe they had an injury. I got about a quarter of a mile from the campsite walking a circle. I literally couldn't see anything. As night came, no one showed up. I started a fire in the hopes that whoever this person was would be able to see where they set up and have some light. Fires burn really bright and are very easy to see from literally miles away. After eating, searching and hoping that the person was going to make it back, I called it a night. I had a small flask with me, so I took a couple of sips of whiskey and jumped into my hammock with my pistol and attempted to go to sleep. I sleep pretty hard, I mean real hard, regardless of where I am. It annoys my friends because I always seem to fall asleep and stay asleep regardless of where in the world we are. But this night, something was different. I felt like something was off, but I figured it was just me worrying about this person who, by all accounts, was completely missing. So for the first time in my life, I woke up to the sound of what I thought was footsteps. But not in the sense of footsteps on leaves, but what sounded to be a very heavy-footed person who was making their way around an old wooden floor. It was extremely loud. I got my gun, grabbed my headlamp. I then waited to see if it would all stop. Right at that moment, it did. Then I saw something that scared the life out of me. On my rainfly, the gleam of a flashlight. Faint, but there. I shouted hello, and right when I did, it sounded like 10 people suddenly running away from me in every direction. I dropped out of my hammock and fell straight onto the ground, frantically turning on my headlamp, shining it in all directions around me. But I didn't see anything. My heart was racing pretty bad, but I thought it might have just been the reflection of the moonlight onto my rainfly. Yeah, that was it. And those footsteps were probably just armadillos or something. Even though their eyes shine, they're pretty easy to spot. Problem was, there was no moonlight. I'd never seen an armadillo above 2,000 feet. The weird thing is that the campsite that I was set up by was completely gone. The fire had also went out too, but it was put out by water. This was apparent because there wasn't any coal under it. I thought for sure it was about 4 AM, but I could have only been asleep for about an hour. At this point, I wanted to leave, but the thing is, hiking at night is a really bad idea. So I grabbed my flask, took a swig of whiskey, removed my rainfly so I could see out of my hammock and around the area that I was in, and then tried my hardest to go back to sleep. I was laying down when I saw some light hit the trees above me. It was clear it was coming from downstream, so I got out of my hammock and started yelling, "Hey, do any of you need help?" I got no response. I saw whatever was putting out the light, and it spun around and started heading downstream, really fast. At this point, my body had pumped through more adrenaline than it had before, and I was exhausted from all of this. I was then finally able to fall asleep and woke up again at about 7 AM. When I did, I noticed that my water filter I'd left out was missing. It's a gravity filter, so it hangs from a tree while filtering down water into my main bladder that I put into my backpack, and my water bladder looked like it was cut down the middle with a knife. They also cut down my bear bag, which had food in it, and took some. The creepiest part of all of this is that they went through my bag, which was under my hammock while I was sleeping. I checked the bear bag before I went to sleep the second time, and it was still there, hanging, and my bag under my hammock hadn't been touched. I then packed all of my stuff and just hightailed out of there, keeping my pistol close to me, moving as fast as possible. I ended up making the hike back in under 15 hours. I hiked the trail part at night because I wasn't about to spend another night out there. The weirdest thing is, I didn't see anybody on my hike back, and the only car that I saw on the way back was mine parked up. No one else's. There was no trace of any other life being human apart from my own. Family in the Woods by Zombie Status Update. My dad has had many jobs throughout his life, and in the 70s he was a pig farmer. He would raise pigs and sell them by the pound at auction, then he would deliver them to the buyer. Well, one time he was delivering a load of pigs to a buyer way up in the middle of nowhere in Arkansas, and one of the pigs got away. The pig ran into some woods next to the property, and my dad finished unloading the rest of the pigs before eventually going off to find the one that got away. It took him a while to find the pig, and my dad says that, honestly, he wished he hadn't. When he found the pig, it was dead with an arrow sticking out of its side. Just before my dad walked up to the pig's body to see what had actually shot it, he heard two men coming from deeper in the woods, whooping and hollering. My dad ducked behind a tree just as two really gnarly looking guys came running up to the pig. They were both wearing overalls with nothing else on. Apparently one of the guys just looked really mean and crazy, and the other guy just looked really old and skinny. The two men picked up my dad's pig and sliced it open, and then the two men dragged it off and my dad followed them. The two men walked up to a small ramshack that had 4 people sitting on the front porch. As the men reached the house, a woman comes out with a boy, and they then just go and feast right there on the pig. My dad said that almost every single one of them had a physical deformity, and he just got the hell out of there. Thank you for watching. I hope you all enjoyed this video. Leave a comment letting me know what you all want to see me do next, and if there's any topic generally you'd like me to cover or who you'd like me to work with. I hope you're all well. I'm probably going to be doing a Q&A soon to celebrate 70,000 subscribers. And yeah, on that, I want to say a massive thank you and just shout out to everybody who subscribed to me and supports my content. I really do love each and every one of you. You really make my day. So thank you so much for the continued love and support. Let's keep this going. I hope you're all well. So take care everybody. I'll talk to you all soon.